Everyone get back, this boss has absurdly high stats, whoever engages will die. In the first level of the demon realm, Yue Ying, the S-rank genius school beauty, stared fixedly at the 3-meter-tall, scar-covered iron-toothed wolf, her hand gripping the sword trembling slightly. As a once-in-a-century genius, she had thought she could easily carry the whole class to victory, but she never expected this boss to be overwhelmingly, despairingly strong. The 50-plus students in the class were so terrified that they retreated repeatedly. Not a single soul dared to step forward. Right in the middle of this deathly silence, a slim boy carrying a rusty starter longbow walked out from the very back of the crowd. "Zhang Zi, are you crazy? Get back here," the homeroom teacher screamed in despair. "A novice without even high-level gear is just throwing his life away," the students cried out in terror. Zhang Zi did not stop walking, simply looking calmly at the snarling, terrifying giant wolf. "A one-on-one fight is a bit troublesome," Zhang Zi said with a playful smirk. "Luckily, I am not a fan of solo fights." As he snapped his fingers, the ground beneath his feet suddenly lit up with countless dense green summoning circles. 11050. Massive violent rabbits and heavily armored turtles with insane defense surged out like a tide, instantly surrounding the arrogant boss completely. Every single student in the class, including the aloof school beauty, was stunned into silence at that moment. All of this goes back to a few hours ago, when Zhang Zi awakened an SSS-rank talent that broke all records in human history. Tianfeng City, Great Xia Kingdom, High School Number 5, Class 8, Grade 12. There are less than 6 hours left until the global synchronization with the demon realm. I wonder what talent I will awaken tonight. Gods, please bless me with an A rank. In your dreams, there are fewer than 1,000 people with A rank talents in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. A senior student from the last batch awakened an S-rank talent and was directly admitted to the Qing University Martial Arts School. She is now a Tier 1 Demon Realm powerhouse with a starting annual salary of over $1 million. It makes me so mad that our country has to pay such exorbitant commission fees to the M country every year. Nothing we can do, they are the only ones with a Tier 5 powerhouse in the world. When high-level demon caves emerge, we need them to step in. The classroom was buzzing with heated discussion. Zhang Zi sat alone in the corner, staring intently at the payment reminder on his phone. "The rental period for my sister's artificial kidney expires this month. I need 500,000 for the renewal." His parents' inheritance had long been exhausted. Even selling the house would not be enough. He had thought that being reborn would change his destiny, but in the end, he was still driven to a dead end by money. 10 years ago, he accidentally traveled to this world and became the adopted son of the Zhang family. 5 years ago, monsters from a demon cave attacked Tianfeng City, killing his foster parents and leaving his sister, Zhang Feng, severely injured and reliant on an artificial kidney to survive. Buying 2 kidneys outright costs 10 million. He had given everything he had, and it was barely enough to cover the rent. Zhang Zi looked down at the back of his right hand, where a line of numbers pulsed inside a crescent moon pattern, 5, 26, 50. When the countdown hits 0, he will be 18 and able to enter the demon realm. 20 years ago, the demon realm and the demon caves appeared simultaneously. Monsters ravaged humanity and modern weapons were useless, but the demon realm gave humans the power to fight back. By growing stronger in the demon realm, one's physical body and reality would be strengthened accordingly. Talents range from D to SSS, which determines one's growth ceiling. As long as you awaken an A-rank talent, you can easily pass the Tier 1 assessment of the International Demon Realm Powerhouse Association. And a Tier 5 powerhouse has a deterrent force comparable to a nuclear weapon. To break the M country's monopoly on military force and their extortionate prices, Great Xia now offers unprecedentedly generous treatment to Demon Realm powerhouses. If I can just awaken an A-rank talent and become a Demon Realm powerhouse, my sister can be saved. Zhang Zi clenched his fists. When the school bell rang, Zhang Zi dashed out of the classroom to quickly finish cleaning the school's martial arts hall. This was the only source of income for him and his sister. After finishing his work with only 2 hours left until he could enter the demon realm, Zhang Zi rushed out of school and caught the last subway train. The TV in the subway carriage was broadcasting the news. This year, our country has 3 million 18-year-old students. Let us wait and see how many excellent talents will be awakened. Zhang Zi stared at the screen and his phone suddenly vibrated. "Brother, I am going to a classmate's house. Dinner is ready. Eat well before heading into the demon realm and stay safe. Your sister Zhang Feng." Zhang Zi forced a smile, but his heart felt heavy. If the talent he awakened was below A rank, he did not dare to think about it. Back home, Zhang Zi quickly devoured his meal. At exactly 8 o'clock, the time for the global synchronization to enter the demon realm arrived. The crescent moon pattern on his hand glowed with a pale blue light on cue. Zhang Zi tapped the pattern 3 times and everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing on a massive circular altar. The altar was as large as a stadium, surrounded by stone pillars with vast grasslands in the distance. White lights flashed all around and many bewildered newcomers kept appearing. Welcome to the Demon Realm, please set your code name and appearance. A palm-sized guide sprite flew in front of him. Zhang Zi did not hesitate, Rakshasa masked appearance. Rakshasa was his usual online handle, and the mask was to ensure his survival. The world was full of undercurrents, and countries were constantly assassinating or recruiting Demon Realm powerhouses. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Zhang Zi knew very well that survival was the ultimate truth until he possessed absolute strength. Codename Rakshasa, preparing for talent activation. The little sprite produced a crystal ball, please place your hand on it. Zhang Zi's palms were sweaty as he pressed them onto the crystal ball. It must be a rank or higher, he prayed silently. The next second, the crystal ball erupted with a blinding golden light. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS-Rank talent skill, Summoning. Zhang Zi went stiff, his mind blowing up with excitement. SSS rank, the highest level that only existed in legends and had never been seen by anyone in this world. If awakening an S rank guarantees admission to top universities and a bright future, then what about an SSS rank? I can finally turn my life around. He suppressed his ecstasy and immediately called up the skill panel. Summoning SSS. Level 1. Experience 0. Cost 10 vitality. Cooldown 60 seconds. Effect. After killing a target, you can summon 1 copy of that target. The copy is identical to the original, has no time limit, and can be leveled up to a maximum of level 5. Note: Level 1 summoning can summon 10 copies. Level 2 summoning can summon 30 copies. Level 3 summoning can summon 50 copies. Level 4 summoning can summon 100 copies. Level 5 summoning can summon 500 copies. Holy crap, Zhang Zi could not help but swear. This skill is insanely broken. You can summon an exact replica just by killing 1 monster, and at level 1, I can already lead 10 minions to sit back and reap the rewards. What is even more terrifying is that if I kill a boss, I can summon the boss. The highest record humanity has in exploring the Demon Realm is 38 floors, each guarded by a boss. If I slaughter them all, would not I be able to raise a whole army of bosses? By then, who would dare to challenge me? Zhang Zi's eyes lit up as he called up his character panel. Name Rakshasa. ID, Sea Country 24,751,176. HP 100. Vitality 110. Damage 1 to 10. Speed 10. Stats Strength 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 11, Agility 10. Average for ordinary people is 10. Available stat points 0. Skills Summoning Level 1 SSS. Equipment none. Overall evaluation Newbie Rookie. My spirit is 1 point higher than an ordinary person because I am a transmigrator. Zhang Zi closed the panel, rubbing his hands together, impatient to test out this SSS rank talent. Suddenly, someone not far away shouted, "Newcomers, come over to me." Zhang Zi looked toward the sound and saw a man and a woman standing in the center of the altar, waving at the crowd. We are from the Demon Realm Administration. We are here to explain the rules to you newbies and distribute weapons while we are at it. Upon hearing about weapons, the crowd immediately gathered around. Zhang Zi blended into the crowd and heard the tall man shout, "Do not think of the Demon Realm as a game. Here if you die for real. Not a trace of your remains will be left, you will simply vanish on the spot. Keep your guard up at all times, 1 mistake will cost you your life. There are 2 types of monsters. Common mobs only use basic attacks while bosses possess special skills. Be careful when you encounter those. Finally, if you want to leave the Demon Realm, you must return to the altar. You cannot log out by tapping your hand back while outside." The short-haired woman added coldly, "Besides monsters, you must be wary of your own kind. The Demon Realm is a place beyond the law. Murder and looting happen everywhere. Do not trust anyone, not even friends or family." The crowd's expressions shifted slightly, though some looked disdainful, thinking it was just fear-mongering. "What is with all the chatter? Are not you supposed to be giving out weapons? Hurry up," someone shouted impatiently. The man was not annoyed. He took a large box from his personal storage and opened it, revealing a collection of cold weapons. "Get in line, fill out the survey form before you get your gear. 1 item per person." The crowd began to queue up, with the short-haired woman collecting forms and the man handing out weapons. When it was Zhang Zi's turn, he casually filled in D rank in the talent skill section of the survey form. It was unclear if their official identities were genuine, so he had to hide his true trump card. After handing in the form, he pointed at a longbow and said, "I want this one." The man nodded and handed it over, saying, "Ranged attacks have low power, but they are safer. Cautious people live longer." Demon Realm rule: once you pick up a weapon, you automatically gain its corresponding passive skill. As soon as Zhang Zi gripped the longbow, his skill bar popped up. Archery Mastery Level 1 increases accuracy by 20%. Hardwood longbow. Quality D. Damage 10 to 20. Effect none. Durability 1. Demon Realm equipment is ranked from D, C, B, A, S, SS to SSS. Only gear S rank and above comes with special effects. Freebies are naturally trash, but there is no other choice right now. Zhang Zi equipped the 2-meter longbow. Fortunately, the arrows were in infinite supply, which saved him some trouble. After everyone collected their weapons, they scattered to find monsters to practice on. The man put away the empty box and asked the short-haired woman beside him, how many people with a rank talent or higher this time? Only 3, the woman shook her head and sighed, each batch is worse than the last. Zhang Zi did not rush to fight monsters. Instead, he stayed put and practiced his archery mastery arrow after arrow. Archery mastery +1. Archery mastery +1. Archery mastery +1. Sharpening the axe will not delay the woodcutting. Zhang Zi only set off after grinding his archery mastery to level 4, which boosted his accuracy to 80%. According to the Demon Realm Guide, there are only 3 types of monsters on the first floor: violent rabbits, hard-shelled turtles, and iron-toothed wolves. Violent rabbits have high agility but low defense. Hard-shelled turtles have high health but are slow. The iron-toothed wolf is the first-floor boss, possessing high attack and speed, and its special move Shred can land 5 hits with a bleed effect. Not long after leaving the altar, Zhang Zi stumbled upon 2 people surrounding a violent rabbit. Although the monster had a rabbit's head and a human body, it lacked any cuteness. Its facial features were twisted and extremely hideous. It stood nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging like fists all over its body, radiating immense explosive power. The 2 people fighting the rabbit used a spear and a sword, but they were completely on the defensive in this 2-on-1 fight. The violent rabbit unleashed a punch, knocking the spear wielder over, and a red -35 damage figure floated above his head. This violent rabbit is way too damn hard to fight. I just landed a hit and it actually dodged it. No wonder it is a rabbit, its movements are so agile. Their weapon mastery levels were too low and their damage output was weak. Before long, they were beaten to critical health and scrambled back to the safe zone of the altar. The stone pillars of the altar fired several blue magical rays, instantly stripping 50 health points from the violent rabbit, startling it into turning and fleeing. Zhang Zi was waiting for exactly this moment. He immediately drew his bow and planted an arrow in the rabbit's back. -25 critical hit. The violent rabbit suddenly turned and lunged. Zhang Zi remained calm, maintaining his distance while moving and shooting. -9, -11, -26 critical hit. The charging rabbit veered off course and crashed to the ground. The corpse slowly dissipated and a faint red ball of light popped out. Zhang Zi walked up and the ball of light flew automatically into his backpack. You obtained 1 lower-tier strength Demon Soul Orb. Monsters in the Demon Realm drop Demon Soul Orbs randomly upon death. Demon Soul Orbs come in lower, middle, and high tiers. Red, green, blue, and yellow correspond to strength, constitution, spirit, and agility, respectively. Absorbing them increases the corresponding stat: 0.01 points for lower tier, 0.1 for middle tier, and 1 point for high tier. Low-tier Demon Soul Orbs can be synthesized into higher tiers at a 10-to-1 ratio. These items can be used personally or sold, and they are in constant high demand on the Demon Realm trading platform. 1 lower-tier Demon Soul Orb can sell for around 1,000 yuan. Zhang Zi did not rush to absorb it. A 0.01 stat increase felt negligible. It was better to save them up. You killed 1 violent rabbit and can summon 1 replica. Do you wish to summon? Zhang Zi decisively confirmed. Whoosh. A green light array appeared on the ground, and the figure of a violent rabbit emerged. Violent Rabbit Rakshasa. Level 1 Max 5. Experience 1/10. Health 150. Attack 40 to 60. Defense 20. Skills none. The violent rabbit walked over to Zhang Zi and knelt on one knee, signifying submission. This was Zhang Zi's first summoned monster. With it, his future battles would be much easier. Let us go, follow me to fight some monsters. Zhang Zi set off toward the depths of the grassland with the violent rabbit. Along the way, he ran into 2 passersby who looked utterly stunned to see a monster obediently following behind him. What is going on? Do not monsters in the Demon Realm attack on sight? Why is not it attacking him? Is this one special, able to be tamed? If we could tame them, we would be rich. There is one right there, let us go try. 10 minutes later, those 2 were being chased and mauled by a wild, violent rabbit, fleeing in panic. By now, Zhang Zi had arrived at the edge of a pond with his violent rabbit, eyeing a hard-shelled turtle. The armored turtle, with its turtle-like head and gray shell, was slowly wandering around the pond. That is the one, violent rabbit attack. At Zhang Zi's command, the violent rabbit shot out like an arrow from a bow, landing a punch squarely on the armored turtle's head, followed closely by Zhang Zi's arrow. -13 damage from the violent rabbit. -2 damage from Luo Sha. Damn, my damage is even lower than the summoned monster. Zhang Zi curled his lip and continued to draw his bow. The armored turtle was extremely slow and did not start its counterattack until it had taken several hits. But its damage was incredibly high. Boom! The armored turtle knocked the violent rabbit over with a single punch, and a large red number floated up. -31. A single punch wiped out a fifth of the violent rabbit's health. The armored turtle still had half its health left, so Zhang Zi kept the violent rabbit at the front until they finally wore it down. That was close, I almost died. The tough battle ended and the violent rabbit only had 12 health points left. Fortunately, it would recover automatically after the fight, and Zhang Zi let out a sigh of relief. The armored turtle dropped a low-tier green magic soul ball. Zhang Zi put it in his bag and immediately summoned a duplicate. Armored Turtle Luo Sha version. Level 1 Max 5. Experience 1 out of 10. Health 250. Attack 60 to 80. Defense 50. Skills none. Zhang Zi clicked his tongue looking at these stats, high health and high defense. Now with the violent rabbit on his left and the armored turtle on his right, Zhang Zi felt every bit like a boss. I can summon 8 more, so I will divide them equally. 5 violent rabbits and 5 armored turtles for a perfect balance of offense and defense. Brothers, let us move out. Before long, they ran into 2 more violent rabbits. Zhang Zi sent the armored turtles forward to lure the monsters while the violent rabbits provided support from behind, and he hid at a safe distance to fire arrows steadily. -35 from the armored turtle. -17 from the violent rabbit. -10 from Luo Sha. 5 minutes later, you killed 2 violent rabbits and can summon 2 duplicates. Would you like to summon them? Zhang Zi confirmed immediately, adding 2 more violent rabbits to his team, significantly increasing his strength. Nice. With his 4 little minions, Zhang Zi headed straight into the depths of the grassland. The deeper they went, the denser the monsters became, with groups of violent rabbits and armored turtles everywhere. Zhang Zi swept through everything, killing every turtle and rabbit he saw, quickly gathering a full squad of 10 summons. What is more, the first violent rabbit leveled up after killing 5 targets. The level 2 violent rabbit was faster, had higher evasion, and its attack power increased significantly. It could now take on 2 level 1 peers on its own, becoming the top warrior under Zhang Zi's command. I did not even realize I had gathered so many magic soul balls. While his minions were fighting automatically, Zhang Zi checked his bag and saw he had accumulated 35 magic soul balls, including 11 red, 5 green, 10 blue, and 9 yellow. I will sell a few on the trading platform later and buy my sister something delicious to celebrate tomorrow, Zhang Zi thought to himself. Having awakened an SSS level talent, becoming a powerhouse in the demon realm was only a matter of time, and he would never have to worry about money again. Ding, you have received a message from your class information group. Zhang Zi opened it. It was from the head teacher Liu Wei. All students gather at the altar immediately. I have something important to announce. Zhang Zi frowned and recalled all his minions to the summoning space. He would be able to summon them again with just a thought. By the time he rushed back to the altar from the depths of the grassland, almost the entire class had arrived. Liu Wei was standing in the center of the altar, accompanied by a girl with a ponytail in a red combat outfit. The girl had a beautiful face but a cold expression, exuding a sharp aura that kept people at a distance. Since you cannot drastically change your appearance in the demon realm, the fact that she dared to show her true face meant she was extremely confident in her strength and did not fear being targeted. Everyone is here, so let us start. Liu Wei clapped his hands to quiet the noise. The first floor boss, the iron-toothed wolf, is too dangerous for beginners. The school has specifically invited a strong individual to lead you to clear the level and open the door to the second floor. Let us give her a warm welcome. Thunderous applause erupted at the scene. Is not that the genius girl who awakened an S-level talent last year? The school beauty who was admitted to Tsinghua Martial Arts Academy. Hearing the surrounding discussion, it all clicked for Zhang Zi. No wonder she dared to show her real face. It turned out she had an S-level talent. The girl stepped forward and said coldly, "Call me Moon Shadow. Everyone must follow my commands. Unauthorized actions are forbidden, otherwise bear the consequences yourself." Having said that, she stepped back and said no more. Liu Wei nodded to indicate it was time. Moon Shadow lifted her hand to operate the light screen, and everyone received a party invitation. Moon Shadow has invited you to join the party. Do you agree? Zhang Zi clicked agree. The party was in free distribution mode, but everyone knew that any boss drops would definitely go entirely to the main attacker, Moon Shadow. Zhang Zi tapped to view Moon Shadow's panel information. Name Moon Shadow. ID Sea Country 24,751,012. Health Attributes Skills question mark. Equipment Rapier. Comprehensive Evaluation Skilled Swordsman. Except for the equipment and the evaluation, all key information was set to private. I will leave the students in your hands, Liu Wei said, then logged off. Moon Shadow led the way out of the altar, and the team of 50-plus people marched through the grassland. A few violent rabbits and armored turtles popped up along the way, but Moon Shadow effortlessly killed them with a few sword strikes, drawing exclamations from the crowd. Her swordsmanship is indeed exquisite, Zhang Zi nodded to himself. Not long after, they arrived in front of a tall, antique stone gate. Behind it lay the second floor of the demon realm. Right in front of the stone gate lurked a 3-meter-tall iron-toothed wolf. Its back was turned to them, and its robust back, covered in scars, radiated a suffocating sense of vicious pressure. Yue Ying raised her hand, and everyone came to a halt. Leave the iron-toothed wolf to me. If you do not want to die, keep a safe distance and do not attack it without my command. After I kill the iron-toothed wolf, each of you will receive a key. Use it to pass through the stone gate and enter the second floor. With that, Yue Ying closed her eyes to take a breath, then walked proudly toward the iron-toothed wolf, leaving everyone with a dashing silhouette. So cool, even I, a woman, am falling for her. I want to cling to the beautiful master's leg for help. You are too fat, the beautiful master will not be able to carry you. Yue Ying had already reached the 5th floor of the demon realm and had defeated every floor boss. The iron-toothed wolf was no challenge for her, which was why she had been asked to help. Since it was an invitation from her alma mater, it was difficult for her to refuse, so she agreed. Yue Ying's footsteps alerted the iron-toothed wolf. It turned its head, bared its teeth, and revealed its sharp fangs. Light slash. Yue Ying dashed toward the iron-toothed wolf, nimbly dodging its incoming claws, and unleashed a cold, swift strike with the rapier in her hand. 3 blinding beams of white light struck the iron-toothed wolf's chest, piercing through its tough, thick hide. -88. -176. -752 critical hit. The iron-toothed wolf's health bar was emptied instantly, and it crashed to the ground on its back. Light Slash is Yue Ying's S-Rank talent skill, and its attributes are incredibly overpowered. Light Slash S-Rank. Level 1. Experience 378/1000. Cost 10 stamina. Cooldown 60 seconds. Effect. Performs a sword attack on the target. Each slash doubles the damage, and the final slash lands a critical hit on top of the double damage, dealing massive harm. Note: Level 1 Light Slash deals a 3-hit combo. Level 2 Light Slash deals a 5-hit combo. Level 3 Light Slash deals a 10-hit combo. Level 4 Light Slash deals a 20-hit combo. Level 5 Light Slash deals a 50-hit combo. Yue Ying stood behind the iron-toothed wolf and slowly sheathed her longsword with a graceful motion, drawing exclamations from the crowd once more. She killed the boss in one move, truly a genius, so amazing. Is this the power of an S-rank talent skill? Terrifying. Looking at my D-rank talent, it really makes one feel like comparing yourself to others is a path to despair. The iron-toothed wolf dropped 5 low-tier red demon soul orbs, 3 low-tier green demon soul orbs, 2 low-tier yellow demon soul orbs, and a D-quality pair of gauntlets. Yue Ying walked over, and these rewards flew straight into her inventory. You all should have the keys now. Hurry and pass through the stone gate. The boss will respawn in 1 hour. After speaking to the group, Yue Ying opened her friend channel. Yue Ying, sorry, I was just helping some people with the first floor boss. It just finished, so I will be heading to the 5th floor to meet you all now. Giant God, no worries, we are still waiting at the 5th floor boss. You are our key player and cannot be missing, haha. Little princess of money, Sister Yue Ying is so kind. If it were me, I would not help unless I got $1 million as a service fee. Violent Dragon King, I think you are blinded by money. You cannot go 3 sentences without mentioning it. Little princess of money, so what? I love money, money makes me happy. Night Nose Autumn, everyone do not just chat, be careful of ambushes. A few days ago, an entire squad was ambushed and wiped out. Giant God, Xiqiu is right. Everyone be careful, including you, Yue Ying. Yue Ying was just about to reply when she suddenly felt the surrounding air thicken, making it difficult to even breathe. This is a sign that a boss is respawning. How is that possible? It has not been an hour yet. Yue Ying's expression changed drastically. She turned her head and saw a black vortex suddenly appear before her, and an iron-toothed wolf stepped out. Wait, this iron-toothed wolf is different from the usual ones. This iron-toothed wolf was larger, looked fiercer, and was surrounded by a dark aura. Yue Ying suddenly remembered that a senior from the Demon Realm administration had mentioned that sometimes a special boss would respawn, an elite boss. The strength of an elite boss is exponentially higher. One elite boss is worth 5 normal bosses. In history, an elite boss once spawned on the 17th floor of the Demon Realm. The administration had to send 3 combat teams to take it down, and even then dozens died. The battle was extremely tragic. She never thought she would have the luck to witness an elite boss. Although this was just the first floor, Yue Ying did not dare to underestimate this elite boss at all. The surrounding people saw another iron-toothed wolf appear and were stunned, not knowing what to do. It was not until Yue Ying shouted "Run!" that they reacted and scattered in all directions. Zhang Zi ran with the crowd for a while, then quietly turned back. A bold idea had suddenly formed in his mind. Yue Ying left a message in the friend channel: "I have encountered an elite boss." She then closed the channel and charged toward the elite iron-toothed wolf. Even though an elite boss is hard to deal with, it is only on the first floor. I should be able to handle it. This is a great opportunity to train myself. I want to become stronger. A silhouette flashed through Yue Ying's mind, and a soaring fighting spirit ignited in her heart. The elite iron-toothed wolf sensed Yue Ying approaching and turned to face her, slashing its huge, sharp claws through the air. 5 black lines seemed to rip the space apart. This was the iron-toothed wolf's skill shred. Yue Ying tried her best to dodge, but the speed of the elite iron-toothed wolf's attack was beyond her imagination. She barely managed to avoid 3 of the strikes, but could not dodge the other 2. -170, elite iron-toothed wolf. -147, elite iron-toothed wolf. You are bleeding. -115, bleeding. Every 10 seconds, Yue Ying would lose 1% of her HP. If she did not stop the bleeding, she would bleed to death. The pain made cold sweat stream down Yue Ying's face. She gritted her teeth, continued to swing her sword, and unleashed another light slash, hitting the elite iron-toothed wolf precisely. -33, -66, -199, critical hit. The damage is so low. Yue Ying's heart sank instantly. Light slash was her strongest move, yet it dealt less than 300 points of damage. Just how high was this elite iron-toothed wolf's defense? Roar! The elite iron-toothed wolf lunged at Yue Ying. She dodged to the side only to fall right into its trap, and 5 more black claw marks fell upon her. -139, elite iron-toothed wolf. -145, elite iron-toothed wolf. -166, elite iron-toothed wolf. -174, elite iron-toothed wolf. -167, elite iron-toothed wolf. Warning, your HP is too low, please replenish it immediately. A system prompt flashed before Yue Ying's eyes. She wanted to heal, but would the elite iron-toothed wolf give her the chance? The healing potion cannot be used if interrupted, or it will have no effect. Am I going to die? Despair filled Yue Ying's eyes. She gripped her sword tightly, preparing for a final stand. Whoosh! Zwag! An arrow suddenly embedded itself in the iron-toothed wolf's forehead. The feathers on the tail of the arrow were still quivering. What a guy, only 3 points of damage. This defense is insane, but I like it. Zhang Zi put away his bow and turned to run. Behind him, the elite iron-toothed wolf roared and gave chase. Yue Ying was stunned. Is he trying to save me? She immediately grew angry. This is madness. A newbie facing an elite boss, does he think his life is too long? She wanted to give chase, but her own situation was not optimistic. The bleeding effect was still active, and if she did not stop the bleeding quickly, she would bleed to death even if she did not die by the boss's hand. Damn it, do not die. I do not want to owe anyone any favors. Yue Ying gritted her teeth, took out a bandage to stop the bleeding, and drank a bottle of healing potion, waiting anxiously for her HP to recover. Just then, several figures approached rapidly from the distance. Sister Yuying, are you all right? A crisp female voice came from quite a distance away. Yuying looked over and saw a short young girl in a princess dress running toward her. She waved her wand and a green light fell onto Yuying. Green blessing. 245 money princess. 269 money princess. 217 money princess. Behind the girl followed 3 men. Yuying knew them all and she nodded to the group. Giant god, Dragon King, Jikyu, princess, why are you all here? Could we not come? You ran into an elite boss, the irritable Dragon King shouted. You really are a maniac. Is that thing something you can take on alone? Yeah, Jikyu added. Dragon King is right. You were being too reckless. Even an elite boss on the first floor is too dangerous. You should have found more help before taking action. Yuying turned her head away. I just wanted to get stronger. Dragon King raised his eyebrows. Are you obsessed? You cannot go 3 sentences without mentioning getting stronger. All right, Giant God waved his hand to stop Dragon King. I understand Yuying's feelings. It is good that you are safe now. Money Princess looked around and asked curiously, Hey, Sister Yuying, where is that elite boss? Yu Ying just realized what had happened and said anxiously, "A newcomer lured the elite iron-toothed wolf away. We have to save him, hurry." Zhang Zi was running for his life, with the elite iron-toothed wolf in hot pursuit. "I need to find a place with fewer people and fewer monsters before I make my move. In the demon realm, whoever lands the finishing blow on a monster gets the reward." Zhang Zi did not want to exhaust himself just to make it easy for someone else to swoop in. His strength is too low right now. Once he levels his summoning skill to level 5, he will not have to worry anymore. This looks good." Zhang Zi saw a mountain hollow ahead. If he lured the elite iron-toothed wolf inside, others outside would not see it. The elite iron-toothed wolf, oblivious, followed Zhang Zi into the hollow. "Come out, brothers, it is time to work." With a thought, 10 figures appeared behind him. 5 violent rabbits and 5 armored turtles knelt obediently before him. Pointing at the elite iron-toothed wolf, Zhang Zi commanded, "Attack." Roar! The 10 summoned monsters charged out together. The violent rabbits were faster than the armored turtles, so they reached the elite iron-toothed wolf first, swarming it and pummeling it with their furry fists. -20 violent rabbit. -24 violent rabbit. -19 violent rabbit. -22 violent rabbit. -66 violent rabbit level 2. The elite iron-toothed wolf grabbed one of the violent rabbits and slammed it hard onto the ground. -271 elite iron-toothed wolf. Violent rabbit defeated. "Oh my god, my rabbit!" Zhang Zi could not sit still. He had expected the elite iron-toothed wolf to have high attack power, but he did not realize it was high enough to kill a violent rabbit in one hit. The remaining 4 violent rabbits continued to swarm the wolf, but in the blink of an eye, it swatted another one dead. "This will not work." Zhang Zi looked at the armored turtles, speechless. "Can you guys pick up the pace a bit?" 2 violent rabbits had already been killed, yet the armored turtles were only halfway there. Resigned, Zhang Zi recalled the violent rabbits and had the armored turtles block the elite iron-toothed wolf instead. The armored turtles' high defense and thick health finally held up against the wolf's attacks, so Zhang Zi sent the violent rabbits back out to fight in coordination with the turtles. -22 violent rabbit. -51 armored turtle. -48 armored turtle. -24 violent rabbit. -69 violent rabbit level 2. -4 Luosha. Zhang Zi was also in the back, drawing his bow and shooting arrows. Although his damage was only in the single digits, every bit helped. The armored turtles' attacks were decent, but they were too slow. The violent rabbit's damage was not very high either, so Zhang Zi was basically a support player. Therefore, that level 2 violent rabbit became the main attacker. The battle was tough. The elite iron-toothed wolf was indeed no ordinary character, and it did not lose its footing even under heavy siege. But even the strongest struggle against overwhelming numbers. After more than an hour, its health finally hit rock bottom. However, most of Zhang Zi's summoned monsters were dead. Only 2 armored turtles and 2 violent rabbits remained. Well, actually, only 1 remained now. "Just die already," Zhang Zi fired desperately. If he still could not kill the elite iron-toothed wolf, he was going to be the only one left standing. Suddenly, the elite iron-toothed wolf stiffened and then slowly collapsed. After an hour and a half of grinding it down, the elite iron-toothed wolf was finally finished off by Zhang Zi and his minions. A pile of multicolored demon soul orbs scattered across the ground. There were even 2 pieces of equipment. "Haha, awesome." Zhang Zi immediately ran over, and all the rewards flew into his backpack. As expected of an elite-level boss, the dropped demon soul orbs were intermediate tier. Zhang Zi counted them up: 9 intermediate red demon soul orbs, 6 intermediate green ones, 7 intermediate blue ones, and 4 intermediate yellow ones. The 2 pieces of equipment were Wolf Tooth Necklace. Quality C. Spirit plus 0.5. Special effect none. Durability 1. Wolf Bone Knife. Quality C. Damage 50 to 90. Special effect none. Durability 1. I can use the necklace. This wolf bone knife has high damage, but I do not do melee combat, so it is not much use to me. I will put it up for sale later. After taking inventory of his loot, Zhang Zi excitedly began the process of summoning the iron-toothed wolf. Roar! An elite iron-toothed wolf appeared out of thin air. It let out a defiant howl as it arrived, making Zhang Zi nervous, fearing it might suddenly attack him. Fortunately, that would not happen. Summoned monsters are absolutely obedient to their master, no matter how fierce they were in life. The elite iron-toothed wolf knelt before Zhang Zi on one knee, and Zhang Zi sighed in relief. Trading 4 violent rabbits and 3 armored turtles for an elite boss, that is a good deal. Zhang Zi looked up at the wolf that was over 2 meters taller than him and nodded in satisfaction. Iron-toothed wolf Luosha. Level 1 max 5. EXP 1/10. Health 3000. Attack 260 to 380. Defense 1500. Skill Rend. Haha, these stats are too powerful. It is invincible on the first floor. Zhang Zi could not help but laugh. Checking the time, it was already past 11 p.m. He had classes tomorrow, and staying in the demon realm for long periods was physically exhausting, so Zhang Zi decided to log off and rest. Before logging off, Zhang Zi checked his backpack. His haul for the day was plentiful: 61 assorted low-tier demon soul orbs and 25 intermediate ones. As luck would have it, he could craft a high-tier red demon soul orb. After some thought, Zhang Zi absorbed the high-tier red orb and listed the rest on the trading network to sell. According to the guide, as my strength stat increases, my real-world strength will also increase. Yeah, logging off now. I will go check it out at the school gym tomorrow. Zhang Zi had just logged off, and Yue Ying and her group arrived at the hillside. No way, Sister Yue Ying, are you sure this is the right direction? The little princess pouted. That is an elite boss. Killing it will definitely drop a lot of rewards, and that is all money. Dragon King snorted and said, you are overthinking it, right? Do you think an elite boss is that easy to deal with? It is hard to say who will die. The little princess glared at Dragon King and said irritably, with 2 S-grade talents and 3 A-grade talents, is this lineup not strong enough? I do not believe that the 5 of us together cannot beat one elite boss. That is hard to say. It also depends on how strong the elite boss is. Giant God spoke up. He was steady and older than everyone else, so he had the highest prestige and usually acted as the team leader. Yi Zhaikyu looked at Yue Ying, who had been silent, and shook his head. Yue Ying, that rookie who saved you is probably. Yue Ying was silent for a moment and said, I will go to the school tomorrow to find teacher Liu Wei. That person should be his student. If something really happened to him, he should know. A flash of light flickered in the living room and Zhang Zi appeared. It was past 1 in the morning. His sister was already fast asleep, and Zhang Zi tiptoed back into his room. Obtaining an SSS-grade talent made Zhang Zi full of hope for the future. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and drifted off to sleep. The next day, Zhang Zi was woken up by the aroma of food. He walked out of his bedroom and saw his sister Zhang Feng cooking in the kitchen. Good morning, brother. Wait a moment, the meal will be ready soon. Zhang Feng smiled at Zhang Zi, but her face was a bit pale. Zhang Zi knew that the function of Zhang Feng's artificial kidneys was declining, and the rent had to be paid on time for them to continue working normally. He did not say anything. Once the food was ready, the siblings sat down to eat. Brother, I heard that the demon domain is very dangerous. Maybe you should not go anymore. Zhang Feng put a piece of egg into Zhang Zi's bowl. I can find a way to solve the rent issue myself. How can you solve it? Zhang Zi was stunned. That was not a small amount of money. His sister was still a 16-year-old student. Where would she get that much money? It is a secret, Teehee. Zhang Feng kept him in suspense. I have my own way to handle the rent. You do not need to worry about it. Zhang Zi shook his head. You are still young, just focus on your studies. He originally intended to tell his sister that he had awakened an SSS-grade talent, but after some thought, he decided to keep it hidden. The fewer people who knew about this secret, the better, especially among his own family and friends. Otherwise, he would be dragged into danger. Brother, please believe me, Zhang Feng said anxiously. She had never dared to ask what talent Zhang Zi had awakened, fearing it would hurt his self-esteem. After all, among 10,000 people, fewer than 5 could awaken an A-grade talent, and the rest were ordinary or even trash talents. Zhang Feng did not look down on her brother, but the probability was truly too low. That is final. Zhang Zi finished the food in his bowl, waved his hand, and walked out of the house. When he arrived at school and entered the classroom, Zhang Zi heard his classmates discussing their trip to the demon domain yesterday. Sai, I only awakened a D-grade talent. I guess I will just be an ordinary person for the rest of my life. Being an ordinary person is not so bad. A simple and peaceful life is the real deal. You say that so freely. What talent did you awaken? On B-grade. Damn, we agreed to be losers together, yet you turned into a genius. Zhang Zi silently walked to his desk and took out his phone to check the magic soul orbs and the dagger he had listed on the trading site last night. Unsurprisingly, everything had sold out. Zhang Zi withdrew the money, and 198,000 yuan was deposited into his bank account. Magic soul orbs were too popular. Many people watched the trading site daily, and once someone listed them, they were snatched up immediately. It did not even matter if the price was a bit high. These buyers were backed by major consortiums, state agencies, and private organizations, all using the magic soul orbs to train their own talented individuals. If Zhang Zi had not been in desperate need of money, he would not have sold them. I must get more magic soul orbs when I go to the demon domain today. The class bell rang and the homeroom teacher Liu Wei walked into the classroom, followed by a young girl. Many people recognized at a glance that this girl was Yue Ying, who had led them through the first floor boss fight yesterday. Wow, I finally see the goddess in person. She is even prettier than in the demon domain. I wonder if the goddess has a boyfriend. It would be great if she does not. Wake up, you will never be worthy of her in your lifetime. Liu Wei cleared his throat and the classroom went quiet. Students, there was an emergency last night while we were fighting the first floor boss. I will not go into the details since you were all there. So I want to ask, who is the one who helped student Liu Yuying lure the boss away? Please step forward. Yuying would like to express her gratitude in person. The students looked at each other. They had all been scared away when the elite iron-toothed wolf appeared, and they were not clear about what happened afterwards. Zhang Zi did not step forward. He had not done it to save anyone, but he knew that if Yue Ying asked about the elite iron-toothed wolf, it would be easy for him to get exposed, so he kept silent. After waiting for a while with no one speaking, Liu Wei frowned and said to Liu Yuying beside him, "Student Yuying, maybe that person is not from our class." Liu Yuying sighed slightly and nodded. "I understand, Teacher Liu Wei. If you hear any news, please let me know." Liu Wei sent Liu Yuying out of the classroom, and the class erupted into a buzz. Who is that daring to lure an elite boss? They must have a death wish. Now that is a true hero, I admire them. Say okay, I will come clean. It was actually me who lured the monster away. Is it too late to tell the goddess now? You need to have at least a few peanuts to be this drunk. Next to Zhang Zi, a chubby boy with glasses poked him. I actually know who it is. The chubby boy's name was Wang Yang, one of the few friends Zhang Zi had. Wang Yang came from a wealthy family, but he was terrible at his studies. Zhang Zi often helped him tutor, and in return Wang Yang would give Zhang Zi some money. Who is it? Zhang Zi was stunned and turned to look at Wang Yang. Wang Yang said mysteriously, after the elite iron-toothed wolf appeared, everyone ran outside, but only one person ran back. I remember his name, it seems to be Rakshasa. Zhang Zi remained calm. That is not necessarily true. Maybe he was just too panicked and ran in the wrong direction. Besides, did you see with your own eyes that Rakshasa lured the boss? Wang Yang scratched his head. Well, he waved his hand. Forget it, it has nothing to do with us anyway. Bro, let us go to the demon domain to fight monsters after school tonight. I have invited 2 girls, one for each of us. Hee hee. No, I still have to go to the school martial arts hall to work. Zhang Zi refused flatly. I remember your sister's kidney rent needs to be paid soon, right? Wang Yang's expression turned serious. If you need money, just tell your brother. Thanks, I can handle it myself. Zhang Zi smiled faintly. Alright then, if you go to the demon domain, remember to find me. My name is Handsome Fatty. If he did not trust Zhang Zi, absolutely, Wang Yang would never have told Zhang Zi his name in the demon domain. After school, Zhang Zi went to the martial arts hall to clean. At this moment, a group of people was surrounding a force measuring machine, watching a boy punch the target. A burst of exclamation rose from the crowd. 507 pounds. That is 7 pounds above the admission cutoff for Kingdom Martial Arts School. Amazing, he really lives up to his reputation as the strongest student at 5th High. I heard he even awakened an A-grade talent. His future is truly limitless. The boy, surrounded by the admiring crowd, felt proud. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said humbly, I am still far from where I need to be. Who knows, there might be someone in our school even better than me. After all, the true masters are always low-key. Zheng Hao, you are already being plenty low-key. Anyone else with your results would have been bragging about it everywhere. Exactly, do not be so modest, great master. In my eyes, aside from Liu Yuying from the last grade, you are the strongest one here. Zheng Hao waved his hands repeatedly. I would not dare compare myself to Goddess Yuying. She is a heaven-sent genius with an S-grade talent, admitted directly to Kingdom Martial Arts School, and now she is a powerhouse in the demon realm. I would lose sleep just from happiness if I were even half as strong as her. The group left the martial arts arena, chatting and laughing along the way. Zhang Zi mopped the floor. Seeing that no one was around, he walked over to the strength testing machine. The admission cutoff for Kingdom Martial Arts School is 500 pounds. Zhang Zi took his stance, clenched his right fist, took a deep breath, twisted his waist, swung his arm, and a blur of a punch flashed out. Zmag! A heavy punch landed on the target pad. Ding! The reading appeared 497 pounds. How 1 point of attribute actually increased my strength this much. Zhang Zi was exhilarated. He remembered that last time he could only hit about 390 pounds, and that was after practicing every single day. Although I am still a bit short of the cutoff, I have the confidence to pass it. After packing his things, Zhang Zi left the martial arts gym. Zheng Hao happened to be walking out. As a senior member of the school's martial arts gym, he had his own private lounge. Passing by the testing machine, he glanced at it subconsciously. Zheng Hao stopped in his tracks. The punching score Zhang Zi had just left was still displayed on the machine. 497 pounds. Zheng Hao could not hide his surprise. He's only 3 pounds away from the Kingdom Martial Arts School admission cutoff. An average person's punching power is at most around 200 pounds. Those with better talent can reach 300 after rigorous training, but reaching 500 is extremely difficult. Zhang Hao himself could only hit about 400 pounds before. It was only after he logged into the demon realm yesterday that his distant cousin, who had already become a martial arts master, gave him a high-tier red magic soul orb. That boosted his strength attribute to 1 point, allowing him to hit his score of 507 pounds. And this person managed to hit 497 pounds, only 10 pounds less than him. Kingdom Martial Arts School only gives our school 2 admission spots. This person might become my rival. Who exactly is it? Zhang Hao looked around, but there was no one else in the gym. On his way back, Zhang Zi received a text message from his sister, saying she was going to a classmate's house to study and would be home late. What on earth is that girl up to behind my back? Zhang Zi shook his head. His sister was very independent and did not like others meddling in her business, so he rarely asked. After getting home and having a quick bite, Zhang Zi entered the demon realm. Which floor of the demon realm would you like to go to? First floor. Second floor. Please select. After some thought, Zhang Zi chose the first floor. His summon squad still had 6 vacancies. He planned to fill those spots before heading to the second floor just to be safe. However, because the second floor of the demon realm had already been unlocked, the drop rate for magic soul orbs on the first floor would be reduced. This was done to prevent high-level adventurers from returning and stealing monsters from the newcomers. With a flash, Zhang Zi appeared on the altar of the first floor. Figures kept appearing all around. Some people started calling out to friends to go hunting as soon as they arrived. Others stood in place looking around blankly. They were obviously newcomers. Every day someone turns 18, so every day new people arrive. Zhang Zi saw the man and woman from the Demon Realm Management Bureau starting to greet the newcomers, repeating what they said the day before, registering them and handing out weapons. Leaving the altar, Zhang Zi found a quiet, secluded spot. He summoned his 2 hard-shelled turtles, 1 violent rabbit, and the elite iron-toothed wolf, ready to start hunting. Monsters on the second floor of the demon realm are much tougher than on the first. The violent rabbit has low offense and defense, and even with its speed, it just does not cut it against the power gap. It would probably go down in a few rounds. The hard-shelled turtle is different. It has enough defense to withstand attacks, making it more likely to survive. The higher the level of the summoned monster, the more powerful it is. Therefore, in this game, the winner takes all. The level 2 violent rabbit made Zhang Zi realize that only high-level summons are useful, so the tough and durable hard-shelled turtles were a better choice than the rabbits. Having realized this, Zhang Zi decided to save all remaining spots in his team for hard-shelled turtles. As he moved along, Zhang Zi would not let any hard-shelled turtle escape his sight, sending all his summons into battle. With the elite iron-toothed wolf, the battles were much simpler, and a hard-shelled turtle could be taken down in just a few minutes. Once the battle ended, Zhang Zi would immediately summon the hard-shelled turtle, expanding his squad. Over an hour later, Zhang Zi's summoned squad was fully stocked. Great, now I can move on to the next floor. Zhang Zi felt eager. There were often many people fighting the boss by the stone gate on the first floor. To avoid attracting attention, Zhang Zi put away all his summons and planned to summon them again once he reached the second floor. Just as he was running toward the stone gate, Zhang Zi saw 5 men chasing 1 man and 2 women. The man in front had the username Handsome Fatty. Is that Wang Yang? Zhang Zi was stunned. That is him for sure. Besides Wang Yang, who else would pick such a shameless name? The 2 girls next to Wang Yang were probably the ones he had picked up, but why were those 5 men behind them chasing them down? Wang Yang was panting, his heart feeling like it was about to jump out of his mouth. As he ran, he shouted, "Big brother, master, please do not kill us. We are really just newcomers. We do not have anything of value on us." A cold sneer came from behind. "I know you are newcomers, and I never expected to get anything valuable from you anyway. But we can kidnap you and demand money from your family in the real world, ha ha ha." The shrill, malicious laughter sounded harsh. Wang Yang and the other 2 girls turned pale with fear. Things like this had happened before. Kidnappers used the fake identities in the demon realm as a shield to extort money, and even if victims called the police, it was very hard to crack these cases. What was even more insane was that even if the ransom was paid, the hostages rarely survived. To prevent their identities from being leaked, kidnappers usually killed them anyway. "Big brother, I come from a really poor family. I am just a loser with nothing. Please let me go," Wang Yang said, trying to think on his feet to get away. "Think you can fool me? Did not you just tell those 2 chicks that you live in a mansion and drive a luxury car?" Wang Yang really wanted to slap himself in the face. He had bragged just to impress girls, and now it had brought him nothing but trouble. "There is no other way. I have to keep running and hope to meet some good people to help, otherwise I am dead for sure today. You brat, keep running, muddy swamp." As soon as the words fell, Wang Yang felt the ground beneath his feet suddenly become soft. Then his feet were firmly stuck and he could not pull them out. The 2 girls were in the same situation, crying in terror. Wang Yang's expression changed dramatically. Is this a talent skill? The 5 burly men surrounded the 3 of them. One of them, a masked man with long hair named Scarlet Right Hand, walked up to Wang Yang with a grin and said, "If you do not want to die, be honest and tell me, what is your family's contact information?" Although Wang Yang was scared to death, he knew very well that if he said anything, he would definitely die. So he kept his mouth tightly shut and refused to say a word. "Heh, this kid has a backbone, does not he?" Bloody Right Hand sneered. He had done this kind of kidnapping before and he was already very experienced. Getting cut in the demon realm hurts just as much as it does in reality. With that said, he raised the axe in his hand. Suddenly, an arrow flew over and struck Bloody Right Hand's hand with a thud. -12 Rakshasa. Ouch, who is that? Who is this bastard Rakshasa? How dare you attack us? There he is, an archer. Everyone's eyes shifted to one person. Zhang Zi gave the 5 men the middle finger, then turned and ran. "Damn it, you want to run, brothers, chase him." The 5 men immediately chased after Zhang Zi. As for Wang Yang and the others, Bloody Right Hand was not worried. His innate skill, Muddy Swamp, would last for an hour, and it was more than enough to handle one archer. Zhang Zi was chased fiercely by the 5 men. He met other people on the way, but no one wanted to interfere. Most just watched coldly or whispered a few words. Running all the way, everyone entered a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one exit. Zhang Zi finally stopped. The terrain here was good. If he guarded the exit, no one would be able to escape. Since he had decided to take action, Zhang Zi had no intention of leaving any survivors. "Damn it, keep running." "Haha, this little cutie ran into a dead end. Do not let him die too quickly. I want to torture him properly. It is a waste to kill him directly. Let us get the money from him before we kill him." The 5 men approached Zhang Zi with sneers. Zhang Zi remained calm and asked lightly, "If you kill someone in the demon realm, will anyone find out?" Bloody Right Hand gave a dismissive smile and said, "Do not worry. Unless you say it yourself, no one will ever know." "That is great," Zhang Zi thought to himself. Swish, an armored turtle appeared behind him. An armored turtle is spawned. Haha, what a coincidence that it spawned right next to that kid. We do not need to rush, the armored turtle can handle him for us. An archer's pathetic attack power can hardly break through the armored turtle's defense. Everyone block the kid's retreat and do not let him run. The 5 men guarded different positions, laughing and waiting to see Zhang Zi get abused by the armored turtle. Swish, another armored turtle appeared. My god, another one spawned. It seems like even heaven is on our side, haha. With 2 armored turtles attacking, anyone with less than an A-grade talent probably cannot withstand it. Before the gloating words ended, 3 more armored turtles appeared. The faces of the 5 men changed slightly. They suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Damn it, why are these armored turtles spawning so fast and so many? When Zhang Zi summoned all the armored turtles and violent rabbits, the 5 men realized that the archer in front of them was not as simple as he looked. What is going on? Why did so many monsters suddenly pop up? What I care about is why these monsters are not attacking the archer. Damn it, something is wrong. Let us not wait any longer, let us just finish this kid off. As the 5 were about to attack, an even more terrifying monster appeared in front of them. Howl! With a wolf howl, the elite iron-toothed wolf appeared before their eyes. The powerful aura made the 5 men stop in their tracks, their faces deathly pale. BB, boss. Why is the first floor boss, the iron-toothed wolf, here? It should be guarding the stone gate. Brothers, this is not an ordinary boss, it is an elite boss. Among the 5, only Bloody Right Hand had a B-grade talent and the rest were C or D grade. Although they had been in the demon realm for several years because their talents were trash, they were still labeled as ordinary adventurers, just slightly higher than beginners. They might barely handle a normal boss, but if they run into an elite boss, it is a death sentence. So the 5 were terrified, their faces drained of color. Bloody Right Hand stared at Zhang Zi and asked with a hoarse voice, "Are all these monsters summoned by you? Who exactly are you?" Zhang Zi shrugged, "None of your business." He pointed and said, "Kill them." These guys were no good, so Zhang Zi had no psychological burden in killing them. Howl! The iron-toothed wolf let out a sky-shaking howl and rushed forward with the pack of armored turtles and violent rabbits. "Ah, it is coming for us. What do? We cannot beat an elite boss. Run, save your lives." The 5 turned to flee, only to find a violent rabbit standing in their way. Above the rabbit's head was clearly a level 2 mark. This was what Zhang Zi had quietly arranged to prevent them from escaping. How is this possible, a level 2 violent rabbit? I have been on the first floor for so long and this is my first time seeing one. Do not just stand there, let us all charge together and kill that rabbit. The 5 men screamed as they charged at the violent rabbit, but their attacks were easily dodged. With a loud bang, a man with short hair was sent flying by the violent rabbit's punch. -96, violent rabbit level 2. My god, this rabbit's damage is so high. The short-haired man's face turned pale. 1/3 of his health was gone. He immediately used his talent skill Basic Recovery to heal himself for 100 health points. But before he could relax, a black shadow was already standing behind him. The elite iron-toothed wolf's eyes flashed with red murderous light, and its giant claws slashed through the air. -341, elite iron-toothed wolf. -355, elite iron-toothed wolf. -328, elite iron-toothed wolf. -347, elite iron-toothed wolf. -338, elite iron-toothed wolf. With a scream, the short-haired man's health bar was instantly drained. He disappeared from the spot, and at the same time some items dropped. 15 low-grade demon soul spheres, 1 mid-grade demon soul sphere, and a pair of D-grade boots. When an adventurer dies in the demon realm, their gear and items in their backpack drop. Zhang Zi walked over and put the items into his bag. The other 4 stared at the iron-toothed wolf in terror. One of them was so scared that his legs went weak and he fell to his knees. A one-hit kill, no chance to even fight back. That is the terror of an elite boss. Even people like Liu Yuying with her S-grade talent suffered huge losses when encountering elite bosses, let alone these adventurers with garbage talents. Bloody Right Hand remained somewhat calm. He shouted, "Daba, use your talent skill Earth Wall to block the iron-toothed wolf. The rest of you follow me and focus on taking down this damn rabbit." The violent rabbit was blocking the only exit. If they did not get rid of it, Bloody Right Hand and the others would not be able to escape. The man named Daba was reluctant, but there was no better way, so he had to bite the bullet and face the iron-toothed wolf. Earth Wall. Daba released his talent skill, and a 10-meter-high, 5-meter-thick earth wall instantly rose, isolating the iron-toothed wolf outside. Bloody Right Hand cast his talent skill Muddy Swamp on the violent rabbit, instantly trapping it, and then led his men to prepare to escape from the valley. But at this moment, they suddenly heard the angry roar of the iron-toothed wolf from behind, followed by Daba's shrill scream. Everyone looked back in shock, only to see that the earthen wall raised by Daba had been easily destroyed by the iron-toothed wolf. Daba himself was also finished off by the wolf in 2 swipes. Daba is dead too. What a terrifying elite boss. Who exactly is this guy named Rakshasa? Why can he summon monsters? Could it be his innate talent skill? The few men were in a state of panic and did not notice that the violent rabbit trapped in the mud had suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the violent rabbit appeared beside one of the tall, thin men and sent him flying with a single punch. The tall man landed right at the feet of the iron-toothed wolf, and with another scream was sent to his doom by the beast. "What is going on? Did not I trap that rabbit in the mud?" Crimson Right Hand asked in disbelief. "Are you curious?" Zhang Zi slowly walked out from behind the iron-toothed wolf and smiled, saying, "When I recall the violent rabbit, all negative effects disappear." Looking at Zhang Zi's smiling face, Crimson Right Hand felt a deep sense of fear for the first time. Watching the iron-toothed wolf closing in step by step, Crimson Right Hand trembled. "If anyone finds out you killed us, your life is over. Let us go now and just name your price." Zhang Zi gave a contemptuous smile and said, "I remember you saying that unless I spoke of it myself, no one would ever know." Crimson Right Hand was at a loss for words. He had thought Zhang Zi was a newbie and easy to fool, but he had not expected to be outplayed by him instead. "It is death either way, let us fight him to the end." The 3 men gritted their teeth, desperate for a last stand, but they were quickly surrounded by the iron-toothed wolf, the armored turtle, and the violent rabbit. Amidst their screams, their wicked lives came to an end. "You bring this upon yourselves." Zhang Zi shook his head while walking over to collect the items dropped by Crimson Right Hand and the others into his backpack. These guys really had quite a few good things on them. 36 low-grade soul orbs, 4 mid-grade soul orbs, 3 D-grade equipment pieces, 1 C-grade equipment piece, and an item called a Berserk Talisman. Berserk Talisman. Quality C. Damage 0. Special effect, forces a target within 3 meters into a berserk state for 100 seconds. Durability 1. This thing is not bad, it might come in handy at a critical moment. Zhang Zi nodded in satisfaction. On his way back, Zhang Zi ran into Wang Yang and his 2 female companions again. "Brother, you are still alive, thank goodness." Wang Yang thanked him excitedly over and over. "Thank you for helping us out just now. There are too few kind-hearted people like you these days. I will definitely repay you. Just tell me what you need me to do and I will do my best. If you want money, is $1 million enough?" Zhang Zi waved his hand and said, "No need. I just did not want to watch those villains harm anyone. You guys be more careful next time." With that, he left directly. Zhang Zi could not accept Wang Yang's money because it would easily reveal his identity. In this world, electronic currency is used, and transfers require a real name which can be easily traced. Zhang Zi arrived at the stone door of the first floor and found a few people besieging an iron-toothed wolf, so he walked straight through the door into the second floor. The scenery before his eyes changed once again. It was a massive underground cavern, dark and damp, with a fishy foul smell occasionally wafting through the air. Many adventurers were gathered at the altar, and some were recruiting teammates. Expert-led team, safety guaranteed, must have a B-grade talent or higher. If your talent rank is not enough, paying 10 low-grade soul orbs is also fine. Join fast if you want in. Looking for a team? I have a C-grade talent support class. Add me if you need one. Zhang Zi opened the Demon Realm guide. There are 3 types of monsters on this floor: poison spiders, giant mosquitoes, and the final boss, the sky-swallowing frog. It is recorded that poison spiders are skilled at using venomous stingers and can also spin silk into webs. Once trapped in a web, you cannot move for a period of time. Giant mosquitoes are even more annoying. Their attack power is not high, but they are elusive and can suck blood. The boss, the sky-swallowing frog, is huge and has thick skin and sturdy flesh, making it difficult for normal attacks to cause much damage. Its attack skill, Vibration, can stun targets within a certain range while causing area of effect damage, making it quite hard to deal with. I will find a poison spider first to test it out. Zhang Zi left the altar and searched the labyrinth-like underground cavern for a poison spider, and he soon found one. Zhang Zi summoned both the armored turtle and the violent rabbit. The iron-toothed wolf was his trump card and should not be revealed easily. Kill that poison spider. Zhang Zi issued the command, and the armored turtle and violent rabbits immediately rushed toward the spider. The poison spider discovered the enemies, immediately spat out a spiderweb to trap the lead violent rabbit, and then raised its tail, firing a barrage of venomous stingers. -25 poison spider. -20 poison damage. -23 poison spider. -19 poison damage. The poison spider's direct damage is not high, but its poison damage is lethal. Zhang Zi observed that it deals 15 to 20 points of damage every second. The violent rabbit's HP is not high, and in just 7 or 8 seconds a level 1 violent rabbit was wiped out. But Zhang Zi did not feel bad about it. The violent rabbit was too weak, so it would be better to give that valuable summon slot to a poison spider. Besides, the poison spider is a long-range monster, which can be used to lure enemies. Zhang Zi no longer had to wait for the slow-moving armored turtle to rush forward and attack monsters. When the second violent rabbit died, the poison spider was finally surrounded and killed. Zhang Zi obtained 2 blue low-grade soul orbs and successfully summoned a poison spider. Poison Spider Rakshasa. Level 1 Max 5. Experience 1/10. HP 300. Attack 100 to 150. Defense 200. Skills none. As expected of a second-floor monster, its stats are better than both the violent rabbit and the armored turtle. Zhang Zi led his summoned squad to continue exploring the depths of the cavern. His current strategy was to attack every monster he saw. It did not matter if the violent rabbits or armored turtles died, he would just replace them with poison spiders and giant mosquitoes. If any violent rabbit or armored turtle happened to survive and leveled up, he would let it keep occupying a summon slot. In a word, only the strong survive. A giant mosquito appeared ahead, and the summoned creatures swarmed it under Zhang Zi's command. The giant mosquito has very low defense and attack, but its evasion is higher than the violent rabbits, and it can also suck blood. 4 armored turtles, 1 violent rabbit, and 1 poison spider surrounded the giant mosquito and fought for nearly 20 minutes before finally taking it down. This giant mosquito's survivability is truly strong. As long as its HP is below 50%, it sucks blood. It is possible this mosquito could stay in a summon slot permanently. Zhang Zi summoned the giant mosquito and murmured to himself while looking at its stats. Giant Mosquito Rakshasa. Level 1 Max 5. Experience 1/10. HP 350. Attack 90 to 120. Defense 250. Skills none. I still have 2 empty summon slots. I will fill them up and let the summons level up to increase combat power. Having made up his mind, Zhang Zi led his summoned creatures to keep hunting monsters. 2 hours later, his team was at full capacity. After combat losses and replacements, Zhang Zi's team composition had changed. 3 armored turtles, one of which leveled up to 55, 1 55 violent rabbit, 2 poison spiders, and 3 giant mosquitoes. That is enough. It is time to go see what the second-floor boss, the sky-swallowing frog, looks like. Upon arriving at the stone gate on the second floor, Zhang Zi noticed a large crowd gathered there, all clamoring and appearing extremely indignant. To fight the boss, you have to join their team and hand over 10 magic soul orbs. Are these people crazy? The boss is public property. Since when did it become their personal possession? We are trying to protect our country, fighting against monsters in the magic cave and pushing ourselves to get stronger. Yet these guys are actually profiteering from a national crisis. It is just too much. Is there really no one to stop them? Where are the high-level experts? Where is the magic domain administration? I heard this group has connections with the top brass at the administration, so they just turn a blind eye to their behavior. Those top experts go straight to the higher levels of the magic domain. They have no time to worry about the lives of us beginners. Zhang Zi frowned and looked through the crowd. Sure enough, he saw over a dozen men blocking the way, preventing others from passing to fight the boss. A few people tried to force their way through, only to be swarmed by the group and flee back in embarrassment. Listen up, newbies, the sky-swallowing frog is ours. If you want to fight, pay up your magic soul orbs. A tall, skinny man carrying a long blade shouted at the crowd with an arrogant expression. Do not say we are heartless. We paid the people above for a 1-year contract on this boss. We have to make our money back somehow. That is right, so do not even think about asking any departments for help. Nobody is going to care, a fat man with a fleshy face chuckled. The man's words confirmed everyone's earlier suspicions, and their faces were filled with anger and helplessness. Some were unwilling to hand over their magic soul orbs, as every single one of them had been earned at the risk of their own lives. However, if they did not hand them over, they would be stuck here, unable to further improve their strength, and thus unable to become powerful players in the magic domain. So after much weighing of options, some gave in and stepped forward to hand over the magic soul orbs, joining the queue to wait for the boss fight. The tall, skinny man shouted again, "Is there anyone else? Only one spot left, sign up quickly or you will have to wait 24 hours for the next wave."
Me?
Zhang Zi squeezed out from the crowd and shouted at the tall, skinny man with a smile, "Big brother, I want to sign up." 10 magic soul orbs. The tall, skinny man held out his hand to Zhang Zi. I only entered the magic domain yesterday and do not have that many magic soul orbs on me. However, my family is very wealthy. Can I use gold bars instead? Zhang Zi asked with a cautious expression. Gold bars, sure. Gold bar transactions would not reveal his identity, so the tall, skinny man agreed readily. Once we kill the boss and get the key to the 3rd floor, I will have my family send the gold bars to you, Zhang Zi said with a smile. Kid, do not try to pull any tricks on us. If we do not see the gold bars later, do not think about leaving the magic domain, the tall, skinny man said coldly. Zhang Zi was added to the team. He took a look and saw the captain was named Money Superman, rated as a skilled fighter. It seems this guy has a high talent level. Zhang Zi remembered that Liu Yuying's rating was skilled swordsman. Presumably, anyone with the skilled prefix in their rating would have considerable strength. Seeing that everyone was present, the tall, skinny man said to the fat man, "Old San, everyone is here, let us start the fight. All of you follow closely. While our captain is fighting the monster, just stay quiet on the sidelines," Old San warned while walking. The group followed Old San to the stone gate leading to the 3rd floor. From a distance, they saw a huge red toad sitting in front of the gate. Its bulging eyes and big belly made it look amusing, but in reality, it was extremely dangerous. A broad-shouldered man with his back to the crowd sat cross-legged on the ground, seemingly meditating. Zhang Zi noticed that the man's name was indeed Money Superman. Old San walked over and respectfully said to the man, "Captain, everyone is here, we can start the fight." Money Superman nodded, stood up, and without even looking at the others behind him, strode directly toward the sky-swallowing frog. Money Superman possessed an A-grade talent skill, Flaming Punch. Flaming Punch A. Level 1. Experience 612/1000. Consumption 10 stamina points. Cooldown 60 seconds. Effect: attack the target multiple times in a short period. Note: Level 1 Flaming Punch attacks the target 10 times in a short period. Level 2 Flaming Punch attacks the target 30 times in a short period. Level 3 Flaming Punch attacks the target 50 times in a short period. Level 4 Flaming Punch attacks the target 100 times in a short period. Level 5 Flaming Punch attacks the target 300 times in a short period. Relying on this A-grade talent skill, Money Superman had been improving his strength all the way, finally earning the skilled rating. Originally, he intended to take the test for certification as a magic domain expert, but he was rejected due to his criminal record. Consequently, he gave up on himself and started straying further down the wrong path. After this one, I will have killed 39 sky-swallowing frogs. Money Superman took a deep breath, charged at the sky-swallowing frog, dodged a fireball shot his way, and upon reaching the frog, activated his Flaming Punch skill. A single fist turned into 10. Bang, bang, bang. -171. -199. -165. With a single skill, the sky-swallowing frog's health dropped to about 1/3. Although I do not like this guy, I have to admit he is powerful. It is fortunate we did not force our way in earlier, otherwise, we might have been killed if we encountered such a master. Seeing Money Superman's immense strength, everyone thought with lingering fear. Zhang Zi kept his eyes glued to the sky-swallowing frog's health bar. He had already calculated his move, and seeing that its health was down to about 10%, Zhang Zi made his move. Whoosh! An arrow struck the sky-swallowing frog in the eye. -52 critical strike. The damage was not high, but because it hit a vital spot, the sky-swallowing frog was instantly enraged. It shifted its aggro entirely to Zhang Zi and jumped toward him. Damn it, did I not tell you not to attack? He was furious not just because Zhang Zi broke the rules, but because the loot belongs to whoever kills the boss. They naturally did not want Zhang Zi to get the rewards. Money Superman also had a dark expression, though he did not pursue him. A rookie dares to steal the boss. I think he is courting death. No one interfere, I want to see how he gets finished off by the boss. Everyone quickly backed away from Zhang Zi. Money Superman and Old Sans group looked on with malicious glee, while the others watched coldly. How arrogant, an archer wanting to take on the boss alone. He really has a death wish. This guy is done for. Greed is a bottomless pit. Is it really worth throwing your life away just to steal a boss? Even if he somehow manages to kill the boss, does he really think he can leave safely? Money Superman's gang will not let him go. People whispered among themselves, just waiting to see Zhang Zi's tragic end. Zhang Zi's expression remained calm. He immediately used his summoning skill, bringing out all his monsters except for the iron-toothed wolf. Instantly, a group of monsters appeared behind Zhang Zi and charged toward the sky-swallowing frog. What, this guy can summon monsters? Money Superman was also shocked. He had never seen such a talent skill before, actually being able to summon monsters. The rest of the crowd was even more stunned. Their jaws were practically on the floor. Zhang Zi's summoned monsters were already locked in combat with the sky-swallowing frog. The venomous spider trapped it with a web, the hard-shelled turtle took the front and attacked with its fists, and the giant mosquito flew to the back, frantically draining its health. Soon, the sky-swallowing frog was down to its last bit of health. Zhang Zi fired a shot, clearing the sky-swallowing frog's health bar. You have defeated the sky-swallowing frog, Lord. Clatter, a pile of magic soul orbs and equipment dropped. Zhang Zi walked over and collected them directly into his bag. When he turned around, Money Superman, Old San, and their men had already surrounded him. No wonder you dared to make a move, you really do have some skills. Old 3 chuckled sinisterly, brandishing the iron hammer in his hand. Hand over everything you have on you, plus 10 gold bars, and we will call it even today. Otherwise, hee. The rest of the group also slowly closed in, their eyes gleaming with malice. Zhang Zi glanced at his summoned beasts. After the previous battle, 1 hardshell turtle, 1 poison spider, and 2 giant mosquitoes had been killed. He had 2 hardshell turtles, 1 violent rabbit, 1 poison spider, and 1 giant mosquito remaining. Almost half of his combat force was lost. Kid, is your talent skill summoning pretty interesting, Money Superman said, but it is useless. Even if you summon a ton of mobs in front of a true expert, they are nothing but weaklings. As he spoke, he suddenly flashed in front of a giant mosquito and used a flaming punch to kill it instantly. Cheers came from Old 3 and the others nearby. Well done, boss. A bunch of mobs are not even enough to fill the gaps between our boss's teeth. Kid, be sensible and surrender now, do not make yourself suffer. Your giant mosquito was killed by Money Superman. A system notification appeared before Zhang Zi, and he arched his eyebrows. I was not supposed to meddle in other people's business. Killing the boss and getting the key would have been enough, but you all just had to come and throw your lives away. Zhang Zi curled his lips in a cold sneer, then I will grant your wish. Wait a minute. Suddenly, someone rushed between the two sides and shouted at Money Superman, Old 3, and the others. I am an inspector from the Demon Domain Administration. Do not you dare mess around. This person's name was Skynet, which actually suited his identity quite well. Zhang Zi had seen this guy before. He had been in the party earlier but did not stand out. He never expected him to be an undercover agent from the Demon Domain Administration. Inspector Money Superman frowned. He knew these types. They reported to the high-level officials of the administration, conducting secret investigations, collecting evidence, and cracking down on corrupt officials. Their rank was not high, but their authority was massive. Old 3 whispered from the side boss, if this guy leaks that we bribed Section Chief Gao, we will be in big trouble. Why do not we just get rid of him once and for all? He made a throat-slitting gesture. Skynet said, I have recorded every word and action you just made, and all of this is evidence. I will submit it to my superiors. I advise you to turn back before it is too late and go surrender to the Demon Domain Administration immediately. As soon as he said that, Money Superman's gaze turned icy cold. Regrettably, you will not be going back. Kill them both. To avoid further complications, Money Superman decided to silence them for good. The group pressed in step by step. Skynet retreated to Zhang Zi's side and said in a deep voice, do not be afraid, I will protect you. Zhang Zi was stunned for a moment. It seemed he would not need to take action himself. Your talent skill is very practical. I think it has great potential. Once we catch these people, I will introduce you to my superiors. Skynet nodded at Zhang Zi, giving him an approving look. Attack! Old 3 and 2 others rushed forward, while 2 more flanked from behind, attempting to pincer Skynet. Do not underestimate me. Skynet whipped out a staff and fired an ice ray at one of them. This was Skynet's A-level talent skill, capable of freezing a target for 30 seconds while dealing 100 to 300 points of damage. The person hit by the ice ray turned into an ice statue instantly, taking 275 points of damage, nearly being killed in one hit. Everyone's expression changed, and they dared not charge forward. My god, this guy has a magic-type talent. Old 3 cursed under his breath. Do not be afraid. His talent skill cooldown is 60 seconds. That is enough time for us to take him down. Skynet scoffed. Besides magic, my martial arts skills are nothing to sneeze at either. As he spoke, Skynet subdued a man in just a few moves, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. In the demon domain, as long as you strike the right parts, you can cause corresponding damage. For instance, hitting vital spots like the heart or eyes will cause massive damage and generate a huge amount of aggro. If you strike weak points like joints or arteries, it can also cause effects like sluggish movement and unconsciousness. Skynet had just struck his opponent's carotid artery, sending him into a coma for 30 seconds. After knocking down another man trying to attack him, Skynet clapped his hands and said triumphantly, I am a top student from Tanchuan Martial Arts University. Do not look down on me. Although Tanchuan Martial Arts University was not as famous as Kingdom Martial Arts School, it was a prestigious institution ranked in the top 10 in the Great Xia Kingdom. My companions will be here soon. Why do not you surrender now? Skynet asked coldly, looking at Money Superman, Old 3 and the others. Make us surrender, hee hee, dream on. Old 3 grinned, then suddenly cast a magic skill on Money Superman next to him. A yellow halo appeared at Money Superman's feet and he gained a buff, magic resistance. This was Old 3's B-level talent skill, which could reduce the effect of magic on the target by 100% for 10 seconds. Good job, Old 3. Money Superman charged at Skynet at high speed. Skynet's expression grew serious and he immediately raised his staff to cast Ice Ray. Minus 141. You were hit by Ice Ray and frozen for 3 seconds. Seeing that Money Superman was frozen, Skynet immediately called out to Zhang Zi, run. This guy is quite troublesome. He had seen Money Superman's talent skill earlier. Among melee-type talents, it was quite powerful. Even the level 2 boss could not withstand Money Superman's skill attacks, and with his own current defense and health, he would definitely be crushed. I was too careless. If I had known there was an adventurer with an A-level talent among them, I should not have come alone. Skynet secretly regretted it, but unfortunately, there was no turning back in this world. Zhang Zi looked around. They were already surrounded by Money Superman's subordinates and could not run anywhere. Die. As soon as the freeze effect wore off, Money Superman immediately launched an attack on Skynet. Although Skynet was skilled in martial arts, he could not handle the opponent's powerful talent skill and his health was quickly depleted. Just as Money Superman was about to land the final blow, a hard-shell turtle suddenly rushed forward, blocking the attack with its shell. What Money Superman was startled, and then he saw a spider web cast down over his head. Watching Money Superman struggle endlessly in the web, Skynet finally realized that it was Zhang Zi who had saved him. Zhang Zi patted Skynet on the shoulder, leave the rest to me. You want to fight him? Skynet shook his head repeatedly, no way, this guy's attacks are too fierce. You are a rookie, you will not be able to take it. Although Skynet was rated as an introductory mage, he was already much stronger than the average adventurer, yet he could take at most 2 flaming punches. A greenhorn like Zhang Zi would be no match at all. Who said I was the one fighting him? Zhang Zi's mouth curled slightly, they are the ones fighting him. Suddenly, 2 massive shadows appeared behind Zhang Zi. The elite iron-toothed wolf and the sky-swallowing frog stood behind Zhang Zi. The sudden appearance of these 2 bosses instantly shocked everyone present. My god, what is going on? How could the bosses from the first and second floors respawn here at the same time? Is there a glitch in the magic realm? You cutie, it was obviously summoned by that archer. Goodness, I thought he could only summon small monsters, but I never expected he could even summon bosses. This is too ridiculous. What kind of talent skill is so overpowered that it can summon bosses? I think this archer's talent skill is at least A rank. No, it should be S rank or higher. Luobaiting's jaw dropped and it took him a long while to mutter, brother, your talent skill is not just practical, it is practically game-breaking. Across from them, Money Superman and the others wore expressions of pure disbelief. They were already surprised when Zhang Zi used his summoning skills earlier, but seeing him summon bosses left them looking increasingly pale and panicked. Captain, what do we do? That kid summoned 2 bosses. Old San looked at Money Superman nervously, feeling a growing sense of fear. Money Superman's face turned grim as he said, everything we did has been recorded by that law-abiding guy. If we let them go, we will not just be in trouble, we will drag Section Chief Gao down with us, and we will end up in an even worse state. There is no turning back now, we have to kill both of them no matter what. Money Superman eyes gleamed with malice. Leave the two bosses to me, you all must kill law-abiding and Rakshasa. Do not leave any evidence behind. Old San realized the gravity of the situation, gritted his teeth and nodded. I understand, Captain. Law-abiding noticed Old San and the remaining men quietly surrounding them again, and he knew these people were about to do something desperate. The situation is bad, brother, these guys have gone crazy, Law-abiding said in a low, serious voice to Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi had already seen it, and he also noticed Money Superman closing in on him step by step. Money Superman is very strong. Relying on the sky-swallowing frog alone will not be enough. I need the iron-toothed wolf to assist. Calculating his next move, Zhang Zi immediately recalled his small minions, like the hard-shelled turtle, to protect himself and law-abiding. At the same time, he ordered the iron-toothed wolf and the sky-swallowing frog to engage Money Superman. Attack! Money Superman moved, lunging fiercely toward the sky-swallowing frog and the iron-toothed wolf. The sky-swallowing frog did not pose much of a threat to Money Superman. He had already killed dozens of them and knew their characteristics well, so he was confident he could take it down with 2 uses of his talent skill. As for the iron-toothed wolf, he did not pay it much mind either. Even as elite bosses, their speed could not match his, so he was confident he could take out both bosses at once. On the other side, Old San and the remaining men launched a siege against Zhang Zi and law-abiding. With the protection of the hard-shelled turtle and the poisonous spider, Zhang Zi and law-abiding managed to fend off the dozen or so attackers without any major mishaps. Throughout the battle, Zhang Zi kept a close eye on Money Superman. The guy was truly powerful. Even with the iron-toothed wolf and the sky-swallowing frog working together, they had not gained the upper hand. Judging by his performance, Money Superman was a fighter class. High speed and explosive power were the hallmarks of a fighter, so he was moving with ease despite the pincer attack from the 2 bosses. Flame Punch. With another talent skill, the sky-swallowing frog's HP dropped to its final 20%. Zhang Zi narrowed his eyes, thinking, this Money Superman is quite cunning. He knows the sky-swallowing frog has low defense and that its fireball spit has a cooldown, so he is focusing all his attacks on it. He plans to take out the frog first before dealing with the wolf, a classic divide-and-conquer tactic. This will not do. Zhang Zi suddenly remembered that he still had a Berserk Talisman in his inventory. Let us try it out, let us see what it does. Without hesitation, Zhang Zi retrieved the Berserk Talisman from his system inventory, and after a moment's thought, tossed it directly onto the iron-toothed wolf. Ow! Once the talisman touched the wolf, it turned into flecks of golden light that merged into its body. Immediately after, the wolf's body seemed to bulk up visibly. At the same time, an aura of extreme violence and bloodlust erupted from the iron-toothed wolf. What is this? Money Superman was about to deliver a finishing blow to the frog when he suddenly felt a powerful killing intent from the side. Terrified, he retreated rapidly, staring in disbelief at the now berserk iron-toothed wolf. Berserk state? How did the iron-toothed wolf suddenly enter a berserk state? Money Superman was shocked to see the wolf's status. He knew that after entering a berserk state, all of a monster's attributes would significantly increase. Especially its attack power and speed, they would become truly astonishing. Back when he was on the 5th floor, he had seen a boss go berserk and easily wipe out a 20-man team. That memory still haunted Money Superman to this day. Today is just bizarre. Not only did I run into an inspector, but also an adventurer who can summon bosses, and now the boss is going berserk. Money Superman's eyes darted around as he began to lose his nerve. Discretion is the better part of valor, better to retreat now. He turned to run, but he had underestimated the speed of the iron-toothed wolf in its berserk state. A dark shadow flashed in front of him, and the massive body of the iron-toothed wolf blocked his path. Damn it! The sky-swallowing frog was behind him. If he turned back to deal with the frog, the wolf's speed was such that it would have killed him from behind before he could finish the frog off. Resigned, he gritted his teeth and launched a charge at the iron-toothed wolf. Zwish zwish. The iron-toothed wolf activated its skill, ripping claws. 10 streaks of black light formed a dense web of death. No matter how fast Money Superman was, there was no way to dodge and he was struck by the net. -211. -256. -223. A series of red damage numbers floated above Money Superman's head. Oh, help! Money Superman watched helplessly as his HP bar was emptied in an instant. He reached out in vain, and finally his body began to fade away. The captain is dead. Old San and the others received the system notification, their faces filled with terror. Money Superman was the strongest among them. With him dead, how could they dare to continue fighting? They immediately prepared to scatter and flee in all directions. The pressure on Zhang Zi and law-abiding was instantly lifted. Watching the berserk wolf, law-abiding thought with apprehension, Rakshasa's talent skill is too terrifying. A talent like this must be under the government's control or the consequences could be unpredictable. Just then, a commotion came from outside the crowd. Law-abiding checked the chat channel and smiled at Zhang Zi. My companions have arrived. None of these people will get away. They have all been captured. Zhang Zi nodded, walked over, and picked up all the items dropped by the Money Superman. Another significant haul. 2 advanced demon soul orbs, 18 intermediate demon soul orbs, 77 basic demon soul orbs, plus 2 health potions, 1 invitation letter, and 3 pieces of equipment. Zhang Zi smiled. As expected of a high-level adventurer, he had plenty of treasures on him. Although the battle was risky, it ended perfectly and he had gained so many good things. Among the 3 pieces of equipment, there was a C-rank shoulder guard, a D-rank pair of pants, and a C-rank hat. I happened to be short on gear. Zhang Zi put on all 3 items and his appearance changed slightly. What is an invitation letter? Zhang Zi checked the invitation. Invitation letter, dead zone. Quality C. Note, a pass to enter the dead zone. Durability, 1 out of 1. Dead zone, what kind of place is that? Zhang Zi flipped through the Demon Realm guide, but there was no record of the dead zone inside. Tossing the invitation into his backpack, Zhang Zi absorbed all the high-level demon soul orbs in his inventory. His attributes increased, strength +1, speed +2. Brother Rakshasa, your performance just now was excellent. Are you interested in joining our Demon Realm Bureau to serve the country? Law's Long Reach stepped forward and extended his hand to Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi shook his hand but shook his head, saying, "Sorry, I do not have any plans for that at the moment." I see. Law's Long Reach nodded thoughtfully and said, "All right, to each their own. I will not force you. Keep my communication number, and if you change your mind, feel free to come find me." Zhang Zi saved the number. Law's Long Reach added, "Brother Rakshasa, let me add one more thing. No matter how powerful you become in the future, I hope you remember that the blood of the Daxia nation flows through your veins. Do not do anything that betrays your country and your people." I know. Zhang Zi nodded solemnly. Even though he had transmigrated here, he had already integrated into Daxia, and he would never betray his motherland and his people. Passing through the stone gate, Zhang Zi entered the 3rd floor. The entire 3rd floor was a dense tropical rainforest. The temperature became warm and humid, and the thick leaves blotted out the sun, leaving spots of light on the ground through the gaps in the branches. The number of people at the altar on this floor was smaller than on the first 2. The higher the Demon Realm floor, the fewer the adventurers. Because of insufficient strength, many could not defeat the gatekeeper boss, and thus could not get the key to reach the next floor. Moreover, monsters in higher floors were stronger and the danger increased exponentially. Without enough strength, it was better not to take risks. After all, you only have one life. Is not being alive good enough? The Demon Realm guide stated that the monsters on the 3rd floor were no longer beasts and insects, but humanoid monsters, goblins. Sword and shield goblins, stone-throwing goblins, and the boss, the Goblin King. Checking the time, it was nearly midnight. Zhang Zi felt a bit exhausted, so he logged off to rest. Adventurers with low constitution attributes can only stay in the Demon Realm for a short time. As the constitution attribute increases, the stay time grows longer. It is said that high-level adventurers can stay in the Demon Realm for over a month. Zhang Zi appeared in his living room, only to find that his sister had not come home yet. It is so late, why is not this girl back yet? Zhang Zi frowned. Although Zhang Feng was independent, she never stayed out overnight, so today's situation was quite strange. Zhang Zi picked up his phone to call his sister, Zhang Feng, only to find over a dozen missed calls. Zhang Zi recognized the number. It belonged to Zhang Feng's best friend, Lu Panpan. Lu Panpan and Zhang Feng were classmates from a modest family background, and the two often went out to work and hang out together. Did something happen to my sister? Zhang Zi's heart sank. He immediately returned the call, and as soon as it connected, Lu Panpan's anxious voice came through. "Hey, why did you only just answer? Get to the Cloud Peak Club dance hall now, something happened to Zhang Feng." Before Zhang Zi could ask more questions, Lu Panpan hung up. Zhang Zi immediately put on his clothes, rushed out of the house, and hailed a taxi straight to the Cloud Peak Club. The Cloud Peak Club was one of the most luxurious nightclubs in Tianfeng City. Once midnight hit, the wealthy and powerful would all come here to revel. Here, spending a fortune was standard practice. If a generous boss showed up, they might even treat the entire venue for free. What is my sister doing here, working part-time? Sitting in the taxi, Zhang Zi thought to himself, could it be that when my sister said she found a way to make money, she meant working here? Silly girl, this is not a place for people like us to be. Zhang Zi shook his head. Undeniably, Zhang Feng was pretty and sweet, known as the recognized campus beauty of her school. A girl as beautiful as her coming to a place like this was bound to run into trouble. Whoever dares to hurt my sister, I will show them no mercy. Zhang Zi clenched his fist. Finally arriving at the Cloud Peak Club, Zhang Zi rushed into the dance hall in one breath. From afar he saw a crowd gathered. He squeezed through immediately and found his sister Zhang Feng standing in the middle looking terrified. Opposite her, on a leather sofa, sat a paunchy middle-aged man and a young man with yellow hair smoking leisurely. On both sides of the sofa stood two large, hulking bodyguards in black. From the aura they radiated, Zhang Zi knew these two were skilled fighters. Do not be ungrateful. You have been asked to have a drink with young Master Chen. Why so much nonsense? Here, this card has 10,000 yuan in it. Come over and keep him company now. The middle-aged man tossed a silver consumer card at Zhang Feng's feet and said with a sneer, acting innocent while working here, "That is just ridiculous." Lu Panpan stepped forward, forcing a smile, and said, "This honored guest, my friend really does not know how to drink. How about I take her place?" You, the middle-aged man, rolled his eyes. Are you as pretty as her? Our young Master Chen has his eyes on this girl. She must be the one to keep him company tonight. But Lu Panpan looked distressed. At that moment, Zhang Zi strode up, grabbed his sister's hand, and turned to leave. Oh brother, seeing it was Zhang Zi, Zhang Feng's fear immediately vanished. Zhang Zi's actions startled everyone. The middle-aged man suddenly stood up and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Let her go." One of the bodyguards blocked Zhang Zi's path. Zhang Zi stopped and said coldly, "I am her brother. I am taking her home." Brother, the middle-aged man paused, then scoffed, "I do not care who you are. Today you must satisfy my honored guest, otherwise neither of you siblings is leaving this place." The yellow-haired youth named Chen Feng remained on the sofa, watching the scene as if it were a farce, wearing a condescending smile. He was a student at Zhongbei First High School, and the only genius in the last 10 years in Zhongbei City to awaken an S-rank talent skill. That middle-aged man was Wu Tiancheng, chairman of the Tangxing Group. To win over Chen Feng, he had invited him to play here at the Cloud Peak Club. They happened to run into Zhang Feng, who was delivering drinks. Her pretty appearance made Chen Feng linger, and Wu Tiancheng, observant of his guest's mood, immediately stopped Zhang Feng and forced her to drink with Chen Feng. Zhang Feng did not drink, nor did she want to keep anyone company, so she politely refused. This caused Wu Tiancheng to lose face, so he threw a tantrum in public. Chen Feng had not said a word from start to finish. To him, these people were all clowns. He had never looked down on anyone whose strength was inferior to his. An honored guest. Zhang Zi glanced at Chen Feng and said coldly, "I do not care what kind of honored guest you are. If anyone dares to touch a hair on my sister's head today, I will break his legs." Wu Tiancheng immediately flew into a rage. He was a prominent figure in Zhongbei, and no one had ever dared to talk to him like that. He snapped, "You little brat, how dare you speak to me like that? You better go find out who I, Wu Tiancheng, am in Zhongbei." When the onlookers heard the name Wu Tiancheng, they gasped in shock. It is actually Wu Tiancheng, the chairman of Tangxing Group. What is he doing here in our Tianfeng city? Good heavens, things have blown up this time. I heard that Wu Tiancheng has a lot of power in Zhongbei and is well acquainted with many experts from the demon realm. When he was just starting out, a gang leader gave him trouble, and the guy ended up dead in his bed the very next day. I have heard that too. Wu Tiancheng has connections in both the underworld and the establishment. No one dares to offend him. Oh dear, I think this brother and sister are done for today. Wu Tiancheng pointed at Zhang Zi's nose and said arrogantly, "Today, I do not want to upset my honored guest over something as trivial as this. Pick up that consumption card from the floor and get lost. Do not worry, I will have someone send your sister back to you tomorrow." Someone nearby whispered advice, "Brother, stop being so stubborn. Just take the money and leave. You cannot handle this situation today." Yeah, that is right. Just let your sister spend the night with them and you will both be safe. Otherwise, I think you are in for some real trouble tonight. Zhang Zi looked at the silver consumption card on the floor and bent down to pick it up. That is more like it. A contemptuous smile appeared on Wu Tiancheng's face. He had seen plenty of young punks like Zhang Zi. They acted tough on the surface but were actually weak, and they would back down at the slightest threat. HMPH, you think you can buy my sister with a consumption card? Zhang Zi applied a little pressure, and the metal card instantly twisted and deformed. Zhang Zi flicked his hand, and the metal card flew through the air towards Wu Tiancheng. Ouch! Wu Tiancheng covered his face in panic, but after a moment he realized nothing had hit him. He opened his eyes to see Chen Feng standing beside him, having caught the metal card with one hand. Zhang Zi narrowed his eyes. Although he had not used his full strength, the speed was extremely fast, and it would be very hard for an ordinary person to react in time. Yet this Chen Feng had caught it so nonchalantly. It seems he is no ordinary person. Damn it, break this brat's legs for me. Wu Tiancheng was furious and kicked over the coffee table in front of the sofa. The four black-clad bodyguards rushed toward Zhang Zi in unison. Seeing things escalate, the crowd scrambled away in fear, terrified of getting caught in the crossfire. Just then, someone from outside the crowd shouted, "What is happening here? Stop, all of you." The crowd parted, and a tall, beautiful woman in a black cheongsam walked in, accompanied by a man in his 50s wearing a suit. Seeing the beautiful woman, Lu Panpan blurted out, "Sister Jiang." Sister Jiang nodded at Lu Panpan, then walked up to Wu Tiancheng and smiled, "Is not this Boss Wu? What has got you so angry? Tell me about it. Wu Tiancheng raised an eyebrow and shouted angrily, the little girl in your club does not know the rules. I asked her to have a drink with my guest and she refused. Not only that, she called her brother here to back her up. It was that punk, he just threw something at my face and almost disfigured me. Damn it, when has Wu Tiancheng ever suffered such a disgrace? Sister Zhang frowned. She knew Wu Tiancheng was not a man to be trifled with, but when she looked back at Zhang Feng's pathetic and helpless appearance, she could not bear to push the young girl into the fire. What is going on here? At this moment, the 50-year-old man standing nearby stepped forward. Oh, it is Boss Wu. Do you remember me? Li Zihao from Shan Group. You are Li Zihao? Wu Tiancheng paused for a moment before remembering that the Yunding Club was Li Zihao's property. It was not surprising to see him here. There was some bad blood between Li Zihao and Wu Tiancheng. Years ago, Li Zihao wanted to establish himself in Jiangbei and spent a fortune buying a plot of land to build a large entertainment club. As a result, Wu Tiancheng interfered, causing Li Zihao's plans to fall through and billions to go down the drain. Since then, Li Zihao and Wu Tiancheng had been enemies. Seeing Wu Tiancheng coming to his own club to play today, Li Zihao was quite surprised. After all, Wu Tiancheng had his own entertainment businesses in Jiangbei, and there were plenty of places of Yunding Club's caliber. Why would he suddenly come all the way to Tianfeng City? Also, what about the yellow-haired kid sitting nearby? Judging by Wu Tiancheng's tone, he seemed to be his honored guest. So it is Boss Li, long time no see. I remember 3 years ago, during an interview on Jiangbei TV, you boastfully claimed that you were going to invest in building a massive entertainment facility. How come there has been no news since then? Wu Tiancheng wore a mocking expression as he laughed, so you tucked your tail between your legs and slunk back to your hometown, ha ha ha. Hearing Wu Tiancheng's mocking words, Li Zihao's face grew gloomier. However, he was a man who had seen the world. He suppressed his anger and said calmly, let us not bring up the past. But Boss Wu, what brings you to our Tianfeng City for fun? Do not you have any decent entertainment clubs in Jiangbei? Wu Tiancheng shrugged and said, that is not it. It is because I am planning to invest and do business in your Tianfeng City, so naturally I need to get familiar with the environment here. What? Li Zihao was startled. Wu Tiancheng was powerful and he was slightly inferior by comparison. If Wu Tiancheng really came to Tianfeng City to do business, using his usual underhanded tactics, Li Zihao might really be no match for him. This is going too far, he wants to take over my territory. Li Zihao could no longer sit still. Tianfeng City was his base, he built his career here and all his connections were here. How could he tolerate someone acting wildly in his own backyard? How can one allow others to snore beside one's own bed? Li Zihao said coldly, Boss Wu, I do not oppose you investing in Tianfeng City, but you cannot bully the people of the city. Today I hope you can do me a favor and stop bothering this brother and sister. They have already suffered enough. Hearing Li Zihao's words, Zhang Zi looked at him sideways. In this day and age, there are not many people who are wealthy, powerful, and kind-hearted at the same time. Zhang Zi did not think Li Zihao truly wanted to help them. There had to be a reason behind it. He guessed right, Li Zihao actually did not care about the life or death of the siblings. If it were anyone other than Wu Tiancheng causing trouble today, Li Zihao would never have intervened. But because Wu Tiancheng was his rival, Li Zihao used this as an excuse to make a point, playing the sympathy card to stir up the sense of justice among the locals of Tianfeng City and unite them against Wu Tiancheng. Whether it would succeed or not remained to be seen, but at the very least, he could ruin Wu Tiancheng's image in the eyes of the people of Tianfeng City. As expected, the crowd was stirred up by Li Zihao's words and began to denounce Wu Tiancheng one after another. What is so great about a big shot from Jiangbei? What right do you have to come to our Tianfeng City and throw your weight around? Boss Li is right, we welcome your investment, but if you dare to bully people, get out. You are not welcome here. Abusing your power to bully others. I do not believe there is no justice in this world. Do not be afraid, little girl, the law will punish them. Seeing the angry crowd around him, Wu Tiancheng frowned. He had not expected Li Zihao to be so respected locally. However, he did not care about such things at all. Heh, a bunch of idiots. Wu Tiancheng sneered, you commoners only know how to hide in the safe zones and scrape by. In fact, you are all incredibly stupid. Wu Tiancheng's words caused an uproar, but he continued to shout, you are able to live safely now all thanks to people like me. If I had not invested and made money to fund the country's training of demon realm warriors to fend off the constant invasions by monsters from the demon caves, would you even be alive today? Truth be told, in the future, only the truly strong deserve to enjoy life. As for commoners like you, you should just be grateful you are still alive. Although Wu Tiancheng's words were hateful, many people knew in their hearts that what he said was the truth. Currently, the whole world is struggling to resist the invasion of monsters from the demon caves. Every year, tens of thousands of humans are slaughtered after cities are overrun by these monsters. And the situation has been getting worse, as the frequency and number of monster appearances continue to rise. 20 years ago, when the demon caves first appeared, only 1 or 2 monsters appeared in a year. As time passed, hundreds of monsters now charge out of the caves every month, and they are becoming increasingly powerful, with many being level 5 monsters. Therefore, many countries are exhausted from coping, and some small nations have even chosen to abandon their territory and nationality to join larger ones just to ensure their survival. Now there are only a dozen large countries left in the world. The Great Xia Kingdom is one of them, but the situation is not optimistic, as half of its territory has already been lost and the rest is in peril. Given this, the importance of Demon Realm warriors goes without saying. In the Great Xia Kingdom, all resources are supplied with priority to Demon Realm warriors, because only they can protect the nation. Commoners have gradually fallen to the very bottom, their only purpose being to bear more children for the country, ensuring that more potential Demon Realm warriors are born from these newborns. In extreme cases, the state would even sacrifice the commoners to protect the warriors. Yes, just as Wu Tiancheng said, commoners really should be grateful to be alive. How could you say that? Li Zihao's expression changed. Although it was an undeniable fact, no one would dare say it openly. He had not expected Wu Tiancheng to announce it in public. Wu Tiancheng sneered, "Why should not I say it? Many things will be made public sooner or later, and what I said is actually the mildest version of the truth. Today I am taking this brother and sister with me. No one is going to stop me." Wu Tiancheng ordered his men again to grab the siblings. Li Zihao gritted his teeth and suddenly stood in front of the siblings, knocking down the bodyguards with a few swift moves. This scene immediately took everyone by surprise. Li Zihao's movements did not look like those of a man in his 50s at all. He was even more agile than some young people. More importantly, the men he just knocked down were professional bodyguards who knew how to fight. The bodyguards retreated to Wu Tiancheng's side, holding their injuries. Wu Tiancheng's face darkened and he said coldly, "Li Zihao, is it clear you are going to stand against me today? Is it really worth it for 2 commoners?" Li Zihao snorted, "Let me tell you this. I am protecting these 2 today no matter what. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I passed the certification for a first-rank Demon Realm warrior 20 years ago and joined the military. I only retired to the business world after I was injured. So if you want to use force, I suggest you think twice." Hearing this, Wu Tiancheng's expression changed instantly. He had never imagined that Li Zihao was a first-rank Demon Realm warrior. Although Li Zihao was old and did not have the energy or time to hunt monsters in the Demon Realm anymore, his fundamental skills remained, and those were certainly not something a few regular bodyguards could handle. Damn it, if this were not in Tianfeng City, I could have called at least 2 first-rank warriors with 1 phone call. Wu Tiancheng gritted his teeth in frustration, but he was helpless. He was just a commoner who could not even beat a bodyguard, let alone deal with Li Zihao. Wu Tiancheng, Tianfeng City is no place for you to act wild. I suggest you take this brat and get back to your Zhongbei City. Do not force me to throw you out because it will not be a pretty sight. Li Zihao clenched his fists and threatened coldly. Zhang Zi had been observing from the sidelines. Li Zihao was still vigorous in his old age, with swift movements and powerful strength. He guessed that one of Li Zihao's punches must be at least 700 jin. I added 1 point to my own strength and now I am at 12 strength. I wonder if I can hit with 700 jin of force, Zhang Zi thought to himself. However, although Li Zihao has considerable strength, he is getting on in years after all and his speed has slowed down. Even I can clearly track his punch. In fact, it was not that Li Zihao had slowed down, but rather that Zhang Zi's speed had increased significantly. He had previously absorbed 2 high-level magic soul orbs, increasing his speed by 2 points. His reaction time and attack speed were far beyond those of an ordinary person, almost approaching the level of a first-rank Demon Realm warrior. But Zhang Zi did not know this, so he assumed that Li Zihao's physical condition had simply declined due to age. "Li Zihao, do not get too cocky. Once I get a foothold in Tianfeng City, I will make sure you pack your bags and get out," Wu Tiancheng shouted. Li Zihao squinted his eyes. He knew that Wu Tiancheng was a man of his word, and he certainly had the power to back it up. "I did not want to kill anyone, but if I do not get rid of Wu Tiancheng, he will definitely be a major threat in the future." Li Zihao was a ruthless man, and realizing that Wu Tiancheng was a ticking time bomb, he decided to kill him. Suddenly, Chen Feng, who had been watching in silence, stepped forward. He patted Wu Tiancheng on the shoulder, then took a step forward and said to Li Zihao with a mocking smile, "Li Zihao, I heard you tell me to get back to Zhongbei. Is that right?" Li Zihao raised an eyebrow. Seeing that Chen Feng was only 16 or 17, he did not take this yellow-haired kid seriously at all and said dismissively, "Kid, when adults are talking business, kids should stay out of it. Get lost." Chen Feng shrugged and said with a mocking smile, "Sorry, uncle. I just turned 18 today. I am an adult now." No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Feng suddenly threw a punch at Li Zihao. This unprovoked punch stunned everyone, including Li Zihao himself. "Kid, you dare to lay a hand on me?" Li Zihao said in a deep voice, throwing a punch back in return. He was very confident in his own strength. Even though he was 55 years old and had not trained in a long time, his physical condition was far from what it used to be, but he felt he would have no trouble dealing with a 17 or 18-year-old brat. With a bang, their fists collided in midair. Li Zihao stumbled back 2 steps while Chen Feng stood firmly in place. It was clear at a glance who was stronger. Wu Tiancheng had been worried that Chen Feng, being just a student, would be no match for Li Zihao, a retired Demon Realm powerhouse. He had not expected Chen Feng to give him such a surprise. Hahaha, young Master Chen is indeed the only S-grade talent powerhouse we have had in Zhongbei in the last 10 years. Wu Tiancheng laughed loudly, turned his head and said arrogantly to Li Zihao, even if you were a Demon Realm powerhouse, that is all in the past. This is the era of these young people now. You old bones had better go home and retire, hahaha. Li Zihao wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a sweet bloody taste surged up his throat. He knew that the punch he had just traded with Chen Feng had caused him internal injuries, so he suppressed the blood and dared not speak further. I did not expect this brat to possess S-grade talent. Judging from the punch we traded, his power is at least 800 to 900 pounds. Li Zihao was secretly shocked. The standard for a Tier 1 Demon Realm powerhouse is at least 1,000 pounds per punch. Could this kid be close to being a Tier 1 Demon Realm powerhouse? Chen Feng lit a cigarette, still looking relaxed and composed, and sneered. I thought a Demon Realm powerhouse would be something special, but it turns out they are nothing much. Having said that, he turned to Wu Tiancheng beside him and said, Boss Wu, that Li Zihao does not dare to oppose you anymore. Do whatever you want. With me here, let us see who dares to stop you. As he said this, Chen Feng's eyes drifted casually toward Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi could clearly feel the strong warning in Chen Feng's gaze. Understood, young Master Chen. Wu Tiancheng rubbed his hands together. He felt that bringing Chen Feng to Tianfeng City today was a truly wise decision. This battle had crushed Li Zihao's prestige, which would make things much easier for him in Tianfeng City from now on. Drag that girl over here. Wu Tiancheng pointed at Zhang Feng, and his black-suited bodyguards immediately walked over. Sister Zhang supported Li Zihao and asked with a panicked expression, Brother Hao, what should we do? Li Zihao's face was as pale as paper. He waved his hand weakly. That kid is too powerful. I am no match for him. We cannot interfere with this anymore. Standing to the side, Lu Panpan's heart sank upon hearing this. Even Li Zihao cannot save Zhang Feng. What are we going to do? Zhang Zi pulled his sister behind him. A bodyguard shouted, Get lost, and tried to push Zhang Zi away with his hand, only to find he missed completely. Zhang Zi moved with agility, slipping past the 3 bodyguards like an eel. By the time everyone realized what had happened, he was already back at his sister's side. And those 3 bodyguards had all collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth. What is this? Wu Tiancheng's eyes widened in shock. He had not even seen how Zhang Zi attacked. He had just moved past his 3 bodyguards and they all fell down. What kind of martial art was this? It was not just Wu Tiancheng. Few of the onlookers could see Zhang Zi's movements clearly because he was just too fast. Li Zihao's eyes lit up and he said happily, Little brother, what is your current agility stat? Your speed is incredible. As a Demon Realm powerhouse, his own agility stat was not low, so he had been able to catch sight of Zhang Zi striking the bodyguards in the stomach. Zhang Zi just smiled and said nothing. Are you also a Demon Realm adventurer? Wu Tiancheng's face changed. Although the Demon Realm is open to all humans of the right age, not everyone can make it there. It depends not only on talent but also on personal interest. Wu Tiancheng did not like going into the Demon Realm to fight monsters. He preferred doing business and making money. Those who only know how to throw fists are just brutes. Their ceiling is nothing more than being a small leader in the military. Only smart people can reach the highest positions. Little do they know how many high-ranking politicians actually got their start fighting monsters in the Demon Realm. Therefore, Wu Tiancheng had barely been to the Demon Realm, but that did not stop him from being a big boss. With money and power, he could still make those Demon Realm powerhouses work for him. Oh, this is interesting. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He had barely managed to catch Zhang Zi's movements just now. Given that his own agility stat was as high as 11, which already far exceeded the average person, he believed that aside from genuine Demon Realm powerhouses, no one was better than him. He had not expected to meet Zhang Zi in Tianfeng City today, and this immediately sparked his competitive spirit. Let me introduce myself properly. My name is Chen Feng, a senior at Longhu High School in Zhongbei City. What is your name? Upon hearing Chen Feng's question, Zhang Zi naturally was not going to be so timid that he would not even dare to say his own name. Zhang Zi from the 5th High School of Tianfeng City. Chen Feng curled his lips and said, I did not expect us to be in the same year. How lucky, how about we spar? Not interested, Zhang Zi grabbed his sister and turned to walk away. Now no one here could stop him. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled past his ear. Zhang Zi immediately turned around, leaped, and kicked a beer bottle aimed at Zhang Feng's head, shattering it. Oh, you caught that? Chen Feng sneered. Without my permission, you and your sister are not leaving today. Zhang Zi frowned. He did not want trouble, but he was not afraid of it. Since the opponent had come looking for it, he decided to fight back. Li Zihao took a deep breath and warned Zhang Zi, "Little brother, this Chen Feng has great strength, at least 800 pounds. You must be careful." Zhang Zi nodded and handed his sister over to Lu Panpan. "Brother, be careful." Zhang Feng looked anxious. From the conversations and expressions of the people around, she already knew that Chen Feng was not easy to deal with. Zhang Zi gave his sister a reassuring look and then walked forward slowly. At this point, the onlookers had already cleared enough space for them to fight. Chen Feng rolled his neck, which gave off a cracking sound. "When I was in Jiangbei, I challenged almost every school there, and no one was able to defeat me." He chuckled. "I hope you can give me a surprise." Li Zihao got hurt trading blows with Chen Feng. "I'm afraid I will not be able to handle that kind of force. I cannot go head-to-head with him." Zhang Zi calculated to himself, "My advantage lies in speed. I must overcome his strength with speed." Chen Feng raised his clenched fist and lunged violently toward Zhang Zi. A punch powerful enough to split mountains. Li Zihao's pupils constricted abruptly, and a look of sheer horror appeared on his face. This Chen Feng was hiding his strength all along. This punch is at least 1,000 pounds. Oh no, if Zhang Zi takes this punch head-on, he's going to end up with broken bones and torn muscles. Naturally, Zhang Zi would not take Chen Feng's punch directly. His body dodged away like a willow branch in the wind. "Take this." While dodging, Zhang Zi slammed a punch into Chen Feng from the side. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he immediately pulled back to defend. With a loud bang, he was pushed back half a step by Zhang Zi's punch. Fist strength around 700 pounds, about the same as Li Zihao. This guy really has some tricks up his sleeve. Chen Feng chuckled. "Too bad, you are still too weak compared to me." But the very next moment, his smile froze on his face. He had just put some distance between himself and Zhang Zi, but he never expected Zhang Zi to be right in front of him in a flash. This speed is truly astonishing. How is this guy so fast? Chen Feng's expression changed suddenly and he scrambled to defend himself. The others looked equally stunned. A trace of joy flashed in Li Zihao's eyes. Haha, this little brother was holding back too. That was true, Zhang Zi had not revealed his full speed earlier. Just like Chen Feng, he had been concealing his true strength. And so, at the critical moment, he unleashed his speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhang Zi's fists blurred into a storm of shadows, completely engulfing Chen Feng. Chen Feng had no room to counterattack and could only defend desperately. Indeed, Zhang Zi's striking power was not as great as Chen Feng's, but the cumulative effect of these blows was lethal. Chen Feng felt as if both of his arms had gone completely numb. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The punching speed was too terrifying, he could not even see Zhang Zi's movements. Damn it, how many points did this guy add to his agility stat? Why is he so fast? Wu Tiancheng's face darkened as he watched Chen Feng reduced to passive defense, completely unable to fight back. I did not expect a small place like Tianfeng City to hide such talented experts. I was careless. Seeing Zhang Zi's ferocious display, Zhang Feng and Lu Panpan both looked delighted. Lu Panpan's eyes shimmered with curiosity. She whispered to Zhang Feng, "Your brother was always so gentle, I never expected him to be this strong." "He, my brother is full of surprises," Zhang Feng replied, beaming with pride. "So Feng, does your brother have a girlfriend?" Xiao Qiuse asked suddenly, her face flushing slightly. Zhang Feng replied casually, "I do not think so, I have never heard him mention it." "Wait, why are you asking?" Lu Panpan smiled and said, "Oh, nothing." Bang! Zhang Zi landed the final blow and immediately stepped back, giving Chen Feng no chance to counter. However, even if Chen Feng wanted to fight back, he had no energy left. His arms had taken over 100 hits from Zhang Zi and were already swollen. He could barely lift them, let alone throw a punch. Damn it, Chen Feng roared in fury. He had never been so humiliated, beaten to the point where he could not even fight back. Zhang Zi stood a few meters away and smiled faintly. "Chen Feng, you cannot even lift your arms anymore. Do you still want to fight?" Chen Feng was annoyed, but he knew there was no hope of winning today. If he could not even lift his arms, how could he keep fighting? Wu Tiancheng caught on quickly and went to Chen Feng's side, whispering, "Young Master Chen, a wise man knows when to retreat. We will come back another day." After all, this was Li Zihao's territory, and this powerful Zhang Zi had emerged. With Chen Feng unable to fight, the situation was unfavorable for them. If Li Zihao decided to be ruthless and kill Wu Tiancheng and Chen Feng here, it would likely end up as a cold case anyway. After all, money makes the world go around. Although arrogant, Chen Feng knew how to read the situation and nodded. "Zhang Zi, I will remember this." Chen Feng looked coldly at Zhang Zi. "The National Martial Arts exam is in 3 months. I am preparing to enter the Kingdom Martial Arts Academy. After the exams, once I have made my mark, I will come back for you personally." Zhang Zi raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What a coincidence, I am also planning to get into Kingda. Perhaps we will be schoolmates." "Yuha," Chen Feng mocked, shaking his head. "Your speed is fast, sure, but speed alone is not enough." Kingdom Martial Arts Academy's admission requirements are extremely high, second only to the criteria for Tier 1 Demon Realm warriors. Beyond speed, there are requirements for strength, physique, and mental capacity. If you fall short in even one, you are out. It is hard for an ordinary person to balance all those, unless they have a powerful backing to provide enough resources. I see you are just an ordinary person, otherwise your sister would not be working in a place like this, so stop dreaming. Chen Feng looked proud. He was born into a prestigious family, and most of his elders were powerful Demon Realm warriors. His most powerful uncle was a senior consultant at the Demon Realm Bureau and a Tier 3 warrior. With such a powerful family background, Chen Feng's development had been smooth sailing. Plus, having awakened an S-rank talent, he had become a key figure in the family, showered with everything he needed. If not for concerns that his mental strength would not handle too many high-level demon soul orbs, his family would have practically fed them to him as meals. Zhang Zi knew exactly what Chen Feng was talking about, but he was not worried. "Do not worry about my affairs, I will definitely get into Kingda," Zhang Zi said confidently, his SSS-rank talent giving him an unmatched edge. I do not know where you get your confidence." Chen Feng scoffed, and then he and Wu Tiancheng left the club under the angry glares of the crowd. Little brother, Li Zihao came over to Zhang Zi with Sister Jiang's support and said, "You have really won some glory for Tianfeng City today." The people around them also showered him with praise. Exactly, look at how arrogant that fat guy named Wu was. Just because he has a little money, he thinks he is something. And that yellow-haired brat named Chen Feng trying to bully people in our city, he got exactly what he deserved. Seeing them run away with their tails between their legs felt so satisfying. Zhang Zi only smiled faintly. "It was nothing, I just wanted to protect my sister." With that, he and Zhang Feng started to leave. "Little brother, please wait, I have something I would like to discuss with you and I hope you will not refuse." Li Zihao signaled to Sister Jiang, who immediately understood and said, "The Rose Room is empty right now, let us go talk there." Zhang Zi frowned and was about to refuse, but Li Zihao added, "I have also prepared 500,000 for you, little brother. It is not much, but consider it a small token of my appreciation." 500,000, that is enough for the rent on his sister's artificial kidney. Zhang Zi nodded. "Lead the way then." The Rose Room. A few people took their seats. Sister Jiang personally brewed a pot of premium Longjing tea and stood by to serve Li Tsuhao and Zhang Zi. "Young brother, you have brought honor to our Tianfeng city and earned me some respect as well. I am truly grateful to you." As he spoke, Li Tsuhao slid a 50,000 credit prepaid card toward Zhang Zi. In the Great Xia Kingdom, all transactions are conducted via digital currency. However, there are times when it is inconvenient to disclose one's account name or other details, so these anonymous prepaid cards are used. Zhang Zi did not stand on ceremony and accepted the card immediately. He was in dire need of money right now. Seeing Zhang Zi accept the money, Li Tsuhao's smile widened. He asked, "Do you know about the grudge between me and Wu Tiancheng?" It is nothing more than the typical business rivalry. Having lived two lives, how could Zhang Zi not know? "Very well, then I will be blunt. I would like to invite you to join my Shan group." Li Tsuhao looked earnest and said, "Wu Tiancheng is courting Chen Feng simply to find a strong martial artist to back his Tianxing group. You should know that in business, brains alone are not enough. Without powerful protection, you will be squeezed by both the underworld and the authorities until your very bones are devoured. Although I am a retired expert from the demon realm, I can barely hold things together for the Shan group. But Wu Tiancheng is coming on aggressively this time, and I fear I am no match for him. That is why I hope you will join me to help protect the group. While it is my private enterprise, it is also the largest business conglomerate in Tianfeng City. If it falls to outside forces, our city will be at a disadvantage. If you are willing to join, I guarantee generous compensation." Li Tsuhao pledged solemnly, "Whatever Wu Tiancheng gives to Chen Feng, I, Li Tsuhao, can give to you as well." Zhang Zi pondered for a moment and said, "Mr. Li, I understand your kind intentions, but I am still a student. I do not wish to join any organization right now. Once I have completed my studies, I might consider it." Li Tsuhao's offer was indeed tempting, but Zhang Zi did not want to be under anyone's control. As for resources, Zhang Zi could rely entirely on himself. There was no need to depend on others. Li Tsuhao looked disappointed, but after a moment's thought, he settled for a compromise. "Since that is your wish, I will not force you. I only hope that if someone tries to bully the Shan group in the future, you will step in to help." "That is certainly no problem." Zhang Zi nodded in agreement. After all, he had taken the man's money, so offering some help was only fair. The two chatted for a while longer, and through their conversation, Zhang Zi gained a better understanding of this world. After leaving the Yunding Club, Zhang Zi and Zhang Feng returned home. "Brother, I was wrong." Zhang Feng stood timidly before Zhang Zi, her head hanging low. She said, "I should not have gone to that place with Panpen to work, but the pay there was really high." "High pay or not, you cannot go there. Fortunately, I arrived in time, or the consequences would have been unthinkable." Zhang Zi put on a stern face. In this world, they only had each other. Zhang Zi cherished his sister like his own life and would never allow her to suffer the slightest grievance. Seeing his sister's eyes brim with tears, Zhang Zi swallowed the rest of his reprimands. He shook his head and said, "Do not ever go there again. I have earned quite a bit and soon I will have enough for the full rent. You just focus on your studies, do not go out to work anymore." "Okay, I understand, brother." Zhang Feng nodded obediently, then she beamed and giggled, "Brother, you look so cool when you were fighting at the club today." "What fight? That was a friendly spar." Zhang Zi rolled his eyes. The next day, Zhang Zi headed to school and ran into Wang Yang at the gate. "Zhang Zi, my brother, you almost did not get to see me today." Wang Yang lunged at him, weeping bitterly as if he had just survived a life-or-death ordeal. Zhang Zi pushed him away and asked blankly what happened. "I was almost kidnapped yesterday," Wang Yang recounted, still shaken. "If some hero had not saved me, I would definitely have been done for. It is just a shame that the hero did not leave his name. Otherwise, I would have worked for him as a servant to repay his life-saving grace." Zhang Zi found it amusing but kept a straight face. He said, "Then you are truly lucky." He patted Wang Yang on the shoulder and added, "Let us go, class is about to start." "Wait a minute, I remember." Wang Yang's eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted excitedly, "The hero's name in the demon realm is Rakshasa. I remember he was the one involved in that incident with Liu Yuying too." Zhang Zi thought, "This fat guy has a really good memory." "Zhang Zi, if you meet the great Rakshasa next time, be sure to tell me immediately. I want to become his disciple," Wang Yang said with excitement. "Let us talk if I actually meet him." Zhang Zi shook his head and walked into the teaching building with Wang Yang. When the day's classes ended, Zhang Zi headed to the school's martial arts gym to work. Tomorrow was the weekend, and he planned to go out and see if he could make more money. As soon as he stepped into the gym, Zhang Zi saw Zhang Hao and a few others questioning the students practicing there. "Excuse me, classmate, after school yesterday, did you see anyone using the power tester?" "I did not see anything. Is not there surveillance here? You can check the recordings." "Sai, do not mention it. The equipment in the gym is old, and the camera facing the power tester has been broken for a long time." "Then I'm afraid I cannot help you." After asking around, Zhang Hao still had no answers. Just then, he saw Zhang Zi putting on his work uniform and cleaning the floor. "Ask him." Zhang Hao walked over to greet him. "Hello, classmate, my name is Zhang Hao. I wanted to ask, when you were cleaning up after school yesterday, did you see anyone using the power tester?" Zhang Zi paused. He had heard of Zhang Hao. He was the top student in the class next door and was rumored to have awakened an A-rank talent. Many said he was certain to get into Tsinghua Martial Arts University. "Did not see anyone." Zhang Zi shook his head. If it got out that he had used the power tester during work hours, the school authorities might fire him. "That is strange." Zhang Hao rubbed his chin and suddenly asked, "I remember that when I left you were the only one in the gym. How could you not know?" Zhang Zi shook his head again. "Sorry, I really do not know. Please do not hinder my work, thank you." With that, he walked around Zhang Hao and continued cleaning. A boy next to Zhang Hao advised him, "Forget it. Maybe the machine malfunctioned and there was no such person." "Yeah, we have asked everyone and found nothing. Maybe they really do not exist," another girl said. Zhang Hao stared fixedly at Zhang Zi's back and shook his head. "No, I think I have found the person." The others were stunned and followed Zhang Hao's gaze to Zhang Zi. "No way, you mean that janitor?" "I know him, he is from class 8, I think his name is Zhang Zi. But I think you are mistaken, Zhang Hao. This guy could never have achieved such a high score. During last month's mock test, he did not even make it into the top 100 in the school. It definitely was not him." "No, I trust my intuition," Zhang Hao said with a firm tone. "When the National Martial Arts exam comes, the truth will surface." Watching Zhang Hao and his group leave the martial arts gym, Zhang Zi thought to himself, "Why would a guy named Zhang Hao look for me? Could it be that he saw the data I left on the punch machine that day?" Thinking about it, Zhang Zi immediately realized that Zhang Hao must have seen him as a competitor. After all, their school only had 2 admission spots for the Kingdom Martial Arts Academy, so it was only natural for Zhang Hao to be worried about someone threatening his position. "It seems I need to be more careful and stay low profile. If I expose my strength and attract the wrong kind of attention, it could end up being very dangerous for me." Having made up his mind, Zhang Zi decided that he would not reveal any more of his strength before the martial arts exam. After finishing cleaning the martial arts gym, Zhang Zi left. As soon as he reached the entrance of the teaching building, he saw his homeroom teacher, Liu Wei, talking to 2 men in uniforms. Liu Wei's face looked very solemn. Not knowing what had happened, Zhang Zi walked past them silently, only to hear one of the men say to Liu Wei, "This person is extremely dangerous. Your school must remind the students to be safe." Zhang Zi was curious, but he knew his homeroom teacher would soon post relevant news in their group chat. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, while on the subway, Zhang Zi saw that Liu Wei had sent a mass message to the group. "Recently, a dangerous fugitive has escaped into our Tianfeng city. The municipal bureau reminds all citizens to pay attention to their safety. Students should avoid going out at night if possible, and if you encounter any suspicious individuals, report it to the police immediately." Attached below was detailed information, including a photo of the fugitive. Zhang Zi noticed that the fugitive was missing the little finger on his right hand. Because of the annual rampant monster attacks from the demon caves, countries had sent almost all their personnel to the front lines to defend against the invasion. Consequently, domestic security was relatively weak, leading to rampant crime. Cases of fugitives like this wandering about happened 3 or 4 times a year, but they were usually false alarms, so many people did not take them to heart, including Zhang Zi himself. After returning home, his younger sister Zhang Feng had already prepared dinner. After they finished eating, it was exactly 8 o'clock, so Zhang Zi entered the demon realm. After the last battle, although Zhang Zi had gained the big boss, the swallowing frog, his other smaller minions had suffered heavy casualties. There were 6 gaps in his summoned monster team, so Zhang Zi planned to fill those gaps today. The monsters on this floor of the demon realm are mainly goblins, which are divided into melee and ranged types. I will fight one first to test them out before deciding which type of goblin to add to my team. With his mind made up, Zhang Zi walked out of the altar and headed deep into the jungle. On the way, Zhang Zi saw a 3-person squad fighting 2 goblins. One goblin was wielding a sword and shield, charging fiercely. The other goblin stood on the perimeter, throwing fist-sized stones viciously at the adventurers. Although the 3 adventurers had the advantage in numbers, they were still no match for these 2 goblins. The sword and shield goblin had very strong attacks. Every time it slashed, it dealt over 100 points of damage to the adventurers. And when the adventurers counterattacked, the goblin's shield effectively blocked their attacks, keeping it from taking damage. The ranged goblin threw stones quickly and accurately. Zhang Zi watched with his own eyes as that goblin threw 30 or 40 stones in just over 10 seconds. These stones hitting the adventurers also dealt between 100 and 200 points of damage. The 3 adventurers were having a miserable time against the 2 goblins. They were all melee classes, yet they could not even defeat one sword and shield goblin, and the stone-throwing goblin in the distance kept striking them from afar, throwing them into chaos. Damn these goblins, every time I attack it gets blocked by that shield. Ouch, I got hit by a stone again, that thrower is so annoying. Brothers, I am almost out of health, what do we do? In the end, the 3 adventurers scrambled back to the altar in a sorry state. If they had kept fighting, they probably would have lost their lives there. Looks like both types of goblins are quite strong. Zhang Zi rubbed his chin, thinking no need to hesitate then, I will just summon whichever one I encounter first. With that thought, Zhang Zi summoned all his monsters, including the swallowing frog and the iron-toothed wolf. The reason for deploying his full force was that Zhang Zi felt his current minions, like the armored turtle, were no match for the goblins. So to be safe, Zhang Zi decided to use his boss to help him fight. The goblins here were usually in pairs, with the sword and shield goblin and the thrower coordinating with each other. Zhang Zi could not find any single goblins, so he had to attack both simultaneously. The sword and shield goblin, spotting the enemies, immediately raised its shield. Since it realized the opposing team was larger than theirs, it adopted a defensive stance first. Meanwhile, the stone-throwing goblin in the back had already started incessantly hurling rocks at Zhang Zi's summoned monsters. -147. -166. -180. Damn, these rocks being thrown hit really hard. Zhang Zi watched as the armored turtle's health dropped rapidly and felt his heart ache, but at the same time he realized that this stone-throwing goblin's combat power was indeed formidable. Even the armored turtle's defense could not resist it, making it very much worth having. The sword and shield goblin stood in front, tanking the attacks from the armored turtle and the other monsters to protect the thrower behind it. This seemed to be their tactic, and it looked quite effective. By the time the sword and shield goblin's health was down to half, the thrower had already killed an armored turtle and a poisoned spider. Swallowing frog changed targets and attacked the stone-throwing goblin. Seeing that things were taking a turn for the worse, Zhang Zi immediately adjusted his tactics, ordering the only ranged unit in his squad, the swallowing frog, to attack the thrower. The swallowing frog's fireballs had a long range and high damage. A big fireball flew over and slammed into the thrower with a bang, sending it tumbling while a damage value popped up over its head. -310. That hits hard. Zhang Zi pulled his bow and fired while cheering on his swallowing frog. Give it another one. With a boom, another fireball hit the thrower, leaving it with only about 10% health. Just as Zhang Zi thought they would finish the monster off soon, something unexpected happened. The stone-throwing goblin turned around on the spot and, greasing its heels, fled rapidly into the depths of the jungle. Damn, they run even when they cannot win. Zhang Zi was speechless, but then again this situation was perfectly normal. After all, the monsters in the demon realm were not just data in a video game, they possessed their own intelligence. Is not running away when you cannot win a standard survival behavior. The slinger goblin was running away, and Zhang Zi certainly could not just stand by and watch his easy target fly away like that. So he immediately ordered his fastest summon, the Violent Rabbit, to chase after the goblin. This Violent Rabbit was the first one Zhang Zi had summoned. It had reached level 3 and its attack power had more than tripled. With its high damage and great speed when fighting monsters, it was one of Zhang Zi's favorite summons. The Violent Rabbit received Zhang Zi's order and hopped into the jungle to pursue the Slinger Goblin, while Zhang Zi and his remaining minions continued to deal with the Blade Shield Goblin. I have to say, this Blade Shield Goblin was truly tough in close combat. Under the siege of a group of monsters, it actually lasted for 10 minutes before being defeated. Afterward, Zhang Zi immediately summoned this Blade Shield Goblin and checked its stats. Blade Shield Goblin Rakshasa. Level 1 Max 5. EXP 1/10. HP 450. Attack 240 to 290. Defense 300. Skills none. Both attack and defense are excellent. It really lives up to being a monster from the 3rd level of the Demon Realm. After reading the Blade Shield Goblin's stats, Zhang Zi could not stop singing its praises. In comparison, the level 3 Violent Rabbit only barely matched this Blade Shield Goblin in stats. However, summons can only reach a maximum level of 5. This meant the Violent Rabbit's ceiling was too low. It was basically at the level of the floor for high-level monsters, so in the later stages, low-level monsters like the rabbit would become less and less useful. Zhang Zi predicted that even if the Violent Rabbit reached max level, it would at most be equivalent to a monster from the 5th floor. If he went to higher levels, it would essentially be cannon fodder. Speaking of the Violent Rabbit, why has not it come back after being gone for so long? Zhang Zi looked into the depths of the jungle with some suspicion, a bad premonition forming in his heart. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in Zhang Zi's field of vision. Your Violent Rabbit has died. Zhang Zi was shocked. What happened? How did my rabbit die? While he was in shock and confusion, he heard a dense sound of footsteps coming from the jungle opposite him. Then he saw a large group of goblins rushing out from the jungle, charging toward Zhang Zi with menacing momentum. Damn it, that Slinger Goblin summoned all its friends. Zhang Zi's heart sank. He never expected these goblins to be this intelligent. Besides running away, they could call for help. Seeing dozens of goblins rushing toward him, Zhang Zi knew he could not withstand them with his current strength, so he immediately turned and ran, retracting all his summoned monsters at the same time. If he left them out, the whole army would likely be wiped out. These were Zhang Zi's core assets. He could not afford to lose them all, especially the 2 big bosses, which he certainly could not just abandon. Running wildly, Zhang Zi finally reached the altar. Seeing him escape, the goblins behind him stopped in their tracks and started screaming at him to intimidate him. These guys, they actually know not to approach the altar. They are truly too clever. Zhang Zi gritted his teeth. He had planned to use the magic tower next to the altar to take down a few goblins, but that plan fell through. The players around were also startled by what had just happened. No one had ever seen so many goblins chasing a single adventurer at once. My god, what on earth did this guy do to attract so many goblins? Did he steal some goblin's wife? Is that why he is being hunted? Wow, his taste cannot be that weird, right? Zhang Zi automatically ignored the sarcasm and malicious speculation around him. He sat on the altar to rest and recover health while thinking about what to do next. These goblins are too cunning. They flee the moment things go wrong and even bring in reinforcements. The safest way is not to give them any chance to escape. Zhang Zi rubbed his chin in deep thought. How can I keep them from escaping? I've got it. Zhang Zi's eyes lit up as he came up with a great idea. He immediately stood up and rushed into the stone gate. Which level of the Demon Realm would you like to go to? The 1st level, the 2nd level, the 3rd level. Zhang Zi immediately chose to go to the 2nd level, the damp cave. The scenery around him shifted. Zhang Zi found himself at the altar of the 2nd level of the Demon Realm. He immediately rushed out to search for monsters. Found them. Zhang Zi saw 2 poison spiders lying in a corner. He immediately summoned all his remaining monsters and charged toward them. After a brief fight, Zhang Zi finished off the 2 poison spiders and immediately summoned them into his team. 1 hardshell turtle, 1 blade shield goblin, 2 poison spiders plus 2 bosses. There are still 4 spots left in the team. Zhang Zi calculated 2 poison spiders should be enough. Then Zhang Zi immediately returned to the 3rd level of the Demon Realm. Haha, let us see how you can escape this time. Zhang Zi was full of confidence as he led his team out again. He soon found a pair of goblins in the dense forest. Again, a combination of a blade shield goblin and a slinger goblin. Hardshell turtle, blade shield goblin, and iron-tooth wolf go in for melee attacks. Poison spiders and swallowing frog use long-range attacks. Zhang Zi issued the attack command. His summons let out weird cries and charged across, clashing with the 2 goblins. Having gained some experience from the previous battle, Zhang Zi was even more comfortable in commanding the fight. The hardshell turtle and blade shield goblin worked together to handle the enemy's blade shield goblin. while the iron-toothed wolf attacked the slinger goblin. The poison spiders and the swallowing frog in the back provided ranged support, quickly shifting the battle in their favor. Zhang Zi's side held the upper hand securely. Before long, the blade shield goblin was the first to fall, and the slinger goblin's HP was down to only 1/10. Well, seeing that things were going poorly, the slinger goblin turned and fled. Zhang Zi sneered, "I have been waiting for this. Poison spider, use your web to trap him." This was the strategy Zhang Zi had come up with. Since goblins love to run away, he summoned 2 poison spiders specifically to prevent them from doing so. Hearing Zhang Zi's command, the poison spider immediately raised its tail and shot out a massive web, instantly netting the goblin, who could not escape no matter how much it struggled. "All monsters, focus your power and finish off this slinger goblin." Zhang Zi waved his hand and the monsters swarmed in, attacking all at once. In no time, the slinger goblin was taken down. Phew, finally wiped them all out. Zhang Zi breathed a long sigh of relief and then summoned the dead slinger goblin into his team. Slinger Goblin Rakshasa. Level 1 Max 5. EXP 1/10. HP 300. Attack 290 to 330. Defense 280. Skills none. This guy's long-range damage is really high. Zhang Zi clicked his tongue while looking at the slinger goblin's stats. The damage was almost as high as the iron-toothed wolf's. No wonder it hurt so much when it hit. The poisonous spider played a vital role in this battle. Otherwise, once the stone-throwing goblin escaped, it would likely have summoned a whole group of goblins. Afterward, Zhang Zi repeated the same trick. Whenever a stone-throwing goblin tried to run, he ordered the poisonous spider to trap it with a web. This method worked every single time. Although there was a mishap in a later battle, he managed to turn the danger into safety in the end. At that time, Zhang Zi was besieging a pair of goblins when suddenly another pair appeared. With no other choice, he had to fight 4 goblins at once. During the fight, the hard-shelled turtle, which had reached level 3, was positioned at the very front. It drew the concentrated fire of all 4 goblins and ultimately sacrificed itself gloriously. One poisonous spider also unfortunately perished, but in the end, Zhang Zi was victorious and harvested 4 goblins. Right now, my team is at full capacity with 4 sword and shield goblins, 3 stone-throwing goblins, 1 poisonous spider, and the 2 big bosses. Zhang Zi checked his summoned team and felt quite satisfied with this formation. It is time to go to the 3rd floor and see what the boss looks like. Following the map, Zhang Zi headed toward the location of the 3rd floor boss, the Goblin King. The 3rd floor of the Demon Realm is different from the first 2. The boss, the Goblin King, resides in a stockade built of wooden piles. Inside, countless goblins are stationed to protect their king and keep enemies at bay. Because of this, it is very difficult for a lone adventurer to fight their way in. They must form a party. When Zhang Zi arrived at the perimeter of the stockade, he saw many adventurers forming parties. One group in particular was the largest and stood out. "I have an S-rank talent and am taking newbies to fight the boss for free. If you want in, hop on board. The 100-man group is almost full. Do not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." A man in a purple robe was shouting loudly among the crowd. Many novice adventurers were attracted, primarily by the word free. As people began to realize the importance of the Demon Realm, more and more people started adventuring there, and many discovered business opportunities. In particular, powerful adventurers began to earn rewards by guiding newbies to grind monsters and fight bosses. However, due to a lack of regulation, such private transactions often led to disputes, and it was usually the novices who ended up getting the short end of the stick. Yet some people still pinned their hopes on these so-called experts. After all, not everyone has the strength to defeat a boss. This gave those charlatans an opportunity to exploit the system. Scamming money or taking advantage of people was routine, and in some cases, people even lost their lives. Watching the greenhorn novices being drawn in, Zhang Zi shook his head slowly. Another batch of leaks for the harvest. The Goblin King Stockade has 4 entrances. Zhang Zi decided to bypass this east entrance where the largest crowd was and fight his way in from a different one. With his team of summoned monsters, as long as he proceeded with a little caution, it should not be much of a problem. "Hey Archer brother, any interest in joining my team? We only need 5 more to be full." Suddenly, the purple-robed man called out to Zhang Zi, "It is completely free. All loot dropped by monsters belongs to you. I do not want a thing." Zhang Zi glanced at the man in the purple robe, shook his head and said, "No thanks, I prefer to work alone." With that, he walked straight away. The purple-robed man sighed slightly, looking disappointed. The novice players around them began to whisper, though their comments about Zhang Zi were all negative. Wow, what an attitude! An expert personally invited him and he still did not appreciate it. I know, right? An archer trying to raid the stockade alone. Is not that just suicide? Why do you care if he wants to kill himself? Once he gets swarmed by goblins, he will regret it. If someone were willing to carry me for free, I would be so grateful. This guy is way too arrogant, is not he? Does he really think he has to pay someone to take him? Maybe he has got money to burn, let us stop worrying about him. Zhang Zi circled the stockade and found that the northern entrance had the fewest adventurers, so he decided to fight his way in from there. With a thought, his summoned monsters of all sizes appeared behind him, and he swaggered into the stockade. The inside of the stockade was designed like a square-shaped maze with high wooden stakes on both sides. Goblins were gathered in pairs throughout, and one would run into a pair every few steps, sometimes even 2 or 3 pairs clustered together. If an adventurer fought their way in alone, it would indeed be very dangerous. They could easily fall into an encirclement and would not be able to escape. However, Zhang Zi did not have that worry. He had 10 minions, 2 of which were boss level, so he could handle it even if he ran into 2 or 3 pairs of goblins at once. The only thing he needed to guard against was the cowardly stone-throwing goblins. -177, Sword and Shield Goblin. -228, Stone-Throwing Goblin. -285, Iron-Toothed Wolf. -310, Swallowing Frog. Advancing into the stockade went smoothly. Zhang Zi did not count how many goblins he had eliminated, but by the time he reached the innermost layer, his bag was filled with at least 100 low-level magic soul orbs. Finally arrived at the innermost layer, this is where the third-floor boss, the Goblin King, is. Zhang Zi sat on the ground to rest while checking the digital map. His 10 minions surrounded him, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings. After the rest, Zhang Zi led his minions forward. Suddenly, Zhang Zi stopped. He realized that someone had arrived there ahead of time, quite a few people, and they were already fighting the Goblin King. But something seemed wrong, because those adventurers were being slaughtered by the Goblin King and his subordinates. The battle was completely one-sided. Facing the ferocious Goblin King and his numerous minions, the novices had no way to defend themselves and were being cut down and fleeing in chaos. They were already caught in a heavy encirclement, with rows of sword and shield goblins blocking their retreat, making it extremely difficult to break out. One by one, the novice adventurers were killed with screams and disappeared on the spot, leaving only their belongings and equipment behind on the ground. Zhang Zi frowned. Those adventurers being hunted looked somewhat familiar. Were not they the very same novices who had joined the purple-robed man's party earlier? What is going on? Where is that purple-robed man? Why is not he helping them? Zhang Zi was full of suspicion. He did not rush in because the number of goblins was too high, at least 100. Even if he charged in, it would be of no use. He would not be able to save many people and might even get himself killed in the process. Besides, he had no obligation or responsibility to help these people, especially considering they had mocked him earlier. What Zhang Zi cared about most now was where the purple-robed man had gone. He claimed to be an S-rank talented expert. By all accounts, he should not have died, so where is he? Just as Zhang Zi was feeling puzzled, the surrounded adventurers had already been completely slaughtered by the Goblin King and his minions. The Goblin King let out a cruel, maniacal laugh before returning to his throne. The other goblins dispersed, and the area returned to silence. All that remained were scattered colorful soul orbs, along with various pieces of equipment and items on the ground. If these soul orbs and equipment are not picked up within a certain amount of time, they will automatically vanish. Seeing that there were not many goblins left around him, Zhang Zi carefully walked over and collected everything into his backpack. Most of these soul orbs are low-tier ones, and the equipment and items are also very basic. After all, their previous owners were just novices. It is impossible for them to have anything good. Even so, these items could fetch quite a bit of money if sold. While Zhang Zi was picking up the items, the Goblin King noticed him. He jumped up from his chair, pulled out 2 cleavers, pointed at Zhang Zi, and started shrieking at him. Immediately, over a dozen goblins were drawn to the spot. Zhang Zi did not panic. He immediately ordered the shield-bearer goblins to hold the line on the perimeter, had the slinger goblins provide long-range support from behind, and stayed in the center with his 2 bosses, the poison spider and the heaven-swallowing frog, to command the battle. To make it easier to direct them, Zhang Zi even assigned numbers to the goblins, which made maneuvering them much more convenient. Poison Spider, use your web to trap the Goblin King. Shield-bearer goblins 1 and 2 hold off the enemies on the left, 3 and 4 hold the right. All other slinger goblins and the heaven-swallowing frog, focus your fire and wipe out the small fries on the perimeter. As the orders were issued, the situation gradually stabilized. With one small monster after another being taken down, Zhang Zi finally began his counterattack against the Goblin King. -411 damage to the Goblin King. -402 damage to the Goblin King. -398 damage to the Goblin King. As a third-floor boss, the Goblin King's strength goes without saying. He swung those 2 cleavers as fast as a windmill. Every strike dealt over 300 points of damage. This was his signature move, the Whirlwind Slash. The two shield-bearer goblins in front could not withstand his stormy barrage at all. Even with their shields raised to block, their health bars were plummeting. Before long, the two goblins fell to the ground and died. Zhang Zi quickly sent in two more shield-bearers to take their place and led his remaining minions to continue attacking the Goblin King. Minus 157 damage to the shield-bearer goblin. Minus 177 damage to the slinger goblin. Blocked. Minus 162 damage to the shield-bearer goblin. Blocked. This defense is ridiculously high, and he can actually parry with his dual blades. Except for the heaven-swallowing frog's fireballs, he blocks more than half of all other physical attacks. He is truly worthy of being a boss-tier monster. Zhang Zi drew his bow, firing shots while observing the Goblin King's status. We have been fighting for so long and his health has only dropped to 70%. Zhang Zi shook his head. I cannot use my summoning skills while in combat. We have already lost 3 shield-bearer goblins and only one is left holding on. If things take a turn for the worse, I will need to figure out a way to retreat first. Just as Zhang Zi was weighing his options, he suddenly felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his back. Minus 399, Kiss of Death, critical hit. Zhang Zi was startled and scrambled away from the spot. As he turned to look, he saw a figure appearing behind him. It was that man in the purple robe. It is you, Zhang Zi narrowed his eyes. He had not paid attention to the purple-robed man's handle in the demon realm before, but now he realized the guy's name was Kiss of Death. I did not think you would survive my sneak attack. Your attributes must be pretty impressive. Kiss of Death flashed a sharp dagger, a cold and sinister smile on his face. Only 20% of my health left. Zhang Zi glanced at his health bar, then turned to look coldly at Kiss of Death, saying in a low voice, was that your innate skill, the one that allows you to move while invisible? Exactly, my talent is stealth. As long as I do not attack or take damage, I can stay invisible indefinitely. Nobody can detect me. How about that? A powerful skill, right? Kiss of Death said, looking pleased with himself. This talent skill of his was only mediocre for fighting monsters, though it was not bad if he was working with others. But when it came to assassinations, it was absolutely top tier. Kiss of Death relied on this skill to take on assassination contracts and earn a living. However, assassination missions are dangerous and are not always available, so Kiss of Death developed another more profitable path. That is right, scamming those novice rookies. He would pose as an expert, lure rookies into his party, and then trick them into going deep into the camp right next to the Goblin King. Once they reached that spot, Kiss of Death would tell the novices to attack the Goblin King, while he himself turned invisible and waited patiently. This area was filled with the most monsters and was the most dangerous. Those rookies knew nothing, acting like a scattered mess with no sense of teamwork, and there was no one to lead them on how to counterattack or escape while being swarmed by hundreds of goblins. By the time they realized something was wrong and tried to find Kiss of Death, he would be long gone. So the final result was always the same. These rookies would be wiped out in despair. And the soul orbs and gear they dropped would all end up in Kiss of Death's pockets. Besides, he had his stealth skill, so as long as he was careful not to touch the monsters, he could move around here freely. By scamming a wave of rookies, Kiss of Death could net hundreds of soul orbs and various items, easily making hundreds of thousands. Then after a while, when the heat died down, he would use the same old tricks to lure another group of rookies into the fire pit, harvesting them like leeks and profiting from their blood and sweat. Zhang Zi thought it over and realized the scheme Kiss of Death was running. His face darkened and he said coldly, "Do not you have a conscience making money like this? That is hundreds of living human lives." "Conscience? Sorry, I do not possess that organ." Kiss of Death sneered. "The only thing that causes me pain is being broke. Your shield-bearer goblin has been killed by the Goblin King." Suddenly, a notification appeared in Zhang Zi's field of vision, and he furrowed his brow. "Things are looking bad. I have the Goblin King in front of me and Kiss of Death behind me. I am caught between a rock and a hard place. I cannot bring my other monsters back to deal with Kiss of Death. This is really troublesome," Zhang Zi thought to himself. Opposite him, Kiss of Death was closing in on Zhang Zi, attacking him ferociously. Zhang Zi's arrows did limited damage to Kiss of Death, and his own HP was too low, so he had no choice but to dodge and retreat. "Ha, once I kill you, everything you have belongs to me." Kiss of Death burst into wild laughter exactly as he had planned. Kiss of Death had spotted Zhang Zi the moment he appeared and had devised this scheme. He figured that if he waited until Zhang Zi and the Goblin King fought each other to the point of exhaustion, he could swoop in and reap the rewards. What should I do? Zhang Zi's mind raced, and suddenly an idea struck him. A smirk appeared on Zhang Zi's face as he suddenly bolted toward the Goblin King. Kiss of Death followed closely behind, determined to finish Zhang Zi off today. Besides the soul orbs and equipment he just picked up, this kid must have plenty of other treasures on him. "I am going to make a fortune today," Kiss of Death thought triumphantly, convinced that Zhang Zi was a dead man. At that moment, the Goblin King was busy fighting the Iron-Tooth Wolf. Zhang Zi dashed past him and gave an order to the venomous spider. Use your web to trap Kiss of Death. The venomous spider immediately switched targets, aimed at Kiss of Death and shot out a web that trapped him instantly. Coincidentally, Kiss of Death was standing right next to the Goblin King. Damn it, I let my guard down, Kiss of Death cursed under his breath, though he was not panicking. Since the Goblin King's aggro was not on him, it naturally would not attack him. Kid, do you think you can just run away after trapping me with a web? Kiss of Death checked his status. He had 30 seconds left before the web wore off. Zhang Zi ran a safe distance away and said with a smile, "Who said I was running? I am waiting to loot your corpse." With that, Zhang Zi had the venomous spider cast another web over Kiss of Death, followed by an action that left the man utterly baffled. Zhang Zi recalled all his summoned monsters. The Goblin King, having lost his target, immediately shifted his aggro to Zhang Zi and roared as he charged toward him. Is this kid crazy? Kiss of Death looked stunned. He relied entirely on his summons to tank the boss. Now that he has recalled them, how is he going to deal with the boss? Is he committing suicide, or does he have some other trick up his sleeve? Zhang Zi's next move provided the answer. He did not look back as he sprinted out of the camp, and the Goblin King gave up the chase after a while and turned back. The Goblin King's patrol area was limited to the inner camp. He would never leave it. So once Zhang Zi ran outside that range, the boss naturally headed back. Hoorah roar! The Goblin King spotted Kiss of Death and charged at him immediately. Damn it, I have been played by this kid. Kiss of Death was shocked. He finally realized what Zhang Zi had been doing. Step 1. Trap him within the Goblin King's range. Step 2. Lure the boss away and then escape. Once the Goblin King lost his target and returned to his territory, he would inevitably lock onto the nearest enemy, himself. Now Kiss of Death was still trapped by the webs. With 2 layers stacked on him, he would need at least another 50 seconds to break free. 50 seconds was plenty of time for the Goblin King to hack him to death. What a brilliant switch of fate. Kiss of Death watched the Goblin King charge at him ferociously, brandishing his dual blades, and he nearly bit through his own teeth in frustration. HMPH, do not think you have won, kid. I can still go into stealth mode. Kiss of Death immediately activated his innate skill, and his entire body vanished from sight. The Goblin King stopped in his tracks. Having lost his target, he paced around in confusion, seemingly bewildered as to where the man had disappeared to. Kiss of Death stood in place, smiling smugly. How many times had he escaped death using this skill? This time would be no exception. Kid, I have marked your name. Once I am free, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Kiss of Death thought viciously. No target he had ever set his sights on had managed to escape him. Moreover, this talent was nearly impossible to counter, so he rarely failed. 45 seconds left. Kiss of Death watched his status attributes patiently. Just then, a figure appeared nearby. It was Zhang Zi. What the why is this kid back? Kiss of Death was baffled. He had no idea what Zhang Zi was up to. So you are in stealth mode, eh? Zhang Zi smiled faintly, raised his bow, and fired in the direction where Kiss of Death was standing. Whoosh. Zwag. Minus 75 Rakshasa. Damn it, after being hit, Kiss of Death was forced out of stealth. His face turned pale with rage as he roared inwardly, I am in stealth. How can that kid still see me? The Goblin King suddenly noticed Kiss of Death reappearing and charged at him again. His innate skill had a 60-second cooldown. Forced into a corner, Kiss of Death had to fight for his life. Still trapped in the webs, he could not run and had to stand there and take the hits. 5 seconds left, Kiss of Death gritted his teeth and held on. Being a high-level adventurer with decent stats, he could barely withstand the Goblin King's attacks for a while. But right then, Zhang Zi came to meddle again. Venomous Spider cast another web on Kiss of Death. Let him keep playing with the Goblin King. Zhang Zi chuckled and gave the command to the newly summoned spider. Seeing another layer of web on his body and his status duration reset to 55 seconds, Kiss of Death was on the verge of a breakdown. Kid, I am going to kill you. Kiss of Death yelled furiously, but Zhang Zi just replied calmly, try surviving the Goblin King first. Kiss of Death watched his HP drop from 80% to 60 and then to 40. To survive, Kiss of Death chugged all the HP potions in his inventory, barely managing to push his health back to 60%. Great, my skill is off cooldown, I can use stealth again. Kiss of Death felt a sense of relief, immediately activated his talent and vanished on the spot. The Goblin King also paused, but did not walk away. Instead, he stood in place, glancing around, clearly searching for the figure of Kiss of Death. That was close. Kiss of Death let out a slight sigh of relief. He looked toward Zhang Zi, only to find that this guy was aiming his bow and arrow at him again. No way did he see me again? How is that possible? Kiss of Death's eyes were filled with shock. Honestly, whenever he used his talent skill, no one should be able to see him at all. But why could this kid named Rakshasa pinpoint his location so accurately? Whoosh slap. An arrow struck Kiss of Death once more, forcing him to instantly materialize. Kiss of Death completely broke down. He looked down and suddenly saw the spiderweb at his feet, and in an instant he understood. So it was this thing. I turned invisible, but the web remained in place. This time, it looks like I am done for. Kiss of Death looked at the Goblin King rushing toward him in despair, his face deathly pale. Even if I die, I will not let you have it easy. Before dying, Kiss of Death glared fiercely at Zhang Zi and then sent out a message. Watching Kiss of Death get hacked to death by the Goblin King, with soul orbs and equipment scattering across the ground as his corpse vanished into ash, Zhang Zi curled his lip. You reap what you sow. With Kiss of Death dead, the Goblin King returned to his seat and sat down peacefully. Zhang Zi did not go over to pick up the items dropped by Kiss of Death right away, because his current squad of summoned monsters had suffered heavy casualties. Even with a full team, fighting the Goblin King was a struggle. Now that Zhang Zi only had one poison spider, 3 stone-throwing goblins, and 2 major bosses left, defeating the Goblin King was even less likely. Better refill my summoned squad first. Zhang Zi turned and left. Goblins were everywhere here, so he led his remaining underlings around the area, quickly taking out 4 pairs of goblins to bring his squad back to full capacity. Alright, time to take on the boss. Zhang Zi led his team of summoned monsters back into the Goblin King's territory. The Goblin King was immediately drawn in, raising his dual blades as he clashed with Zhang Zi's summons. Zhang Zi, meanwhile, took the opportunity to collect all the items dropped by Kiss of Death into his backpack. Wow, this guy had quite a bit of loot on him. 2 high-grade soul orbs, 36 mid-grade soul orbs, and 97 low-grade soul orbs. In addition to those, Zhang Zi also obtained 4 pieces of equipment and a few potions for health and mana. Zhang Zi was in a good mood looking at his backpack, especially when he saw that Kiss of Death actually had a piece of a grade gear, which made him even happier. White silk gloves. Quality A. Attribute damage plus 50. Special effect none. Durability 1. Naturally, Zhang Zi equipped the powerful gear immediately, then joined the battle, drawing his bow and firing arrows at the Goblin King. Minus 38 Rakshasa. Haha, my attack power has finally increased. Zhang Zi gave a wry smile. Previously, he had put all his energy into summoning monsters and had not bothered to buy equipment to boost his own strength like other adventurers. That was why his own attack damage had always been low. But after today's incident, Zhang Zi realized that relying solely on summoned monsters was not enough. If one day all his summons were wiped out in battle, it would be very difficult for him to survive. Therefore, his own strength had to be improved as well to increase his chances of survival in the demon realm. The battle to surround the Goblin King was brutal. Zhang Zi used all his command skills, hoping to minimize his squad's casualties, but faced with the goblins' powerful attacks, members continued to fall one by one. Damn it, this Goblin King is incredibly hard to fight. Watching his last stone-throwing goblin get cut down, Zhang Zi could not help but swear. There was no choice, he had to let the Iron-Toothed Wolf take the front line. Even though the Iron-Toothed Wolf was an elite-level boss, it was still a floor 1 boss, and there was a significant gap between it and the Goblin King. Minus 394 Goblin King. Minus 211 Iron-Toothed Wolf. The damage numbers clearly showed that a single strike from the Goblin King was worth nearly double the damage of the Iron-Toothed Wolf. However, luckily he still had the control expert, the Poison Spider. Whenever Zhang Zi saw the Goblin King use his whirlwind skill, he would immediately command the Poison Spider to trap him with a web and order the Iron-Toothed Wolf to pull back to avoid taking heavy damage. On the other side, his and the Heaven-Swallowing Frog's attacks never stopped, with fireballs and arrows striking the Goblin King in turns. Minus 311 Heaven-Swallowing Frog. Minus 40 Rakshasa. Although the process was difficult, watching the Goblin King's health bar drop bit by bit kept hope alive in Zhang Zi's heart. Hang in there, victory is almost ours. Zhang Zi stared at the Goblin King's health bar, muttering to himself 19%, 16%, 13%, 9%. Finally, the light of victory shone upon Zhang Zi. A decisive fireball erupted from the mouth of the Heaven-Swallowing Frog, slamming heavily onto the Goblin King's head. Minus 333 Heaven-Swallowing Frog. Alarg! The Goblin King swayed, his dual blades slipping from his hands as he clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. Congratulations, you have killed the Goblin King. Seeing the prompt in his field of vision, Zhang Zi felt the body that had been tensed for over 2 hours finally relax. Damn, finally won. Zhang Zi let out a long breath and immediately went over to collect the loot dropped by the Goblin King, while also using his summoning skill on the king. A flash of light appeared and the fierce Goblin King stood before Zhang Zi. However, upon seeing him, the king knelt on one knee to show submission. Zhang Zi gave the Goblin King a hard slap. You were such a pain to fight. But he quickly smiled again. But from now on, you are my underling, ha ha ha. Up to this point, Zhang Zi already possessed 3 major bosses: the Iron-Toothed Wolf, the Heaven-Swallowing Frog, and the Goblin King. Although the Iron-Toothed Wolf was the weakest among the 3, it was close to leveling up, and Zhang Zi believed that at level 2 its strength would jump to another tier, perhaps even rivaling the Goblin King. At the moment, Zhang Zi's summoning squad still had 5 slots open, and he had already decided to add 3 sword and shield goblins and 2 stone-throwing goblins. However, Zhang Zi decided to go through the stone gate to enter the 4th floor first. If he did not enter the 4th floor now, he would have to fight the Goblin King all over again to pass through the gate later, and Zhang Zi did not want to experience that again. Still, Zhang Zi had a hypothesis in mind that he had not yet acted upon. And that was to test whether he could summon multiple copies of the same boss, just like he could with minor monsters. For instance, summoning 2 Iron-Toothed Wolves, 3 Sky-Swallowing Frogs, or perhaps 4 Goblin Kings. If this hypothesis is feasible, then Zhang Zi would become even more powerful. Just imagine if he summoned 10 Goblin Kings all at once. Would not he be able to walk around the 3rd floor of the Demon Realm as he pleased? But Zhang Zi has not tried it yet. Firstly, his time is very tight, and with the National Martial Arts examination drawing near, he must improve his strength as quickly as possible. The drop rate of Demon Soul Orbs decreases significantly in Demon Realms that have already been cleared, which forces Zhang Zi to keep advancing to higher-level Demon Realms. Another reason is that the bosses on every floor are being attacked daily. After all, new people enter the Demon Realm every day, and adventurers are constantly challenging bosses to reach the next level. It is difficult for Zhang Zi to find an opportunity to fight a boss one-on-one. Therefore, Zhang Zi has put this matter aside for the moment. Zhang Zi first recalled all his summoned creatures to avoid startling other players when he enters the 4th floor. Just as he was about to enter the 4th floor of the Demon Realm, a group of people suddenly charged in from the perimeter. When they saw Zhang Zi, they immediately shouted, "Stop right there! Where did all those adventurers who joined your party go?" Zhang Zi turned around confused and said, "What are you talking about? I did not form a party at all. Oh, I think you have mistaken me for someone else. Do not try to deny it. We have received reports. Someone is using the pretext of an expert offering free help to scam novice adventurers here. There have been 3 such cases within a year, causing hundreds of casualties." An adventurer holding a battle axe interrupted Zhang Zi and shouted angrily, "We are the inspection squad of the Demon Realm Administration. You will not be able to escape today. Drop your weapons and come with us immediately. If you resist, you will bear the consequences." Without waiting for an explanation, a dozen people swarmed in and surrounded Zhang Zi completely. "Do not even think about escaping through the stone gate to the 4th floor. We have already laid out a net. You will never get away today." Another female archer standing to the side aimed her bow and arrow at Zhang Zi and said coldly. Zhang Zi sighed helplessly. It seemed that no matter how he explained it, these people would not believe him. Zhang Zi calmly observed the situation. There were 17 of them, and judging by their gear, they were clearly not ordinary adventurers. If he were to fight back, the outcome would be unpredictable. "It looks like I have no choice but to go with them." Zhang Zi shook his head helplessly. "My luck is really bad today." "Wait a minute, this person is not a criminal." Suddenly, another voice came from outside. As everyone looked over, Zhang Zi was surprised to discover that the person was none other than Tianwen Huihui. "Brother Luosha, what a coincidence, we meet again." Tianwen Huihui waved enthusiastically at Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi was surprised as well, but then he remembered that Tianwen Huihui worked for the Demon Realm Administration, so it was normal for him to appear here. Seeing Tianwen Huihui, the 17 people stood at attention and saluted respectfully, saying, "Section Chief." Section Chief Zhang Zi was stunned. He remembered that when he last met Tianwen Huihui, this guy called himself an inspector. When did he get promoted to Section Chief? "Haha, all thanks to you, Brother Luosha." Tianwen Huihui walked up to Zhang Zi with a beaming face, shook his hand, and laughed. "Since we worked on that case together, my superiors were very pleased with my performance, so they gave me an exceptional promotion. I am now the Section Chief of the Inspection Division of the Demon Realm Bureau. I owe my current position to your help that day, Brother Luosha." Zhang Zi smiled and said dismissively, "Just a small favor, no need to thank me." A team member nearby asked Tianwen Huihui in confusion, "Section Chief, when we arrived here, he was all alone. How can you be so sure he is not the criminal?" "First, Brother Luosha is a good friend of mine, and I trust that he is not a criminal. Second, according to the descriptions from the victims, the criminal who scams novice adventurers is named Death's Kiss in the Demon Realm, who happens to be on the wanted list. That is why I said Brother Luosha is not the criminal," replied Tianwen Huihui. Hearing this, the dozen or so people silently put away their weapons. "By the way, Brother Luosha, did you see Death's Kiss or the novice adventurers he scammed when you arrived? Our goal today is to bring Death's Kiss to justice and rescue those novice adventurers," Tianwen Huihui asked Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi shook his head and told the truth. "You are a step too late. When I arrived, those novice adventurers had already been surrounded by the Goblin King and his henchmen, and sadly they all perished." What Tianwang Hui and the others felt their hearts sink, and expressions of anger appeared on their faces. Hundreds more lives lost. This death's kiss is truly despicable, Tianwang Hui said through gritted teeth. Brother Luosha, do you happen to know where that death's kiss fled to? Please tell me. Even if he runs to the ends of the earth, we will catch him. I am afraid you will never find him because I already took him out, Zhang Zi said with a shrug. Is that true? Tianwang Hui looked astonished. It was not that he did not believe Zhang Zi, but Death's Kiss was no ordinary character. According to the files of the Demon Realm Bureau, this Death's Kiss claimed to have an S-rank talent skill, and was a high-level adventurer who had been in the Demon Realm for many years. It is said his title is Skilled Assassin. Such a formidable character, even if Zhang Zi had excellent talent skills, it would likely be very difficult to kill him. Of course it is true. Seeing the doubt on everyone's faces, Zhang Zi thought for a moment, opened his attribute panel, found the kill list, and sent a screenshot to Tianwang Hui. This so-called kill list records the names of all the enemies an adventurer has killed within the Demon Realm. He really was killed by you. Tianwang Hui finally believed Zhang Zi after seeing it, as the records on an adventurer's attribute panel cannot be faked. The others were also filled with surprise, as Zhang Zi was just a novice adventurer who had only recently cleared the 3rd floor, yet he had managed to eliminate a master adventurer rated as skilled, and in a one-on-one fight no less. Even they would not dare claim that they could defeat Death's Kiss on their own. It is hard to believe are novices this strong these days. I remember when I was a novice, I spent every day begging the big shots to carry me. Comparing people will only make you feel miserable. Do not even compare, he might just be a legendary genius. Tianwang Hui said to Zhang Zi with admiration, Brother Luosha, you have once again refreshed my impression of you. You truly are a rising star. Thank you for ridding the world of this menace. Zhang Zi smiled humbly and said, it is nothing, just a small favor. Just a small favor. The group of people looked very upset. We were over a dozen people, a huge force mobilized just to deal with one wanted criminal. And in the end, you settled it with just a small favor. Do we even have any face left? I will be going if there is nothing else. Zhang Zi did not like dealing with the authorities, so he prepared to head to the 4th level. Wait a moment, Brother Rakshasa. Tianwang Hui blocked Zhang Zi again and said, there is another important matter I must discuss with you. What matter? Zhang Zi looked at Faoyu Hui. Faoyu Hui had a grave expression as he said to Zhang Zi, do you know who this Death's Kiss you killed really was? Zhang Zi shook his head. He belonged to a dark organization active in the demon realm called Dawn. Do not let the name fool you into thinking they are righteous. In fact, this organization is extremely evil. Kidnapping, robbery, assassination, you name a crime and they have committed it. Our Demon Realm administration has been investigating them, but because they are so secretive and every member is both powerful and cunning, we have not made any real progress. Faoyu Hui sighed and said, you killed one of their own, so they will likely target you. You must be extremely careful. Dawn, Zhang Zi nodded, I have noted that, I will try to be careful. And also, about what I mentioned before, have you considered joining our Demon Realm administration? Faoyu Hui rubbed his hands looking greedy. He wanted to recruit Zhang Zi so badly. This was a promising young talent with a bright future. Unfortunately, Zhang Zi was unmoved. He waved goodbye, walked through the stone gate and entered the 4th level. I refuse to believe I cannot win you over. One day I will make you join our Demon Realm administration. Faoyu Hui was undeterred and shouted after him, full of energy. His subordinates looked at each other, unable to understand why their section chief cared so much about an ordinary novice adventurer. Passing through the stone gate, Zhang Zi arrived at the altar on the 4th level of the Demon Realm and found it packed with people, crowded almost to the point of overflowing. What is going on here? Zhang Zi was surprised, then he heard the surrounding crowd burst into protests. On what grounds are you guys from the administration stopping us from leaving? The Demon Realm belongs to everyone, and we have the freedom to move about. I have not finished my boss's task today. If you do not let me out to fight monsters and I get fined or fired later, who is going to take responsibility? Saying a dead zone has appeared on the 4th level. Yeah, right, we do not believe you. You must be plotting something behind our backs, I protest. The scene was filled with anger and was getting out of control. Zhang Zi frowned. Why was it the Demon Realm administration again? Someone mentioned a dead zone just now. Did not he have a dead zone invitation in his bag? Could this be related? With that thought, Zhang Zi pushed through the crowd to the perimeter of the altar. He saw the altar was completely surrounded by people standing straight and expressionless, silently watching the adventurers and offering no explanation, standing there like statues. Clearly, these people were all staff from the Demon Realm administration. The adventurers trapped on the altar saw their protests ignored and grew even more agitated. A few of the more extreme ones even tried to charge at the wall of people, attempting to force their way out. However, they were no match for these Demon Realm administration staff, all of whom were high-level adventurers and subdued them with ease. Everyone, do not be impulsive. At that moment, a middle-aged man in black robes walked in from outside the human wall. He waved at the crowd and said, "Our Demon Realm administration has always worked for the harmony and stability of the Demon Realm, as well as everyone's personal safety. We are your good partners and helpers, definitely not here to oppose you. The reason we are stopping you from entering the 4th level today is that a dead zone is about to appear. I know many of you might not know what a dead zone is because there is no record of it in the Demon Realm Guide, so let me educate you all." Zhang Zi looked at the middle-aged man and saw his name in the Demon Realm was Wine and Coffee. Wine and Coffee said slowly, "A so-called dead zone is essentially another dimension. We have not fully researched it yet, only knowing that it appears randomly and without warning within a certain level of the Demon Realm. When it appears, the creatures on that level become extremely violent. Their power also increases several times over. For example, the difficulty of the current 4th level has suddenly risen to that of the 10th level. That is why we are preventing you from entering the 4th level. It is just too dangerous. I hope you can understand our intentions." The crowd quieted down momentarily, but a few adventurers still voiced their doubts. "You say a dead zone appeared and monsters will get violent, but we do not know if that is true. It is just your word, you might be lying to us." Hearing this, Wine and Coffee just shrugged and said, "Since this friend does not believe me, fine. I can let you out, but you will have to bear the consequences yourself." The adventurer froze, clearly not expecting the other party to actually agree to let him go. He snorted and said, "If I go out, I go out. Why would I be afraid of you?" After saying that, the adventurer pushed his way out of the crowd. The staff outside cleared a path for him and he gingerly stepped out. But it was not long before he fled back in a sorry state, his face pale with terror, stammering, "It is terrifying. The monsters here have all mutated and they were hunting me down like mad. If I had not run fast, I would have died out there." Seeing this, the rest of the adventurers no longer doubted Wine and Coffee's words. "How about it? Does anyone else want to go out and try? I can let anyone through." Wine and Coffee spread his hands with a faint smile. The crowd fell silent. No one wanted to go out and court death. "Very good, it seems everyone understands our good intentions. I suggest everyone avoid the 4th level for a few days and return only after the dead zone has completely vanished." Wine and Coffee said this, then turned and left. The adventurers on the altar looked at each other before leaving one by one, some heading to other levels and some simply logging off to rest. Zhang Zi logged off to get some rest. After all, he had been in the Demon Realm for a long time, and it was already 2 in the morning in the real world. Fortunately, tomorrow is Saturday, so I do not have to go to school, otherwise my body really would not be able to handle it. Returning to his bedroom, Zhang Zi fell asleep not long after lying down on his bed. The human body is under immense pressure when entering the Demon Realm, much like a human leaving Earth for space. The difference in the external environment has a huge impact on the human body. The 22nd floor of the Demon Realm. A man in silver armor was slaughtering monsters. His movements were light and agile, and his long sword turned into streaks of cold light, hacking the monsters into pieces. Wounded Kiss of Death sent a message. The man collected his loot, saw a message in his inbox, opened it to take a look, and then promptly deleted it. Rakshasa, what an interesting fellow. The man remained expressionless, turned around and walked toward a tall figure in the distance. It was the boss of the 22nd floor. The next day, Zhang Zi woke up, finished the breakfast his younger sister had made, and decided to go to the talent market to see if he could find a job. His sister Zhang Feng was studying in her room. The girl was usually very diligent, and her grades in school were always good. In her own words, she never relied on the innate talent skills she would awaken at 18. Because those who can obtain high-level talent skills are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, the little girl knew her own limits. She did not believe she was one of those lucky people. Success could only be earned through her own efforts. Zhang Zi supported this attitude as well. After all, the Demon Realm was a very dangerous place, and he hoped his sister would live a safe and peaceful life. Even if it meant just being an ordinary person, that was far better than losing her life in the Demon Realm. After saying goodbye to his sister, Zhang Zi stepped out of the house. Every Saturday and Sunday of the month, the labor market in Tianfeng City opened to the public, making it convenient for citizens in need to come here and look for work. Oh, this place was actually rented out. Just as Zhang Zi walked out the door, he was surprised to find that the house next to his, which had been vacant for 3 years, had actually been rented out, as the for rent note on the door had been torn off. I hope whoever moved in is a reliable neighbor and not like that last family, Zhang Zi thought to himself as he went downstairs. There was still a bit of a distance from Zhang Zi's home to the subway station, and as he was walking there, his phone suddenly rang. Zhang Zi checked the number and realized it was actually Lu Panpan calling. "Hello, is this Big Brother Zhang Zi? It is Lu Panpan." Lu Panpan's chirpy voice came through the phone. Zhang Zi asked, "Panpan, are you looking for me?" "Oh, it is like this. I just called Zhang Feng and she said you were going to the labor market to find work. My brother happens to need a helper and the pay is very high. Are you interested?" Your brother, what kind of work does he do? I am just a student without much experience. Could I be qualified for his work? Zhang Zi asked. I think you will be fine. Just come to my brother's place now. I am here too, so I can introduce you. The address is... Lu Panpan gave him the address and urged Zhang Zi to hurry over. After hanging up, Zhang Zi followed the address provided by Lu Panpan and arrived at a warehouse located in the suburbs of Tianfeng City. The warehouse's iron door was covered in rust and the ground was overgrown with weeds. It was clearly abandoned for a long time. Zhang Zi knocked on the iron door. It was Lu Panpan who opened it. Upon seeing Zhang Zi, a look of delight appeared on her face. She pulled Zhang Zi inside, checked the situation outside, and closed the door. Once inside the warehouse, Zhang Zi found it quite clean and spacious. Various tools were arranged on the shelves on both sides, and 4 people were gathered around an iron table, discussing something over a map by the light of a nearby incandescent bulb. Brother, this is the Zhang Zi I told you about. Lu Panpan led Zhang Zi to the 4 people, pointed to a strong middle-aged man, and said to Zhang Zi, Big brother Zhang Zi, this is my brother Lu Kai. Lu Kai walked over and reached out to Zhang Zi. My team is short one person. Panpan happened to say that you have good skills and plenty of courage. So are you interested in joining my team? Zhang Zi shook hands with Lu Kai and said, I am indeed looking for a job, but I do not know what you all actually do. Lu Kai raised his eyebrows, glanced at his sister and said, Did not Panpan tell you? The work we do is very risky, but it pays very well. It just depends on whether you have the guts. Tell me more about it. Zhang Zi felt a spark of interest. You know that recently monsters from the Devil's Den have been rampant and many areas have fallen. In these fallen areas there are not just monsters but also many treasures. For example, antiques, famous paintings, and so on. Many wealthy people are eyeing these things and want to collect them. Lu Kai pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Zhang Zi, but Zhang Zi shook his head. I do not smoke. Simply put, our job is to find the things that our clients want from the fallen areas and bring them back, and in return we get paid. Lu Kai lit his own cigarette and continued, This job is very dangerous. You might run into monsters. Also, since the National Security Bureau forbids ordinary people from entering fallen areas, what we are doing is also illegal. But for the sake of money, we cannot worry about that anymore. Lu Kai patted Zhang Zi on the shoulder and said, Panpan told me that you need money for your sister's medical treatment and you have enough strength. Maybe this job suits you. Think about whether you want to join. Zhang Zi thought for a moment and asked, How much is the pay? You can get at least 1.5 million for one job. Lu Kai held up a hand and laughed. Of course, that is for the 5 of us to split, so each person gets 300,000. If there is an accident during the operation and someone unfortunately dies, then the survivors split the 1.5 million. A long-haired man wearing black-rimmed glasses took over from Lu Kai. Beside him, a bald man slowly sharpening a dagger added, And if everyone else dies and you are the only one left, then all the money belongs to you. Hey, stop talking such bad omens, you two. We will all come back safely, not a single one missing. On the other side, a man in a black jacket said irritably. Lu Kai chuckled and said to Zhang Zi, I have not introduced you yet. The one in glasses is called Madman, the bald one is called Old Eight, and the one in the jacket is called Iron Steel. These are all nicknames. We do not usually use our real names to avoid getting targeted and causing trouble. Zhang Zi nodded, understood, I want to join. Zhang Zi had thought it through clearly. Although this job was highly dangerous and illegal compared to his younger sister's life, Zhang Zi did not care. Over the past few days, Zhang Zi had hunted quite a few magic soul orbs in the magic domain, but he had absorbed many of them himself. After all, he needed to improve his own strength to get into the Kingdom Martial Arts Academy. The remaining magic soul orbs were listed on the trading platform. Although they sold very well, the platform charged high fees, so after deducting these costs, the actual money that went into Zhang Zi's pocket was not much. 300,000 was no small amount for Zhang Zi. If he took an ordinary job, he would earn at most 30 per hour. To earn 300,000, it would take 10,000 hours. Zhang Zi did not have that much time, and his sister could not wait that long. He had calculated it before. The money he had earned from various odd jobs during this period totaled over 700,000. If he added this 300,000, it would be just enough for his sister's kidney rent. Therefore, Zhang Zi agreed without hesitation. Good, then from now on you will follow me. I will not promise too much, but within a year I guarantee you will earn at least 1 million. Lu Kai smiled and patted Zhang Zi on the shoulder. He thought highly of this young man. The other 3 also came forward to greet Zhang Zi. Madman and Old Eight were expressionless, and only Tai Gang was very warm toward Zhang Zi. From now on we are all brothers. If you need my help, just speak up, Tai Gang said with a full smile. Seeing that everyone knew each other, Lu Kai called them to the table to continue the previous discussion. The task the boss has given us this time is more difficult and dangerous than the previous ones, but the reward is also higher. Lu Kai flicked his cigarette butt and pointed to a map on the table. I am not afraid of danger. If the pay is good, I will do it. A fanatical light flashed in Madman's eyes. Old 8 curled his lips and said, "The danger is indeed high. We are going to penetrate tens of kilometers into the occupied zone. Without vehicles, we can only rely on walking. If we encounter monsters from the magic caves, I am afraid we will not even have a chance to escape." "Old 8, do not scare me, I am timid." Beside him, Tai Gang's face turned pale and his voice was trembling. Zhang Zi had not grasped the situation yet, so he asked, "What exactly are we going to find this time?" "A piece of calligraphy and painting from the Five Dynasties period. It was once collected in the Jiangdong Museum. Later, when the Jiangdong area fell, this artwork was left there forever." Lu Kai explained, "The boss wants this, as it is said that a wealthy tycoon wants to collect it and is offering 3 million. 3 million, what a grand gesture," Tai Gang exclaimed, his eyes shining with a strange light. Madman and Old 8 also wore expressions of excitement. 3 million divided among 5 people, that is 600,000 each. The reward has doubled compared to usual. "Do not just be happy, everyone. Let us practice once more to ensure the operation goes flawlessly." Lu Kai tapped the map on the table and everyone quieted down, focusing their eyes on it. "The operation is scheduled for 4:00 am tomorrow. We will leave from the northeast gate of Tianfeng City and head east along the intercity highway. Stay alert on the way, and if there is any sign of trouble, hide immediately." According to the map, Jiangdong Museum is about 28 kilometers from Tianfeng City. We do not have vehicles and must rely on our feet, so everyone should wear lighter shoes. Once we arrive at the museum, one person will stand guard outside, and the rest will follow me into the museum to find the target object. Once we have it, we will retreat immediately. We will return the same way. We must return to Tianfeng City before dark, otherwise, once night falls, we will basically never make it back. Lu Kai finished speaking and looked at everyone, asking, "Does anyone have any questions?" Everyone shook their heads. Zhang Zi thought for a moment and asked, "Brother Lu Kai, are the magic cave monsters very strong?" Zhang Zi had only seen photos and videos of magic cave monsters on TV and the internet, but many of these images were processed, leaving them blurry and indistinct. It is said that this was done to avoid causing panic and physical discomfort among the public. However, the truth about the magic cave monsters remains unknown because there is too little information available. Of course, if it is a first-tier monster, we might be able to fight it, but if it is tier 2 or higher, we have almost no chance of winning. Lu Kai said in a grave tone, "So let us pray for a safe journey tomorrow." The meeting ended, everyone dispersed, and Zhang Zi returned home. "Big brother, do you know we have neighbors?" As soon as he entered the house, Zhang Feng hopped over to Zhang Zi, telling him with a look of novelty, "I knew it a long time ago. When I left this morning, I saw that the note on the door next door was gone, and I knew the house had been rented out." Zhang Zi nodded with a smile and asked, "Did you see the new neighbor?" "Yes," Zhang Feng said with a smile. "He is a very kind uncle, and he even gave me 2 big apples. Look." Saying that, Zhang Feng took out 2 red apples and handed one to Zhang Zi. "One for big brother, one for me." Zhang Zi was a little surprised because with monsters running wild, human material resources were very scarce, especially fresh vegetables and fruits. If these 2 apples were sold in a supermarket, one would cost at least 100. This new neighbor gave away 2 apples at once. He is really generous. Zhang Zi also developed a good impression of this neighbor. He pushed the apple back and shook his head. "You eat it, big brother does not like apples. However, do not accept things from others so easily next time." "I did not want it either, but he forced them on me." Zhang Feng pursed her lips. "Next time, let us invite him over for dinner as a thank you." The siblings sat down to finish their meal and talked about Lu Panpan and her brother. Zhang Zi asked, "I remember you said Lu Panpan's family condition was not very good, which is why she worked with you. But I met her brother today and it is said he can earn over 1 million a year. What is going on?" "Oh, I have heard Panpan mention this too. Her brother does earn a lot of money, but he sends it all abroad. It seems his wife and children live abroad," Zhang Feng replied casually while eating. "So that is how it is," Zhang Zi nodded. Because he had to get up early the next day, Zhang Zi went to bed early. At 3 in the morning, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, he climbed out of bed, got dressed, and quietly left the house. Up so early, Zhang Zi noticed that the light was still on in the neighbor's window, which surprised him. However, he did not pay much attention to it and quickly left the residential complex, heading toward the northeast gate. This operation is dangerous, and there is a possibility of encountering dungeon monsters. So before going to sleep last night, Zhang Zi entered the demon realm and absorbed all the soul orbs he could. Combined with the soul orbs he absorbed a while ago, his current attribute panel is as follows. Name Rakshasa. ID Sea Country 24,751,176. HP 110. Vitality 120. Damage 4 to 14. Speed 15. Attributes. Strength 14, average person is 10. Physique 11, average person is 10. Spirit 12, average person is 10. Agility 15, average person is 10. Allocatable attribute points 0. Skill summoning level 1 SSS rank. Equipment none. Comprehensive rating novice adventurer. My strength attribute has already reached 14 points. Although I have not tested my punch force, I think it must be over 500 kilograms already. Zhang Zi clenched his fist and thought to himself. My agility has also reached 15 points. If I encounter any dungeon monsters, I should be able to put up a fight right. Of course, it would be best if everything remains peaceful and I do not run into any monsters at all. When they arrived at the northeast gate, Lu Kai and the others were already there. Seeing Zhang Zi approach, Lu Kai tossed him a dead chicken. Take this, it is for emergencies. Zhang Zi was confused, holding the dead chicken. Tai Gang, who was standing by, smiled and explained, those dungeon monsters love eating corpses. If you get targeted by them, you can toss this dead chicken to them and then run for your life. Zhang Zi suddenly understood and stuffed the dead chicken into his backpack. The sun rose from the horizon, and a ray of sunlight shone on the northeast city wall. Just then a head popped up from the top. He looked down, spotted Lu Kai and his group, and then pulled his head back in. Before long, a rope ladder was lowered from the top of the wall. Lu Kai rushed forward to grab it, turned back, and whispered to the group, "Follow me up." The group climbed up the rope ladder and soon reached the top of the wall. Zhang Zi saw Lu Kai quietly hand the guard a silver consumption card. The guard smiled and nodded, appearing quite satisfied. Tai Gang, standing next to him, whispered to Zhang Zi, "Standard procedure, do not be so surprised." Lu Kai returned to the group, threw the rope ladder over to the other side, and everyone climbed down to the area outside Tianfeng City. Zhang Zi looked around. When he was on the wall earlier, everything outside was covered in a thin mist, making it difficult to see clearly. Now that the sun had fully risen and the mist had cleared, he finally saw the landscape outside. Outside the city, it was a scorched earth. There were basically no plants to be seen, only devastated ruins and many wrecked cars. A few crows flew in the sky from time to time, landing on a crooked utility pole where human bones were hanging, swaying with the wind. This scene brought a strong sense of an apocalypse to Zhang Zi. This was the first time he had seen the world outside the city. "It is so miserable." Zhang Zi took a deep breath, quickly caught up with Lu Kai and the others, and walked along the highway into the distance. Lu Kai waved at Zhang Zi, called him to his side, and said, "You are Panpan's friend, and I do not want anything to happen to you. As long as you stay close to me and follow my orders, I will ensure you return safely." Zhang Zi nodded silently. In reality, the reason Lu Kai brought Zhang Zi along was not because he thought highly of him, but entirely because of his younger sister, Lu Panpan. If it were not for Lu Panpan pestering him every day to bring Zhang Zi on missions to earn money, Lu Kai would never have brought such a green kid along. After all, he needed skilled adults, not a naive boy who had not even left school yet. But to ensure he had a hot meal every day and someone to do his laundry, Lu Kai had to agree to his sister's request. Truth be told, he was completely coerced. Finish this job and find a chance to send this kid back. Carrying a burden around is really inconvenient, Lu Kai thought to himself. Today went smoothly. They did not encounter any danger along the way, nor did they see a single dungeon monster, which made Zhang Zi feel both lucky and disappointed. After marching for about 8 hours, the group finally arrived at the location marked as the Jiangdong Museum on the map. However, what lay before them was hard to associate with a museum. It was essentially a giant pile of ruins. The entire building had collapsed, and it was impossible to see where the entrance might be. With no other choice, the group circled the massive ruins, looking for an entrance to get inside. "Boss, over here," Crazy spotted an opening. It was pitch black inside and nothing could be seen, but judging by the crooked sign next to it that read "Emergency Exit," this should be an entrance into the museum. Lu Kai observed the opening for a long time, and once he was sure it would not collapse, he turned to organize his team. "Tai Gang, stay outside and keep guard. Use your walkie-talkie to contact me if anything happens. Everyone else, come in with me. Remember, do not touch anything unnecessarily." Everyone nodded and began to carry out their roles. "Brother Zhang Zi, you must be careful." Tai Gang patted Zhang Zi on the shoulder, saying with concern. Zhang Zi nodded and followed Lu Kai into the hole. Crazy and Lao Ba followed behind, lighting up the dark passage with their high-powered flashlights. It was a downward staircase. The group reached the end and saw an iron door. The door was twisted and deformed from impact. Crazy shook his head, indicating that even if they picked the lock, they would not be able to open it. "Lao Ba, you are up." Lu Kai gave Lao Ba a look. The others stepped aside. Lao Ba let out a grunt and lunged at the door with his shoulder. With a loud bang, the iron door was actually forced open by Lao Ba. "Lao Ba has the highest strength among us. I recall it being 12 points, Lu Kai said to Zhang Zi. 12 points lower than my strength." Zhang Zi did not say anything and followed Lu Kai into the room. Since they did not have a map of the museum, they had to wander around inside. Fortunately, they discovered a floor plan halfway through, which finally helped them locate the art gallery area. Dungeon monsters usually like to lurk in dark corners. This exhibition hall is pitch black, so there might be monsters hiding inside. Everyone be extra careful. Lu Kai took a shotgun out of his backpack. It was the only weapon in the entire squad. But in truth, it was useless because these firearms have almost no lethality against dungeon monsters. At most, they might scare them away with the flash and sound for emergencies, but once the monsters adapt, they are completely ineffective. As the group walked through the dark hall, they inspected the various paintings hanging on the walls on both sides. Although the place had been long abandoned and covered in dust, the paintings remained in remarkably good condition. Crazy blew on one of them, clearing away the dust to reveal the ancient calligraphy and black and white ink lines underneath. Spring River boating, I do not think this is it. Crazy shook his head. Old Ba checked as well, but he could not find the painting the boss was looking for either. Just then Zhang Zi noticed a painting hanging horizontally on the wall. He stepped forward, blew the dust off, and after reading the characters, asked Lu Kai, Ode to Prince Wang Zijin, "Is this the one?" Lu Kai rushed over, pulled out his phone to compare the painting on the wall with the photo, and a look of delight appeared on his face as he nodded. "That is it, this is the one." Crazy and Old Ba climbed up, carefully removed the painting from both sides, rolled it up, and placed it into a long rectangular box they had prepared beforehand. Mission accomplished, hahaha. Old Ba rubbed his bald head and laughed loudly. "Once I get the money, I am heading straight to the Cloud Top Club to have some fun with the ladies." Crazy looked at him with disdain and said, "Be careful not to burn yourself out. You would be better off buying more demon soul orbs to strengthen yourself. Who knows, we might run into a demon cave monster next time, and then you will not even be able to save your own life." Old Ba did not take it to heart, waving his hand and saying, "Life and death are fated and wealth is determined by heaven. If you do not enjoy life when you can, you will not have the chance once you are dead." Crazy, let me give you a piece of advice too. For people like us, our mental power is too low. Even if you absorb a ton of demon soul orbs, the effect will not be that great, and it is impossible to reach the level of a demon domain powerhouse. So you might as well enjoy yourself now before you regret it on your deathbed. Crazy shook his head and muttered, "Hedonism, how shallow." With the items secured, Lu Kai picked up his walkie-talkie to contact Tai Gang outside. Upon hearing that they had found the painting, Tai Gang sounded just as excited, urging Lu Kai and the others to hurry out. "This guy Tai Gang, they say he's set his eyes on some woman and is saving up to marry her. Once this job is done, he will probably have enough money for the wedding." Lu Kai chuckled and hung up the radio. The group headed back the way they came, but as soon as they exited the cave, they were stunned to discover that Tai Gang was gone. "Tai Gang, where are you?" Lu Kai gripped the radio, his brows furrowed tightly as he called out repeatedly. However, only static hissed back at him, there was no reply. Crazy's expression turned grave as he asked in a low voice, "Boss, did something happen to Tai Gang?" Lu Kai scanned the surroundings, his confusion deepening. He said, "There are no signs of a struggle here, and I do not see any blood. Tai Gang should not have been attacked by a demon cave monster." "This is fucking ghostly. How could a living, breathing man just vanish like that?" Old Ba cursed, but his face betrayed deep concern. After all, they were comrades who had been through thick and thin for years. To say they did not care would be a lie. "We cannot stay here and wait for him, it is too dangerous." Lu Kai gritted his teeth. He did not want to abandon Tai Gang, but he had to consider the safety of the others. He finally decided, "Leave a note for Tai Gang, we are pulling out." Crazy and Old Ba exchanged a look. They knew it was the best choice. They did not say anything more, used acrylic spray paint to leave a message on the wall for Tai Gang telling him they had left, and then hurried away from the Jiangdong Museum. Just a few meters after they left, they suddenly heard a strange shriek. The sound was bone-chilling, somewhere between the wailing of an infant and the weeping of a woman. Except for Zhang Zi, the faces of Lu Kai, Crazy, and Old Ba changed instantly. "Damn it, we ran into one after all." Old Ba drew a short blade from his waist. Zhang Zi noticed that his hands were trembling. Crazy's voice sounded strained. "Boss, what do we do? By the sound of it, it is not far from us." Sweat dripped down Lu Kai's forehead. He took a deep breath and said, "Ignore it, let us go." He turned to Zhang Zi and warned, "Keep close. If you fall behind, we will not come back for you." Lu Kai was not just trying to scare Zhang Zi. Demon cave monsters were no joke. One wrong move and you would be killed. At that point, everyone would be struggling just to survive. No one would have the energy or spare heart to save someone else. Zhang Zi nodded. He sensed the gravity of the situation from their reaction, instantly became vigilant, and followed closely behind Lu Kai as the group sprinted across the desolate road. However, that sound was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed over their heads, followed by a deafening crash. The earth even shook for a moment. Zhang Zi looked up to see a monster over 3 meters tall standing right before them. The monster had a head the size of a peck, 3 eyes, no nose or ears, and a massive mouth filled with sharp teeth. The creature walked upright on 2 legs like a human, but it had 4 arms sprouting from its back. Each arm was incredibly thick. Zhang Zi thought they looked thicker than his own waist. "A demon cave monster," Crazy's voice cracked, a hint of terror creeping into his tone. "It is a second-order demon cave monster." Old Ba suddenly let out a loud roar and charged at the monster with his short blade. Lu Kai screamed, "Old Ba, look out." Before he could finish, Old Ba's blade struck the monster's neck, but the sharp blade only left a shallow white mark, then snapped in two. Damn, its skin is so thick. Old Ba cursed just as he saw a massive claw swipe towards his face. Zwag! Old Ba, weighing over 200 pounds, was sent flying by a single slap from the monster. He landed hard on the ground with a thud. Fortunately, he had managed to block with his arms just in time, saving his life, but his arms hung limply like overcooked noodles. They were completely shattered. He, the monster tilted its head, its three red eyes fixated on the group. Its mouth split almost the entire head in two, with long strings of drool hanging from its chin. Crazy, grab Old Ba and let us go. Lukai aimed his shotgun at the monster and pulled the trigger. A burst of fire and a deafening blast forced the monster to clutch its head in pain. Taking the opportunity, the group skirted around the monster and sprinted away. However, it did not take long for the monster to recover and give chase. Zhang Zi, throw your dead chicken out, Lukai roared. Zhang Zi obeyed immediately, hurling the dead chicken in the opposite direction with all his might. Zhang Zi was very strong, so he threw the dead chicken quite far. The monster from the demon cave immediately followed the scent and chased after it, allowing the group to escape. So this is the strength of a demon cave monster, Zhang Zi thought to himself. The group ran for over an hour before stopping to rest. Lukai looked back at Crazy and Old Ba and asked, Old Ba, how are you holding up? Old Ba's two arms were twisted into unrecognizable shapes. His forehead was covered in beads of cold sweat, but he forced a smile at the corner of his mouth. I am fine, I am not dying yet. Crazy stood nearby with a pained expression. He knew that even if Old Ba's arms could be saved, he would be a cripple from now on. Do not let your guard down, we still have a long way to go to reach Tianfeng City, everyone must stay vigilant. Lukai watched his surroundings warily. He was puzzled. Logically, demon cave monsters rarely acted during the day, so what was going on today? He's easy, have. Suddenly, that strange laughter came from all directions again. This time, judging by the sound, it seemed like 5 or 6 demon cave monsters were closing in. Damn it, heaven must want us dead. Lukai cursed in anger. His luck today was terrible. How could they be targeted by so many demon cave monsters? Everyone run while those monsters have not surrounded us yet. Lukai had just started when Crazy interrupted. Boss, let us split up and run. Maybe we will have a chance to survive. Lukai hesitated for a moment. He nodded silently and said, all right then, Crazy, Old Ba, take care of yourselves. Zhang Zi, come with me. With that, he ran forward without looking back. Zhang Zi looked back at Old Ba and Crazy in surprise, but saw them standing still and he understood instantly. Go kid, do not look back, Old Ba said with a calm expression. Crazy, standing beside him, helped support Old Ba and pulled a grenade from his waist. The two of us brothers could not be born on the same day, but we can die on the same day. That is a great comfort in life, Crazy suddenly laughed. This was the last scene Zhang Zi saw before he was pulled away by Lukai. They had run about a few hundred meters when a loud explosion sounded behind them, and a thick plume of smoke rose into the sky. Damn it, Lukai cursed as he walked. Zhang Zi noticed that his face was covered in tears. Sighing inwardly, Zhang Zi did not know how to console Lukai, so he stayed silent the whole way. After running another 1,000 meters, Lukai suddenly stopped. Zhang Zi turned to look as well. Perched on an abandoned car, a demon cave monster was staring at them with its head tilted. He's ha. Lukai suddenly threw his backpack to Zhang Zi and said in a low voice, the calligraphy and paintings are inside. Keep following this road and you will see the northeast city wall of Tianfeng City. I will not be accompanying you for the rest of the way. Zhang Zi shook his head and said, no, if we go together. Lukai shook his head, his tone calm. I leave my sister in your care from now on. Having said that, he lunged at the demon cave monster. Go to hell, you monster. As he charged, Lukai fired his shotgun at the monster. The demon cave monster was momentarily stunned by the flash and sound, clutching its head in fear. Seizing the chance, Lukai pulled a grenade from his waist and threw it at the monster's feet. A thunderous explosion followed. The demon cave monster, along with the abandoned car it was standing on, was blown into the air. Run, Lukai turned and shouted at Zhang Zi, but before they could even take a few steps, they looked ahead in despair to see 2 more demon cave monsters standing there. Damn, we are really done for this time. Lukai was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling slightly. Even the bravest person would instinctively feel fear in the face of death. Zhang Zi's palms were also sweating. He had never fought a demon cave monster before and did not know if his current strength was a match for them, but there was no better way, so he had to fight. He's ha. Suddenly, a demon cave monster lunged from the side. Before Lukai could react, he was sent flying by the monster's headbutt. Fortunately, he landed on a pile of soft debris, preventing him from dying on impact, but blood was already streaming from the corner of his mouth. Brother Lukai, Zhang Zi's heart sank. Seeing the monster lunging at Lukai again, Zhang Zi acted quickly, reaching Lukai first and blocking the monster's path. Go run, Lu Kai clutched his chest, struggling to force out the words, while more blood surged from his mouth. How could Zhang Zi leave? If he left, what would be the point? Besides, with 4 demon cave monsters standing around, could he even leave if he wanted to? The demon cave monster saw Zhang Zi standing before it and tilted its head as if curious, but in the next moment, it opened its maw and let out a piercing scream. The decibel level of that scream must have been over 200. It made Zhang Zi and Lu Kai's eardrums ache with pain. "Oh!" Zhang Zi roared back, throwing a punch at the demon cave monster in front of him. The monster did not dodge. It extended its own fist, appearing to want to clash head-on with Zhang Zi. Bang! The 2 fists of vastly different sizes collided in midair. Both the monster and Zhang Zi took a step back. It was an even match. Ha 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 he he he. The monster stared at its own fist, which now bore a deep indentation from the impact. On the other side, Zhang Zi massaged his numb arm, thinking, "My arm should still be able to throw a few more punches, maybe 2 or 3 at most. Going head-to-head with a demon cave monster is definitely not worth it." Nearby, Lu Kai's eyes widened. He knew how heavy a demon cave monster's punch was. It could break both of Old Ba's arms. Each punch carried at least 1,000 pounds of force. Yet Zhang Zi had just gone toe-to-toe with one, and looking at him, he did not seem to have taken much damage. Holy cow, is Zhang Zi's punching power equal to that of a demon cave monster? Lu Kai could not believe it. Zhang Zi's biggest concern now was the other monsters around. If they all charged at once, he would not stand a chance. But it seemed those monsters had no intention of intervening, merely squatting quietly to the side, almost like they were watching a show. Do not worry, the demon cave monsters have a trait. They do not fight over their companions' prey. Unless the hunter gives up, they will not swarm. Lu Kai forced down the surging blood in his chest and said intermittently to Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi nodded, feeling a bit relieved if that was the case. The abyss monster has immense strength, but I wonder about its speed. Zhang Zi stared intently at the monster, calculating in his mind, I should keep playing to my strengths and win with speed. With that thought, Zhang Zi suddenly dashed to the side. The monster was indeed drawn by his movement and chased after him. Zhang Zi fixed his eyes on a utility pole ahead and sprinted straight toward it. The monster followed closely behind, one of its claws reaching for his back. Lu Kai was watching from the sidelines, his heart practically leaping into his throat. If that claw connected, Zhang Zi's back would surely be shredded to pieces. But in the next moment, Zhang Zi accelerated, stepping onto the utility pole with both feet in quick succession. Using his speed and momentum, he actually began to run right up the pole. The abyss monster missed its strike, and its entire body rushed to the base of the pole. Now is the time. Zhang Zi had reached the top of the pole 7 or 8 meters above the ground. He performed a backflip, falling from the pole like a predatory eagle, and smashed his fist down onto the monster's head below. Caught off guard, the monster was hit squarely by Zhang Zi's punch. With a crisp crack, Zhang Zi could feel that he had likely shattered the monster's skull with that single blow. Oh, he. The monster's 2 eyeballs were knocked right out of their sockets, spraying large amounts of dark green blood. It turned its head, its remaining eye glaring fixedly at Zhang Zi. It reached out a hand, seemingly intending to launch a final attack, but its life had reached its end. Its legs went soft and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Zhang Zi let out a long breath. His back was drenched in sweat. That punch had been extremely risky. If the monster had sensed his intention and countered, he would have had no way to dodge in midair. Zhang Zi retreated to Lu Kai's side. Lu Kai praised him excitedly. Good lad, that strike was beautiful. Cough, cough, cough. But there was no look of relief on Zhang Zi's face. He felt his right hand trembling slightly, his joints were aching severely, and he could barely even make a fist. The bodies of these abyss monsters are incredibly tough. Even though I broke its bones, my own fist took a lot of damage. Zhang Zi stared at the remaining 3 abyss monsters, his mood becoming increasingly heavy. Killing just one was this difficult, and there were 3 more. He's ho ho ho. Seeing their companion killed by Zhang Zi, the 3 monsters did not show any sign of anger. Instead, they began dancing around in place, as if celebrating the death of their own kind. Then one monster jumped in front of Zhang Zi, thick saliva dripping from its gaping mouth. It seemed to consider Zhang Zi a delicious treat. HMPH, I will have to risk it all today. Zhang Zi gritted his teeth and took up his fighting stance once more. He did not know if he could defeat his opponents, but he would never give up the hope of living. I will definitely survive, determination flashed in Zhang Zi's eyes. Resolved to fight to the death, Zhang Zi prepared to face the monsters when suddenly a black shadow appeared in his peripheral vision. It was a woman dressed in black tactical gear. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her face was covered by a black cloth, save for a pair of beautiful eyes. The woman had a superb figure. Her tight-fitting clothes highlighted her curves, especially her long, resilient legs, which were truly captivating. However, Zhang Zi had no time for such thoughts. He was just shocked that there were other humans in this fallen zone. The woman was incredibly fast, reaching the back of the abyss monster like a blur. The monster sensed her approach and whirled around with a screech to throw a punch, but it hit nothing but air. The woman's figure flashed to the right. She then pivoted on her feet, lashed out with a powerful kick, and struck the monster square in the face. Smack, whoosh. A massive force sent the abyss monster flying. Zhang Zi's pupils dilated instantly. The force behind that woman's kick was at least 2,000 pounds. This woman, she is incredible, Zhang Zi marveled to himself. After kicking the monster away, the woman stood proudly before Zhang Zi and Lu Kai, casting a cold glance at them without saying a word. Beep beep. An off-road vehicle sped toward them from a distance. The woman said to Zhang Zi in a deep voice, "Take your friend and get in the car quickly." Zhang Zi nodded and turned to help Lu Kai up. The vehicle stopped beside them, and a young man wearing sunglasses poked his head out the window, shouting, "Get in fast, another huge group is coming." The woman sat in the passenger seat, and Zhang Zi and Lu Kai scrambled inside. The man in sunglasses floored the gas, and the vehicle roared off in a cloud of black smoke toward Tianfeng City. The man was right. They had not gone far before they heard a thunderous rumbling behind them, as if an entire army was charging. Zhang Zi looked back and saw at least 30 abyss monsters in hot pursuit. The man in sunglasses saw this in the rearview mirror and said to the woman, "Boss, we cannot lead this many monsters toward the city walls. If they attack Tianfeng City, we are in big trouble." The woman was silent for a moment, then turned to Zhang Zi and said, "There is a travel bag under the back seat. Open it and throw the flashbangs inside at them to scare them off." Zhang Zi acted immediately. He found a worn travel bag under the seat and opened it to find grenades, flashbangs, and other explosives. Who on earth is this woman? How does she have so many weapons and ammunition? Zhang Zi pulled out the flashbangs, pulled the pins, and tossed them one by one behind the vehicle. Blinding white light kept flashing, causing the monsters behind them to shriek in confusion. It turned out to be a very effective tactic. The monsters stopped following them. Hugh finally shook them off. The man in sunglasses let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Zhang Zi and Lu Kai through the rearview mirror and asked, "What on earth did you two do to attract so many abyss monsters?" Zhang Zi started to speak, but Lu Kai stopped him and said, "We did not do anything. We were just trying to go back to our hometown to visit our ancestors' graves. We did not expect to run into the abyss monsters. Thank you both for saving us." The woman stared at Zhang Zi's face in the rearview mirror with her beautiful eyes for a long moment before finally asking, "What is your name?" Zhang Zi answered truthfully. Although the woman's identity was a mystery, he felt that she did not seem to have any malice toward him. "You were very quick-witted and brave when you were fighting the magic cave monster earlier. Most people in that situation would have probably abandoned their companions and fled long ago. I admire you," the woman said slowly. "However, do not come back to the fallen zone to scavenge again. It is very easy to lose your life, unless of course you become an expert in the magic domain." Zhang Zi blinked. It was obvious that Lu Kai's lies had been seen through by this woman, but she did not seem to have any intention of digging deeper. The journey back was smooth and they did not encounter any more magic cave monsters. The man in sunglasses parked the car a few hundred meters from the northeast city wall. He lit a cigarette and said to Zhang Zi and Lu Kai, "Passengers, we have reached your destination. Please get out." Zhang Zi and Lu Kai looked at each other and got out of the car. The off-road vehicle turned around, kicked up a cloud of dust, and drove deep into the fallen zone. "Who are they?" Zhang Zi asked Lu Kai as he watched the off-road vehicle drive away. Lu Kai shook his head and guessed, "I do not know who they are either, but they must be experts in the magic domain. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to take down the magic cave monster so easily." He patted Zhang Zi on the shoulder and said, "Let us stop thinking about it. We should get back quickly. It is still very dangerous here." Zhang Zi nodded. Suddenly remembering something, he looked back at his backpack and gave a bitter smile to Lu Kai. "Bad luck. My backpack was torn by the monster, and the box containing the calligraphy and painting was lost too." Lu Kai sighed, shook his head and said, "If it is lost, then let it be. At least we saved our lives." The two of them returned quietly to Tianfeng City. Zhang Zi saw that Lu Kai was seriously injured and wanted to take him to the hospital, but Lu Kai stopped him. With no other choice, Zhang Zi had to take Lu Kai back to his own home. Lu Panpan was at home. When she saw Zhang Zi supporting Lu Kai, her face turned pale. She rushed over in a panic, and when she saw Lu Kai's clothes soaked in blood at his chest, she burst into tears. "Do not cry, your brother is not dead yet. Go and get Uncle Wang's," Lu Kai said to Lu Panpan weakly, and then he lay on the bed, unable to move. Zhang Zi helped take care of Lu Kai until Uncle Wang arrived with his medical kit. After Lu Kai's condition was stabilized, he bid them farewell and left. Today was truly dangerous and full of twists and turns. On the way back, Zhang Zi thought about what had happened and felt a lingering fear. If that woman had not appeared suddenly and driven the magic cave monster away, he and Lu Kai would probably have lost their lives in the fallen zone. It is a pity that the painting was lost, otherwise it would not have been a completely wasted trip. Zhang Zi sighed slightly. Inadvertently, he saw a familiar figure turn into a street corner. Whom that person looks like. Zhang Zi's pupils shrank and he quickly followed. Although that person was wearing a trench coat, a baseball cap, and a mask, his silhouette still gave him away. That person looks like Tai Gang. Zhang Zi felt a mix of shock and suspicion. Back in the Fallen Zone, Tai Gang had gone missing outside the museum and everyone thought he was dead. To think he would appear here. Zhang Zi suddenly noticed something peeking out from under Tai Gang's trench coat. It was the very box containing the ancient painting that had been lost. Zhang Zi frowned. From Tai Gang's stealthy getup in the box peeking out, he judged that Tai Gang must have been up to something dirty behind everyone's backs. Let us see where this guy is going. Zhang Zi followed him cautiously. Tai Gang was very vigilant, looking back every 3 or 5 steps, obviously afraid that someone was tailing him. However, Zhang Zi kept himself well hidden and did not let Tai Gang spot him. Finally, he followed him all the way to an abandoned construction site. Zhang Zi found a spot with a good view to hide. From his vantage point, he could see Tai Gang standing in the abandoned lot, waiting anxiously for something. After a moment of thought, Zhang Zi took out his phone and started recording Tai Gang. About 10 minutes later, a luxurious black sedan drove slowly onto the site, and an excited look appeared on Tai Gang's face. "Boss Lee, I have brought what you wanted." Even before the black sedan had come to a full stop, Tai Gang had already run to the car window, speaking to the person inside with a fawning smile. The car stopped and 2 bodyguards stepped out. One of them respectfully opened the back door. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit stepped out, and before saying a word, he pulled a white handkerchief from his pocket to cover his nose, looking at Tai Gang with disgust. "Stay away from me, you stink." Tai Gang nodded repeatedly, took a few steps back, and said with a laugh, "Boss Lee, I brought the item back, take a look." Boss Lee gave a signal to the bodyguard. The bodyguard walked up, took the box from Tai Gang's hand, opened it carefully, scanned it with a strange device, and then nodded at Boss Lee. A smile spread across Boss Lee's face. He waved his hand, letting the bodyguard stow the item away in the car. Tai Gang rubbed his hands together and asked with a beaming face, "Everything is in order, right? And what about my money?" "Not a cent less," Boss Lee said coldly. "But I must say I admire you. You have a black heart and ruthless hands. To sell out the brothers you have been through life and death with for over a decade just for money, you are a cold-blooded man." An awkward look appeared on Tai Gang's face. He gave a sheepish laugh and said, "Boss Lee, please do not make fun of me." Hearing this, all the pieces of the puzzle clicked into place for Zhang Zi. Needless to say, it must have been a trap set by Tai Gang for Lu Kai and the others so he could keep the 3 million all to himself. After they all died at the hands of the monster, he would take the painting and trade it to Boss Lee for the cash. That bastard. Zhang Zi clenched his fists. Thinking of the deaths of Lao Ba and Madman, a surge of rage rose in his heart. One of the bodyguards handed Tai Gang a gold payment card. Tai Gang immediately grabbed it, verified it, and confirmed that it contained 3 million. The smile on his face grew even wider. "Thank you, Boss Lee, thank you, Boss Lee," Tai Gang bowed repeatedly, full of gratitude. Boss Lee did not even look at him. He turned and got back into the car, and then the black sedan drove out of the factory and sped away. Inside the car, Boss Lee took out his phone and dialed a number. "Get my money back and clean up the rest of the loose ends. Do not leave any traces." Watching Tai Gang stare at the gold card with such excitement, Zhang Zi really wanted to jump out and confront the bastard. Did not his conscience hurt at all after betraying his own brothers? But before he could move, he suddenly saw someone walking slowly out of the abandoned building. It was a man in his 40s, his face covered by a mask, brandishing a gleaming dagger in his hand. Tai Gang heard the footsteps as well. He turned around and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. "Who are you? Stay away." Seeing the dagger in the man's hand, Tai Gang seemed to realize something and his face turned pale with panic. The masked man did not say a word, but his speed increased rapidly, leaving a blurry afterimage in his wake. He covered the distance of several hundred meters and stood right in front of Tai Gang in the blink of an eye. Tai Gang let out a loud shout and threw a punch at the masked man. He was no slouch himself. His power level was only 1 point lower than Lao Ba's, and his punch carried at least 500 or 600 pounds of force. However, before his fist could even touch the masked man, his wrist was caught midair. "Oh, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Tai Gang felt as if his wrist was being crushed by iron pliers. The pain was unbearable and he could not help but cry out. But the next moment, his voice was cut short as the masked man plunged the dagger into his heart. "You guys, you have no integrity." Tai Gang stared wide-eyed as he fell backward. A moment later, he stopped breathing. The masked man bent down, retrieved the gold consumer card from Tai Gang's body, and tucked it into his own pocket. Humming a little folk tune, the masked man dragged Tai Gang by the foot across the ground and finally disappeared into the abandoned building. Zhang Zi had recorded the entire process. He did not dare to make a sound because the masked man was extremely powerful. Especially that explosive burst of speed earlier, it was almost on par with the masked woman Zhang Zi had encountered in the Fallen Zone. This guy must be an expert from the demon realm, Zhang Zi thought to himself. Not all experts from the demon realm are kind. Some have taken a dark path, doing vile and unspeakable things. The masked man before him was clearly one of them. Zhang Zi quietly withdrew from the abandoned construction site without making a move. Tai Gang's death meant nothing to Zhang Zi. It was a consequence of his own actions. The only thing Zhang Zi cared about was how to make Boss Li compensate for the losses suffered by Lu Kai and the others. After all, those were 2 lives, they could not have died for nothing. I will go back and tell brother Lu Kai first and see what he says. Zhang Zi returned the way he came. When he arrived back at Lu Kai's house, Uncle Wang had already bandaged Lu Kai's wounds, and Lu Panpan was brewing medicine for him. Seeing Zhang Zi return, everyone looked surprised. Brother Lu Kai, I saw Tai Gang just now, Zhang Zi said in a deep voice, and then he played the video from his phone for Lu Kai and the others to see. That bastard Tai Gang actually betrayed us, damn it. Lu Kai was so angry his face turned red and the intense emotion agitated his wounds, causing him to cough up more blood. Tai Gang deserved to die, but that guy surnamed Li, we cannot afford to provoke him. Lu Kai took a few breaths, finally calming down. With a weary look on his face, he shook his head and said, Brother Zhang Zi, we were all scammed by that guy. He did not just get what he wanted, he did not spend a single cent. Sigh, it is my fault for trusting him too much. Zhang Zi did not speak, but Lu Panpan said angrily, so brother, you got hurt for nothing. Did Lao Ba and Madman die in vain? I cannot swallow this. Why do not we call the police? Let them arrest that Boss Li. You silly girl, if you call the police, the first ones to get arrested will be me and Zhang Zi, Lu Kai said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. We both violated the rules by entering the Fallen Zone privately and bringing things back. Each of those counts is enough to send us to prison for years. But that Boss Li is powerful and influential. Even if the police did investigate, they would probably just downplay the matter and let it slide. Lu Kai sighed and said, for ordinary folks like us, we cannot fight against the powerful. Lu Panpan knew her brother was right, so she could only stomp her feet in frustration, feeling completely helpless. Brother Zhang Zi, thank you for telling me all this. I did not help you earn any money today and I almost got you killed along with me. I feel very guilty and I hope you do not blame me. I, Lu Kai, owe you a favor, and if there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you, Lu Kai said to Zhang Zi sincerely. Zhang Zi waved his hand. Brother Lu Kai, do not say that. You were set up too. If you want to blame anyone, blame that Boss Li and Tai Gang. After saying goodbye to Lu Kai and his sister, Zhang Zi headed home. He happened to run into his neighbor, who was just locking his door to leave. Seeing Zhang Zi return, the man greeted him warmly. Hello, little brother. I saw your sister yesterday. She is very cute. The ordinary-looking middle-aged man gave Zhang Zi a kind smile. Zhang Zi also nodded with a smile. Hello, uncle. Thank you for the apples you gave us yesterday. If you have time, we would like to invite you to our place for dinner. Haha, of course. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, then pulled the key from the door. Zhang Zi's gaze inadvertently swept across his hand, and his pupils constricted instantly. The middle-aged man was missing the pinky finger on his right hand. I have things to take care of, so I will be going now. Goodbye, little brother. The middle-aged man waved to Zhang Zi and walked quickly downstairs. Watching the man walk downstairs, the smile on Zhang Zi's face gradually faded, and his brow furrowed deeply. It cannot be that much of a coincidence, can it? Zhang Zi felt uneasy. While it is true that not everyone missing a pinky is a fugitive, why was it such a coincidence that his own neighbor had the exact same characteristic as the wanted criminal? However, this person's appearance is nothing like the wanted criminal. I need to look into his identity carefully, Zhang Zi thought. If he is not the fugitive, everything is fine, but if he really is, then my sister and I are in danger. Having a murderous fugitive living right next door, he probably would not be able to sleep peacefully at night. He just said he was going out for business. A thought crossed Zhang Zi's mind and he formed a plan. Returning to his home, Zhang Feng was not there. Zhang Zi knew that his sister usually went to the vegetable market at this hour, so he left her a note warning her to be careful of the neighbor next door. Afterward, Zhang Zi went to the balcony, grabbed the clothes-drying rod, gave his body a gentle swing, and flew over to the balcony next door. With an agility stat of 15, Zhang Zi found such a move effortless, easily vaulting from the balcony into the room. It was already past 7 in the evening, the sun had set, and the room was pitch black, filled with a faint scent of tobacco. Not rushing in blindly, Zhang Zi took out his phone, switched on the flashlight, and scanned the room. Thank goodness I did not just walk straight in. Zhang Zi noticed some white powder sprinkled on the floor in front of the door leading to the balcony. Had he not noticed, he would have stepped right into it. The person had designed this simple trap to see if anyone entered the room while they were away. It was not just the balcony door. White powder had been sprinkled behind almost every door in the room. An average person would not set up something like this. Is he really a wanted criminal? Zhang Zi carefully stepped over the patch of white powder, his suspicions growing deeper. Zhang Zi rummaged through the room briefly. The middle-aged man did not have many belongings, just a large duffel bag in the corner of the living room. Zhang Zi walked over, carefully opened the bag and found a certificate. It was actually a certification for a Demon Realm warrior. Huang Hanfei, congratulations on passing the first-tier Demon Realm warrior assessment and certification. This certificate is hereby issued. Reading the name and seeing the photo on the certificate by the light of his phone, Zhang Zi's heart sank instantly. The photo and name were identical to the wanted criminal information sent by his homeroom teacher Liu Wei. It was now certain, this guy was the wanted criminal. This guy must have had plastic surgery, no wonder he looks different. Zhang Zi felt he had solved the mystery. This guy disguised himself as an ordinary middle-aged uncle and rented the place next to mine. Who knows what evil he is planning? Zhang Zi took a deep breath. No, I must report this to teacher Liu Wei immediately. Just as Su Zi opened his class contact list, he suddenly heard a man humming a tune outside the front door. Zhang Zi had heard this melody before. The murderer who killed Tai Gang at the abandoned construction site earlier today had been humming the very same tune. Zhang Zi felt the hairs on his body stand up. An extremely ominous feeling washed over him. Damn it, could it be that the killer from today and this wanted criminal are the same person? I could not be that unlucky, could I? Click, click. The sound of a key turning in the lock. Zhang Zi immediately stood up, scanned the room, and quickly crawled under the bed. It was not the best hiding spot, but with time running out, Zhang Zi really could not find a better one. I hope he does not find me, Zhang Zi prayed silently. This wanted criminal was a first-tier Demon Realm warrior. Zhang Zi had seen him kill Tai Gang, his strength was immense. Zhang Zi was not confident he could defeat him, so the best strategy now was to avoid contact. If he were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Zi was not afraid for himself, but his little sister was next door. This guy would definitely target her, and Zhang Zi would never let that happen. If I am exposed, I will just have to fight him to the death, Zhang Zi thought, while simultaneously sending a message to teacher Liu Wei, telling him the wanted criminal was living right next door. To his dismay, he realized his phone had no signal. In reality, this was normal, as the rampant monsters from the demon caves had caused the areas habitable by humans to shrink more and more. Mobile phones relied on signal towers, and there were only a handful left in all of Tianfeng City, with the rest located in fallen territories. At that moment, the door opened and footsteps entered. Hiding under the bed, Zhang Zi saw a pair of black leather shoes pause at the entrance, then slowly walked toward the balcony where they stopped again. He did not know what the person was doing. Have I been discovered? That should not be possible, right? Zhang Zi felt anxious. Just then he heard the middle-aged man speak. Stop hiding, I know you are still in the room. Hearing the man's voice, Zhang Zi's heart leaped into his throat. Damn it, he really did find me. As expected of a Demon Realm warrior, Zhang Zi's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. His current strength was far inferior to Demon Realm warriors. If he really engaged in a fight, he would undoubtedly lose. What do I do? Should I rush out and fight him? Zhang Zi's mind raced. The middle-aged man, Huang Hanfei, did not seem in a rush to find Zhang Zi. He stood in the middle of the room, lit a cigarette, and began humming that folk tune again, appearing completely at ease. It was his habit. Whenever he was about to kill someone, he loved to hum a few bars. Click-clack, the black leather shoes walked slowly toward the wooden bed where Zhang Zi was hiding, finally stopping right in front of it. Come out yourself, do not make me drag you out, Huang Hanfei said coldly. Zhang Zi took a deep breath, then suddenly heard his phone beep. He glanced at the screen and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. It is 8 o'clock. This was an alarm Zhang Zi had set specifically to remind himself that the time to enter the demon realm had arrived. Huang Hanfei stood by the bed waiting for Zhang Zi to crawl out, but suddenly a white light erupted from beneath the bed. He froze, immediately raised his wrist to check his watch and cursed in frustration, damn it. The demon realm opens at 8 o'clock. This brat must have gone into the demon realm, how crafty. However, Huang Hanfei's expression quickly relaxed. Even though Zhang Zi had escaped into the demon realm, he would still reappear in the same spot when he exited. All Huang Hanfei had to do was wait for him to return. Brat, I will wait for you to come back, hee. Huang Hanfei chuckled coldly. Welcome to the demon realm. Which floor would you like to go to? The first floor. The second floor. The third floor. The fourth floor. My hiding spot has been discovered, and that guy will definitely be waiting by the bed for my return. But I cannot stay in the demon realm forever. After 12 hours, my stamina will be depleted and I will be forced out. So I must make my strength skyrocket within 12 hours. At the very least, I need to reach the level to fight a first-tier demon realm warrior. Otherwise, I am no match for that wanted criminal. Thinking of this, Zhang Zi knew exactly which floor he needed to go to. The fourth floor. The scenery before his eyes shifted, and Zhang Zi stood once again on the altar of the fourth floor. He looked around and found that the Demon Realm Bureau personnel were still cordoning off the area, forbidding adventurers from leaving. Has not the death zone disappeared yet? Zhang Zi frowned. If he could not leave the altar, how was he supposed to kill monsters and grow stronger? Nearby, two adventurers seemed to be waiting for the death zone to vanish so they could go out and hunt. Zhang Zi happened to overhear their conversation. The Demon Realm authorities say the death zone will appear soon, telling us to wait a bit longer, one of them said helplessly. Another one was furious. Damn it, I have been waiting for 10 hours already, when will this ever end? They said the death zone will only vanish once the boss inside is defeated. I heard a large group of experts is heading in, so they should be able to take down the boss quickly. I heard you need a death zone invitation to get in, otherwise you cannot enter at all. Yeah, I heard that too. Those only drop from bosses and the drop rate is incredibly low. Maybe 1 in 100 bosses will drop one. Forget about it, we do not even fight 10 bosses in a year. Even though the rewards in the death zone are huge, it is way too dangerous. You might not come back alive. I would not even want an invitation if it were free. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhang Zi opened his system inventory and found the death zone invitation, and a prompt appeared in his vision. The death zone has opened. Do you want to use the invitation to enter? Yes or no? Zhang Zi stroked his chin thinking, I have cleared the first 3 floors of the demon realm. There is no reward for going back to grind mobs and I cannot leave the 4th floor. Plus, there is that powerhouse in the real world waiting to kill me. It seems I have no other choice. Use the death zone invitation. Usage successful. Countdown to death zone entry is 3 seconds. Please get ready. 3, 2, 1. Zhang Zi felt a flash before his eyes and then he appeared in a different place. A dilapidated village stood before him and some adventurers were heading towards it. At the same time, more adventurers appeared around Zhang Zi. He was stunned to find that they were not just from the Daxia kingdom, but from other countries as well. Blonde and blue-eyed Americans, short and sneaky people from the Sakura kingdom, as well as people from the Kimchi kingdom, the India kingdom, the French kingdom, and so on. Adventurers from almost every country on Earth had gathered here. What is going on? Is not the demon realm supposed to be separate for each country? Why are there foreigners here? Zhang Zi was shocked. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Rakshasa, I finally found you. It was a young woman, her tone filled with excitement and a hint of joy. Zhang Zi turned around and discovered it was Liu Yuying. You saved my life last time. I have been looking for you to repay the favor, but I could not find you. Liu Yuying took a deep breath and said, I did not expect us to meet here. This time I must repay that favor. Tell me, what do you want? Traveling with Liu Yuying were 2 others. One was a man in his 30s with a giant sword on his back. His demon realm name was Angry Killing Chasing Wind. The other was about Zhang Zi's age, holding a crystal ball. His demon realm name was A Midsummer Night's Dream. Angry Killing Chasing Wind looked at Zhang Zi and turned to ask Liu Yuying, Yuying, is he the one who helped you lure the iron-toothed wolves away last time? Liu Yuying nodded and said, yes, Uncle Six, he was the one who saved me that day. Angry Killing Chasing Wind reached out to Zhang Zi, thank you for saving my niece. No need for words, if you ever run into trouble in the future, come to the Liu family and find me. This is my Uncle Six and the young boy is my brother, Liu Yuying introduced. Zhang Zi shook hands with Angry Killing Chasing Wind and said indifferently, it was just a small favor, no need to mention it. You came to the death zone alone, you have got guts. Seeing that Zhang Zi was alone, Angry Killing Chasing Wind kindly warned him, it is different here from the regular demon realm. Not only are the monsters tougher, but there are also many foreign adventurers, and fights often break out over monsters and loot. So I suggest you do not act alone, it is better to stay with us. Yeah, Brother Rakshasa, my Uncle Six is an excellent traded adventurer. You will be absolutely safe with us. A Midsummer Night's Dream also extended an invitation to Zhang Zi. According to the Demon Realm Handbook, the Demon Realm evaluates adventurers based on their strength. From lowest to highest they are novice, proficient, excellent, powerful, transcendent, and the final top-tier title. Liu Yuying remained silent the whole time, just watching Zhang Zi quietly. This is my first time in the death zone, so I do not know the situation here. Acting alone is indeed very dangerous. Plus, there are so many foreign adventurers here which increases the risk. After weighing his options, Zhang Zi nodded and said, if you're willing to have me, that would be for the best. Angry Killing Chasing Wind nodded approvingly, well, no arrogance or conceit. You have a good personality. Liu Yuying lowered her eyes and relaxed. She had actually been worried that Zhang Zi would refuse. After all, this place is full of danger. If Zhang Zi acted alone, she really would not be at ease. Besides, she still owed Zhang Zi a favor. She did not want him dying before she could repay it. Angry Killing Chasing Wind brought Zhang Zi into the party and suggested, since Brother Rakshasa has joined our group, I think we should learn about each other's talent skills so we can cooperate better if we run into trouble. I will go first. My talent skill is Knockback. It can push a target back 10 steps while stunning them for 30 seconds, Angry Killing Chasing Wind said. My turn. My talent skill is Illusion, which can create an illusion of a target that lasts for an hour. However, this illusion is just for show and cannot actually fight, A Midsummer Night's Dream said, shrugging his shoulders sheepishly. He felt his talent skill was quite useless and had almost no utility in actual combat. My talent skill is Light Slash, which you should have already seen last time, Liu Yuying said calmly to Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi did not hold back either. His talent would be revealed eventually, so he said frankly, my talent skill is summoning. I can summon monsters to fight for me. Upon hearing this, Angry Killing, Chasing Wind and the others showed curious expressions. A Midsummer Night's Dream pressed, Brother Zhang Zi, what kind of monsters can you summon? Do they follow your commands? Zhang Zi nodded, then summoned a sword and shield goblin to demonstrate for them. Wow, that is amazing. A Midsummer Night's Dream was full of surprise. He had never seen such a talent skill before. Although Angry Killing, Chasing Wind and Liu Yuying found it novel, they did not pay it much mind. After all, small mobs like goblins might be useful in normal battles, but when dealing with experts or high-level bosses, they are just cannon fodder that cannot really help. In their view, an adventurer's own strength is what matters most. Everything else is just a trick. Alright, that is enough introductions. Others are already entering the village, so let us not waste time. If the boss gets sniped by someone else, we will return empty-handed, Angry Killing Chasing Wind said, looking at the foreign adventurers running towards the village. What is the difference between a boss in the Dead Zone and one in the Demon Realm? Judging by your tone, it sounds like the bosses here drop a lot of good loot. Zhang Zi did not know much about the Dead Zone yet, so he asked Nusha Zhuifeng to learn more. Oh, it seems this is your first time in the Dead Zone. Let us talk while we walk. The group hurried toward the village. As they ran, Nusha Zhuifeng said, if you have played online games, this Dead Zone is basically a dungeon. Monsters in dungeons naturally drop more good items, and bosses in the Dead Zone also drop many things you cannot find outside the Demon Realm. Like non-attribute magic soul orbs, high-level equipment, rare props, and so on. In short, as long as you can kill the boss and get the rewards, it is definitely a profitable deal. But having said that, while the rewards in the Dead Zone are generous, the danger increases exponentially. Like I said just now, it is not just the monsters here that are hard to deal with. There are also many foreign adventurers with ulterior motives. Murder and looting are common occurrences here. I brought Yuying and Zai Ocean into the Dead Zone, this time not just to get boss rewards, but also to let them gain some experience. They will have to rely on themselves to survive in the Dead Zone in the future. Nusha Zhuifeng looked at Zhang Zi and said with a smile, I do not know about your background or where you come from, but your family must really be something to let you enter the Dead Zone all by yourself. Zhang Zi did not speak. He did not have any family, and entering the Dead Zone alone was a matter of desperation. The four of them ran outside the village and saw that adventurers were already clashing with monsters. As Zhang Zi looked on, he realized those monsters were actually the villagers, but their expressions were ferocious, and they were crazily fighting the adventurers with pitchforks and shovels. These villagers must have been possessed by something, which is why they look like this. Nusha Zhuifeng scanned the surroundings. Let us head in. The boss should be hiding in the village. Whoever finds it first gets it. The group followed him into the village. It felt like a maze with houses standing side by side, all looking almost identical. Without careful observation, they were impossible to distinguish. We have been here before. Liu Yuying pointed at a small wooden shack nearby and said, I remember this shack. It seems we have circled back. No sooner had she spoken than a group of villagers rushed out of the wooden shack. There were about 9 of them, and they quickly surrounded Zhang Zi and the others. Do not panic. Nusha Zhuifeng drew his greatsword from his back, slammed it into the ground with a thud, and said in a deep voice, I will hold the front, Yuying will cover the back, and Zai Ocean and Brother Luosha stay in the middle. We fight while we move. Do not let the monsters break our formation. I understand. Summer Night Dream's voice trembled, and he could barely hold the crystal ball in his hand. After all, he was just a novice adventurer. Zhang Zi had seen Summer Night Dream's stats, and they were even lower than his own. Zhang Zi summoned his Blade Shield Goblin and Stone-Throwing Goblin to protect his left and right flanks, preventing the villagers from charging at him. The battle began. True to their nature as Dead Zone monsters, these villagers had extremely formidable attack and defense. The damage dealt by the Blade Shield Goblin and the Stone-Throwing Goblin did not even reach triple digits. Not to mention Zhang Zi's archery, which dealt single-digit damage every time. Meanwhile, every hit from the villagers' pitchforks and shovels dealt hundreds of points of damage to the goblins. By the time they barely managed to whittle a male villager down to low health, Zhang Zi had already lost 2 Blade Shield Goblins. Nusha Zhuifeng forced a villager back with his sword and stole a glance at Zhang Zi. Seeing that Zhang Zi's attacks were only in the single digits, he shook his head inwardly. I thought that since he was able to save Yuying from the iron claws of an iron-toothed wolf, his strength should not be too bad, but I never expected. Shaking off his thoughts, Nusha Zhuifeng quickly dispatched the 3 villagers surrounding him and turned to help clear the way for Zhang Zi. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The lightning strike was so sudden that Nusha Zhuifeng had no time to react and was hit directly. -277 damage. Legendary Doctor caused a paralysis effect. Damn it, someone ambushed me. Nush's Yuefeng quickly spotted the attacker, a foreign player in a red robe whose demon realm name was indeed Legendary Doctor. Hi there, Daxia man, we meet again. Legendary Doctor sneered and waved at Nush's Yuefeng, then swung his staff, sending a fireball crashing into him. Minus 318 damage from Legendary Doctor. Zhang Zi, Liu Yuying, and the others also noticed the abnormality, as two more foreign adventurers had appeared across from them. A blonde woman wielding a crossbow whose demon realm name was Night Elf. The other was a burly bald man clutching a massive battle axe with the name Harrison above his head. You three again, Nush's Yuefeng's pupils contracted as he gritted his teeth. We let you go last time, I did not think you would dare to come looking for trouble again. You are truly shameless. As long as we have the last laugh, who cares about being shameless? Night Elf chuckled and fired an arrow at Liu Yuying, but it was blocked by her sword. On the other side, Harrison slammed his battle axe onto one of the blade shield goblins, knocking it over and sending a large damage number floating up. In an instant, the blade shield goblin's health dropped to half. Zhang Zi's pupils constricted. This bald guy had high attack power. The situation was not looking good. There were 4 villagers left attacking Nush's Yuefeng and Zhang Zi's group, with 3 high-level foreign adventurers on the perimeter. Nush's Yuefeng was the only high-level adventurer on Zhang Zi's side. Liu Yuying counted as half, and Zhang Zi and Summer Night Dream together could barely count as another half. Greg. Another bolt of lightning struck Nush's Yuefeng, paralyzing his body just as he had regained movement, with the effect lasting for 30 seconds. Damn it, if this keeps up, I might die here. Cold sweat broke out on Nush's Yuefeng's forehead. The foreign adventurers clearly intended to kill them all. He had long been prepared for death, but he still had 2 juniors from the family behind him, especially Liu Yuying. She was the future hope of the family, and nothing could be allowed to happen to her. Yuying, you all retreat immediately. Do not worry about me. Nush's Yuefeng took a potion from his system inventory and gulped it down. A burst of red steam suddenly erupted from his body as he entered the activation state. For 30 seconds, he would be immune to all negative status effects, but would take 20% extra damage. Sixth uncle Liu Yuying's face filled with anxiety. From what she knew of her sixth uncle, he was about to risk everything. Stop talking nonsense. Take them and go. Nush's Yuefeng rushed towards Harrison, a heavy sword strike sending Harrison stumbling back 10 paces while leaving him momentarily paralyzed and unable to move. Liu Yuying gritted her teeth and immediately grabbed Zhang Zi and Dream of Midsummer, pulling them away in the opposite direction. I will see where you can run to. Night Elf fired 3 arrows at the backs of Liu Yuying and the others. Surprisingly, those 3 arrows actually had tracking capabilities. Even though Liu Yuying and the others had already run behind the houses, the 3 arrows followed them. It is a talent skill, everyone watch out. Liu Yuying stood in front of Zhang Zi and Dream of Midsummer, her rapier spinning like a windmill. She shattered 2 arrows in an instant, but one still struck her. Minus 407, Night Elf. Ignoring her injury, Liu Yuying led Zhang Zi and Dream of Midsummer to keep running. Fortunately, no one followed them anymore. Their main target is my 6th uncle. They will not bother with small fish like us for now. Liu Yuying bit her lip, her eyes turning slightly red. Being besieged by 3 high-level foreign adventurers, even if her uncle is an elite-level adventurer, it was looking grim. Sister Yuying, what should we do? Dream of Midsummer looked nervous. He had never experienced anything like this before, and his heart was filled with fear. Liu Yuying thought for a moment and said, let us find a place to hide first. Once the Death Domain boss is defeated, we can leave this place. After saying this, Liu Yuying glanced at Zhang Zi, and seeing that he was much calmer than she had imagined, she felt a little more at ease. Zhang Zi checked his summoned monsters. Only 2 stone-throwing goblins remained, and all the others, the blade and shield goblins, had been killed in action. In the previous battle, Zhang Zi had not killed a single villager, so he had no way to summon new ones. However, Zhang Zi still had 3 bosses he had not summoned yet, which could be considered his final trump cards. As the group ran on, moving further and further away from the scene of the incident, Zhang Zi noticed that the name of Nush's Yuefeng in their party had turned gray. That did not necessarily mean he was dead. If a party member gets too far away from the group, their name also turns gray. I remember that the magic domains of different countries are not connected. Adventurers can only hunt monsters in their own country's domain. So I am curious, how did your 6th uncle get into a conflict with them? Zhang Zi asked Liu Yuying, who was beside him as they walked. The magic domains of different countries are indeed not connected, but the death domain is shared. That is why you can see foreign adventurers here. As for how they developed a grudge, I am not sure, but I suspect it might have happened during a previous clash in a death domain. Liu Yuying said in a deep voice. In the past, the frequency of death domains appearing was low, occurring only a few times a year. But in the last 2 years, the frequency has increased. There have been 2 just this month. The last one was on the 23rd floor, and this one appeared on the 4th. So that is how it is. Actually, Zhang Zi had already roughly guessed that the magic domain is essentially a national server, unique to each country and not interconnected. And the Death Domain is not only like an instance dungeon, but more like a cross-server battlefield where adventurers from all countries can compete and fight against each other. It all comes down to pure strength. Dream of Midsummer followed behind the two with a sorrowful expression, muttering, "If I had known the Death Domain was this dangerous, I would not have scrambled to come along." Liu Yuying turned back and glared at him fiercely, scolding him angrily, "Are you even a man? You are terrified after just a little setback." Although Dream of Midsummer was afraid of Liu Yuying, he still muttered, "If my talent skill were as strong as your uncle's or yours, I would not be afraid of anything either." Zhang Zi slowed his pace and patted Dream of Midsummer on the shoulder to encourage him, "Do not give up on yourself. Your talent is actually quite strong, you just have not discovered its true purpose yet." "Do not try to comfort me, brother Rakshasa." Dream of Midsummer shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Your talent can summon monsters to help you fight, but what is the use of me summoning illusions? They cannot fight monsters." Just as Zhang Zi was about to say something, he heard Liu Yuying up ahead say in surprise, "Oh my god, it looks like we have run into a boss." Zhang Zi and Dream of Midsummer looked ahead and saw a giant man over 3 meters tall, exuding black mist, standing under a bell tower. This giant man held a rusty cleaver in both hands and was dressed like a butcher, with bloodstains covering his entire body. Looking at his name, it really lived up to his appearance, Death Butcher. The big boss of the Death Domain. "Oh my mother, why are we so unlucky? We just escaped from the tiger's den only to run straight into a boss," Dream of Midsummer said, completely devastated. "Do not panic, the boss has not spotted us yet." Liu Is carefully observed the Death Butcher and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him still standing quietly in place. If her uncle were here, they would have some chance of defeating the Death Butcher, but now the three of them alone stood no chance. "We should not disturb him. Let us retreat the way we came and find another path." Liu Yuying signaled to Zhang Zi and Dream of Midsummer, but as they retreated, they discovered that Legendary Doctor and the others were patrolling nearby, seemingly searching for them. "Crap, our retreat route is blocked by them." With no other options, Liu Yuying had no choice but to lead Zhang Zi and Dream of Midsummer back to where the Death Butcher was. "What do? We have foreign adventurers behind us and the Death Butcher in front. Are we dead this time?" Dream of Midsummer was filled with fear and trembling all over. He was about the same age as Zhang Zi, just turned 18 this year, and had not been in the magic domain for even a month. Liu Yuying stood there weighing the pros and cons. They had absolutely no chance of winning against the Death Butcher, but fighting those 3 high-level foreign adventurers was equally hopeless. For a moment she fell into a dilemma. "I think since we have already run into the boss, we should not pass this up. Let us take him down." Zhang Zi suddenly spoke up. Liu Yuying and Dream of Midsummer were both stunned and looked at him in disbelief. "Are you crazy? This is a Death Domain boss with overwhelming power. Do you really think the 3 of us can defeat him?" Liu Yuying immediately voiced her objection. Dream of Midsummer shook his head like a rattle. "No way, no way. We cannot beat the boss. We should hurry up and find a way to escape." Zhang Zi remained calm and said, "The retreat route has been blocked by those 3 foreign adventurers. Do you think we stand a chance in a fight against them?" Once Zhang Zi finished his question, Liu Yuying and Dream of Midsummer fell silent. Indeed, those 3 high-level adventurers were not easy to deal with either, and with 3 of them working together in perfect coordination, they might be even more troublesome than this Death Butcher. "So, are you confident you can defeat the Death Butcher? If you are not sure, we will all die here." Liu Yuying bit her lip, her cold eyes fixed on Zhang Zi. "I would not say I am 100% certain, but we have no other choice, we just have to try." Zhang Zi smiled slightly and said, "If we succeed, not only will we escape alive, but we will also earn a lot of rewards. I think it is worth the risk." Midsummer Night's Dream suddenly spoke up from the side. "Hey, brother Zhang Zi, you have overlooked one problem. What if those 3 foreign adventurers find this place while we are fighting the boss and catch us in a pincer attack? Would not we be dead for sure?" Liu Yuying nodded as well and said, "Zaya Ocean is right. How are you going to solve that problem?" Zhang Zi looked at Midsummer Night's Dream, smiled slightly, and said, "Now your talent skill can come in handy." "What do you mean?" Midsummer Night's Dream looked completely bewildered. Legendary Doctor, Harrison, and Elf of the Night were killing monsters while hunting down Liu Yuying, Zhang Zi, and the others. "I cannot believe it. That Rage Kill Chase Wind actually had a random teleport scroll. I remember that thing being incredibly expensive. They sell for $100,000 on the platform. This guy is really rich." Harrison chopped down a villager with an axe and turned back to say to Legendary Doctor and Elf of the Night behind him, "HMPH, that guy from the Xia Empire got off easy. Otherwise, under the siege of the 3 of us, he would have definitely died today," Elf of the Night said indignantly. In their last conflict, her boyfriend had died at the hands of Rage Kill Chase Wind, so she hated him deeply and wished she could tear him to pieces. Legendary Doctor, however, gave a calm smile and said, "You do not have to feel sorry. When this guy used the teleport scroll, he only had 10% of his health left. If he teleported into a spot surrounded by monsters, do you think he could still survive?" After hearing this from legendary Doctor, the moods of Harrison and Elf of the Night improved a bit. It was true. The biggest drawback of a random teleport scroll was that you could not control the destination, so it often happened that you would teleport right into a horde of monsters. God bless, let that Zia Empire guy teleport next to a boss and be killed by it instantly, Elf of the Night said viciously. Just as she finished speaking, Harrison next to her suddenly widened his eyes, pointed ahead, and shouted in surprise, "A boss. Haha, it is a boss." Legendary Doctor and Elf of the Night also looked over in surprise. They saw a 3-meter-tall fat butcher suddenly appearing in front of them. It really was a boss. How we have hit the jackpot this time. A boss in the dead zone is worth a fortune. Let us strike while no one else has discovered it. Legendary Doctor rubbed his hands in excitement. The last time the dead zone appeared, they did not have the chance to grab the boss as someone else beat them to it. They later heard that the boss dropped an S-tier piece of equipment, dozens of non-elemental magic soul orbs and rare items. Although they were envious, there was nothing they could do. That is just what happens when you do not have the luck. Who would have thought that this time the good luck would finally fall to them? A boss appearing right in front of them was truly a blessing from the heavens. Elf of the Night hurried to pick up her crossbow and fired repeatedly at the Death Butcher, but to her surprise, she found that her bolts went straight through the butcher's body, causing no damage at all. What is going on? Why is not the boss taking damage? Elf of the Night looked bewildered and asked Legendary Doctor next to her with confusion. Legendary Doctor also fired a fireball, but the result was the same. The fireball passed right through the Death Butcher without causing any harm. This is so strange. I have never seen a boss like this that has no physical form. Legendary Doctor pondered to himself for a moment and then suddenly said, "I understand now." Harrison and Elf of the Night both looked at Legendary Doctor and heard him say confidently, "This must be one of the boss's skills. When attacked, it turns into a transparent state. Everyone, do not worry. Once its status effect ends, we will be able to hit its physical body." "That is right, it must be that," Legendary Doctor said, full of his own assumptions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying had already launched an attack on the Death Butcher. "Hurry up, you two, my illusion can only last for an hour." Midsummer Night's Dream stood in place, fondling a crystal ball, through which the three people, Legendary Doctor, Elf of the Night, and Harrison, could be clearly seen. That is right, the Death Butcher that the three of them were seeing was actually an illusion created by Midsummer Night's Dream. Liu Yuying looked at Zhang Zi and asked in a low voice, "How are you planning to fight this?" "We definitely cannot just charge in recklessly." Zhang Zi stroked his chin, staring at the Death Butcher opposite them and said, "We do not know anything about this boss. To win 100 battles, you must know yourself and your enemy. Let us test the waters first." After saying that, Zhang Zi summoned the Iron-Toothed Wolf. "Iron-Toothed Wolf, watch out." When Liu Yuying saw the Iron-Toothed Wolf suddenly appear behind Zhang Zi, her pretty face went pale with fright. She immediately got into an attack stance, ready to strike. Zhang Zi hurriedly stopped her and explained, "Do not panic, this Iron-Toothed Wolf was summoned by me. It is a companion, not a monster." "You summoned it?" Liu Yuying looked shocked. Although she knew that Zhang Zi's talent skill summoning could summon monsters, she never expected that he could even summon bosses. Instantly, Liu Yuying gained a new understanding of Zhang Zi's talent skill, and at the same time, she keenly felt that this skill had huge potential. Before Liu Yuying could recover from her shock, Zhang Zi summoned the Swallow Sky Frog and the Goblin King one by one, leaving her jaw dropping in amazement. "My god, you actually summoned the bosses from the first, second, and third levels." Liu Yuying's eyes flashed with disbelief. Zhang Zi was calm and smiled, saying, "Because I have not fought the 4th level boss yet, there are only the bosses from the first 3 levels here. But I think, with the two of us coordinating, we should be able to barely deal with this Death Butcher, right?" Liu Yuying looked at the group of summoned creatures behind Zhang Zi. In addition to the 3 major bosses, there were also 2 stone-throwing goblins and a poison spider. She thought for a moment and said, "If the two of us are lucky, we might actually be able to take this boss down." Zhang Zi nodded and said, "Do not attack yet. I will have the Iron-Toothed Wolf go up and test it to see what skills this Death Butcher has, and then we will develop a strategy based on its skills." Liu Yuying, of course, had no objections and nodded in agreement. "Iron-Toothed Wolf, attack the Death Butcher." Zhang Zi gave the order, and the Iron-Toothed Wolf howled and immediately rushed toward the Death Butcher. As soon as the Iron-Toothed Wolf entered the Death Butcher's attack range, the Death Butcher spotted it and came charging madly with its dual blades raised high. This Death Butcher was huge and covered in layers of fat. Every step it took, the ground shook. Zhang Zi estimated that this guy weighed at least 1,000 pounds. Liu Yuying and Zhang Zi watched nervously as the Iron-Toothed Wolf and the Death Butcher clashed. By now, the Iron-Toothed Wolf had leveled up to level 2, and its combat power was on par with the Goblin King, though it was unclear if it could best the Death Butcher. The outcome was soon clear. The Iron-Toothed Wolf swiped at the Death Butcher, but only dealt a little over 100 points of damage. Meanwhile, the Death Butcher landed a single slash on the wolf, carving away over 300 health points. It was immediately obvious who was stronger. As expected of a death domain boss, its strength is on another level. Zhang Zi nodded to himself. Liu Yuying, standing nearby, said worriedly, "Your iron-toothed wolf is no match for him. We should go up and help, otherwise it will not last much longer against the Death Butcher." Liu Yuying's assessment was spot on. After just a few exchanges, the iron-toothed wolf's health had already dropped to 1/3. And the Death Butcher had not even used its skills yet. Poison Spider trapped the Death Butcher. After Zhang Zi gave the order, the Poison Spider flung a web, immobilizing the Butcher, and Zhang Zi seized the chance to pull the iron-toothed wolf back. If it kept fighting, the iron-toothed wolf would surely be killed. However, since they were in combat, the iron-toothed wolf could not recover health. Even if Zhang Zi retracted it into the summoned space, its health would not regenerate. "If only we had a healer class nearby, our combat sustainability would be much stronger," Zhang Zi said, curling his lip. "I do have a friend who is a support class, but unfortunately she is not here," Liu Yuying said with a hint of regret. Money Princess possessed an A-rank talent skill called Green Blessing that could restore health. She had excellent technique and often saved her companions' lives at critical moments. She was a very competent priest. The Death Butcher, trapped by the web, roared in anger. Zhang Zi ordered the Swallowing Frog and the Stone-Throwing Goblin to launch ranged attacks, though the damage was quite limited. The Swallowing Frog dealt about 200 damage, while the Stone-Throwing Goblin only dealt double-digit damage. Not to mention Zhang Zi himself, who barely managed to break into single-digit damage. "I will kill you, I will eat your flesh." Suddenly, the Death Butcher let out a roar that startled both Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying. "How can this guy speak human language?" Zhang Zi was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard a monster talk. Liu Yuying explained, "According to my sixth uncle, the higher the floor of the magic domain, the higher the monster's intelligence. They can even speak our language, which makes them increasingly difficult to fight." Zhang Zi nodded, thinking to himself, "I hope this Death Butcher is not too smart, or it will be even harder to handle." The web wore off and the Death Butcher charged towards them. Zhang Zi urgently ordered the Goblin King to intercept, while also having the iron-toothed wolf assist from the side. Liu Yuying drew her western sword and told Zhang Zi, "I am going to help too," before rushing forward. Zhang Zi had to stay back with the Swallowing Frog and the Stone-Throwing Goblin, providing ranged assistance. The Goblin King was stronger than the iron-toothed wolf, but still paled in comparison to the Death Butcher. However, they had the advantage of numbers, and combined with Liu Yuying's powerful light-slash talent, they managed to cut the Butcher's health in half. "Damn it!" the Death Butcher roared, crossed his blades, and unleashed a skill against the Goblin King. "Your Goblin King has been hit by the Death Butcher's bone-breaking skill. Attack power reduced by 20%, defense reduced by 20%, and speed reduced by 20%. "My god, this skill is devastating." Zhang Zi's eyes widened. The bone-breaking skill had practically crippled his Goblin King. After using bone-breaking on the Goblin King, the Death Butcher turned and used another skill on the iron-toothed wolf. He threw one of his long blades at the wolf, and in an instant it buried itself deep into the wolf's chest. The iron-toothed wolf let out a yelp as its health hit zero, collapsed, and vanished into a puff of black smoke. "Your iron-toothed wolf has been hit by the Death Butcher's death throw, dealt 450 damage, it has died." Zhang Zi's mouth hung open. The Death Butcher actually had two skills, and that throwing blade was so brutal it instantly killed his iron-toothed wolf. Though he felt a pang of heartache, there was nothing he could do. They had to give everything to kill this Butcher. If all of his boss summons were to fall, they would be next. Liu Yuying gritted her teeth and attacked the Butcher relentlessly from behind, trying to deal as much damage as possible, while the Butcher's attention was locked on the Goblin King. "Come on, we are going to win," Zhang Zi shouted, trying to boost their morale. Midsummer Night's Dream, who was controlling the illusion, shouted back, "Hey, how is it going over there? I can hold on for another half hour, so make it quick." On his end, the legendary Dr. Harrison and the others were still besieging the illusion of the Death Butcher, waiting for the duration to end. Zhang Zi did not have time to respond to Midsummer Night's Dream. He kept micromanaging the Goblin King and the Poison Spider. Whenever the Death Butcher used a skill, Zhang Zi immediately ordered the Poison Spider to trap him, pulling the Goblin King back to safety. With no target to release the skill on, the Butcher's ability would dissipate, and Zhang Zi would send the Goblin King back in. This almost shameless tactic was actually quite effective, and the group shaved off another 20% of the Butcher's health. Now the Death Butcher had only about 30 of his health remaining. Light slash, hope welled up in Liu Yuying's heart as she saw the light of victory on the horizon. But at that moment, the Death Butcher suddenly turned, sent Liu Yuying flying with a charge, then rushed under the clock tower and climbed to the top in a few swift motions. Such agility was impossible to associate with his fat, bloated body. "What is going on?" Zhang Zi was stunned, and Liu Yuying's eyes widened in confusion. Is he trying to run away? Monsters running away was not unheard of. Zhang Zi had encountered goblins that did the same before. As per Liu Yuying's explanation, higher-level monsters had higher intelligence, so fleeing when they could not win was within the realm of logical behavior. However, the Death Butcher's next move caught Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying off guard yet again. They saw the guy sitting on top of the clock tower, his legs dangling and swinging, while he pulled out a massive piece of meat from nowhere and began eating it greedily. Plus 50 meat leg. Plus 80 meat leg. Plus 110 meat leg. Damn it, he can actually restore health by eating meat, Zhang Zi cursed. Dealing with him was hard enough already, to think he could heal himself too, how shameless is that? Liu Yuying ran to the clock tower and tried to climb up, only to find it was impossible to scale. No good, I keep slipping off as soon as I try to climb, this clock tower is unscalable, Liu Yuying said, watching the Death Butcher's health slowly regenerate with a look of anxiety. Sky-swallowing frog, stone-throwing goblin, knock him down for me. Zhang Zi shouted his orders while drawing his bow to attack the Death Butcher. However, except for the sky-swallowing frog's fireballs which could reach the top of the tower, both Zhang Zi and the stone-throwing goblin's attacks could not even touch him. Boom! Minus 277, sky-swallowing frog. The Death Butcher was happily munching away when he was hit square in the face by a fireball, causing the meat leg to drop from his hand. You bastard, you bastard. The Death Butcher, enraged at having his meal interrupted, leaped down from the clock tower and charged at the sky-swallowing frog. Great, he came down, Liu Yuying said with joy. Zhang Zi immediately commanded the poison spider to trap the Death Butcher, continuing their previous cheap tactic. Minus 17 Rakshasa. Minus 49 stone-throwing goblin. Minus 210 Goblin King. Minus 199 Liu Yuying. Minus 297 Sky-swallowing frog. Everyone push a little harder, this guy is almost finished. Zhang Zi gritted his teeth and kept firing his arrows frantically. As soon as Liu Yuying's light slash cooldown ended, she unleashed it immediately. She really wished her skills had no cooldown so she could use them endlessly. The Death Butcher knew he was at the end of his rope and attacked even more frantically, eventually causing the Goblin King to make a heroic sacrifice. Consequently, the sky-swallowing frog became his next target. However, under Zhang Zi's control, the poison spider effectively managed the battlefield, preventing the Death Butcher from getting close to the sky-swallowing frog. Finally, after a grueling battle, the Death Butcher's health dropped to its last sliver. Zhang Zi drew his bow and fired an arrow, die. Minus 22 Rakshasa, critical hit. I am not resigned. The Death Butcher's health was wiped out by Zhang Zi's final arrow. He swayed unsteadily before collapsing with a crash so violent that it almost knocked everyone over. Congratulations on killing the Death Butcher. A notification appeared before Zhang Zi and he felt a thrill of joy. Great, with this powerful boss joining my team, my party's strength just got a major boost. The next moment, another system notification appeared. Global announcement, the Death Zone boss, Death Butcher, has been slain by Rakshasa. Congratulations to him. Global announcement, the Death Zone boss, Death Butcher, has been slain by Rakshasa. Congratulations to him. Global announcement, the Death Zone boss, Death Butcher, has been slain by Rakshasa. Congratulations to him. The notification appeared 3 times. Zhang Zi smiled bitterly to himself. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but now that seemed impossible. Everyone saw it. It would be hard for him not to become famous now. Liu Yuying gasped for air, looking at the Death Butcher's corpse in disbelief. The boss is dead. We really killed the Death Zone boss. Zhang Zi laughed, no doubt about it. Look, the body even dropped loot. A pile of items sprang out from the Death Butcher's corpse, glittering and covering the ground. Zhang Zi immediately collected everything. He took a look and said excitedly, haha, an S-grade weapon dropped. After saying that, he sent a screenshot of the gear to Liu Yuying. Blood Demon Longbow. Quality S. Damage 410 to 650. Special effect, when an attack deals damage to a target, 10% of the damage is converted into the user's own health. Durability 1. Wow, this weapon has a lifesteal effect. Liu Yuying covered her small mouth in surprise. It was her first time seeing a weapon with such an effect. It was not that she had not seen S-grade weapons before. Her 6th uncle owned one, but it was a shoulder guard with a special effect that reduced range damage by 10%. But compared to this Blood Demon Longbow, it was nowhere near as good. This weapon is perfectly suited for you, you should keep it, Liu Yuying said to Zhang Zi without hesitation. After all, Zhang Zi deserved the most credit for this bitter battle. While she had contributed, she was not the primary MVP. Then I will not be polite. Zhang Zi did not hold back, directly unequipping his junk bow and replacing it with the Blood Demon Longbow. Immediately, a black longbow glowing with red light appeared in his hand. Zhang Zi could even sense an aura of extreme thirst for blood emanating from it. This bow is powerful, Zhang Zi said, beaming. You are so lucky, Liu Yuying said, full of envy. Many people spent years or even decades in the demon realm without ever seeing an S-grade item, yet Zhang Zi had managed to get one in just a few days, and a weapon with such a great effect too. His luck was truly off the charts. "Hey, how are you two doing? My illusion's duration is about to run out." At that moment, Midsummer Night's Dream called out from afar. He could not move while controlling the illusion, so he had no way of knowing what was happening behind him. "We won, the boss is dead," Zhang Zi shouted, then turned to Liu Yuying. "I collected 16 high-tier non-elemental soul orbs, a random scroll, and 4 potent recovery potions. I will keep the scroll, but I will share half of the rest with you." Liu Yuying wanted to refuse, but Zhang Zi had already sent the items to her mailbox. After a moment of thought, she accepted them. She could certainly put these to use, as she was aiming to pass the assessment for a Tier 2 Demon Realm fighter. "Trouble, those foreign adventurers are coming this way." Midsummer Night's Dream stumbled back. Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying immediately exchanged glances. The global announcement must have tipped them off that they had been tricked. Damn it, so that Death Butcher earlier was just an illusion. Legendary Doctor, accompanied by Harrison and Elf of Night, charged over from the distance looking furious. The moment he spotted Zhang Zi, his rage boiled over. "You damn Daxia person, you stole our boss." Legendary Doctor gritted his teeth. "The rewards and honor for killing that boss should have belonged to us." Elf of Night said coldly, "Stop wasting time talking to them. Just kill them and take the loot, will not that be enough?" "Well said." Harrison raised his giant axe, licked his lips, and added with a sinister tone. Zhang Zi looked at the summons at his side. Only one stone-throwing goblin, one poisoned spider, and the sky-swallowing frog remained. He still had the Death Butcher in his summoning space, but it was not out yet. Liu Yuying was busy healing. The intense battle had dropped her health below the danger line. It would likely take at least a minute to restore it to full. Midsummer Night's Dream hid behind Zhang Zi, his face pale. This guy was basically useless in a fight. "Although I could summon the Death Butcher to fight them, the risk is too high." Zhang Zi frowned. "The safest move now is to leave the dead zone immediately." "You two should exit the dead zone now." Liu Yuying suddenly spoke, her eyes flashing with hatred as she said, "My sixth uncle died at their hands, I must have my revenge." Midsummer Night's Dream was startled and hurriedly said, "Sister Yuying, are you crazy? You cannot take on the three of them by yourself." Zhang Zi also frowned and said, "Do not be impulsive, or your sixth uncle's death will have been in vain." Liu Yuying shook her head with a firm look on her face. "I made a vow, I will never let my family die again. I have to kill these guys today and avenge my sixth uncle." "This Liu Yuying is too stubborn." Zhang Zi's brows locked tighter. "What should I do? Can I really just leave her here alone?" I do not care anymore. I do not want to die. I am going back." Midsummer Night's Dream shouted and then exited the dead zone. Liu Yuying looked at Zhang Zi. "What are you waiting for? Go quickly." Zhang Zi sighed helplessly, summoned the Death Butcher, and at the same time drew his longbow, aiming at Legendary Doctor and the others opposite. Liu Yuying was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "What are you doing? Go, this is a personal grudge between me and them. It has nothing to do with you." "Your personal grudge may have nothing to do with me, but you are my fellow countrymen, and I cannot watch you be killed by foreigners." Zhang Zi looked at Liu Yuying quietly and said, "If you go, I go. If you stay, I stay." Liu Yuying's face flushed slightly. She gave a soft hum and said, "This is your own choice. I do not owe you any favors." "I know, it is my own choice." Zhang Zi smiled slightly and took aim at the approaching Legendary Doctor. Across from them, Legendary Doctor and the other two looked shocked. "What is going on?" The Death Butcher respawned. "I have never heard of a dead zone boss respawning after death. Am I seeing things?" "You are not seeing things. Another Death Butcher really did pop up. But why is not this Death Butcher attacking those two Daxia people? Instead, it is just standing foolishly behind that Rakshasa." The three of them were completely dumbfounded, unable to make sense of what was happening. Just then, Liu Yuying suddenly received a message. It was actually from Fury Killing Chasing Wind. "Fury Killing Chasing Wind, Yuying, I am not dead. You and Rakshasa should leave the dead zone quickly. Do not fight those three foreigners to the death." Liu Yuying looked pleasantly surprised and hurriedly replied, "Sixth uncle, is it really you? You are not dead." "Fury Killing Chasing Wind, do you want me to be dead that badly? Stop talking nonsense and get out of there. Xiao Tian already told me what happened. You two did great." Okay. Liu Yuying wiped away her tears and said to Zhang Zi beside her, "Rakshasa, let us go. My sixth uncle is still alive." "Really? That is great." Zhang Zi also let out a sigh of relief. He had actually been sweating bullets just now. After all, he really was not confident in his chances against three high-level adventurers. But he was a man. He could not bring himself to abandon a fellow young girl to be killed by foreigners. Zhang Zi dismissed the Death Butcher, and the two immediately exited the dead zone, leaving the three people opposite in a state of confusion once again. "Hey, why did the Death Butcher disappear again?" Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying appeared simultaneously on the altar on the fourth floor. Fury Killing Chasing Wind and Midsummer Night's Dream were waiting anxiously, and seeing them appear, they immediately came up to meet them. Rakshasa Yuying, you two are amazing. Fury Killing Chasing Wind laughed heartily, clapping Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying on the shoulders. He looked at Zhang Zi with approval and said, when I first saw you, I felt you were different from the others. Haha, I was right. You are too kind, Zhang Zi gave a humble smile. Fury Killing Chasing Wind glanced at Midsummer Night's Dream with dissatisfaction and said angrily, look at Rakshasa and then look at you. Useless. Midsummer Night's Dream lowered his head in shame. He had abandoned Liu Yuying to run away alone, and as soon as he came out, he ran into Fury Killing Chasing Wind and was scolded in front of everyone. Brother Rakshasa, our Liu family is considered a prestigious clan. Are you interested in joining us? I will strongly recommend you to the family head and get you the treatment of a high-level advisor. Fury Killing Chasing Wind looked at Zhang Zi with anticipation. Zhang Zi shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not want to join any organization right now. That is fine, I will not force it. Fury Killing Chasing Wind laughed and said, well, you and our Yuying are about the same age, you two should keep in touch, haha. Fury Killing Chasing Wind thought highly of Rakshasa, especially after seeing him risk his life to stay behind with Liu Yuying earlier. That kind of spirit impressed him deeply. So his old habit kicked in. He hoped to play matchmaker for Liu Yuying and Zhang Zi, which he felt would also be a way to answer to Liu Yuying's deceased parents. Sixth uncle, Yan Yuying's face turned beet red immediately as she shouted in embarrassment and annoyance. Zhang Zi also smiled and said, understood. He thought for a moment and then asked, there is one more thing I would like to ask your advice on. Go ahead. Fury Killing Chasing Wind was in a great mood. Although he had been ambushed by legendary doctor's team, he had survived, and with the dead zone boss killed by Rakshasa and Liu Yuying, meaning the rewards and honor did not fall into the hands of foreigners, he was very happy. It is like this, if I had to fight a first-stage magic zone expert, what should I be careful about? Zhang Zi asked in a low voice. He had not forgotten that in the real world outside there was still a wanted criminal waiting for him. You want to take on a first-stage magic zone expert? Upon hearing Zhang Zi's words, Fury Killing Chasing Wind was taken aback, then frowned and said in a serious tone, Brother Rakshasa, are you in some kind of trouble? Do not be polite, just tell me, I can help you sort it out. The Liu family that Fury Killing Chasing Wind belonged to, while not the absolute top-tier family in the Daxia Kingdom, was still in the top 100, and their strength was certainly not to be underestimated. As long as Zhang Zi had not offended anyone too powerful, Fury Killing Chasing Wind was confident he could help Zhang Zi resolve this disaster. After all, the various families in the Daxia Kingdom communicated and interacted with each other. Unless it was a deep blood feud, they were generally amicable and would give each other some leeway to keep things from escalating too far. Zhang Zi smiled and said, thank you for your kindness, but I feel like I can handle this matter myself. The hardest debt to repay is a favor. Zhang Zi currently had 8 high-level non-attribute magic soul orbs in his possession, and he was confident that after absorbing them, his strength would improve significantly. While he would not claim to be able to defeat that Huang Hanfei, he should at least be able to protect himself. Therefore, he did not want to owe Fury Killing Chasing Wind a favor. Liu Yuying opened her mouth to the side, as if wanting to say something, but in the end she remained silent. A Midsummer Night's Dream whispered to Zhang Zi, Brother Rakshasa, the experts in the demon realm are even stronger than we imagined. Do not be blindly arrogant or you will risk losing your life. Nusha Zhuifeng glanced at Midsummer Night and scolded, shut your crow's mouth. Brother Rakshasa must have his own plans. Since he has the confidence to handle it, we do not need to say anything more. After a moment of thought, Nusha Zhuifeng said to Zhang Zi, if you intend to deal with experts in the demon realm, besides having enough personal strength, you must also pay attention to which aspect your opponent's advantage lies in. Advantage? Zhang Zi raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Nusha Zhuifeng explained, as everyone knows, to become a demon realm expert, one must pass an assessment. In fact, the first-year assessment is quite simple. As long as your 4-dimensional attributes meet the standards, you can basically pass. However, such demon realm experts are actually quite ordinary because everyone's level is roughly the same. Even if a fight breaks out, most of the time it is a draw. Therefore, many demon realm experts begin to focus on strengthening one specific attribute. For example, by investing a large amount of resources into the strength attribute, such an expert will have immense strength. Their attacks will deal significantly more damage than other experts. Take another example, there are also experts who invest heavily in spirit, making their spirit attribute much higher than their other stats, and naturally their mental power will be far superior to other experts. And such experts hold an absolute advantage in battle. You can imagine if you're fighting a demon realm expert whose mental power is significantly higher than yours, even if their other attributes are slightly lower, they can use mental attacks against you during the fight, leaving you with no way to parry. So you need to understand what your opponent's advantage is, and then tailor your battle plan to counter that advantage. Listening to Nusha Zhuifeng, Zhang Zi nodded thoughtfully. He roughly understood now that there is a hierarchy of strength among demon realm experts. Even at the same rank, there can be a gap due to differences in their 4-dimensional attribute values. Thinking of himself, Zhang Zi checked his attribute panel. Among my four-dimensional attributes, agility is the highest, already reaching 15 points. Does that mean my speed is slightly faster than others? Zhang Zi muttered, stroking his chin and following his own train of thought. If I continue to invest more resources into agility, then my movement speed and attack speed will be much faster than others. That way, I will have more of an advantage in battle, and my chances of winning will be higher. I just wonder where that Huang Hanfei's advantage lies. Midsummer Night's Dream checked the time and said, Uncle 6, Sister Yuing, my time in the demon realm is almost up. I need to log out early. Nusha Juifeng said, our time is almost up too, let us log out together. He then looked at Zhang Zi and added, Brother Rakshasa, one last piece of advice before we go. Until you are strong enough, try your best not to provoke other demon realm experts. Thank you, I understand. Zhang Zi thanked Nusha Juifeng. Shortly after, Nusha Juifeng and A Midsummer Night's Dream both logged out of the demon realm. Liu Yuying took a deep look at Zhang Zi and sent a friend request. Zhang Zi was stunned for a moment, then clicked accept. Afterward, Liu Yuying also went offline. Zhang Zi poured all the demon soul orbs he had into agility all at once. Now his agility attribute had reached 26 points. This value was already quite high, even a few points higher than ordinary demon realm experts. Phew, now it is my turn. Zhang Zi took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and chose to leave the demon realm. Under the bed, a flash of white light appeared and Zhang Zi manifested in place. He instantly scrambled out from under the bed, moving with the speed of lightning. He was worried that Huang Hanfei might be guarding nearby. To prevent being ambushed as soon as he appeared, Zhang Zi immediately fled the spot to prepare for combat. No one in the room. Where did Huang Hanfei go? Zhang Zi looked around in confusion, finding no one there. He cautiously walked out of the bedroom, only to discover that there was no one in the entire room. What is going on? It is impossible for Huang Hanfei to have left. Zhang Zi frowned. He looked toward the corner and saw the travel bag was still there, meaning Huang Hanfei had not left yet. Where could he have gone? Could it be? Oh no, Zhang Zi's heart sank. A terrible premonition hit him. The next moment, he rushed out of the room and ran toward his own house. The door is not locked. Zhang Zi felt a sudden chill. Then he heard a voice from inside the room. It was none other than Huang Hanfei. Kid, I know you are outside. Come on in, let us have a talk. Zhang Zi opened the door and walked inside. He saw his younger sister, Zhang Feng, sitting on the sofa in terror. Huang Hanfei was sitting next to her, peeling an apple with a fruit knife, a cold, sinister smile on his face. I noticed the balcony door was open, and I just knew it had to be the guy next door who entered my place through the balcony. It could not be anyone else but you, my good neighbor. Huang Zhao sliced off a piece of apple, popped it into his mouth, and crunched loudly. Let my sister go first, and we can talk about the rest, Zhang Zi said in a deep voice. He had to ensure his sister was out of danger before considering how to deal with Huang Hanfei. I cannot do that because she has seen my face and knows I am a fugitive. Once I let her go, she will definitely call the police. I cannot take that risk, Huang Hanfei said slowly. I will not call the police. Please let us go, I beg you, mister. Zhang Feng was crying. She was just a student, young and inexperienced. Having never encountered such a situation, she was already frightened out of her wits. Zhang Zi took a deep breath and asked, Then what do you want? Kill us both. Do not be so nervous, Huang Hanfei chuckled. As long as you two obey, I will not kill you, but you both have to come with me. As for your future, it is now entirely in my hands. Huang Hanfei kept eating the apple. With Zhang Feng in his grasp, he was not worried about Zhang Zi pulling any tricks. He had already decided to take them both to the black market and sell them. You have to understand, young men and women like these are always in high demand on the black market. Especially young girls, they are extremely sought after. Selling them off will not be a problem at all, and I could fetch hundreds of thousands for them. As for this boy, I can just harvest all his organs and sell them separately. That would also bring in quite a bit of money. Once I get my hands on that money, Huang Hanfei can flee abroad and continue living a life of ease and freedom there. Zhang Zi narrowed his eyes. He could roughly guess what Huang Hanfei was thinking, but he kept his composure, nodded, and said, Fine, as long as you do not hurt my sister and me. Do not worry, the two of you are very valuable assets to me, so how could I possibly hurt you? Heh. Huang Hanfei licked his lips and flashed a greedy smile. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Huang Hanfei's brow furrowed immediately, and he whispered, Did you call the police? Zhang Zi shook his head. No, I did not. Earlier, Zhang Zi had indeed sent a message to his homeroom teacher, Liu Wei, but because the signal was poor, the message had not been sent. Could it be a delayed delivery that finally reached Teacher Liu? Is it Teacher Liu outside? A glimmer of hope rose in Zhang Zi's heart. If it really was Liu Wei bringing the police, then he and his sister might still have a chance to be saved today. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked again, and the person outside seemed quite anxious. Zhang Zi looked at Huang Hanfei, who nodded at him and said, Go open the door and do not try anything funny. With that, Huang Hanfei sat down next to Zhang Feng and pressed the fruit knife against her waist. Seeing this, Zhang Zi turned to open the door. Hello, your food delivery is here. Outside the door, a short young girl wearing a yellow delivery hat stood there, smiling brightly as she held a lunchbox and said to Zhang Zi, "Enjoy your meal." "I did not order any food, you must have the wrong place." Zhang Zi frowned and tried to push the girl away from the door. To his surprise, the girl squeezed right in, looking dissatisfied as she muttered, "Customers should not be like this. Ordering food and then refusing to take it is not that just playing games with people." As she spoke, the girl spotted Huang Hanfei and Zhang Feng inside and shouted, "Did those two order it?" Zhang Zi pushed her out impatiently and said angrily, "I told you I did not, so just go away." Huang Hanfei was a dangerous man, and Zhang Zi did not want to get anyone else involved, which was why he was so anxious to get the delivery girl to leave. Besides, he truly had not ordered any food. "HMPH, you customers are just unreasonable." The girl went downstairs grumpily. Once outside the building, she tossed the lunchbox aside, took off her hat, and looked up at the floor with a slight smirk on her lips. "Found you, hee hee, the 1.5 million bounty is mine." Hearing footsteps receding downstairs, Zia Zi turned to Huang Hanfei and said, "A delivery person got the wrong address and has already left." Huang Hanfei pulled Zhang Feng up and said to Zhang Zi, "Open the door, we are leaving." "Where to?" Zhang Zi asked instinctively. Huang Hanfei did not answer but just pushed Zhang Feng and Zhang Zi out the door. The three reached the ground floor, and Huang Hanfei pointed to a dilapidated van opposite and said, "Get in the car, I am taking you with me." Zhang Feng began to cry in fear, and Zhang Zi held his sister's hand tightly, whispering comfortingly, "Do not be afraid, I will protect you." As the three reached the van and Huang Hanfei prepared to open the door, suddenly, a white streak of light shot directly at his face. Huang Hanfei had fast reflexes and dodged by tilting his head. The light grazed his cheek, leaving a sharp pain. He reached up and felt blood trickling down from a cut. "Who is there?" Huang Hanfei pulled Zhang Feng into his arms, pressed the fruit knife back against her neck, and roared toward the direction of the flash, "Come out, or I will kill her." Zhang Zi wanted to intervene from the side but was afraid to move, worried he might harm his sister. A petite figure emerged from the dark bushes. Zhang Zi's eyes widened. "Is not that the delivery girl from earlier?" "Hee, I actually missed." The girl walked slowly into the light, revealing a pretty face. She raised her hands, and Zhang Zi saw 10 thin, cold gleaming darts fitted onto her slender fingers, spinning continuously as she moved her hands. Huang Hanfei narrowed his eyes and sneered, "You are a bounty hunter or not you? I expected a bounty hunter to come after me, but little girl, do you really think you are a match for me?" The girl shrugged and said, "Do not judge a book by its cover, mister. Even though I am young and short, I am a powerhouse in the demon domain, and my aim with these darts is very precise." Before the words even faded, she flicked her right hand, and 5 darts shot toward Huang Hanfei. The 5 darts were aimed at different parts of Huang Hanfei's body, but because he was holding Zhang Feng in front of him, they were bound to hit her first. "Little girl, are not you afraid your darts will hurt my hostage?" With Zhang Feng acting as his shield, he felt untouchable and sneered. "As long as I kill you, I get the bounty. What happens to anyone else is none of my concern." The girl made a grabbing motion in the air, and as if by magic, 5 more darts appeared in her hand. As for collateral damage to the hostage, the girl was not worried that the police would blame her. After all, casualties during the arrest of a criminal were normal, especially when the target was a demon domain powerhouse. "Sister!" A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Zi's eyes. His body became a blur as he dashed in front of Zhang Feng. In his vision, the girl's 5 darts seemed to be in slow motion, drifting toward him. Snab, 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 snab. Zhang Zi's hands moved in a flurry, instantly catching 4 of the darts aimed at Zhang Feng with his bare hands. He left the 5th dart alone, as it was flying directly toward Huang Hanfei's forehead. "Oh, what?" Huang Hanfei and the girl exclaimed in unison. "This guy is so fast, he actually caught my darts with his bare hands." The girl's face was filled with shock. Her darts traveled at a speed of 300 kilometers per second. Even if it were not an ordinary person, any demon domain powerhouse without high agility stats would not be able to dodge them. But Zhang Zi had reacted with such immense speed and pinpoint precision to catch those 4 darts. This level of skill was definitely higher than that of an average demon domain powerhouse. Could he be a demon domain powerhouse too? The girl narrowed her eyes. Could he be working with Huang Hanfei? That should not be right. I checked the police files, and Huang Hanfei operates alone with no partners. On the other side, seeing the beam of white light flying straight toward his forehead, Huang Hanfei had no choice but to raise his hand and use his fruit knife to block it. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Zi grabbed his sister and rescued her from Huang Hanfei's grasp. Zhang Zi shielded his sister behind him, glared at the young girl and said, "You almost hurt my sister just now." The girl gave a light snort and said dismissively, "I did not mean it." Who told her to get in front of the criminal herself? Hearing this, Zhang Zi felt like rushing over and slapping her twice. She had absolutely no regard for human life. The girl turned her head, ignoring Zhang Zi and his sister, and focused all her attention back on Huang Hanfei. That was 1.5 million in bounty, enough for 3 months of expenses. She could not let him get away. Without his hostage, Huang Hanfei did not show a hint of panic. Instead, he sighed softly and said, "I did not want to go on a killing spree today, but it seems I have no choice. I will start with you then." With that, Huang Hanfei charged straight at the girl. In his mind, while the superhuman speed Zhang Zi displayed was truly surprising, he still considered the bounty hunter his biggest threat. So he decided to finish off the girl first before turning back to deal with Zhang Zi and his sister. Hee, just in time. The girl jumped up, leaping 4 or 5 meters into the air, dodging Huang Hanfei's attack. Then she did a backflip in midair, crossed her hands, and with a flick, 10 throwing knives shot toward Huang Hanfei. Huang Hanfei rolled on the ground, barely dodging them, but before he could even steady himself, the girl fired another 10 knives at him with lightning speed. It was unclear where she was hiding those knives. She had already thrown 40 or 50 of them, making Zhang Zi and Zhang Feng wonder if the girl was some kind of magician. Huang Hanfei had not expected her to carry so many throwing knives. He thought 20 or 30 would be the limit, but this endless barrage left him overwhelmed and in constant pain. "Damn it," Huang Hanfei cursed under his breath. "Looks like I have to use my ultimate move." Thinking this, he suddenly changed his tactics. Instead of just dodging, he charged right at the girl. "So you have finally given up. Let me turn your body into a sieve and go collect that bounty." Heh. The girl naturally would not engage in close combat with Huang Hanfei. She kicked off with her short legs and nimbly retreated backward. "Hey, look at this!" Suddenly, Huang Hanfei pulled something from his chest, flashed it in front of the girl's eyes, and shouted loudly. The girl subconsciously looked at the object, and then her eyes went blank. Her body slowed down involuntarily, as if she were under a spell, unable to tear her gaze away from it. "What is going on? Why did the girl stop moving?" Zhang Zi looked on in astonishment, also glancing at the object in Huang Hanfei's hand. It was just a mirror. Huang Hanfei stared intensely at the girl. His eyes were bloodshot and bulging, but he wore a smirk. He chuckled and said, "You are under my control now. Throw away your knives and come to me." His voice was slow and rhythmic, carrying an absolute authority in the girl's ears, compelling her to do exactly as he said. Clatter, clatter. The girl dropped all her knives and walked toward Huang Hanfei like a mindless zombie. "Hahaha, it seems you poured all your stats into agility, so your spirit must be ridiculously low, otherwise you would not be so easily controlled by my mental powers." Huang Hanfei laughed triumphantly, then raised his fruit knife, ready to stab into the girl's wide eyes. Suddenly, a rock flew in and struck. Huang Hanfei shifted his body to avoid the rock, but then he heard the sound of glass shattering. "Oh no," he thought to himself. "My mirror." The mirror had been smashed into pieces by the rock and was completely useless. Huang Hanfei glared at Zhang Zi with fury. It was Zhang Zi who had thrown the rock. "Since you are so eager to die, I will take care of you first." With that, Huang Hanfei lunged at Zhang Zi. "I need to use my speed advantage," Zhang Zi thought to himself, and his body began to move. In that instant, Zhang Zi felt everything around him start to slow down. In reality, he was moving so fast that it made everything else seem sluggish. But to Huang Hanfei, it looked completely different. Zhang Zi had suddenly vanished right before his eyes. Before he could even process it, he felt a gust of wind from a punch coming from his right side. His reaction was fast enough to dodge immediately, but the force of the punch swung around from the left. Unable to dodge again, Huang Hanfei could only raise his arms to block, but the punch changed course again. Bang! Zhang Zi landed a punch right in Huang Hanfei's stomach while he was busy blocking to his left. Zhang Zi's strength stat was not very high, so the blow was not heavy. It only made Huang Hanfei feel a sharp pain in his stomach, as his constitution stat was quite high. However, Zhang Zi did not just throw one punch, he landed dozens in that single moment. Huang Hanfei felt as if his internal organs had been knocked out of place. By the time he recovered, Zhang Zi had finished his flurry and was standing dozens of meters away, watching him calmly. "You kid," blarg, Huang Hanfei tried to speak, but suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His internal organs had been severely damaged by Zhang Zi's barrage, and now the injuries caught up to him. He fell to his knees, twitching all over, blood and foam pouring from his mouth as he soon lost consciousness. Phew, Zhang Zi breathed a sigh of relief. His victory in this battle had been lucky. Huang Hanfei had not known his advantage was speed and had not taken precautions. Furthermore, Huang Hanfei had just used his mental powers on the girl and had no energy left to use them on Zhang Zi, which allowed Zhang Zi to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, the outcome would have been hard to say. "Brother, what happened to that bad guy?" Zhang Feng peeked out from behind a trash can and asked nervously. "It is all right, you can come out." Zhang Zi waved at his sister and then picked up his phone to call their homeroom teacher, Liu Wei. Liu Wei had just prepared to go to bed, but as soon as he received Zhang Zi's call, he jumped out of bed. While putting on his clothes, he told Zhang Zi, "Just keep the fugitive restrained. I am bringing people over right now. Be extremely careful." He hung up the phone, rushed out the door, and sent a report to the police. Zhang Zi found a rope and tied up the unconscious Huang Hanfei tightly. After a moment of thought, he squatted down and searched Huang Hanfei's body. "This is a spending card." Zhang Zi's face lit up with joy. He checked and found that Huang Hanfei actually had 6 spending cards on him, 3 bronze, 1 silver, and 2 gold. In the Great Xia Kingdom, spending cards are divided into 4 types: bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. A bronze spending card has a minimum recharge amount of 1,000 yuan and a maximum of 10,000. A silver spending card has a minimum recharge of 10,000 and a maximum of 100,000. A gold spending card starts at 100,000 and goes up to 1 million. As for the diamond card, it starts at 1 million with no upper limit. In other words, with just these 6 cards, the total amount Huang Hanfei had was at least 210,000. If they were all maxed out, the total would reach a staggering 2.3 million. This guy is really rich. It must all be money he made from doing bad things. Zhang Zi did not even hesitate. He stuffed all the spending cards into his own pocket. Although this money might be stolen, he did not intend to turn it in. He planned to use it for his younger sister. If the police asked, he could just pretend he knew nothing about it. On the other side, that young bounty hunter girl was still standing there foolishly, her eyes staring blankly as if she had been hit by a freezing spell. Zhang Feng circled around the girl, turned back, and asked Zhang Zi, "Brother, why is she not moving at all?" Zhang Zi walked up to the girl and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Seeing no reaction, he guessed she was probably hypnotized by this wanted criminal just now and has not returned to normal yet. Then what should we do? Should we help her? Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Zi and Zhang Zi looked at his sister. Then both of them broke into knowing smiles. "Brother, do you have a pen, preferably one that is hard to wash off?" "Yes, I will go get one for you." Afterward, Zhang Zi took a marker and handed it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took the pen and walked toward the girl with a grin. 10 minutes later, several police cars wailing with sirens sped into the residential complex where Xiao Zi lived. The police cars stopped, and Liu Wei and a group of officers rushed over in a hurry. Seeing that Zhang Zi and his sister were safe and sound and that the wanted criminal was still unconscious, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Zhang Zi, you kid are too reckless. Did not I say in the group chat not to have any contact with criminals? This guy is extremely dangerous. He already has 7 lives on his hands." The first thing Liu Wei did when he saw Zhang Zi was to criticize him. He was a responsible teacher who did not want to see his students get hurt in any way. An elderly officer nearby chuckled and said, "Teacher Liu, stop criticizing him. He's our great hero and benefactor in Tianfeng City now. We have been chasing this wanted criminal for 2 full years and he has always managed to escape our grasp. Now that your student has finally caught him, you should feel proud and honored." Liu Wei let out a sigh of relief, his tense expression softening into a smile. He said, "Of course I am proud and honored, but I was just worried about the 2 of them being in danger. But come to think of it, how did you take this guy down? He is a Tier 1 demonic realm powerhouse, and you have not even graduated from high school yet." Zhang Zi blinked and said, "I could not have done it alone, of course. The girl over there helped me quite a bit. I forgot to tell you that this girl seems to have been hit by Huang Hanfei's hypnosis and is still frozen." Liu Wei and the others looked toward the girl. The old officer raised his eyebrows and said, "So it is her, no wonder." Zhang Zi curiously asked, "Who exactly is she? I heard Huang Hanfei say she was a bounty hunter." Huang Hanfei was right. This girl is indeed a bounty hunter and a veteran one at that. Her name is Shen Mengdi, and she is also a Tier 1 demonic realm powerhouse. It is said that this girl spends money like water and makes a living off bounties. Whenever we release a wanted notice, she is definitely the first to register. She is someone who sees money and loses her head. The old officer did not have a very high opinion of Shen Mengdi. In his view, a woman who loves money too much is not a good woman. "So her name is Shen Mengdi," Zhang Zi nodded. "Hey, what is wrong with Shen Mengdi's face?" The old officer suddenly noticed many strange patterns drawn on Shen Mengdi's face, looking like some kind of shelled reptile, and could not help but ask. Zhang Feng, standing by, quietly hid the marker and shook her head, pretending to know nothing. "I do not know. When we found her, her face was already drawn like this." Zhang Zi looked at his sister, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. The old officer arranged for people to take Huang Hanfei and Shen Mengdi to the police car. He turned to Zhang Zi and said, "Huang Hanfei's bounty is 1.5 million. Since you said you captured him in cooperation with Shen Mengdi, you two will split the bounty equally. After deducting the personal income tax, you will each get about 600,000. We will notify you in a few days. You can bring your identification to the police station then to handle the paperwork. Within 10 working days, the bounty will be deposited into your account." Zhang Feng's eyes widened and she excitedly said to her brother, 600,000, that is so much. Zhang Zi felt very happy inside too. This money could be considered a windfall. If he added the spending cards he took from Huang Hanfei earlier, his income for today would be even more substantial. "If I put all my money together, maybe I can consider buying a permanent usage right for an artificial kidney for my sister." Zhang Zi's eyes suddenly brightened. This way, we will not have to worry about rent anymore. After saying goodbye to Zhang Zi, Liu Wei and the old officer got into the car and left the complex. The siblings returned home happily. Because of the scare earlier and the pleasant surprise that followed, their emotions were like a roller coaster, and they were so excited that they barely slept all night. The next morning, Zhang Feng did not get up to cook. For a rare occasion, the siblings went out to eat at a small restaurant before heading off to school. After arriving at school, Zhang Zi met Liu Wei outside the classroom and was praised again. However, Zhang Zi also asked teacher Liu not to publicize the matter too much, as he preferred to keep a low profile. The day passed without incident. After school, Zhang Zi went to the martial arts gym to work again, but as soon as he entered, he saw Zhang Hao. As soon as Zhang Hao saw Zhang Zi walk in, he took the initiative to say hello. Zhang Zi, hello, do you remember me? I am Zhang Hao. I remember, do you need something from me? Zhang Zi looked at Zhang Hao indifferently and asked. Haha, nothing big. It is just that the martial arts exam is coming up and I wanted to find a worthy classmate to practice with. How about it, want to spar with me? Zhang Hao smiled, his face full of warmth as he reached out his hand to Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi looked at Zhang Hao's hand and slowly shook his head, saying, sorry, I still have work to do. Besides, I am no match for you, please go find someone else. With that, Zhang Zi ignored Zhang Hao and headed straight for the locker room to get his cleaning tools. Zhang Hao curled his lips, retracted his hand, and shouted behind Zhang Zi's back, you do not need to hide it anymore. I know your strength is great and you are definitely qualified to enter the Kingdom Martial Arts School. But let me tell you, our school only has 2 spots. One is already taken and the remaining one can only be mine. Zhang Zi paused for a moment, but he did not say anything and continued walking toward the locker room. Seeing that Zhang Zi did not react, Zhang Hao snorted and turned to leave the martial arts hall. So there are only 2 spots for our school. Since Zhang Hao said one is already taken, who could that person be? Zhang Zi thought to himself. After finishing his cleaning, Zhang Zi returned home, had dinner, and prepared to enter the demon realm. Welcome to the demon realm. Which level would you like to go to? The first level. The second level. The third level. The fourth level. Since the dead zone had been cleared, the 4th level should be free to explore. Zhang Zi immediately chose the 4th level. With a flash of light before his eyes, he arrived at the altar on the 4th level. Sure enough, things had returned to normal here and players were moving in and out freely. Zhang Zi took a look at his summoned creature team. There are quite a few gaps in my team, but I do not think it is necessary to go back to the 3rd level to summon goblins. I have the Death Butcher and the Goblin King, and with the support of the Sky-Swallowing Frog's ranged fireballs, I should be able to handle the monsters on this level. The Demon Realm Guide mentioned that the monsters on the 4th level were pig-headed monsters, flying birdmen, and the boss, the Minotaur Commander. Zhang Zi did not go far from the altar before he spotted some pig-headed monsters and flying birdmen. The pig-headed monsters were nearly 2 meters tall, and contrary to what Zhang Zi had imagined, there was not an ounce of fat on their bodies. They were incredibly ripped. Zhang Zi could even see 6-pack abs on their stomachs. Combined with the 2 iron-spiked maces in their hands, they exuded a fearsome aura. The flying birdmen appeared to be female as they possessed feminine features. However, they were tough to deal with. They frequently took to the sky and fired sharp feathers at targets on the ground, dealing high damage. Zhang Zi found a remote spot with few people and summoned all his creatures at once to start clearing out the nearby monsters. The pig-headed monsters attacked aggressively but had average defense. Regular players would need high defense to handle them. Otherwise, they'd be left with critical health after a few rounds of being hit by those maces. Furthermore, one had to watch out for the flying birdmen. They rarely landed during battle, so melee classes could not do anything about them and had to rely on ranged classes like archers and mages. Zhang Zi did not have these worries. For melee, he had the Goblin King and the Death Butcher, and for ranged, he had the Sky-Swallowing Frog acting as his artillery, making the battle very easy. Additionally, he was equipped with an S-rank weapon, which significantly increased his attack power. Now, the damage from his bow and arrows could break into triple digits. Minus 177, Liu Osha. Minus 271, Goblin King. Minus 426, Death Butcher. Minus 339, Sky-Swallowing Frog. After some fighting, Zhang Zi's team added 3 pig-headed monsters and 3 flying birdmen, finally reaching full capacity. Actually, Zhang Zi had considered filling his team with bosses, but after thinking it over, he decided to shelve the plan for now. Because bosses on every level were highly sought after and were being attacked almost constantly, it was difficult for him to get the last hit. Moreover, if he went boss hunting every day, he might attract unwanted attention, and he did not want any unnecessary trouble. In fact, the monsters in higher levels of the demon realm were not weak, but unless he ran into a dead zone boss or a high-level adventurer, Zhang Zi was not afraid. Just as Zhang Zi was about to dismiss his summoned creatures and go find the level 4 boss, the Minotaur Commander, he suddenly heard a girl's cry for help. Help, someone is trying to kill me. Zhang Zi frowned and looked in the direction of the voice, seeing a petite girl running in a panic. Behind her, a man dragging an iron rod was in hot pursuit, shouting as he ran, "Stop right there. I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson today. Zhang Zi turned away, ignoring them. This kind of thing happened every day in the demon realm, and it did not really involve him, so he did not want to meddle in other people's business. However, just as he would not look for trouble, trouble looked for him. The girl spotted Zhang Zi and actually ran toward him. "Big brother, please save me. The man behind me is trying to kill me." The girl, whose demon realm name was Moonlit Rabbit, clung to Zhang Zi with tears in her eyes. Zhang Zi furrowed his brows. He really did not want to get involved, so he said, "Sorry, I cannot save you. Run back to the altar quickly, you will be safe once you are there." With that, Zhang Zi tried to push the girl away. To his surprise, the girl suddenly shouted, "Big brother, I have finished everything you asked me to do. Now that person is coming to kill me, you cannot just abandon me. I have already given you the item." Zhang Zi. Just then, the man with the iron rod rushed up to Zhang Zi and heard exactly what the girl had said, immediately fixing his angry gaze on him. "So you were the one behind all this?" The man brandished his iron rod and said furiously, "I hate scum like you the most. Today I am going to rid the world of you." Zhang Zi looked at the man with the rod, seeing that his demon realm name was Violent Dragon King. His name really lived up to his character. His temper was truly volatile, and he was ready to attack without rhyme or reason. Zhang Zi helplessly spread his hands to explain, "Brother, do not be fooled by her. I have nothing to do with her, and I did not ask her to do anything. Resolve your own grudge, do not drag me into this." Hearing Zhang Zi's words, the Violent Dragon King became even angrier. He shouted, "Are you even a man? You clear your name the moment things go south and toss your partner aside. I hate people like you most. Enough talk, come and face me." Zhang Zi was speechless. This short-tempered Dragon King not only had a bad temper but also seemed to have a screw loose. "Big brother, I will leave this to you. I am heading out. Good luck defeating this lunatic." The girl giggled, waved at Zhang Zi, and ran away. "Moonlight Bunny has stolen 3 intermediate demon soul orbs from you." A notification flashed across Zhang Zi's eyes. He was stunned for a moment, then realized what happened. That girl is a thief. No wonder Irritable Dragon King was chasing her. He must have been robbed by her too. Zhang Zi gave a wry smile and shook his head. He did not expect to fall victim as well. Fortunately, his most valuable items were not stolen, and 3 intermediate demon soul orbs were only worth a few thousand, so it was not a huge loss. But seeing how furious Irritable Dragon King was, he wondered what valuable item Moonlight Bunny had stolen from him. Zhang Zi said to Irritable Dragon King, "I am really not with that thief. She just stole something from me too. Go chase after her now, do not keep pestering me here." "Boss, she handed her loot to you just now. Do not you dare try to fool me." Irritable Dragon King glared at Zhang Zi, assuming a combat stance and preparing to attack at any moment. "You have become the target of Irritable Dragon King. Please prepare for battle." "Sai, you really are something." Seeing the notification, Zhang Zi shook his head helplessly and was forced into combat mode. "Do not worry, I will not take your life. You just need to return what that little girl stole from me," Irritable Dragon King told Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi looked helpless. "She did not give me anything. How do you expect me to give it back?" "It seems you prefer the hard way. Fine, we will settle this with a fight." Irritable Dragon King swung his iron staff and charged in. But before he reached halfway, a spider web covered him, trapping him in place. He looked surprised and asked, "What is going on? Why is there a venomous spider on the 4th floor?" "The venomous spider was summoned by me," Zhang Zi said calmly. Irritable Dragon King's eyes widened, and sure enough, he saw a massive spider standing behind Zhang Zi. He looked at Zhang Zi in shock. You can summon monsters. Is this your innate skill?" Zhang Zi did not answer. He summoned the heaven-swallowing frog and ordered it to pelt Irritable Dragon King with fireball after fireball. At the same time, Zhang Zi drew his bow and began firing at Irritable Dragon King. He realized that there was no point in communicating normally with this guy. Perhaps if he beat him into submission, he might finally listen to reason. -117, Heaven-Swallowing Frog. -98, Rakshasa. "Damn it, if you have guts, do not let your spider trap me with webs. Let us have a melee fight. Let us see who is stronger," Irritable Dragon King yelled. Zhang Zi snorted disdainfully. "Are you stupid? My advantage is ranged attacks. Why would I give that up to fight you in melee?" "I am so mad." Irritable Dragon King's face turned beet red. He suddenly pulled out a potion, gulped it down, and his entire body began to radiate a red glow. At the same time, he broke free from the spider web and charged toward Zhang Zi furiously. Zhang Zi narrowed his eyes. He clearly remembered ensnaring Irritable Dragon King with a web that should have lasted at least 20 more seconds. How did he break free so quickly? It must have to do with the potion he just drank, Zhang Zi thought. It seems to be the same type of potion that Furious Pursuer drank earlier. It sacrifices personal defense to ignore all negative status effects. "I'm going to smash your head in." Irritable Dragon King swung his staff at Zhang Zi. But the blow missed because Zhang Zi had dodged to the side. "This guy, he is fast," Irritable Dragon King thought, surprised. His attack speed was not low and most people found it hard to dodge, but Zhang Zi had evaded it easily, indicating high agility. "Do not run, taste my staff," Irritable Dragon King pursued relentlessly. Zhang Zi immediately used his summoning skill and the Goblin King appeared behind him, intercepting Irritable Dragon King. "My god, it is the Goblin King, just how many monsters can you summon?" Irritable Dragon King's eyes widened and he stopped to adjust his stance. Although the Goblin King was a third-floor boss, he was not easy to handle. If he had his companions, it would not be a problem, but alone, Irritable Dragon King had to be cautious, especially with Zhang Zi and other summoned monsters watching for an opening. -226 Goblin King. -124 Heaven-Swallowing Frog. -84 Rakshasa. Irritable Dragon King had to face the Goblin King head-on while being attacked by Zhang Zi, the Heaven-Swallowing Frog, and the Venomous Spider. Even with his high HP, he could not hold out against such a pincer attack. "I'm so mad you guys are ganging up on me, that is unfair," Irritable Dragon King screamed. Zhang Zi replied calmly, "This is not a tournament, where does fairness come from? As long as I can win, that is all that matters." Saying this, Zhang Zi summoned the Death Butcher. Seeing the Death Butcher wielding dual blades charging toward him, Irritable Dragon King completely broke down and shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. I give up, I admit defeat." Being ganged up on by 3 bosses was too much, even for a seasoned adventurer like Irritable Dragon King. Zhang Zi immediately called back all his summoned creatures and said calmly, "You admit defeat. Can you listen to me for a moment now?" Irritable Dragon King sat on the ground, opened a health potion, gulped it down, and said huffily, "Even though I give up, I am still not convinced. If you have guts, do not summon those monsters and let us have a one-on-one duel." Zhang Zi sat down across from him with a laugh. "That is absolutely impossible. My innate skill is summoning. If you do not let me use my skill, how am I supposed to fight you?" "HMPH, anyway, I am just not happy about this." Irritable Dragon King turned his head away, his anger still simmering. "What exactly did that Moonlight Bunny steal from you?" Zhang Zi asked. Irritable Dragon King retorted, "Are not you with her? She gave all the stuff to you and now you are asking me. You are trying to make me mad on purpose." Zhang Zi was speechless and had to explain again, "Let me repeat, I am really not with that thief. My items were stolen by her too." With that, Zhang Zi sent a screenshot of the system notification to Irritable Dragon King to prove his innocence. "My god, was it really me who got it wrong?" Irritable Dragon King looked embarrassed. He scratched his nose and said sheepishly, "Well, it seems I really made a mistake, I apologize." "It is okay, it is good that the misunderstanding is resolved." Zhang Zi smiled. Even though this Irritable Dragon King was hot-tempered and stubborn, he was a decent person who could admit his mistakes, which was commendable. "So I forget it, just my bad luck." The short-tempered Dragon King stood up, reached out his hand toward Zhang Zi and said, "We can consider ourselves friends now that we have had a go at each other, so let us add each other as friends." It was the first time Zhang Zi had met someone so quick to get familiar. Even though this hot-headed Dragon King was a bit stubborn, his personality was quite to Zhang Zi's liking, so Zhang Zi chuckled and added him as a friend. "All right, if you need help with anything in the future, you can look for me." The short-tempered Dragon King waved at Zhang Zi and said, "I have a few friends waiting for me to go fight a boss, so I am off. See you around." After saying that, he did not even wait for Zhang Zi's reaction before turning and running away. Zhang Zi found it amusing. This was just a minor interlude, and he also turned and walked toward the direction of the 4th floor boss. This 4th floor is like a maze. It is easy to get lost if you are not careful. Zhang Zi looked at the surroundings and complained to the nearly identical walls. Fortunately, the layout of this level's maze is fixed and does not change, so someone had already explored it thoroughly and created a map. The Demon Realm Guide included this map, making it convenient for later adventurers to use. Relying on this map, Zhang Zi navigated the twisting maze and arrived at the location of the final boss. Just as he turned the corner, Zhang Zi heard a familiar voice. "Help me." Oh, this voice, it sounds like that Moonlight Rabbit. Zhang Zi followed the sound and sure enough, it was Moonlight Rabbit, but she was in a bad spot. Moonlight Rabbit was cornered, having erected an ice wall in front of herself to block the boss, the Bullhead Commander, who was launching fierce attacks at her. Standing outside was a pighead monster. To Zhang Zi's surprise, the name above the creature's head was not Pighead Monster, but rather Day Rain. How could a monster have such a name? Zhang Zi frowned in confusion, only to hear the pighead monster named Day Rain speak. "Damn girl, how dare you steal my stuff, you deserve to die." Day Rain's tone was filled with malice, clearly hating Moonlight Rabbit to the core. Trapped in the corner, Moonlight Rabbit was crying in fear because the Bullhead Commander boss was too ferocious, and the ice wall she had conjured with her ice wall talisman was about to be smashed to pieces by the boss. Without that ice wall with her garbage stats, she would likely be killed by the Bullhead Commander in seconds. "Whereas, someone save me, I do not want to die." Moonlight Rabbit curled up in the corner looking extremely pitiful. Zhang Zi curled his lip. Even though it was despicable for Moonlight Rabbit to steal from people, she had not committed a crime worthy of a death sentence. In the real world, thieves are not sentenced to death either. So Zhang Zi walked up and shot an arrow into the back of the bullhead commander's head, drawing its attention. "Hey, what are you doing? Do not meddle in other people's business." Day Rain shouted angrily at Zhang Zi. "She is a thief, she deserves to die." Zhang Zi kept his distance from the bullhead commander and said nonchalantly, "I know she is a thief, but there is no need to push her to her death, is there? Besides, she is not very old, why not give her a chance to turn over a new leaf?" "HMPH, that is because you have not been stolen from. Do not tell others to be generous if you have not experienced their suffering." Day Rain argued righteously, but upon seeing that Zhang Zi was alone, a look of disdain appeared on his face. "Oh, so you are trying to play the hero saving the damsel. Do you even have the strength for it?" Day Rain mocked. "This is the 4th floor boss, you cannot handle it alone. Do not come begging me for help later, I could not care less if you live or die." "Do not worry, I can handle it myself." Zhang Zi smiled slightly, then dodged the bullhead commander's charge, and with a thought he summoned all his summoned beasts. 3 pighead monsters, 3 birdmen, 1 poison spider, and 3 major bosses all appeared behind Zhang Zi, leaving Day Rain stunned. "My god, these monsters, are they all summoned by you?" Day Rain's eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. It was his first time seeing such a talent skill. Zhang Zi ignored him. The bullhead commander was charging at him again, so he immediately ordered the poison spider to trap it, and then all his minions swarmed forward to surround and attack the boss. -161 Rakshasa. -245 Goblin King. -419 Death Butcher. -307 Heaven Swallowing Frog. -110 Pighead Monster. -172 Birdman. Holy cow, he can even summon bosses. Is not that invincible? Day Rain was filled with envy and jealousy. His talent skill camouflage was garbage compared to Zhang Zi's. He had just used it to disguise himself as a pighead monster. Aside from deceiving opponents, that skill was basically useless. Rakshasas. Day Rain memorized Zhang Zi's demon realm name. He glanced back at Moonlight Rabbit, who was still huddled in the corner, and cursed inwardly, "Damn girl, you got lucky this time having some idiot willing to help you." After that, Day Rain left the area. He had just thought it over, staying here was too dangerous. If this guy called Rakshasa and that Moonlight Rabbit colluded and turned on him, he would not even have a chance to run away. Although the 4th floor boss was strong, it was still being forced back by Zhang Zi's summoned beasts, and with the presence of the super strong boss Death Butcher in Zhang Zi's team, the fight was even easier. -149 Rakshasa. Congratulations, you have killed the 4th floor boss, Bullhead Commander. Zhang Zi landed the final blow on the boss. The Bullhead Commander clutched its chest, wailed, and then crashed to the ground, dropping a pile of items. Zhang Zi collected them into his backpack and then summoned the newly defeated Bullhead Commander. "I did not expect the 4th floor boss to be beaten so easily. I can move on to the 5th floor now." Zhang Zi was very happy looking at the stone gate key in his backpack. "Thank you." Moonlight Rabbit had appeared next to Zhang Zi at some point. She bowed to him, dropped the items she had previously stolen from him on the ground, and ran away. "Do not steal from people again in the future," Zhang Zi shouted at the back of Moonlight Rabbit. She paused for a moment but continued running without looking back. Picking up the items, Zhang Zi passed through the stone gate and entered the 5th floor, where the scenery before him changed once again. Damn it, that girl was about to be killed by the Bullhead Commander. Then some guy named Rakshasa popped out to meddle in things. It is infuriating. Inside a rental apartment, a white light flashed, and a sleazy-looking man in his 30s appeared. "Whatever, it is not worth getting angry over these people. I will eat something and go to sleep. I have to get up early for work tomorrow." The man stretched, made himself a pack of instant noodles, and browsed the Demon Realm forum on his phone while he ate. A bounty post. The man's eyes lit up and he hurriedly clicked to see the contents. A few minutes later, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. "Rakshasa, you are dead." The 5th floor of the Demon Realm, the altar. The number of adventurers on this floor has decreased quite a bit again, Zhang Zi thought to himself, looking at the sparse crowd of adventurers around him. Although it was already midnight in the real world, the number of adventurers on the first 4 floors would still be quite high at this hour. You could say that out of every 10 adventurers, maybe only 3 or 4 actually have the strength to make it to the 5th floor. Zhang Zi did not intend to go out hunting. He just wanted to activate this floor first, log off to get some rest, and then be able to choose it directly when he logged back in next time. Health is the foundation of everything. Zhang Zi had his younger sister to look after, so he paid extra attention to his well-being. He did not want to pull all-nighters in the Demon Realm. When it was time to rest, he would sleep. Besides, the Demon Realm is open from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. Zhang Zi could just wake up a bit earlier the next morning to enter the Demon Realm and fight monsters. Just as he was about to log off, Zhang Zi suddenly received a friend request notification from Liu Yui. Zhang Zi curiously opened it and saw Liu Yuying had written, "You have a bounty on your head. Check the Demon Realm forum, the first pinned post in the bounty section is about you." Zhang Zi frowned instantly. He knew about the Demon Realm forum. This forum did not belong to any specific country, and no one could track its physical location. All adventurers from the Demon Realm across the globe could log in to exchange experiences and speak their minds. Zhang Zi liked to browse it when he had free time, but he had never visited the bounty section. After leaving the Demon Realm, Zhang Zi immediately picked up his phone, opened the forum, and went to the bounty section. Sure enough, the first pinned post was about him. Bounty post. Name Rakshasa. Gender male. Class archer. Age and appearance age unknown, wears a mask. Nationality Daxia Kingdom. Bounty details provide any information regarding Rakshasa to receive a reward. Reward amount, depending on the value of the information provided, you can receive anywhere from 1 million to 5 million. Client Dawn of Humanity. Dawn, seeing these words, Zhang Zi's pupils constricted. He had already guessed who had posted the bounty. It must be that Death Kiss sent a message to his organization before he died, which is why these people know he died at my hands, Zhang Zi thought, rubbing his chin while piecing together the cause and effect. Since this post is on the forum, there is no way for me to remove it. It seems I will face a lot of trouble in the future. Zhang Zi curled his lip. He was not particularly panicked. He now possessed 4 major bosses, so even if a bunch of people surrounded him, he would not be afraid. However, it is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a hidden dagger. I am worried they might play dirty and ambush me while I am fighting monsters, which would be quite troublesome. It looks like I need to find some reliable partners. With them behind me, I will not have to worry about anyone stabbing me in the back. When it came to finding reliable partners, a few names flashed through Zhang Zi's mind. Liu Yuying, Angry Chase Wind, Furious Dragon King. As he was thinking, Zhang Zi continued scrolling through the forum and suddenly discovered a bounty post, where the client was none other than Moonlight Bunny. Out of curiosity, Zhang Zi clicked on it to take a look. Bounty post. Bounty content, help the client reach the 30th floor of the Demon Realm. Note, the client is currently stuck on the 4th floor. Reward amount, the client's entire savings, approximately 1 million. Client Moonlight Bunny. Thinking she can get someone to take her to the 30th floor for only 1 million. That price is way too low. But why does this Moonlight Bunny want to go to the 30th floor anyway? Zhang Zi was curious, but since this was her personal privacy, he had no interest in prying. The night grew deeper, and Zhang Zi turned off his phone and drifted off to sleep. The next day, Zhang Zi arrived at school. The students in the class had already spontaneously split into 2 camps. One camp consisted of those with excellent innate skills, mostly students rated C or higher. Their conversations revolved around fighting monsters and how to become powerful in the Demon Realm. The other camp consisted of students whose innate skills were mediocre, not even reaching a C rating. They had lost hope of becoming powerful in the Demon Realm and were facing reality, researching what paths they should take in their future lives. These people would go to ordinary universities, get their diplomas after graduation, join a company to live the life of an ordinary person, and after that get married, have children, and raise new talent for the country. To the country, they are, to put it nicely, the foundation of the nation, but to put it bluntly, they are just reproductive tools. Though they were unwilling, reality was right in front of them. Their talents were too trashy to survive in the Demon Realm, so they had no choice but to return to reality. After all, one still has to live. Previously, Wang Yang had asked Zhang Zi what his talent level was, and Zhang Zi had casually said C rank. So he was also pulled into the first camp, listening to everyone excitedly discuss their experiences in the Demon Realm. Hey, have you guys heard? A few days ago, a death zone appeared on the 4th floor of the Demon Realm. The entire 4th floor was sealed off by the Demon Realm administration, and nobody was allowed to leave. Are you living under a rock? That news has been spreading for ages. There is no one who does not know about it. I was actually there. Later I heard that the Death Zone boss was killed by someone from our Daxia Kingdom. Those foreigners had to retreat in defeat. It is so satisfying just to think about it. Really? Oh my god, that is great. People from our Daxia Kingdom can finally stand tall and proud. Do you know who killed it? This great master has brought glory to our country. I think the state should definitely award him some kind of medal. Rakshasa, everyone in the Death Zone at that time received the announcement, and it was announced 3 times in total. It was absolutely incredible. Zhang Zi sat on the side, listening to his classmates endlessly praising him. Even though he was thick-skinned, he still felt a bit embarrassed. Rakshasa, that name sounds so familiar. Wang Yang scratched his head and suddenly slapped his thigh, saying, my god, this Rakshasa is my lifesaver. Zhang Zi, do you remember? I told you last time I was kidnapped, and it was this big boss who saved me. I really did not expect he could even kill a Death Zone boss. I want to apprentice under him even more now. Wang Yang's small eyes were filled with stars, giving Zhang Zi goosebumps all over his back. Just then, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open, and a man with an afro hairstyle and an earring walked into the classroom. "Who is Zhang Zi? Get out here." The classroom suddenly went silent. Everyone looked at the man with surprised expressions. "What the hell are you all looking at? I'm looking for Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi, get your ass out here." "Who is he? I do not think he goes to our school." "Do not you know him? He is a gang leader who hangs around our school. Nobody knows his real name, everyone just calls him Crocodile." "Why is he looking for Zhang Zi? Did Zhang Zi offend him?" "Oh boy, getting on the bad side of that plague, Zhang Zi is in for a world of hurt." The students whispered among themselves, sneaking glances at Zhang Zi from time to time. Zhang Zi stood up calmly and said, "I am Zhang Zi. What do you want with me? I do not think I know you." "You might not know me, but I sure know you." Crocodile sneered, "My underlings told me you want to replace me and take over my turf. You have got some nerve." Zhang Zi frowned and shook his head. "You have misunderstood. I have never said any such thing. Besides, I have no interest in being a gang leader." "Oh, a gang leader? You are looking down on me, or not you?" Crocodile walked up to Zhang Zi, grabbed him by the collar, and growled through gritted teeth, "Today I am going to show you what I am made of." Zhang Zi narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. If this guy dared to make a move, he was ready to strike back. "What are you doing? This is a school, not a place for thugs like you. Leave before I call the police." Just then, Liu Wei's voice rang out from the doorway. There were many thugs like Crocodile around the school. Most of them had not gotten into martial arts academies and refused to live ordinary lives, so they spent their time idling and causing trouble. Although the police had conducted crackdowns, the results were not ideal. After keeping quiet for a few days, these people would crawl back out, much to the frustration of the local residents. However, it was rare for these thugs to cause trouble inside the school. After all, there were many powerful students and teachers, and since they could not afford to offend them, they rarely came by. Liu Wei was also puzzled as to why this guy named Crocodile would come to the school to stir up trouble. Crocodile scoffed, let go of Zhang Zi, and said, "I will let you off for now. Meet me at the small plaza behind the school tonight and we will settle our score." "I'm not going." Zhang Zi shook his head. He had no interest in fighting a thug, it would do him no good. "You will not go?" "Fine." Crocodile did not seem to mind and chuckled. "Then I will just pay a visit to the 4th Tianfeng girls' school and have a chat with your little sister. Heh heh heh." "How dare you?" Zhang Zi's eyes widened and a faint killing intent emanated from his body. Crocodile shrugged and smiled angry. "Then be at the small plaza tonight, otherwise I cannot guarantee what might happen to your sister." With that, the guy strutted out of the classroom. Zhang Zi took a deep breath and slowly sat down. "Are you okay? Do you want me to help you find some guys for tonight?" Wang Yang whispered to Zhang Zi. "No need, I can handle it myself." Zhang Zi shook his head. His sister Zhang Feng was his Achilles heel. He would never let anyone who dared to mess with her get away with it. Liu Wei walked up to Zhang Zi, patted him on the shoulder gently and said, "Do not bother yourself with these thugs, they live for trouble. I bet he was just trying to scare you." Zhang Zi kept a straight face and said nothing. The fact that Crocodile knew which school his sister attended made him feel that things were not that simple. "By the way, the police station asked me to let you know that you can go claim your reward tomorrow with your ID." Liu Wei said with a smile, "Go collect what you have earned." After school, Zhang Zi finished cleaning the martial arts hall and headed straight for the small plaza behind the school. Upon arriving, he saw 3 or 4 people standing there, and the one in the lead was Crocodile. "Haha, I guess you really do care about your sister. Are you the legendary sister-obsessed freak?" Crocodile said with an obscene grin, fiddling with the iron knuckles on his hand. The other thugs let out lewd laughs. In their eyes, Zhang Zi coming here alone was basically suicide. Zhang Zi stood expressionlessly opposite Crocodile, placed his bag aside and said, "Let us get on with it. Hurry up, I have to get home to enter the demon realm." "Oi, champion." Crocodile stepped forward, his expression twisted. He growled, "That cocky look on your face makes my hands itch. You are not going home tonight, you are going straight to the hospital." With that, Crocodile lunged at Zhang Zi with a punch. Crocodile had awakened a B-rank talent skill and was an outstanding student in his class. But later, he failed to get into Kingdom Martial Arts Academy and refused to attend any other ordinary ones, eventually sinking into life as a thug. His strength, however, was not weak. After years of struggling in the demon realm, his attributes had been reinforced and improved. If he applied to Kingda now, he would pass the test easily. It was just a pity that Kingda only accepted fresh graduates and would not even consider those from previous years. After all, Kingda was too popular and the admission quota was extremely limited every year. They could not even handle all the fresh graduates, let alone those from the past. Zhang Zi watched Crocodile's fist grow larger in front of him. When it was just a 1/10 of a centimeter from his nose, he moved. He tilted his head to dodge, stepped forward with his right foot, leaned his body and swung his right arm. Bam! A clean, precise right hook landed square on Crocodile's right cheek. Zhang Zi had held back. Although the guy threatened his sister, he had not taken action yet, so Zhang Zi did not use lethal force. Keep in mind his current strength stat was already at 14 points. If tested on a strength machine, it would be over 1,000 pounds of force. A punch of 500 pounds can knock an ordinary person unconscious, while 1,000 pounds can be fatal. If Zhang Zi had gone all out, he might have snapped Crocodile's neck. Crocodile's body flew sideways. He slammed hard into a tree and slowly slumped to the ground. The impact to his head left him momentarily dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. His right cheek swelled up instantly and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The thugs behind him had expected Crocodile to knock Zhang Zi down in one go and were ready to cheer. Instead, the situation took a drastic turn. The one on the ground was Crocodile. What happened? Boss Crocodile actually got knocked down. My god, just one punch. How strong is this guy Zhang Zi? What do we do? Should we go up? Go up your ass, Boss Crocodile is down. What is the point of us going up there? The thugs looked at each other, then turned and ran away. Zhang Zi walked up to Crocodile, who was just starting to regain consciousness but still dazed, mumbling something incoherent. He had lost 2 teeth, and half his face was completely swollen, so naturally he could not speak clearly. Zhang Zi crouched down in front of him and said coldly, "Stay away from me and my sister from now on, or I will knock out every tooth in your head." Getting back to his feet, Zhang Zi picked up his belongings and left the small plaza. A few minutes later, a man stepped out slowly from the woods next to the plaza. He was holding a device resembling a speedometer, and his expression shifted uncertainly as he looked at the readings. This man was Zheng Hao. Punch power approximately 1,046 pounds. Zheng Hao gasped. His own punch power had just broken through 800 pounds, which was the result of him desperately absorbing power soul orbs over the past period. He thought he would be able to leave Zhang Zi far behind, but the test result right in front of him was like a bucket of cold water. What on earth did Zhang Zi do? Why is his punch power improving so quickly? I remember a few days ago he only measured 497 pounds on the tester, and now it is already 1,000. Zheng Hao clenched his teeth, his whole body trembling. Even if he absorbed more power soul orbs every day now, he was afraid he would not be able to catch up to Zhang Zi. What is more, you cannot just absorb soul orbs whenever you want. It has a lot to do with a person's physical constitution. Some people have excellent physical fitness and can absorb soul orbs more effectively. A high-level soul orb can even boost their attribute value by 2 points. Some people have average physical fitness and get 1 point per soul orb, which is considered decent. But if your physical fitness is poor, even if you absorb many soul orbs, it is very difficult to gain even 1 point. If you act recklessly and absorb soul orbs crazily, it can easily lead to serious consequences, such as ruptured blood vessels and meridians. Zheng Hao's physical fitness was average. He gained 1 attribute point for every soul orb he absorbed, and he was quite satisfied with this result because many more people could not absorb them at all. Could it be that Zhang Zi's physical fitness is that good? Will I never be able to catch up to him? Zheng Hao looked at the data on the tester, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. I have sacrificed so much, I will not accept this, he shouted to the sky full of resentment. Zheng Hao had been a competitive child since he was young. Because of his family background, he always had high expectations for himself. What others could not do, he wanted to do, and what others could do, he wanted to do perfectly. Whether in studies or martial arts, he always strived for excellence and perfection. Sometimes, when his conditions were inferior to others, he would look for ways around it, even resorting to unscrupulous means. He had only one goal, to prove he was better than everyone else. Just like with this Zhang Zi business, Zheng Hao viewed Zhang Zi as a potential rival. Although Zhang Zi had no intention of competing with him, Zheng Hao was unwilling to let him go. The thug called Crocodile was actually one of Zheng Hao's underlings. On the surface, Zheng Hao was a model student who acted gentle and polite, but in the shadows he had his own faction. Long before he arrived at the school, he had already found ways to recruit the local thugs as his followers. Crocodile coming to trouble Zhang Zi today was under Zheng Hao's orders, the goal being to force Zhang Zi to reveal his true strength. Just now, while the two of them were fighting, Zheng Hao was hiding in the nearby woods, using a remote force tester to measure Zhang Zi's punch, and the result shocked him. No way, I must get into the Kingdom Martial Arts Academy. No one can take the spot that belongs to me. Zheng Hao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Looks like it is time to use some extreme measures. Zheng Hao turned to look at Crocodile, who was still half unconscious, and made a decision in his heart. Brother, why are you home so late today? Let me go heat up some food for you. Seeing Zhang Zi return, Zhang Feng ran out of her bedroom, took his backpack and scurried into the kitchen. Being able to eat a warm meal cooked by his sister every day was a true enjoyment for Zhang Zi. In his previous life, he was an only child, and his parents passed away early, leaving him very lonely. In this life, although he had no parents either, at least he had a younger sister, which allowed him to experience the long-lost warmth of family. This was the reason why Zhang Zi valued his sister so much. Zhang Feng placed the heated food on the table, sat opposite him with a smile, and watched Zhang Zi eat as the siblings chatted casually. "Do you have security at your girls' school?" Zhang Zi looked up and asked. What happened today was a wake-up call, so he wanted to understand if his sister's school had proper security measures. "Yes, we do. Our school has several very strong security teachers, and it is said they are all powerful warriors from the demon realm." Zhang Feng nodded. Zhang Zi felt slightly relieved. "That is good." "What is wrong? Are you worried that someone might come to our school to make trouble?" "Do not worry, our school is very safe." Zhang Feng put some food into Zhang Zi's bowl and asked cautiously after a moment, "Brother, I see you spending all your time in the demon realm fighting monsters lately. What exactly is your talent skill?" "Well, that is a secret for now." Zhang Zi pondered for a moment and said, "When you awaken your own talent skill, I will tell you about mine." Zhang Feng pouted. She had heard at school that the more gifted someone is with their talent, the more they love going into the demon realm. Seeing Zhang Zi immersed in the demon realm every day, she had gathered the courage to ask, but she did not expect him to keep her in suspense. After dinner, when it was 8 o'clock, Zhang Zi entered the demon realm again. "Welcome to the demon realm. Which floor would you like to choose?" Zhang Zi chose the 5th floor directly. As soon as he appeared, he felt many gazes scanning him, intentionally or otherwise. Zhang Zi looked back at those people, who all pretended to look elsewhere as if nothing were wrong, but Zhang Zi knew in his heart that he had definitely been targeted. "It seems the bounty post has had an effect. These people might attack me for money." Zhang Zi thought to himself, "I cannot leave right now or I will easily be attacked by them." After some thought, Zhang Zi looked at his summoned space. At this moment, there were 8 monsters inside: a poison spider, a pig-headed monster, 2 birdmen, a death butcher, the goblin king, the minotaur leader, and the 4 great bosses, including the sky-swallowing frog. "I need more powerful summoned monsters to ensure my safety. Bosses would be best." Previously, Zhang Zi had wanted to form a boss squad, but because bosses were so highly sought after, this plan was never implemented. Now that the situation is special, Zhang Zi has decided to begin implementing the boss squad plan. With this in mind, Zhang Zi summoned the Demon Realm sprite to choose and log into other floors of the Demon Realm. "Which floor of the Demon Realm would you like to go to?" the Demon Realm sprite asked with a smile. "Let us go to the 4th floor." Even if he were to build a boss squad, he would have to pick powerful bosses, so naturally, Zhang Zi had to start collecting them from the highest floors. With a flash of white light, Zhang Zi disappeared from where he stood. That kid ran off. Damn it, he must have realized something. Who knows which floor he went to? It will be hard to find him again next time. A group of adventurers watched as Zhang Zi left the 5th floor of the Demon Realm, all feeling depressed and angry, thinking they had missed out on a fortune. The altar on the 4th floor of the Demon Realm. Zhang Zi's figure appeared. Since there were many adventurers on this floor, his arrival went unnoticed for a moment. He immediately prepared to rush out and charge directly toward the Minotaur Chief's room. Unexpectedly, just as he ran a few steps, a little girl blocked his path. Zhang Zi looked stunned. This girl was actually Moonlight Bunny. Could you please do me a favor?" Moonlight Bunny stood in front of Zhang Zi with her head lowered, asking timidly. Zhang Zi frowned and said, "Sorry, I have things to do. You would better ask someone else." He did not like thieves, so he did not want any more dealings with this Moonlight Bunny. Suddenly, Moonlight Bunny knelt before Zhang Zi and began to cry uncontrollably, apologizing as she sobbed. "I am sorry, I was wrong last time. I should not have stolen your things, but I really need money. I have to get to the 30th floor of the Demon Realm. Please help me, I really cannot find anyone else." Having a little girl suddenly kneel and cry before him made Zhang Zi feel extremely awkward. At the same time, Moonlight Bunny's crying drew the attention of the surrounding adventurers. Many people pointed and looked at Zhang Zi with all sorts of complicated expressions, as if he had done something unspeakable to the girl. Zhang Zi had a headache. He pulled Moonlight Bunny up and said, "If you have something to say it, do not kneel." Boo-hoo, Moonlight Bunny just kept wiping her tears, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. Fine, I agree to help you." Zhang Zi nodded helplessly and said, "But let us be clear, I am just a beginner too. I cannot guarantee how far I can help you get, I can only do my best." "Really, thank you, Brother Rakshasa." Upon hearing that Zhang Zi had agreed, Moonlight Bunny beamed with joy. She wiped away her tears and sent Zhang Zi a friend request. Zhang Zi added Moonlight Bunny as a friend, and she immediately sent a trade request. Zhang Zi saw that she had placed many items in the trade window, including demon soul orbs, equipment, and all sorts of props. However, they were all very low-level items that were not worth much. "This is all I have that is worth anything, I am giving it all to you." Moonlight Bunny said somewhat embarrassedly, "I know these things do not cover the reward I owe you, but I will try hard to make money later and slowly compensate you." Zhang Zi rejected the trade directly and shook his head, saying, "You should keep these things for yourself. I am heading to higher floors of the Demon Realm anyway, so consider this just tagging along on the way." Thank you, Brother Rakshasa. Moonlight Bunny was stunned for a moment, then bowed deeply to Zhang Zi. Seeing that many adventurers around were looking over again, Zhang Zi pursed his lips, grabbed Moonlight Bunny and ran off. Let us get out of here first. I will take you to fight the 4th floor boss. The two of them chatted as they headed deeper into the labyrinth. Zhang Zi asked Moonlight Bunny a question he had been curious about for a while. Is your talent skilled to steal items from a target? Yes, my talent skill is called Filch. Although I do not like this talent skill, I have no other choice, Moonlight Bunny said with some helplessness. Can you steal from any target? Besides adventurers, can you steal from monsters too? Yes, I can, but as soon as I steal something from a monster, it draws its aggression onto me. Since I cannot beat the monsters on my own, I do not dare to steal from them, Moonlight Bunny said, looking troubled. I originally planned to join a team where I would steal items, and the teammates would help me fight the monsters. Unfortunately, because my talent skill is not combat-oriented, no team wants me. Zhang Zi nodded. I see. An interesting idea suddenly crossed his mind, so he smiled and said, let us do an experiment later. You go ahead and steal from the boss to see what you can get. Do not worry, I will handle the fighting. Oh, okay. Moonlight Bunny had never actually stolen from a boss before because she had not dared to. Now that she had Zhang Zi's backing, she felt a surge of courage. For some reason, she did not doubt Zhang Zi's words at all. By the way, why do you want to go to the 30th floor of the Demon Realm? What is there? Zhang Zi asked another question he cared about. My father went missing on the 30th floor, so I want to go find him. Moonlight Bunny's voice was very low and her expression appeared quite sad. Zhang Zi sighed to himself. There's only one outcome for humans who disappear in the Demon Realm, being killed by monsters or other adventurers. Otherwise, they would be forcibly kicked out of the Demon Realm within a certain period of time. However, Zhang Zi did not say these things. He believed that Moonlight Bunny understood this better than he did. She just did not want to believe that her father was no longer in this world. As long as she did not see the body, it did not count as death. This was the young girl's final hope. The two soon arrived at the last room on the 4th floor, where a small team was besieging the Minotaur Chief. Zhang Zi had no choice but to wait on the side with Moonlight Bunny. Fortunately, that team was too weak and was no match for the Minotaur Chief at all. 10 minutes later, they were forced to flee the battlefield. It is our turn. Zhang Zi turned to Moonlight Bunny and said, I will draw the Minotaur Chief's aggro first, and then you can take the chance to steal from him. Do not worry, I will not let him hurt you. Yeah, Moonlight Bunny nodded. She felt inexplicably that Zhang Zi was incredibly reliable and she trusted him involuntarily. Brothers, let us go. Zhang Zi summoned all his summons and with a wave of his hand, they swarmed toward the Minotaur Chief. Minus 145 Rakshasa. Minus 270 Goblin King. Minus 484 Death Butcher. Minus 311 Sky Swallowing Frog. Minus 218 Minotaur Chief. Minus 166 Flying Birdman. Under Zhang Zi's command, the Minotaur Chieftain was suppressed so thoroughly that it could barely fight back. Just as it prepared to use its charge skill, a spider web pinned it in place, and then Zhang Zi's Minotaur Chieftain delivered a countercharge. The impact sent the Minotaur Chieftain spinning, and the rest of the summoned monsters hammered away at it, causing its health to plummet at a visible rate. Moonlight Bunny, go! Hearing Zhang Zi's shout, Moonlight Bunny, who had been watching from the sidelines, immediately rushed forward, slipped behind the Minotaur Chieftain and reached out to touch it. You have obtained one hard ox horn. Moonlight Bunny paused, surprised. She had expected to steal a demon's soul orb or some gear, not this strange hard ox horn. What is this thing used for? Moonlight Bunny was puzzled. Roar! The Minotaur Chieftain suddenly turned around, its hostility focused entirely on Moonlight Bunny, as if being pickpocketed by her was a deep humiliation. Eek! Moonlight Bunny stepped back in fright, but the Minotaur Chieftain did not catch her because Zhang Zi ordered the poison spider to trap it in another web. Do not be afraid, Zhang Zi reassured her, with me here it cannot touch you. Moonlight Bunny calmed down, thought for a moment, and then boldly rushed back to swipe at the Minotaur Chieftain again. Roar! The Minotaur Chieftain flew into a rage again. If it could speak, it would probably be swearing, you gotta be kidding me again. Zhang Zi was speechless on the sidelines. Moonlight Bunny clearly was not satisfied with stealing just once. Fortunately, the spider web on the Minotaur Chieftain had not yet worn off, so it could only roar in frustration without being able to do anything to her. Blay! Moonlight Bunny grew bolder, sticking her tongue out and making faces at the Minotaur, looking playful and cute. You big dummy, you cannot reach me. Moonlight Bunny giggled, I am going to steal everything you have. With that, she tried one more time, but this time she came up empty-handed. Looks like you are really out of loot. Bye-bye. She skipped back to Zhang Zi and asked, Brother Rakshasa, guess what good stuff I stole? I have no idea. Zhang Zi shook his head. Moonlight Bunny sent a trade request, and Zhang Zi saw a C-rank hard ox horn and a D-rank piece of cowhide in the trade window. These aren't crafting materials. Zhang Zi was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. In the demon realm, professions are defined solely by the weapons and adventure uses. No one has ever heard of any side professions. Is it possible to learn side professions here? But the demon realm guide never mentioned it, and I have never heard of anyone practicing one. Yet these materials prove that they must exist. This is so strange. Zhang Zi thought for a moment and said to Moonlight Bunny, "Let me hold on to these materials for now." Moonlight Bunny nodded and clicked to confirm the trade. After that, Zhang Zi focused entirely on finishing off the Minotaur chieftain. A few minutes later, it let out a cry of grief and collapsed dead. Another boss recruited. Looking at the two Minotaur chieftains in his summoning space, Zhang Zi felt a bit more secure. "You must have the key, right? Go ahead and wait for me on the 5th floor. I still need to fight the boss on the 3rd floor." Zhang Zi saw Moonlight Bunny off and returned to the 3rd floor, planning to defeat the Goblin King once more. He was lucky this time. No other adventurers were competing for the Goblin King. Zhang Zi made short work of it and added the boss to his collection within minutes. Now he owned 7 bosses. Even if he were surrounded by other adventurers, he would be more than capable of holding his own. All right, back to the 5th floor. Zhang Zi felt confident as he returned to the 5th floor of the Demon Realm. Moonlight Bunny was waiting for him, and the previous group of adventurers was still lurking nearby. They had guessed he would return and decided to camp out for him. Sensing the hostile atmosphere, Moonlight Bunny whispered, "Brother Rakshasa, these people must have seen the bounty post. They are here to cause trouble, be careful." "Do not worry, they will not dare to try anything once they see what I have." Zhang Zi smirked. He believed that no one could stand against his boss team once he summoned them. "Rakshasa." Suddenly, Liu Yuying's voice came from nearby. Zhang Zi turned and saw her walking over with 3 men and another woman. "Aha, that thief!" It was the hot-headed Dragon King who shouted in anger upon seeing Moonlight Bunny. Then he noticed Zhang Zi standing next to her and his expression turned strange. "Brother, why are you with this thief? Are you two really working together?" "It is not what you think. Moonlight Bunny has turned over a new leaf and promised she will not steal again." Zhang Zi felt a headache coming on from running into this stubborn guy again. "HMPH, old habits die hard. I do not believe for a second she has changed." Dragon King glared at Moonlight Bunny with pure fury. Zhang Zi shook his head helplessly and gave Moonlight Bunny a signal. Moonlight Bunny bit her lip, gathered her courage, stepped up to Dragon King and bowed an apology. "I am sorry. I will not steal ever again. Please forgive me." As she spoke, she returned the item she had stolen from him. Zhang Zi could not see the trade and did not know what it was, but Dragon King's expression relaxed, clearly satisfied to have his property back. Dragon King pouted and after a moment said, "HMPH, a gentleman does not quarrel with women, so I will forgive you this time." Giant God stepped forward, shook Zhang Zi's hand and smiled. "Yuying told me you helped lead away the iron-toothed wolf. You are brave and I would like to be your friend." Night Autumn also stepped up to greet him, while Money Princess, standing nearby, asked indifferently, "Let us get going. Someone else will steal the boss if we wait." Liu Yuying looked at Zhang Zi and invited him to join their party. Zhang Zi looked around and shook his head. "I am currently the target of bounty hunters, and many people have their eyes on me. We should not form a party, or you will get dragged into this mess too." Everyone except Liu Yuying was stunned. "What, you have a bounty on your head now? How come I did not know about this?" Princess Money's eyes lit up with golden sparkles as she asked greedily, "How much is your bounty? Charity begins at home. Why do not you let me earn this money?" Furious Dragon King yelled in anger, "Money, money, money. Would you really sell out a friend just for money?" "He is your friend, not mine." Princess Money rolled her eyes. "It is a fool who does not take easy money. I have been a bit strapped for cash lately, and his bounty should be enough to cover my living expenses for a month." "Did not you just collect a bounty of 1.5 million not long ago? How did you spend it all so fast?" Furious Dragon King stared with wide, disbelieving eyes. Princess Money looked depressed and waved her hand. "Do not mention it. That kid named Zhang Zi took half of it. It put my budget completely out of balance this month. It makes me so mad." Hearing this, Zhang Zi's pupils constricted. He finally knew who this Princess Money was. The bounty hunter Shen Mengdi. I never expected Princess Money to be the bounty hunter Shen Mengdi. Although Zhang Zi was surprised, he remained calm on the surface. Adventurers in the Demon Realm are very careful about protecting their privacy because no one can guarantee they will not make enemies. If your true identity is exposed and someone tracks you down in the real world, things get very troublesome or even dangerous. Moreover, Zhang Zi did not want to get too involved with Shen Mengdi, so he pretended to know nothing at all. "Princess, let us stop with the jokes. Brother Rakshasa is Yuying's savior after all, and he is a friend of Dragon King. We should get along with each other." Hearing Giant God's words, Princess Money toned it down a bit, pouted and said, "All right, I know." Furious Dragon King told Giant God and Yajikyu, "Let me tell you guys, Rakshasa's talent skill is insane. He can summon monsters to help him fight, and he can even summon bosses." Really? Yajikyu looked stunned. It was his first time hearing of such a talent skill. He looked at Zhang Zi and asked, "Can you really summon bosses?" Zhang Zi had no choice but to nod. He could not hide this forever. Everyone would find out eventually when they went out to fight together. Giant God's expression was also quite surprised. He asked, "Brother Rakshasa, what level is your talent skill?" "To be honest, I think this skill is very powerful, at least S level, right?" "It is a bit higher than S level." That was all Zhang Zi could say. He was afraid that if he told everyone his talent skill was SSS level, it would scare them off. Even though Zhang Zi downplayed it, it still shocked everyone present. Higher than S level, that means SS, my goodness, Furious Dragon King's eyes widened, he could not believe his ears. You have to realize, there are fewer than 500 recorded S-level talented adventurers in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. And they say you can count the number of SS-level adventurers on one hand. Adventurers like Liu Yuying and Giant God who have S-level talents are already extremely rare, and SS-level ones are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Ye Zhikyu and Giant God also looked incredulous. They simply could not associate the ordinary young man in front of them with an SS-level talent. Because apart from being relatively handsome and sunny, Zhang Zi seemed very ordinary in every other aspect. Liu Yuying had actually suspected that Zhang Zi's talent skill was not simple, but she thought it was at most the same level as hers, S level. She had not expected it to be SS level. Princess Money's eyes had completely changed as she looked at Zhang Zi, no longer filled with contempt and disdain, but with endless admiration. SS level, that means lots and lots of money. The princess's eyes had turned into money signs. In her mind, Zhang Zi had instantly transformed from an ordinary person into a cash cow. Haha, I never thought we would have the honor of meeting an adventurer with an SS-level talent skill. Giant God laughed, his face full of excitement, and said, "Brother Rakshasa has a limitless future ahead of him. We will be counting on you to look out for us then." "Giant God is too kind. I am still a newbie. We should look out for each other from now on." Zhang Zi responded humbly. In truth, he knew that while his talent level was higher than everyone else's, it did not necessarily mean he was stronger than all of them. While talent skills play a role in the outcome of a battle, they are not decisive. Because talent skills have cooldowns and consume mental energy, an adventurer cannot use them continuously. Furthermore, the environment in the demon realm is extremely complex, monster varieties are vast, and bosses are notoriously difficult to defeat. Therefore, an adventurer's combat skills and quick thinking are sometimes more important than their talent skills. If you cannot utilize your talent skill reasonably in battle, it is a waste of a great ability. At the same time, you have to be wary of other adventurers backstabbing you. So acting alone in the demon realm is not the wisest choice. Only by teaming up with like-minded companions can you survive longer and go further in the demon realm. Giant God nodded in approval. Zhang Zi was not arrogant or conceited like some adventurers with high-level talents, which made Giant God appreciate him even more. Ye Zhikyu spoke up from the side. "Now that we have all met, let us add each other as friends. I have never added an SS-level talented adventurer as a friend before, haha, this is enough to brag about for years." Friend requests popped up in Zhang Zi's vision one by one. He clicked accept on all of them. Now there were 7 friends on his contact list. Moonlight Bunny had not recovered from the shock yet. She could not believe that she had accidentally hitched a ride with such a powerful player. When she first asked Zhang Zi for help, it was only because she felt he was a kind and approachable person. She had not thought about anything else. Who would have thought that Zhang Zi was not just an ordinary adventurer, but an SS level 1? She felt a wave of excitement, thinking that with Zhang Zi's help, her goal of reaching the 30th floor of the demon realm would be much easier to achieve. Furious Dragon King pulled Zhang Zi into the party. Zhang Zi said, "Let us bring Moonlight Bunny in too. I promise to help her get to the 30th floor to find her father. She does not need any loot as long as she can clear the floor." "I have no problem with that personally, but I am not sure if the others have any objections." Furious Dragon King asked the others for their opinions. Liu Yuying did not say anything, which counted as her silent consent. Giant God and Ye Zhikyu nodded in agreement. Bringing an extra person did not affect them much anyway, and since Zhang Zi said Moonlight Bunny would not share any loot, it mattered even less. "You all want to be the nice guys, fine, I will be the villain," Money Princess said, putting her hands on her hips. "Should we at least show some courtesy regarding the service fee? After all, we are the ones charging to the front, while this moon rabbit just sits back and reaps the rewards. That does not really seem fair, does it?" The irritable Dragon King glared at Money Princess. "You are doing it again. Aside from money, what else is even on your mind?" Autumn Night also spoke up. "Little princess, let the service fee slide. We were going to fight the boss anyway, so we can just bring her along." "HMPH, you are all rich and have mines at home. I am the only poor person, the only villain. Are you happy now?" the princess said angrily. "When you are fighting monsters in a moment, do not ask me to heal you. Just drink your own health potions." All right, everyone stop arguing. I will cover Moon Rabbit's service fee." Giant God stepped in to mediate. He smiled as he sent a trade request to Money Princess, but she gave him an annoyed glare and rejected the trade. "For the sake of our captain, I will waive the fee today." but do not expect me to heal Moon Rabbit." Money Princess turned around and said huffily. The irritable Dragon King whispered to Zhang Zi, "Money Princess is the only healer in our team. Even though she is obsessed with money, her character is actually quite good and she is very skilled. She just has a terrible temper. Brother Rakshasa, do not take it to heart." Zhang Zi nodded with a bitter smile. He had already seen the true nature of Money Princess in reality. She was truly ruthless when it came to money. "Everyone get ready, this time we must defeat the 5th floor boss, the black-finned wizard," Giant God announced to the group. "After we failed last time, I summarized the reason. It was because the black-finned wizard's skills were too powerful, and we were not sufficiently prepared at the time, which is why we lost. This time everyone should have brought plenty of health potions. Plus Money Princess can restore our health with her green blessing, and with Brother Rakshasa joining us, I believe we will definitely succeed this time." Everyone nodded. This 5th floor boss, the black-finned wizard, was significantly stronger than the bosses in the first 4 floors of the demon realm. It could even be said that from the 5th floor onwards, the difficulty of the demon realm jumps to a whole new level. Not only are the monsters on each floor more troublesome, but the boss's skills are several times more powerful than the previous ones. It is also from the 5th floor that the requirements for adventurers become much higher. At the same time, it becomes increasingly difficult for lone wolf adventurers. Only through teamwork can you clear the levels more easily and safely. If no one has any questions, let us move out. Afterward, Giant God led the group out of the altar. Zhang Zi walked within the group, and the surrounding predatory adventurers, seeing him join a team, temporarily dismissed their thoughts of ambushing him. After all, killing people in the demon realm also carries condemnation and penalties. Although this is a lawless place where it is hard for the police to find the killer, if there are too many witnesses, their demon realm identities would be added to the demon realm administration's wanted list. If the crimes are particularly serious or they have killed too many people, the demon realm administration will even post their names in the bounty zone. When that happens, they face the risk of being hunted by other adventurers. Therefore, it is better to carry out such killings quietly. From the altar to the seaside, you can encounter many monsters along the way. These monsters come in 2 types. One is a white fishman holding a fishbone javelin known as a surfer. When these surfers encounter adventurers, they throw the javelins in their hands at them, dealing quite significant damage. But that is not the most lethal part. These surfers often appear in swarms, so they act in unison when attacking a target, throwing their javelins all at once. Adventurers are often struck by 4 or 5 javelins at the same time, leading to severe injuries or even immediate death. At such times, a defensive warrior with a shield is quite valuable. Their shield can block these javelin attacks and protect the companions behind them. After these surfers throw their javelins, it takes at least a minute for a new fishbone javelin to appear in their hands. During this period, they are unarmed and very easy to kill. The second type of monster is a yellow fishman in robes that can cast restorative spells, known as a tide caller. These tide callers often follow behind a group of surfers to restore their health. Although they do not restore much health, their recovery spell is an area of effect heal. This significantly increases the survival rate of the surfers, buying them enough time to retrieve new javelins to attack the enemy. Therefore, when encountering these fishman monsters, adventurers generally prioritize killing the tide callers first before turning their attention to the surfers. Giant God and his party do the same. Giant God is a shield warrior, and his main weapon is a heavy tower shield that is 3 meters high and 1.8 meters wide. As long as you hide behind his tower shield, you can basically block 90% of all attacks. Not only that, but Giant God's talent skill is also very powerful. Zhang Zi had heard from the irritable Dragon King that Giant God's talent skill is the S-Rank Defense Aura. Defense Aura S. Level 1. Experience 857/1000. Cost 10 Vitality Points. Cooldown 60 seconds. Effect: within a 3-meter radius, increases the defense of all party members by 50%, with no time limit. Notes: Level 1 Defense Aura increases the defense of all party members by 60%. Level 2 Defense Aura increases the defense of all party members by 70%. Level 3 Defense Aura increases the defense of all party members by 80%. Level 4 Defense Aura increases the defense of all party members by 90. Level 5 Defense Aura increases the defense of all party members by 100. As long as teammates are within Giant God's 3-meter radius, their defense is significantly boosted, which ensures a higher survival rate for the team members. After the surfers throw their first wave of javelins, Autumn Knight uses his skill, Frozen Rain, to freeze all those surfers in place for 30 seconds. Taking advantage of this time, the irritable Dragon King and Liu Yuying rush out from behind Giant God's tower shield, charging directly into the enemy line and going on a killing spree. Both of them have melee burst damage, high damage values, and fast attack speeds, allowing them to quickly eliminate their targets. Even if they get injured during the fight, there is no need to worry. Money Princess, who is behind them, constantly monitors their health. Whenever she notices things getting dangerous, she timely casts Green Blessing to restore their health and ensure their safety. This is a mature team where members trust one another and cooperate seamlessly. In Zhang Zi's view, such a team is definitely a first-class team. It seems I am lucky to be able to join such a team, which has many benefits for me. From now on, I no longer have to fight alone, Zhang Zi thought to himself. Although Zhang Zi had the highest level of talent among the team, he was, after all, an adventurer rated as a novice. Therefore, Giant God did not let Zhang Zi take the lead, but instead had him stay with Moon Rabbit, Princess Money, and Yi Zhaiqiu as rear support just in case. Zhang Zi had no objections to this. Since he did not have to make a move, he was happy to take it easy. The only regret was that he had no chance to kill monsters, and therefore could not add new members to his summoned team. Just like that, the group finally reached the sandy beach by the sea. Here, a huge stone stood carved with some strange patterns. These patterns seemed to breathe, flickering with a rhythm that looked quite eerie. Everyone go touch the stone. Once we receive the blessing of the water god, we will go into the sea together, Giant God said to the group. The blessing of the water god, what is that? Zhang Zi, puzzled, followed everyone to the huge stone. He saw that after everyone touched it, their bodies emitted a faint blue light as if they had been buffed by some kind of spell. Zhang Zi also placed his hand on the stone, and then saw a prompt appear before his eyes. You have received the blessing of the water god, lasting for 60 minutes. Blessing of the water god. Level 1. Effect. Within 1 hour, there is no need to breathe when walking underwater. This buff is clearly meant to help adventurers fight underwater for long periods of time. Zhang Zi looked at the sea across from him and thought to himself, it seems the next battle will take place in the ocean. The boss of the 5th level is on the seabed. If we want to fight it, we must go into the sea. So this blessing of the water god is a must, Liu Yuying said to him while standing beside Zhang Zi. The buff lasts for an hour, which means we must clear the level within that time or return to the shore in time. Otherwise, we will start drowning and lose 10% of our HP every minute, Giant God added as he turned his head. We have failed several times before when fighting the 5th level boss. There are many reasons, but ultimately it is just too hard to beat. Giant God sighed helplessly, I hope we can pass it this time. Zhang Zi had read the Magic Realm guide before. He remembered that the 5th level boss, the Blackfin Wizard, was a magic-type monster, but the guide did not have a very detailed description of its attack methods. This might be because not many adventurers reach the 5th level, and also the methods to defeat such difficult bosses involve the interests of many people. For example, some adventurers rely on selling boss guides or helping novices clear levels to make money, so they are unwilling to share information easily. Naturally, the guide did not provide much. To stop a first-class team with 2 S-level talents and 3 A-level talents, this Blackfin Wizard must indeed be troublesome. Zhang Zi glanced at his summoned team and said, I must take down this Blackfin Wizard. Seeing that everyone had received the water god's blessing, Giant God took the lead and walked into the sea. There were many other adventurers around, either walking into the sea or coming out of it. Zhang Zi noticed that many adventurers nodded slightly and greeted Giant God and his team, showing that many people recognized them. It was natural to think so. There were only a few hundred adventurers with S-level talents in the entire Magic Realm, and Giant God's team might be the only one with 2 such adventurers, so it was naturally impressive. I wonder how surprised these adventurers would be if they learned that there was now an even more powerful SS-level talent member on their team. Walking deep into the ocean against the tide is not something everyone can handle. Especially for those who are afraid of water, watching themselves get swallowed by the sea bit by bit must be an incredibly stressful experience. Princess Money, who was beside them, was just like that. Her face was pale, her hands were clutching her scepter tightly, and her body could not stop trembling. As her nose and mouth were about to be submerged, she closed her eyes tightly, looking as if she were facing certain death. That is right, this little girl is terrified of water. Furious Dragon King laughed, little princess, you still have not cured your hydrophobia. I heard there are several more levels of the Magic Realm where we have to fight monsters underwater. What are you going to do then? Princess Money, who was completely submerged in the water, did not dare to utter a sound, but she was cursing the Furious Dragon King 1,000 times over in her heart. Giant God shook his head and said, Dragon King, you know she had a near-drowning experience before, so stop teasing her. Got it, Dragon King shrugged with a laugh and turned to Zhang Zi, now you know the little brat's weakness. If she dares to bully you again, just use her fear of water to strike back. Zhang Zi smiled bitterly. The group walked along the seabed into the depths. Under the protection of the water god's blessing, the seawater caused them no harm, and they could move as freely as they did on land. The little princess finally felt better. She regained her energy and started bickering with the furious Dragon King again. As the group moved toward the seabed, they listened to the two of them bickering back and forth, which was quite amusing. Soon they saw an abandoned undersea temple appear ahead. Liu Yuying told Zhang Zi that this was where the 5th-level boss, the Blackfin Wizard, resided. When they reached the temple entrance, they happened to bump into a group of adventurers retreating from inside, and the two sides came face to face. "Brother Giant God, are you here to fight the boss too?" Among the adventurers on the other side, a short, bearded adventurer who seemed to be the leader waved at Giant God to greet him. Giant God also nodded to the bearded man, "Brother Black Li Kui, what are you guys doing?" Black Li Kui sighed and said gloomily, "Failed again. Damn it, this Blackfin Wizard is too hard. We reached the 3rd stage and were beaten to critical HP by 2 waves of sacrifices. If we did not run, we would have been wiped out." Giant God frowned and agreed, "Yes, the 3rd stage skills of the Blackfin Wizard are too insane. We were also defeated in the 3rd stage last time. So what are you going to do? Are you planning to try again?" "We definitely have to try, but we do not want to waste any more time. We are planning to pay some experts to help us through." Black Li Kui said helplessly, "Although it costs millions to hire experts, it is better than wasting time being stuck on this level." From fair point, Zhu Shen nodded in agreement. "I hear the number of monsters in the demon caves outside has been increasing lately. The government is urgently calling up more powerful individuals from the demon realm to protect our home. As ordinary people, we may not be able to contribute much to the country, but we must at least have the ability to protect ourselves and our families." "You are absolutely right, Brother Zhu Shen. That is why we have decided to finish this quickly," Black Li Kui said. "As soon as we get back to the shore, we will go hire someone. We are going to clear this today no matter what." Because the duration of the water god's blessing was running out, Black Li Kui did not chat with Zhu Shen for long before hurrying off with his companions. Zhu Shen's expression was grave. Black Li Kui is an S-rank adventurer and his team is no joke, yet they have been stuck on this Blackfin Wizard for almost a month. This boss really is tough to handle. "We have been stuck for 2 weeks ourselves. How about we hire a high-level player to carry us?" Yi Zhaiqiu suggested from the side. "No way," Money Princess immediately objected, pouting. "Hiring someone costs millions. Plus, we would not be allowed to take any of the good loot the boss drops. That is a terrible deal. I strongly oppose it." Violent Dragon King gave Money Princess a side-eye and scoffed. "Then do you have the confidence to keep everyone's health stable when the Blackfin Wizard uses the death sacrifice?" "My green blessing is a single target skill. How could I possibly stabilize everyone's health with that?" Money Princess said indignantly. "Well, there you have it." Violent Dragon King rolled his eyes. "Stop objecting and just listen to the leader's plan." Money Princess wanted to retort, but what Violent Dragon King said was the truth. Although her support skill, Green Blessing, is very practical for healing, it only works on a single target. Once multiple targets need healing, she becomes overwhelmed and cannot keep up. In fact, the team had discussed this situation before, wondering if they should recruit another adventurer with a support-oriented talent. However, encounters with freakish bosses like the Blackfin Wizard are rare, so it would be a waste to have 2 healer adventurers on the team. Because adventurers with support talents have almost no offensive power, but still need to share in the rewards after clearing monsters. So after doing the math, that idea was eventually abandoned. "Let us give it one more try today. If we still fail, I will consider hiring a high-level player to help us clear it," Zhu Shen said to the group after some thought. "I hope we can clear it in one go this time." Yi Zhaiqiu sighed slightly, though he had no real confidence in his heart. Zhang Zi asked Liu Yuying quietly, "Does this Blackfin Wizard have any special traits? I could not find any relevant information in the Demon Realm Guide. Could you fill me in?" "Sure," Liu Yuying nodded and explained patiently. "This Blackfin Wizard's battle has 3 distinct phases. In the first phase, the Blackfin Wizard does not join the fight directly. It summons minions to protect itself. After about 3 waves of minions, if it has not defeated the adventurers, it will enter the fray and move to the second phase. In the second phase, the Blackfin Wizard uses an attack called Dark Strike, which deals massive damage to its target and also causes a knockback effect. If it still has not eliminated us adventurers by the second phase, or if its health drops below half, it enters the third phase. This is the hardest part to deal with. The Blackfin Wizard will use a group attack skill called Death Sacrifice. It summons minions to its side and sacrifices them to deal group damage to all hostile targets. Liu Yuying looked somber as she said, "This group attack deals extremely high damage in stacks. The first Death Sacrifice deals 20% damage, and every subsequent one increases the damage by 20%. Once it hits 100%, we are wiped out." "I see," Zhang Zi had a plan in mind after hearing this. He finally understood why Violent Dragon King brought up Money Princess's single-target healing skill earlier. It was because the group attack effect of the Death Sacrifice dealt massive damage to every team member simultaneously. And Money Princess simply could not guarantee healing for all members at the same time, which was likely a key reason for their failed runs. "The first 2 stages are not much of a problem. We have cleared them 3 times already and everyone knows the drill. The hardest part is the last stage, Zhu Shen told the group. I have analyzed our past failures and I think we should change our strategy for the third phase. 2 people will be assigned specifically to guard the spots where the minions appear. As soon as the Blackfin Wizard summons them for the sacrifice, we will kill them as quickly as possible. That might stop the death sacrifice. Yeah, I think that is feasible. Yi Zhaiqiu nodded in agreement. Without the minions, the Blackfin Wizard cannot perform the death sacrifice, and we might be able to defeat it. Great, that is the plan, so who's going to guard the minions? Violent Dragon King asked Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen scanned the group and said, first of all, Money Princess is out. Her offensive and defensive stats are too low, and she needs to focus on healing everyone, so she cannot guard the minions. Secondly, I cannot go either. I have to tank the Blackfin Wizard's attacks and protect Money Princess and Yuying Xiaodu. Yi Zhaiqiu cannot do it either. I need his ice spells for crowd control. That leaves only Dragon King, Yuying, and Rakshasa. Violent Dragon King raised his hand and said, let me and Brother Rakshasa handle it. Yuying has the highest attack power among us. She is best suited to deal with the boss. Brother Rakshasa and I will guard the minions. We promise not to cause any trouble. Saying this, Violent Dragon King patted Zhang Zi on the shoulder and said with a smile, no problem, right, Brother Rakshasa? No problem, Zhang Zi had no choice but to agree. Good, it is settled. Once we are inside, everyone follow my lead. Do not panic, stay steady, and we will definitely clear this. Zhu Shen encouraged everyone and they entered the temple. The temple was in ruins. The roof had long since collapsed and there were crumbling walls everywhere. In the center of the hall stood a circular stone platform. A black merman, a size larger than the others, stood in the middle of the altar. It held its hands high, chanting obscure spells. Wisps of black energy overflowed from its body, creating an evil and eerie scene. That must be the Blackfin Wizard, Zhang Zi squinted his eyes. Giant God glanced at the group, and seeing that everyone was prepared for battle, he charged forward first. Trog, trog, trog. The Blackfin Wizard spotted the intruders. It seemed to still be in the middle of casting a spell and could not move, so it let out a strange cry to summon its minions. Suddenly, a large number of murlocs poured out from the exits on the left and right. They were of various types and surged toward Giant God and the others like a tide. Everyone get behind me, Zhaiqiu Bingfengyu control the battlefield. Giant God raised his shield and shouted loudly. Everyone immediately ducked behind his shield. Zhaiqiu waved his staff, and a massive shower of ice swords fell from the sky, freezing the dozen or so murlocs that had just rushed up to them in their tracks. A dozen more murlocs charged up, only to be met by the hot-tempered Dragon King and Liu Yuying, who rushed out from behind the shield. Zhang Zi also summoned his own creatures, but since he had not received any orders from Giant God, he kept them on standby. Dragon King and Liu Yuying tore through the murlocs, killing more than half of them. Liu Yuying in particular unleashed Light Slash, taking down one enemy with almost every strike. Princess Money huddled behind the shield, keeping a close eye on their health bars and waving her staff from time to cast Green Blessing on whoever needed it. Soon, this wave of small fry was cleared out. Croak, 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 the Blackfin Wizard's strange cry sounded again, and the second wave of minions followed. Just like that, following their previous tactics, the group cleared 3 waves of minions, bringing the battle into its second phase. The Blackfin Wizard was entering the fray. Everyone watch out, the Blackfin Wizard is joining the fight. Giant God immediately alerted the group, and everyone braced themselves to face the boss. Trog, trog, trog. The Blackfin Wizard drifted with its feet off the ground. Although it was not fast, it occasionally used a skill similar to Flash, appearing instantly beside a target and slamming them with its palm. -459, Blackfin Wizard. The target hit was instantly knocked into the air, suffering massive damage. Zhang Zi watched with his own eyes as the hot-tempered Dragon King was slapped more than 10 meters away by the Blackfin Wizard, slamming directly into the surrounding temple wall. Green Blessing. Princess Money immediately waved her staff to heal the hot-tempered Dragon King. On the other side, Zhaiqiu and Liu Yuying moved at the same time. First came Zhaiqiu's Ice Wind and Rain, freezing the Blackfin Wizard in place. Liu Yuying rushed over from the side, unleashing a basic combo followed by Light Slash, chipping away about 10% of the Blackfin Wizard's health. That was already a significant amount of damage. Keep in mind, the Blackfin Wizard was the 5th floor boss. Even though it was a wizard-type monster with low defense, its health pool was massive. Zhang Zi suspected its health might be second only to Giant God's. Giant God's build was focused on high defense and high health, so he prioritized Constitution when allocating his attribute points. Giant God himself had said that when in danger, everyone could lure the monsters toward him, and he would take the hits, as his health was on the verge of exceeding 10,000. Damn it, every time this Blackfin Wizard attacks, I am always the first one he hits, the hot-tempered Dragon King said, looking annoyed. Why is that? Princess Money giggled from the sidelines and said, because you look the most punchable. The hot-tempered Dragon King glared at her. then turned and charged toward the Blackfin Wizard, swinging his staff wildly and venting all his anger on the boss. Zhang Zi also sent his summoned creatures into the fray. The Death Butcher, the Goblin King, and the Minotaur Chieftain surrounded the Blackfin Wizard, and damage numbers began popping up off the boss. Although not as high as the damage from Liu Yuying and Dragon King, it was still substantial. Added to Zhang Zi's range bow attacks, the Blackfin Wizard's health dropped by another 10% or so. Giant God used his shield to protect Princess Money, Moonlight Rabbit, and Ye Zhaiqiu, shouting to Zhang Zi and the others, "Everyone, pay close attention to the Blackfin Wizard's health. When it hits 50%, create distance immediately." This guy becomes even crazier before entering the third phase. "Got it," the hot-tempered Dragon King replied, his staff still swinging. He landed a skill on the Blackfin Wizard, knocking it backward. The Blackfin Wizard could detect the strength of its opponents, so it adopted a tactic of eliminating weaker targets first before turning to the stronger ones, avoiding being swarmed by too many enemies at once. As a result, Wanruzi's summoned creatures became the Blackfin Wizard's primary targets. -557 Blackfin Wizard. Every time the Blackfin Wizard flashed, it would appear beside one of Zhang Zi's summoned creatures, and every dark slam it landed would claim the life of one of them. Except for the boss-level creatures like the Death Butcher and the Minotaur Chieftain, which were more durable, all the other smaller summons were wiped out by the Blackfin Wizard. Although it pained Zhang Zi, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure it. Finally, the group held out until the Blackfin Wizard was down to half health. Liu Yuying shouted, "Retreat, everyone." The hot-tempered Dragon King and Zhang Zi immediately retreated toward Giant God. Giant God raised his shield to cover them, trying to protect them from the Blackfin Wizard's attacks. But the Blackfin Wizard suddenly surged in speed, instantly closing the 10-meter gap to appear right beside Liu Yuying. A dark slam struck her, sending her flying into the air instantly. Liu Yuying gasped as her body was sent hurtling through the air, and at that moment Zhang Zi was standing not far behind her. Zhang Zi saw a black shadow flying toward him. He instinctively reached out to catch it, and a soft body collided with his chest. Seeing Liu Yuying had crashed into his arms, Zhang Zi kindly asked, "Are you okay?" I am fine." Liu Yuying kept her head down, quickly pulling herself out of his arms before taking him by the hand and hiding behind Giant God's shield. Drog, drog, drog. The Blackfin Wizard flashed in front of Giant God and unleashed 3 consecutive dark slams against his shield. Giant God felt his arm going numb. Damage numbers floated up one after another, but fortunately his shield was an S-rank piece of equipment that absorbed more than half of the incoming damage. The Blackfin Wizard is about to enter its third phase. Everyone, get ready according to the plan we discussed. Giant God watched the Blackfin Wizard retreat toward the stone platform and said in a deep voice to his companions behind him, "Brother Rakshasa, let us go." The hot-tempered Dragon King jumped out from behind Giant God's shield and ran toward the monster exit on the right. Zhang Zi led his last 3 remaining summoned monsters and rushed toward the monster spawn point on the left. My summoning party is down to the Death Butcher, the Heaven-Swallowing Frog, and an Ogre Commander. I hope they can hold the line. Zhang Zi felt worried. Losing 7 out of 10 summons was a severe reduction in combat strength. If the monsters came out one by one, Zhang Zi could handle it, but if they flooded out all at once, he was afraid he would not be able to hold them back. "Brother Rakshasa, do not put so much pressure on yourself," Giant God shouted from behind. "It is okay if a stray monster or 2 slips through. We will not just stand by and watch. We will find a way to deal with them. You just need to block as many as you can." Zhang Zi nodded, understood. On the other side, Dragon King heard Giant God and chimed in. "If any fish slip past my defense, you guys better take care of them for me too." Princess Money said snappily, "Why are you trying to join in? Rakshasa is a novice adventurer and you are a veteran. How can you even compare yourself to him? Have you no shame?" "You brat, you talk too much." The hot-tempered Dragon King shook his fist at Princess Money and shouted angrily. "All right, the third phase is starting. Everyone stay alert." Hearing Giant God's command, everyone shifted their focus to the Blackfin Wizard. He slowly floated up from the circular stone platform and began chanting an obscure spell, causing the surrounding light to dim instantly. "They are coming out." The hot-tempered Dragon King yelled, swinging his iron rod and smashing it directly onto the head of a surfer that had just rushed out from the exit. -503 damage. The surfer was stunned by the Dragon King's strike, spinning in place before collapsing to the ground with a thud. The hot-tempered Dragon King delivered a flurry of blows, quickly finishing off the surfer. Immediately after, a Tide Caller rushed out, only to be beaten to death by another round of strikes. On Zhang Zi's side, monsters also began to emerge. The first was a Tide Caller, which Zhang Zi and his 3 main boss summons joined forces to eliminate. After that, Murlocs kept appearing. Although they were of different types, they were thankfully coming out one by one, and Zhang Zi managed to hold his own. On the other side, the Blackfin Wizard remained suspended in midair, still casting his spell. Since Giant God and Liu Yuying were melee fighters who could not reach him, Ye Zhiqiu and Princess Money became the main attackers. However, their damage output was too low. Ye Zhiqiu's Ice Cone barely dealt triple-digit damage, and Princess Money's Psionic Ball was even lower, dealing only double digits. Fortunately, after the Blackfin Wizard finished his spell, he slowly descended to the ground, where Liu Yuying unleashed a barrage of attacks that depleted 10% of his health. Trog. Seeing that none of the Murloc minions had reached his side, the Blackfin Wizard let out an angry cry. Dragon King, Brother Rakshasa, be careful, the Murloc army is probably coming now. Giant God warned Zhang Zi and the hot-tempered Dragon King. Sure enough, no sooner had he finished speaking than the number of Murlocs, which had been emerging one by one, suddenly spiked. Not only was the spawn rate increasing, but 2 or 3 Murlocs were now rushing out at the same time. For a moment, both the hot-tempered Dragon King and Zhang Zi were thrown into a panic. Zhang Zi was slightly better off. Since he had killed several Murlocs earlier, he had already maxed out his summoning party. Facing the influx, he summoned all his monsters to fight in coordination, intercepting most of them. The occasional one that slipped through was taken care of by Giant God and Liu Yuying. But the situation for the hot-tempered Dragon King was dire. Although his attack power was high, he was only one person. Intercepting 2 or 3 Murlocs at once was his limit, and he was powerless to do anything more. As a result, 5 or 6 Murlocs broke through his line of defense and reached the Blackfin Wizard. Trog. The Blackfin Wizard let out an insidious chuckle, then pressed a palm onto the head of a surfer. As black light flickered, the surfer instantly shriveled up as if its blood had been drained away. Death Sacrifice activated. Negative 815 damage. Suddenly, a black skull icon appeared above everyone's head. Zhang Zi checked his status and saw a new effect. Death Curse Level 1. Level 1. Effect afflicted by the Blackfin Wizard's curse. Magic damage received is increased by 20%. My god, this status is too harsh. Zhang Zi's eyes widened. No wonder Giant God and the others failed repeatedly. The Blackfin Wizard's death sacrifice skill is truly terrifying. Zhiqiu, quickly freeze the remaining stragglers. Yuying, use your fastest moves to wipe them out. Giant God commanded loudly. We cannot give the Blackfin Wizard another chance to use death sacrifice. Everyone felt a jolt of alarm and sprang into action. Damn Murlocs, all of you go to hell. The hot-tempered Dragon King swung his iron rod desperately, trying to draw as many Murlocs toward himself as possible to prevent them from reaching the Blackfin Wizard. Ye Zhiqiu's ice storm was constant. Whenever a stray Murloc approached the wizard, he did his best to intercept it midway. Liu Yuying no longer had the chance to attack the wizard. She had to dedicate all her strength to clearing the remaining Murlocs, ensuring not a single one reached him. This cannot go on like this. Zhang Zi, who was busy resisting the Murlocs with his summons, took a moment to check the situation behind him and furrowed his brows. Everyone is working themselves to the bone just to block the minions and has no energy left to hit the Blackfin Wizard. If we keep dragging this out, the duration of the Water God's blessing will run out. Giant God also realized this, but he could not think of a better way to solve the problem. Sai, it looks like we have failed again. If there is really no other choice, we will have to ask some experts to carry us. Giant God shook his head helplessly. Just then, seeing no more Murloc minions approaching him, the Blackfin Wizard suddenly changed his behavior and began moving toward the Murlocs himself. What is going on? Why did the Blackfin Wizard move? Logically, he should have stayed in place and waited for the minions to come to him. The group was stunned. Their original tactical plan was now completely useless. Giant God reacted quickly and shouted, "Blocking the minions is useless now. Everyone come back immediately and focus all your firepower on seeing if we can take down the Blackfin Wizard. If that still does not work, we must retreat. We cannot afford to take any more risks." Upon hearing the great god's command, Fierce Dragon King and the others immediately abandoned their respective tasks and turned to besiege the Blackfin Wizard. Zhang Zi also sent his summoned monsters over, while drawing his bow to fire arrows at the Blackfin Wizard in a fierce barrage. Trog. The Blackfin Wizard seemed to sense the intentions of the great god and his team. Giving no one a chance, he flashed out of the encirclement, appeared directly beside a tide caller and sacrificed the creature. Minus 1147, Blackfin Wizard. Damn it, that is 40% damage. We are in danger if this continues. Seeing his health bar drop, Fierce Dragon King shouted anxiously at Princess Money, "Stop standing there, heal us quickly." "Do you think I am just sitting around?" Princess Money waved her staff repeatedly, trying to heal everyone as fast as she could, but her talent skill had a cooldown, meaning she could not heal a second person for another 60 seconds. "This will not work," One Night Autumn said grimly to the great god beside him. "3 more death sacrifices and we will all be wiped out. I think if there is really no other way, we should retreat." The great god sighed heavily. He was unwilling to give up, having spent 2 weeks and a vast amount of time and energy, but was it truly going to come down to asking others for help? In the team, Moonlight Rabbit was the weakest. Her health was already low, and after taking 40% damage, she was below half health. Pale-faced, she hurried to pull out a health potion to drink. But before she could finish it, the Blackfin Wizard's third death sacrifice descended upon their heads. Minus 1566, Blackfin Wizard. This is it, we are going to be wiped out. Fierce Dragon King panicked. Dying in the demon realm meant it was truly over. Princess Money also looked panicked. Everyone in the team was below 300 health. She did not even know who to prioritize for healing. Suddenly, a green light flashed over the group. To their surprise, they found their health was recovering. Although it was only about 5 or 6%, it brought a flicker of joy to everyone. They were a little further from death's door. Who is it? Princess Money was the first to react. She was the only adventurer in the team with a support talent, so how could someone else be using a healing skill? The great god looked equally surprised. He hurriedly checked the exit, thinking another adventurer had arrived to help them. He found that the entrance to the temple was completely empty. A few more green lights flashed over everyone, and their health jumped up by more than 10%. Now everyone was above half health and they felt relieved. At the same time, they realized who was healing them. It was the Tide Callers, and not just one but 5. These Tide Callers were Zhang Zi's summoned monsters, and he was the one who ordered them to heal the team. Haha, it is Rakshasa. Fierce Dragon King laughed and shouted excitedly, Brother Rakshasa, you are a lifesaver. If you had not summoned these murlocs to heal us, I do not think we could have held on. The great god also smiled and said, Brother Rakshasa has brought us an unexpected surprise. An SS-grade talent skill is truly powerful. One night, Autumn and Liu Yuying also wore smiles. With Zhang Zi's team of murloc healers, they were basically guaranteed to clear this stage. Princess Money, however, pouted with dissatisfaction. She felt her status in the team had diminished, as if she were being replaced by Zhang Zi's murloc healers. And the fact was, Princess Money could only use single-target healing skills. Although the recovery was high, the efficiency was low. But Zhang Zi's murloc healers had group recovery skills. It is true that the individual healing amount of these murlocs was not very high, but if the healing effects of 4 or 5 murlocs stacked up, it became very impressive. There was another advantage Princess Money did not have. These murlocs had extremely short cooldowns for their healing skills. Zhang Zi had checked and the cooldown was only 20 seconds. Whereas Princess Money's skill cooldown was 60 seconds. It was clear who was better. Everyone push hard, kill this Blackfin Wizard and we will clear the stage, the great god said with excitement. They had been fighting this damned murloc boss for 2 weeks, and it had seriously impacted their progress. You know, there were many teams whose strength was not as high as theirs, but those teams were willing to spend money to hire experts to carry them, and they had already reached higher levels in the demon realm. In fact, the reason the great god and his team were unwilling to spend money to hire experts was not because they were short on cash. Apart from Princess Money and Fierce Dragon King, the others all came from quite well-off families. Liu Yuying's family, the Liu clan, was a prestigious and wealthy family in the Great Xia Kingdom. Money was not an issue at all. She could have easily asked for help from experts in her family, like Uncle Six. But Liu Yuying was too strong-willed. She never wanted to rely on family influence and only wanted to succeed on her own. That was one of the reasons why she never asked her family for help. The Great God and One Night Autumn also came from good backgrounds, and their reasons for not hiring experts were similar to Liu Yuying's. The Great God had an S-grade talent, and One Night Autumn had an A-grade talent. Neither of them had low-level talents, and their team was considered top-tier. If they could not even beat the boss on the 5th floor, hiring help would truly be embarrassing. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, they would rather die than humble themselves by spending money to hire others. Today, thanks to Zhang Zi's help, they had finally broken through this bottleneck, and victory was within sight. Trog, trog, trog. The Blackfin Wizard noticed the health of the Great God and his team steadily rising. Furious, he grabbed another murloc and unleashed Death Sacrifice. Minus 1977, Blackfin Wizard. Do not let your guard down. Even though Brother Rakshasa's murloc healers are recovering our health, remember that the effects of Death Sacrifice stack. The Great God warned everyone loudly, once the stack reaches 100%, we will still die. Fierce Dragon King shouted, enough talk, kill him. The group swarmed forward, launching a frantic assault on the Blackfin Wizard. Zhang Zi kept his eyes fixed on the Blackfin Wizard's health bar. He was waiting for the moment when only a sliver of health remained to deliver the finishing blow. Only then could he summon the Blackfin Wizard. If someone else killed the boss, Zhang Zi would be unable to summon him. 10%, 9%, 6%, 2% now. Zhang Zi released the taut bowstring, and the arrow shot out like a streak of light, striking the Blackfin Wizard right in the center of its forehead. Minus 460, Rakshasa. You have slain the Blackfin Wizard, do you wish to summon it? Ha, perfect. Zhang Zhang Zi saw a black murloc wizard added to his summon list, an excited look appearing on his face. This Blackfin wizard was the strongest boss summon Zhang Zi had obtained so far. Not to mention the high damage of its single target attack, Dark Strike, its late game ability Death Sacrifice was also excellent. It could be called a powerful area of effect skill. But there are some limitations. For instance, when the Blackfin wizard uses Death Sacrifice, it must be provided with enough murlocs as sacrificial offerings. It seems I need to keep a few murlocs in my team at all times, Zhang Zi thought to himself. The Blackfin wizard fell to the ground and died, leaving a large pile of loot scattered everywhere. The group picked up what was nearby, handed it all over to Giant God, and he distributed it to each member based on their needs. This was something everyone had agreed upon before joining the team. Finally, we got the key, we can go to the 6th floor, Irritable Dragon King laughed heartily. Everyone was beaming with joy. This victory was hard-won. Without Zhang Zi and the Murloc healer he summoned, the attempt to clear the level today would likely have failed again. Brother Rakshasa, you deserve the most credit today. You get to pick your rewards first. Giant God sent a trade request to Zhang Zi, then placed all the reward items into the trade window for him to choose. Zhang Zi took a look. The loot dropped by the Blackfin wizard included 7 advanced soul orbs, 16 intermediate soul orbs, and 29 low-level soul orbs. Additionally, there were 2 pieces of equipment, but they were both for mages. After all, the Blackfin wizard was a mage-type monster, so the gear it dropped was naturally meant for mages. Beyond that, Zhang Zi discovered a Dead Zone invitation. After giving it some thought, Zhang Zi decided to choose the Dead Zone invitation. Last time he obtained the super powerful boss Death Butcher in the Dead Zone. This boss was incredibly strong in both offense and defense and came with 2 skills. It had become the #1 fighter in his summon team. For Zhang Zi, having a powerful summon would make fighting monsters and PKing much easier in the future. Additionally, Zhang Zi had also acquired a piece of S-rank equipment with great stats, filling the gap in his attack power. Therefore, he chose the Dead Zone invitation, preparing to enter the Dead Zone to snatch the boss the next time it appeared. Giant God did not say a word and readily handed the Dead Zone invitation to Zhang Zi. However, he did offer a reminder, Brother Rakshasa, although you can get many good things in the Dead Zone that are not available elsewhere, it is also extremely dangerous. I suggest you do not go alone. It is best to form a team with friends you trust. Zhang Zi nodded, I understand. As for the remaining loot, Giant God distributed it equally among every team member who participated in the battle. Of course, Moonlight Rabbit did not participate in the battle at all, so she did not receive any loot. Let us go, I cannot wait to see what the 6th floor looks like. Irritable Dragon King rubbed his hands, looking eager to try. Night Nose Autumn said with a smile, does not the Demon Realm Guide already say that the 6th floor is a mine, and the monsters inside are kobold miners? I know, but we have not seen it with our own eyes yet. Irritable Dragon King chuckled and was the first to rush through the stone gate. This impatient guy, Giant God shook his head with a smile, then said to the group, everyone, let us head in too. After we activate the 6th floor altar, we will wrap up today's activities and log off to rest. Just as they were about to step through the gate, they suddenly saw a group of people rushing into the temple. It was Black Li Kui, who had previously left to go get money to hire someone to help clear the level. Black Li Kui entered the temple and froze because he did not see the Blackfin wizard. Then, looking at Giant God and the others in the distance as they prepared to pass through the stone gate to the 6th floor, Black Li Kui understood everything at once. My God, Brother Giant God, you cleared the level. Black Li Kui exclaimed in shock, and the other members of his team also showed surprise on their faces. You have to understand, they had been stuck here with Giant God and his crew for a long time, and everyone had got to know each other. Now that they had spent money to hire an expert, they had assumed Giant God and his group would not be able to make it either, yet they had not expected the others to have succeeded already. This left a rather bitter feeling in Black Li Kui's heart. We paid money to hire someone, they did not spend a single cent and cleared it just like that, this gasped sigh. Giant God waved at Black Li Kui and said with a smile, yeah, we got lucky and cleared it. You guys keep trying, goodbye. After saying that, Giant God led everyone through the stone gate. Black Li Kui stood there blankly, unable to snap out of it for a moment. The expert he had hired said impatiently, you guys did not even check before hiring me. Now the boss has been defeated and will not respawn for 24 hours. Is not this a waste of time? You should know my time is very precious. There are many others waiting for me to carry them. Yes, boss, I am truly sorry, it was our oversight. Black Li Kui hurriedly bowed and apologized to the expert, feeling even more bitter inside. Giant God and the others appeared on the 6th floor altar. Everyone looked around. This was indeed the inside of a mine. Looking from the altar, the surrounding walls were riddled with mine shafts of various sizes, each pitch black, leading to who knows where, giving it the feel of a maze. Actually, it is a maze, and it is even more intricate and complex than the fourth floor labyrinth because the maze on this level changes. There is no fixed route to follow, and it is extremely easy to get lost. The Demon Realm Guide also warns adventurers to be careful and cautious, and never to get lost, otherwise they might end up trapped in the maze forever. Zhang Zi had a question in his mind, so he brought it up. I remember that when an adventurer's stamina is exhausted, the Demon Realm forcibly kicks them out. If we get lost in the maze, could not we just wait for the Demon Realm to kick us out? What is there to worry about? Things are not as simple as you think, Giant God explained. When our stamina is exhausted, the Demon Realm does indeed kick us back to reality. However, when you want to log back into the Demon Realm, you will find that you still appear in the same place as before, not at the altar. Zhang Zi was stunned. He suddenly recalled that when he first entered the Demon Realm, the man and woman from the Demon Realm administration had indeed warned everyone, you must log off at the altar. You mean, if we do not log out at an altar, we will spawn at the exact same spot where we logged off next time we enter the Demon Realm? Zhang Zi asked. That is correct, logging out at an altar is the safest and most secure way. Anywhere else is just asking for trouble. Think about it, the spawn points for monsters in the Demon Realm are not fixed. You might log off in a spot that ends up becoming a monster spawn point, and when you log back in, you could find yourself surrounded by monsters. By then, you would not even be able to log out and escape because you would already be in combat. I see, I understand now, Zhang Zi nodded. Princess Money looked around and muttered, where did that damn Dragon King go? Where did he run off to? The group scanned the area. There were not many adventurers on the altar, only about a dozen or so, making it easy to keep track of people. Dragon King really is not here. Where could he have gone? Yajikyu opened his light screen to message Irritable Dragon King and ask for his location. Before he could even send the message, a figure came rushing out of a mining tunnel opposite them, shouting, "Help, save me, there are so many kobolds." The group stared in disbelief. It was actually Irritable Dragon King. The guy was running for his life, clutching his head with over 20 kobolds tailing him. These kobolds wore minor lamps on their heads, their clothes were filthy, and they were wielding iron pickaxes, chasing him with murderous intent. Irritable Dragon King gave it everything he had and finally bolted into the safe zone of the altar. The kobold miners stopped right at the edge of the safe zone, throwing a tantrum in rage before slowly dispersing a while later. What did you do? Why did you provoke so many kobolds? Yajikyu asked, speechless. Irritable Dragon King sat cross-legged on the ground, drinking a health potion while grinning. I stole a piece of ore from their minecart, look at this. As he spoke, he pulled a fist-sized, dark red crystal from his backpack. There was a pulse of energy slowly throbbing inside the crystal, as if it were alive. This is... Everyone's eyes widened. They had no idea they could actually find ore in the Demon Realm. What is the use of this thing? Is it worth anything? Princess Money snatched the ore from Irritable Dragon King's hand, turning it over to inspect it, but she could not make heads or tails of it. Suddenly, someone nearby spoke up. Is this your first time in the 6th layer of the Demon Realm? The group looked at the man, a male adventurer carrying a long blade. He said, the ore here is very valuable, especially the black gold ore. A single piece can sell for over $500,000 on the trading platform. Over $500,000, Princess Money's eyes went wide. She felt like she had discovered a new way to get rich. She immediately held up the ore and asked, what about this one? How much is this worth? That is just common ore. Probably around 10,000 apiece, the man said casually. 10,000 for just one piece. Wow, Princess Money's eyes turned into crescents, and she tucked it into her bag without a second thought, her movements smooth and natural. Hey, that is mine. Irritable Dragon King jumped up from the ground, grabbed onto Princess Money, and the two started bickering again. Zhang Zi asked the man, why is this ore so valuable? What is it used for? It has plenty of uses. The man explained, the weapons and gear we adventurers use can be strengthened with the ore from this layer. After strengthening, the gear stats improve, making it much easier to kill monsters. Hearing this, everyone looked surprised. Our weapons can be strengthened? Zhang Zi looked astonished. He felt the Demon Realm was really starting to feel like a game, or was it actually just a game? Titan asked, friend, would you mind telling us how we can use this ore to strengthen our weapons and gear? It is simple. First, you need to prepare the ore and the gear you want to strengthen. Then go to the 10th layer. You can find a dwarven smithy there which has an anvil and a furnace. You can strengthen your gear there. Liu Yuying sized up the adventurer and said to Zhang Zi, this adventurer is very strong. His rating is at least excellent or higher. I suspect he came to this layer to find black gold ore to strengthen his own gear too. The long-bladed adventurer's next words confirmed Liu Yuying's theory. I came to this layer specifically to hunt for black gold ore because my weapon is not strong enough. It is becoming a struggle to deal with monsters on the 16th layer, which is why I am here. If any of you have black gold ore, feel free to contact me. I will take as much as you have got. I guarantee the price will be better than the trading platform. Titan added the adventurer as a friend, and the man dashed into the mining tunnel and disappeared. So the ore here can actually be sold for money. Looks like this is worth looking into, hee hee. Princess Money's eyes literally turned into dollar signs. Every time she encountered something she could make money off of, she would show this expression. Irritable Dragon King rolled his eyes at Princess Money. He could not stand her greed for money. I had heard before that it was possible to strengthen gear in the demon realm, but I did not know how to do it. Titan smiled and said, "Today I finally figured it out." Liu Yuying also nodded and said, "My sixth uncle mentioned it to me once, but I had not entered the demon realm at the time, so he did not explain much." Ye Zhikyu said, "Since we are here, besides fighting monsters, we might as well collect some more while we are at it, especially the black gold or that fellow mentioned. We might find it useful later." "We will definitely need it," Irritable Dragon King added. "Did not you hear him? The higher the floor of the demon realm, the tougher the monsters. I bet standard weapons will not cut it anymore. Even for S-rank gear, if you do not strengthen it, you probably will not be able to scratch them. So strengthening gear is a path we have to take." Zhang Zi agreed with Irritable Dragon King. The S-rank bow he currently had did a lot of damage, but its level was not high. He believed that after a few more layers, the damage output would drop significantly. Finding another S-rank weapon to replace it would not be easy. These weapons usually drop from bosses in the Dead Realm, and Zhang Zi had already experienced just how dangerous those realms were and how hard those bosses were to beat. So the safest approach is still to strengthen our own weapons. Little Princess Money rubbed her hands excitedly, a greedy look appearing on her face as she said, "What are we waiting for? Let us go, I can hardly contain my excitement." Giant God waved his hand and said, "It is getting late. We already spent a long time fighting the Blackfin Warlock earlier and it is past midnight in reality now. Everyone should get some rest. Grinding while exhausted is not advisable, your health is more important. Let us log off." Logging off so early? Little Princess Money immediately pouted into satisfaction. "At least let us get one piece of black gold ore before logging off." The person who is usually the most eager to log off has had a change of heart today. The power of money really is great, Irascible Dragon King teased from the side. In the end, everyone decided to log off and rest. After all, not everyone was as money hungry as Little Princess Money. After saying their goodbyes, everyone logged off. A flash of white light passed, and Zhang Zi appeared in his living room. His sister had long since fallen asleep at this hour, so Zhang Zi tiptoed back to his bedroom, lay on the bed, and gradually drifted off to sleep while sorting out the day's gains. The next morning, the first thing Zhang Zi did was ask for leave from school. He planned to go to the police station to collect the bounty. Zhang Feng clamored to go along too. Her brother was going to be in the spotlight, and she wanted to share in the glory, watch the excitement, and record a few videos as souvenirs to show off to others later. "That is my brother, a great hero who eliminates evils for the people," the little girl thought to herself with a giggle. Unfortunately, her plan was completely rejected by Zhang Zi. "Go to school properly, the police station is no place for you." Zhang Zi ruffled his sister's hair and said, "Besides, I do not like to be too flashy with these things. You know my principles." "Low profiles, I know," Zhang Feng hung her head dejectedly. Her brother was great in every way, but he was just too low-key. Even though he was handsome, he dressed so unfashionably. Just like this time, he could have been in the limelight, but he chose to keep it low-key instead. Bidding his sister farewell, Zhang Zi headed to the police station. As soon as he walked in, he saw Shen Mengdi sitting there, staring down at her phone with a straight face. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang Zi, the one who caught the wanted criminal a few days ago?" A police staff member saw Zhang Zi come in and asked. Zhang Zi nodded and was then led by the staff member over to Shen Mengdi. "Please take a seat here for a moment. Our chief is still in a meeting and will come out to see you soon." The staff member left a note and turned back to his work. Only Shen Mengdi and Zhang Zi remained. Shen Mengdi glared at Zhang Zi with ill intent, while Zhang Zi nonchalantly picked up a nearby teacup and sipped the hot tea calmly. For a moment there was no communication between the two, but one could feel a lingering tension. "So your name is Zhang Zi, HMPH, I will remember you." Shen Mengdi suddenly spoke up. "You took half of my bounty, and you even drew a little turtle on my face. Truly hateful." Zhang Zi glanced at Shen Mengdi and said indifferently, "You can say whatever you want, but do not just make things up. I did not draw any little turtle on your face. It was you and your sister who did it. At that time I was hypnotized by the wanted criminal's mental attack and could not move, but I was fully conscious. I saw you and your sister scribbling on my face with my own eyes," Shen Mengdi said angrily, "scribbling all over my beautiful face. It took me ages to wash it off. You two were too much." "Too much?" Zhang Zi set down his cup, turned to look at Shen Mengdi and chuckled. "We were not as bad as you. You were willing to ignore others' lives for money. Compared to that, what we did was trivial." Shen Mengdi sneered and said, "I am just that kind of person. Money is more important to me than anything. With money you have social status, you get respect from others. Without money you are nothing." That sounds reasonable, but there are still many things in this world that money cannot buy." Zhang Zi shook his head slowly and said, "For example, family, friendship, and love." Do not talk to me about those things, they are all hypocritical. Shen Mengdi's emotions suddenly flared up. She slammed the table and said bitterly, family, friendship, love. In front of money, all of that is bullshit. Shen Mengdi's sudden reaction surprised Zhang Zi, and he thought to himself, did this woman suffer some kind of blow? Why is she so worked up?
Who?
Shen Mengdi gasped for air, her chest heaving. After a while she calmed down, sat back slowly, and assumed her arrogant and scornful expression once again. A pauper like you would never understand the joy of being rich. Zhang Zi decided to stop paying attention to Shen Mengdi. The irascible Dragon King was right, this woman was completely obsessed with money. A few minutes later, the police chief finally appeared, followed by a large group of media reporters. Haha, everyone look, these are the great heroes who caught the wanted criminal, Zhang Zi and Shen Mengdi. The chief walked up to Zhang Zi and Shen Mengdi, placed his hands on their shoulders, and introduced them to the reporters with a smile.
Click and click and click.
The blinding flashes flickered continuously, making it hard for Zhang Zi to keep his eyes open. He felt a bit depressed. He had wanted to collect the bounty low-key, but that clearly was not going to happen. Shen Mengdi, on the other hand, was quite composed, even striking a few poses for the reporters. Apparently, this was not her first time dealing with such a situation. On behalf of the police department and the city's residents, I want to thank these two heroes. If it were not for the two of you, this criminal might still be at large. The chief shook both of their hands, beaming. He took out 2 prepaid cards and handed them to Zhang Zi and Shen Mengdi respectively, saying, this is the reward you two deserve. I hope you will continue your hard work and continue contributing to the citizens. Okay, Chief, we will certainly do our best, Shen Mengdi said with a grin. Zhang Zi nodded with a neutral expression. He had thought that once the photos and videos were done, he could take the money and go home, but to his surprise, as soon as the chief stepped away, the reporters swarmed them and surrounded them completely. Mr. Zhang Zi, we heard that you were the one who primarily took down the criminal. Could you tell us about what happened? I heard you are still a student, Mr. Zhang Zi. Would you mind disclosing your current grades? Which college are you planning to apply to? Mr. Zhang Zi, it is said that the situation was extremely critical. If you had not stepped in, Ms. Shen Mengdi would likely have been killed by the wanted criminal. What were you thinking at the time? Were you scared? Could you tell us more about it? Microphones of all sizes were shoved almost right into Zhang Zi's face. With a helpless look, he did not know how to handle the relentless media reporters. Meanwhile, Shen Mengdi was left standing on the sidelines. Already feeling grumpy, she became even more annoyed after hearing the reporters' questions. Hey, who said I was saved by him? I did not need his help at all, Shen Mengdi shouted indignantly. Several reporters turned to her and one asked, but we checked the surveillance footage. You were clearly under the criminal's mental hypnosis, standing perfectly still, and you were about to be pierced through the eye with a sharp weapon. If Mr. Zhang Zi had not intervened, you would have been dead long ago. How do you explain that? Shen Mengdi was left speechless, her face flushing with embarrassment. It was true, if it were not for Zhang Zi, she would probably be a cold corpse in the morgue by now. Seeing that Shen Mengdi had nothing to say, the reporters ignored her and continued to swarm Zhang Zi for an interview. That makes me so mad. Shen Mengdi stomped her foot in anger, glared at Zhang Zi in the crowd, and then turned and ran out of the police station. Finally finished with the reporters, Zhang Zi left the station. Instead of going straight home, he went to the bank to deposit all the consumer cards he had into his account. After all, money is safer in an account than on a consumer card. This is life-saving money for my sister, there cannot be any mistakes. Once the money from the cards was transferred into his account, Zhang Zi checked the balance. There was over 6 million, enough to buy his sister a permanent artificial kidney. Great, in a few days I will take her to see Dr. Yang to purchase the artificial kidney. Zhang Zi suppressed his excitement and left the bank. Shen Mengdi drove back to her residence, a high-end apartment complex. She stormed into the house, quickly stripped off her coat, and started punching and kicking a giant stuffed bear on her bed. Damn Zhang Zi, smelly Zhang Zi, stealing my money, stealing my spotlight, making me lose face in front of the reporters. If I do not get even, my name is not Shen, Shen Mengdi shouted as she pummeled the stuffed bear. After a while, her anger began to subside. She lay on the bed staring at the ceiling as a few images suddenly flashed through her mind. It was the scene of Huang Hanfei holding a dagger and stabbing towards her eyes. Back then, Shen Mengdi was terrified to her core, but she could not move her body, nor could she even scream. The thought echoed over and over in her head, I am going to die, I am going to die, I am going to die. Only when Zhang Zi threw a stone that distracted Huang Hanfei did Shen Mengdi snap back to reality. Afterward, the battle between Zhang Zi and Huang Hanfei took place on the other side, out of her sight, but she could hear that it was an intense fight. And in the end, Zhang Zi was the victor, which left Shen Mengdi feeling both excited and relieved. If Zhang Zi had been defeated by Huang Hanfei, then both of them would likely have lost their lives there today. Originally, Shen Mengdi felt some gratitude toward Zhang Zi, but later, when he and his sister used a marker to draw all over her face, it made her extremely unhappy. especially when she got home and saw the two little turtles drawn on her face in the mirror. It nearly drove her insane. HMPH, why am I even thinking about that jerk? Shen Mengdi sat up, shook her head vigorously to clear Zhang Zi from her mind, and opened her phone to a shopping site. Only shopping and spending money can help me forget these unpleasant things. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Since Zhang Zi did not go to school today, he cooked dinner. Zhang Feng had the rare treat of a meal made by her brother after school. As for the taste, well, it was edible. Brother, you are famous. After dinner, Zhang Feng pulled out her phone, waved it in front of Zhang Zi, and said excitedly, "You are on the headlines of all the major media outlets right now." She read aloud from her phone, "Our city's hero, Zhang Zi, bravely fought a villain, removing a scourge for the people, awarded by the police, receives $1 million bounty. And this one teenage hero assists police in fighting criminals. His heroic deeds are spread far and wide. And there is more." Zhang Feng looked proud and triumphant. With her brother in the headlines and becoming a national hero, she felt like her own prestige was boosted as well. At school, many classmates crowded around her asking questions, expressing such admiration for her brother that it completely fed the young girl's vanity. Zhang Zi shook his head with a smile. While clearing the table, he said, "It was nothing more than catching a wanted criminal, nothing special. People will forget about it soon, so do not keep bringing it up. It is better to stay low profile." "Brother, have not you heard, it is better to be famous early." Zhang Feng put down her phone and countered, "You can be low profile, but we should not give up our hard-earned honor. As the ancients say, enjoy life while you can. If we do not show off while we are young, are we going to do it when we are old?" "You silly girl, what are they teaching you at school?" Zhang Zi shook his head with a bitter smile. "Go to your homework. I am going into the demon domain now." "Welcome to the demon domain. Which level would you like to enter?" Zhang Zi could now freely enter the first 5 levels, but for him, the first 4 no longer offered any rewards. The 5th level was better. At least there was a 50% chance of items dropping when killing monsters, so Zhang Zi headed to the 5th level first. "My summoning team has lost several members and only has 3 left. I must recruit more members before heading to the 6th level." With that in mind, Zhang Zi went to the 5th level. He fought his way from the altar to the seaside, acquiring 3 surfers and 4 tide callers. His team roster now consisted of the Death Butcher, the Heaven-Swallowing Frog, the Blackfin Warlock, plus 3 surfers and 4 tide callers. "I am ready for the 6th level now." Satisfied with his current team, Zhang Zi prepared to head back to the altar to switch to the 6th level. Just then, Zhang Zi noticed 7 or 8 adventurers in the distance pointing at him with unfriendly glares, seemingly discussing something. Zhang Zi narrowed his eyes. If he guessed correctly, those people must have seen the bounty post about him on the game forum. Zhang Zi did not want to get into a conflict with them. Although he had the ability to take them out, if he killed too many people, he would be labeled a wanted criminal by the Magic Domain Administration, which would not be worth the trouble. So Zhang Zi quickly headed back to the altar, leaving those people behind, and arrived at the 6th floor. As soon as he reached the 6th floor altar, Zhang Zi saw little Princess Money, who was waiting there for the other teammates to log on. Seeing that Zhang Zi had arrived, she casually greeted him. Zhang Zi knew that Little Princess Money's real-life identity was Shen Mengdi, but Little Princess Money had no idea that Rakshasa was actually Zhang Zi. And now Zhang Zi still had to pretend he did not know Little Princess Money was Shen Mengdi. It was quite a strange feeling. After a while, Giant God and the others logged on one after another. After everyone exchanged greetings, they prepared to head out to hunt monsters. Liu Yuying suddenly said to Zhang Zi, "Your bounty has increased again." Zhang Zi was taken aback, then heard her continue, "It has gone up to 5 million now. How did you offend those people from Dawn? It is clear they are determined to finish you off." Zhang Zi sighed helplessly and said, "Actually, I do not want to provoke those guys either, but sometimes you do not look for trouble and trouble comes looking for you. You know how it feels." Liu Yuying looked at Zhang Zi and whispered, "Be careful, try not to act alone in the magic domain. It is safer to be with the group. If you need to, you can contact me. I will log on and accompany you to hunt monsters in the magic domain. At least I can ensure your safety." Then Liu Yuying sent Zhang Zi a private message containing a contact number. "A contact number involves your privacy. Is it safe to just give it to someone you do not really know?" Zhang Zi raised an eyebrow and looked at Liu Yuying. "There is nothing unsafe about it." Liu Yuying said calmly, "You saved my life and I do not believe you are a bad person. If you really were a bad person." She paused, then said slowly, "No, you are definitely not a bad person. Thank you for your trust, but I will not be keeping this number." Zhang Zi said with a smile, then deleted the private message. Liu Yuying did not say anything and turned to walk aside. Zhang Zi felt that she seemed to be a bit angry. What a strange woman, Zhang Zi was a bit puzzled. "How is everyone doing? If there are no issues, let us head out," Giant God said to the group. After receiving a positive response, the team left the altar, found a mine, and charged in. Not long after entering the mine, they encountered 2 kobold miners swinging their pickaxes and working hard. These two kobold miners were about the same height as ordinary humans, but their bodies were exceptionally strong. If you took off their filthy, smelly work clothes, those explosive muscles would likely put even a seasoned bodybuilder to shame. The monsters in this magic domain seemed to be getting stronger one after another. Zhang Zi thought to himself, previous ones like the violent rabbits or the hard-shelled turtles were also muscle-bound. Compared to them, humans are just too weak. Standard tactics: I will tank, Zhichu will control the field, Little Princess will handle logistics, and everyone else focus on damage. After Giant God gave the instructions, he raised his shield and slowly walked toward the two kobold miners. Woof woof woof. The kobold miners spotted Giant God and the others, immediately stopped their work, swung their pickaxes, and charged viciously. Clang clang. The pickaxes hammered wildly against Giant God's shield. Giant God felt his arm going numb from the impact, and the shield nearly slipped from his grip. These kobolds are incredibly strong. Giant God's expression shifted slightly. Even with his shield, his health points were dropping. Although the damage was only in the double digits, it still left him feeling shocked. They did not even hit my body directly, just the shield, and it still cost me health. If they struck my body directly, I am afraid my health would drop even faster. Zhichu waved his staff, and a rain of ice and wind descended, instantly freezing both kobolds in place. The irritable Dragon King and Liu Yuying rushed out from the left and right flanks, launching a fierce attack on the kobold miners. Zhang Zi also released his summoned monsters, but he kept the Blackfin Wizard behind. Because the Blackfin Wizard was a mage-type monster, physical attacks were not his strength, and his defense was not high. Zhang Zi was worried he would be wiped out in the fight, so he did not send him in. The Blackfin Wizard was his trump card, and he would not let him out unless it was a critical moment. Although the kobold miners were frozen in place, it only took them a dozen seconds to recover and start fighting back against Liu Yuying and the irritable Dragon King. Zhichu had black lines on his forehead. His ice and wind rain skill was an A-level talent skill, which theoretically should not have such low power. But as the levels of the magic domain got higher, the effectiveness of his skills began to diminish. From freezing monsters for 60 seconds at the start to only a dozen seconds now, the impact of his talent skill was becoming less and less significant. He knew that if he did not upgrade his weapons and equipment, it probably would not have any effect at all once they dived deeper into the magic domain. The others shared the same thought. Giant God's shield and defensive effects were beginning to stretch thin. In the past, no matter how many monsters surrounded him, as long as his shield stood firm, he was basically safe. But not now. Two kobolds were enough to chip away his health through the shield, which made Giant God feel some pressure. I must find a way to improve my strength as soon as possible or get better equipment. Otherwise, we will not be able to fight it all later on. Liu Yuying and the irritable Dragon King also found it very strenuous. Their talent skills usually dealt massive damage, but against these two kobolds, that effectiveness was greatly reduced. In the end, they even had to team up just to deal with one kobold to take it down faster. If they had continued to fight individually like before, they would likely have spent a long time trying to kill the monsters. Their health bars were dropping in a straight line. If not for Little Princess Money and Zhang Zi's Murloc healer constantly replenishing their health, they probably would not have been able to hold out. The battle finally ended. Everyone paused to take a break. They were silent, each knowing deep down that with their current strength, clearing the 6th floor would be extremely difficult. It was our underestimation of the monsters in the 6th level of the Demon Realm. Now it is difficult for us to reach the 6th level boss, the Kobold Mining Lord, on our own strength. Giant God said with a helpless tone, I suggest that none of us go deep into the 6th level for the time being. Let us fight some small monsters on the periphery, improve our strength as much as possible, and then make plans. Giant God's proposal was approved by everyone. Everyone deeply felt the battle just now. 6 people besieged 2 kobolds and still struggled so much. If they encountered more kobolds later, they would almost only be able to run away. Therefore, everyone calmed down for the time being, played it safe, and explored the depths of the Demon Realm after their strength improved. -260, Violent Dragon King. -175, Rakshasa. -311, Liu Yuying. -204, Zhichu. -243, Giant God. They fought for more than an hour and wiped out a few more kobolds. The efficiency was shockingly low. The Violent Dragon King was so angry that he swore. Used to dealing half of a monster's health with one skill, he really could not stand not being able to kill a single monster even after 5 or 6 skills. I cannot take it anymore. Why do not we go back to the 5th level of the Demon Realm? The Violent Dragon King held his iron rod and sat on the ground angrily, saying, it is damn exhausting. At this speed, we will probably have to spend a year or a year and a half in the 6th level. Frustrated expressions appeared on everyone's faces. They had previously set a plan to rush to the 20th level of the Demon Realm within a year, but who would have thought that the 6th level would get them stuck? Giant God comforted everyone, saying, "Do not get discouraged. Others have also improved bit by bit from our level. As long as everyone works hard, I think we will definitely be able to reach the Kobold Mining Lord in a month." Money Princess was also disheartened and muttered, "A month? I will be starving to death by then. If you ask me, we should just prepare more medicine, then rush to the Kobold Mining Lord in one go, finish it off, and we will be on the 7th level." The Violent Dragon King waved his fist and said excitedly. Yajikyu kept shaking his head and said, "No, it is too dangerous. Giant God is right. We should not be too impatient. Staying steady is the wisest choice. The demon realm is not a game. If something really goes wrong, we will not even have time to regret it." Liu Yuying, who had been silent all along, also agreed with Yajikyu's words. "Dragon King, Princess, just listen to Giant God. His decisions are always correct." "Got it," the Violent Dragon King sighed, looking hopeless. "I hope we can see the face of the Kobold Mining Lord within a month." Money Princess suddenly spoke up. "Fighting monsters is still too slow. I have a suggestion. Why do not we go offline and buy more high-level demon soul orbs to absorb? Then our attribute values will increase, our strength will grow, and fighting monsters will be easier. What do you all think?" Buying demon soul orbs to absorb is an option, but everyone's constitution is different, and you cannot absorb demon soul orbs frequently. Take me for example. At my best state, a demon soul orb can increase 1 attribute point. If my state is not good, I might not even get 1 attribute point increase. Would not that be a big loss? Yajikyu shook his head helplessly. His physical fitness was average, and he could only absorb 3 demon soul orbs at most a day, and the success rate was not high, so he was not very interested in Money Princess's suggestion. The Violent Dragon King waved his hand and said, "This method of yours also will not work for me. I am a pauper and cannot afford demon soul orbs, so I can only rely on my own hands." He suddenly smiled and said to Money Princess, "If you are willing to pay for my demon soul orbs, then I do not mind trying your method." "Get lost, my money did not just fall from the sky. I will not spend it on you." Money Princess rolled her eyes and gave the Violent Dragon King a fierce glare. As everyone was still discussing, Liu Yuying noticed that Zhang Zi was still standing there silent, his eyes fixed on the wandering kobold miners in the distance, as if he were mesmerized. Out of curiosity, Liu Yuying patted Zhang Zi on the shoulder and asked, "What are you looking at? Your eyes are fixed on them." Zhang Zi came back to his senses and smiled slightly at Liu Yuying. "I suddenly made a discovery that might help us deal with these kobold miners more easily, but it needs to be tested." Liu Yuying raised her eyebrows and asked with interest, "What discovery? Tell me about it." The conversation between the two also attracted the attention of others. "Do you have any suggestions, Brother Rakshasa? Feel free to bring them up and we can discuss them together." Giant God nodded at Zhang Zi, inviting him to speak. "Well, it is like this." Zhang Zi pointed at a kobold miner in the distance and said, "Have you noticed any characteristics about him? This characteristic is shared by all kobold miners." Characteristics, and all kobold miners have it. Everyone focused their eyes on the kobold miner, and after looking the monster up and down, they spoke one after another. "These kobolds wear filthy clothes. They all hold iron picks in their hands, and both their attack and defense are amazing. They are all ugly and smelly. Does that count? And candles, they all have candles on them." The person who spoke last was Liu Yuying. A trace of joy flashed in her eyes as she turned to ask Zhang Zi, "Am I right? Their characteristic is that they all have candles." Zhang Zi nodded approvingly and smiled. "That is right. You are quite right. All the kobolds have candles on them." Except for Liu Yuying, the others were confused, especially the Violent Dragon King, who had a completely bewildered look on his face. "Candles? What is so strange about that?" Giant God's eyes lit up and he said happily, "I think I understand. These candles might be the weakness of the kobold miners." "I do not understand. How could a candle be a weakness? Could it be?" Money Princess squeezed her chin thoughtfully. "Could it be that without the candles, these kobolds cannot see things?" Exactly, Zhang Zi nodded and said, "Actually, I discovered this earlier. When we were fighting monsters just now, I accidentally shot off the candle on top of a kobold's head. The kobold immediately stopped attacking, reached out its hands and turned around in place, just like a blind person who could not see anything. At that time, I suspected that the candle was the kobold's weakness." The Violent Dragon King's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, "My God, is there such a thing? Is it for real?" Yajikyu smiled. "Real or fake, why do not we all try and see?" As he finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to the kobold miner in the distance. That kobold seemed to notice something too and looked over here in a daze, and then saw several human adventurers surrounding it excitedly. "Brother Rakshasa, your archery is the most accurate. You go ahead and knock off the kobold's candle." Giant God looked at Zhang Zi, who nodded, then drew his bow and aimed at the candle on the kobold's head. His fingers released the bowstring, and an arrow turned into a stream of light, instantly shooting off the candle on the kobold's head. Wah wah wah. The moment the candle fell, the kobold miner suddenly became panicked, reaching out its hands and fumbling around like a blind man. It clearly could not see anything. "Haha, the candle is indeed their weakness." The violent Dragon King laughed loudly, took the lead, rushed up, and smashed his iron rod hard on the kobold miner's head. Liu Yuying followed closely. A light slash landed on the kobold miner, splashing blood. It really cannot see. The kobold really cannot see. The two stood in front of the kobold and took turns attacking, but the kobold turned a blind eye and kept spinning in place, seemingly still looking for its dropped candle. Take this opportunity, everyone, finish this kobold off. Giant God waved his hand, led the others, and surrounded the kobold. -229 Violent Dragon King. -184 Rakshasa. -367 Fu Yuying. -255 Gao Ziheng. -276 Giant God. Who would have thought that just when the kobold miner was about to be beaten to death, this guy suddenly took out another candle from its embrace, lit it, and placed it on top of its head again. The kobold miner had recovered its sight. Woof woof. A burst of barking came and the kobold miner regained its combat effectiveness and fought with everyone again. However, it was already doomed. It only had 10% of its blood left, and after a while it was beaten to death by the group. Awesome, as long as we knock off the kobold's candle, it becomes blind. No matter how we hit it, it cannot fight back. This is so satisfying. The violent Dragon King laughed heartily, swept away the depression of being pressed and beaten by the kobold miner earlier, and was in a great mood. The rest of the people also smiled. Everyone knew that this was all thanks to Zhang Zi. If it were not for his keen observation, they would have probably spent a month here. Brother Rakshasa, you are excellent. We will not forget your contribution. Giant God patted Zhang Zi on the shoulder and smiled. Once we clear this level, we will find a chance to hold an offline gathering, and it is on me. Yes, let us go to the same hotel as last time. I love their pickled cabbage fish. Money Princess immediately raised both hands in approval. Zhang Zi frowned. He knew that Giant God and the others might have often held these offline gatherings before and were already familiar with each other. However, he did not want to expose his identity yet. Although he trusted the character of Giant God and others, being careful never hurts. So Zhang Zi shook his head and said, let us skip the offline gathering. You all know that someone has put a bounty on me. If my real identity is known, it might bring me trouble. Everyone nodded after hearing this, and Giant God scratched his head and said apologetically, I forgot about that, I am sorry. Let us talk about the offline gathering later. The small interlude passed, and everyone continued to fight monsters. With Zhang Zi's method, the efficiency of fighting monsters improved, and it also became safer. The kobold miner had no power to fight back without a candle. Even if it could take out a new candle to use after a while, by then it had little health left and everyone could easily beat it to death. Just like that, the group moved forward steadily and slowly came to the depths of the 6th level of the Demon Realm. According to the records of the Demon Realm Guide, there is a special cave in the depths of the 6th level, which is the 6th level boss, the Kobold Mining Lord. Level 1 Max 5. Experience 1 out of 10. Health 56,000. Attack 1220 to 2050. Defense 3500. Skill Explosive Blast. Everyone be careful, the Kobold Mining Lord is much more powerful than ordinary small monsters. It has a powerful skill which is Explosive Blast. Not only is the damage high, but it will also cause a stun effect. Everyone must be careful. Giant God stood at the door of the room and said to everyone with a solemn face. The violent Dragon King said with full confidence, we do not have to be too afraid. Brother Rakshasa has already helped us find the weakness of these kobolds. I think the weakness of that Kobold Mining Lord should also be the candle. By then we will knock off its candle, and no matter how we abuse it, it will not fight back. Do not take the enemy lightly. In any case, being careful and cautious is never wrong. Seeing that everyone was ready, Giant God took the lead and walked into the room. As a result, everyone found that someone had already arrived ahead of them. I saw more than 30 adventurers besieging the Kobold Mining Lord. Zhang Zi saw that these adventurers cooperated tacitly, their movements were neat and uniform, and their offense and defense were well balanced. Obviously, someone was directing them from behind. He looked to the side and saw a man and a woman standing there. The mastermind should be them. The male adventurer was a musketeer named Gun King. He was shooting while giving instructions to those adventurers who were besieging the Kobold Mining Lord. This person had strong command skills, and the whole situation was well under his control. The female adventurer beside Gun King was a swordswoman named Fairy Loyan. She stood there leisurely with her arms crossed, a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, clearly very confident in the victory of this battle. How could it be her? Suddenly, Money Princess next to him exclaimed. Everyone looked at her in surprise, only to see her beautiful eyes fixed on Fairy Loyan, her expression complex and unexplainable. Fairy Loyan also noticed that someone had entered the room and looked over here. When she saw Money Princess, the expression on her face was also stunned, seeming quite surprised. But soon a disdainful smile appeared on her face, and she actually took the initiative to walk slowly toward this side. Yo, who do I think it is? It is Miss Shen. Fairy Loyan covered her red lips and giggled. The demon realm is really small. I actually ran into you here. Long time no see. Have the debts your family owed been paid off? You money princess's face was full of anger. She gritted her silver teeth, and only after a while did she say, Gyu Yue, do not be proud. Even though my family has fallen, it is not your turn, a nouveau rich, to look down on me. Luo Yan Fairy sneered with contempt. So what if I am a nouveau rich? I have plenty of money now. See, these people are all my subordinates. They help me earn a lot of money in the demon realm every day. My daily income now exceeds 500,000. Do you really think your few subordinates can compare to mine? Princess Money looked grim, shook her head, and said, They are not my subordinates, they are my friends. Heh, I really did not expect a fallen rich girl like you to still have friends. I am truly impressed. The look of contempt on Luo Yan Fairy's face deepened. I still remember back when I wanted to be friends with you. You told me yourself that anyone without tens of millions in assets was not qualified to be your friend. I will never forget those words. What, have your standards dropped now? Ha ha ha. Luo Yan Fairy's piercing mockery not only infuriated Princess Money, but also made the others frown. Who is this woman? That arrogant attitude is so annoying. Grumpy Dragon King looked sullen. Although Princess Money was a money grabber, she was still his friend. Naturally, he felt displeased seeing someone mock her. Ya Jikyu frowned and said, It seems this woman knows the princess. I wonder what happened between them in the past. Giant God shook his head and said, If it is a private grudge, we should not interfere. However, if she wants to bully the princess, that will not fly. Liu Yuying nodded silently. They had been together for half a year and gotten along well. If the princess needed her help, she would not hesitate. This matter had nothing to do with Zhang Zi. He barely had any interaction with the princess, so he stood on the side with a spectator's mindset. Those were things I said in my arrogance back then. I have changed now, and I will not say such outrageous things anymore. Princess Money shook her head, her expression becoming calm. Her previous anger faded as she spoke slowly. Of course you have changed. Luo Yan Fairy was relentless. She hummed with a sneer. You are not a rich person anymore, you are a pauper, so of course you would not dare say such things. At this moment, the King of Gunmen walked over and asked curiously, Miss, do you know her? Are they friends? Friends? Heh, my friends are all worth tens of millions. None of them are qualified. Luo Yan Fairy scanned Princess Money and the others with disdain and suddenly smiled. But I can take you in as my subordinates with a monthly salary of 1 million. Plus, you can enjoy the resources of my company to level up faster. As long as you leave Princess Money, come over to my side and join my camp. These benefits are all yours. How about it? Think it over. Everyone understood that Luo Yan Fairy was offering these conditions to recruit Giant God, and the others for the sole purpose of isolating Princess Money. Did not Princess Money just say that Giant God and the others were her friends? Now Luo Yan Fairy was going to snatch all her friends away. Princess Money's face turned pale instantly, and her body could not help but tremble. A monthly salary of 1 million was no small amount, plus the various benefits promised by Luo Yan Fairy. An average person would definitely be tempted. She looked at her companions around her with worry, her heart beating anxiously. Meanwhile, Luo Yan Fairy opposite her looked confident. She felt that an ordinary person would absolutely find it hard to refuse the conditions she offered. Shen Mengdi, you humiliated me before, now I am going to get it back 1,000 times over. I will take everything that belongs to you and leave you all alone. Luo Yan Fairy thought hatefully. 3 years ago, Luo Yan Fairy's family was still an obscure third-rate family. To survive, they attached themselves to the large conglomerate owned by Princess Money's family, living off the scraps of profit the Shen family granted them. Back then, because Guo Yue and Shen Mengdi were about the same age, the Guo family specifically sent Guo Yue to the Shen family to accompany Shen Mengdi in her studies and daily life, essentially acting as a maid. During that time, the two were inseparable. They even promised to go to the demon realm to fight monsters together and shared their character names. However, Shen Mengdi never treated Guo Yue as a friend. Calling her here and there, playing pranks and mocking her, all of this caused deep emotional trauma for Guo Yue. But for the sake of her family's interests, Guo Yue did not dare to speak up, enduring the insults silently, hoping to make it through that painful year. Finally, with the end of the year approaching, Guo Yue was about to regain her freedom and return to her family. But during a banquet that night, Shen Mengdi's beloved black cat suddenly went wild and viciously scratched Guo Yue's face. 3 permanent, indelible scars were left on Guo Yue's beautiful face. Guo Yue bled profusely, fainted, and was rushed to the hospital. Yet Shen Mengdi was only worried about her black cat that had run off, crying and throwing a fit, completely ignoring the fact that Guo Yue had been injured. Guo Yue heard about all of this after she woke up. From that moment on, in her young heart, she thoroughly hated Shen Mengdi. A few years later, the situation changed dramatically. Because the Shen family was implicated in a case involving foreign interest groups, they were investigated by the Ministry of State Security. The entire family suffered a major blow and their business plummeted. And so, the Shen family fell. Shen Mengdi's parents and key figures in the family were all imprisoned. In the end, only Shen Mengdi was left to live alone, saddled with a massive debt. The tides of fortune turned. The Shen family had fallen, but the Guo family seized the opportunity, taking over all of the Shen family's businesses within a few months and transforming into a prominent local elite family. Guo Yue's status also rose, making her a well-known rich heiress in high society. However, no matter how noble her status became, those 3 scratch marks on her face could never be erased. This became a permanent source of pain in Guo Yue's heart. Later, Su Yue even hunted everywhere for news of Shen Mengdi. She wanted revenge. She wanted Shen Mengdi to taste what it felt like to be disfigured. Unfortunately, it was as if Shen Mengdi had evaporated into thin air, completely vanishing from the city they lived in. No one knew where she had gone, which left Guo Yue filled with hatred and rage. She never expected to see her in the demon realm today. Guo Yue was incredibly excited. She wanted to humiliate Shen Mengdi today to satisfy her deep-seated grudge. If there were no one else here, I would love to kill Shen Mengdi, Guo Yue thought hatefully. Murder is illegal, but if no one else were around to see it, Guo Yue would not care. However, there were many outsiders here, and they were all Shen Mengdi's friends. If she killed her and they reported it to the police, it would be a troublesome matter even for a powerful family like the Guos. Therefore, Guo Yue temporarily pushed that thought aside. She wanted to see if she could pull Giant God and the others into her camp first, and then find an excuse to send them away before slowly dealing with Shen Mengdi. Join your camp. Grumpy Dragon King spoke first. He gave a scornful snort and said, "You think you can buy us with money? You have got the wrong idea." Grumpy Dragon King pointed his thumb at himself and said proudly, "I may be poor, but I never betray my friends. My old man told me that a man should be loyal, otherwise he is worse than a pig or a dog." Princess Money looked at Grumpy Dragon King in surprise. She did not expect the first person to stand up for her would be the guy who always liked to bicker with her. She knew that Grumpy Dragon King's family background was not affluent. His father worked 2 jobs to put him through school. Therefore, money was actually very important to the Dragon King's family. Yet he was the first to stand up and refuse Luo Yan Fairy's invitation, which really surprised the princess. "Dragon King is right, we will not betray our friends no matter what terms you offer." This time it was Ye Zhikyu speaking. He stood next to Princess Money and said, "I know the princess might have done some very extreme things to you in the past, but she has repented now. I hope you will not hold on to these grudges forever. It is time to let go." Giant God nodded and added, "You are using money to buy others today, but these people could be bought by someone else tomorrow. Therefore, friendship and loyalty bought with money are unreliable." Although Liu Yuying did not say a word, she also stood firmly by Princess Money's side. Hearing everyone's words, the princess's eyes reddened slightly. She turned away, secretly wiped a tear, and felt warmed inside. HMPH, a bunch of idiots. Failing to bribe them, Luo Yan Fairy flew into a rage. She yelled, "Birds of a feather flock together. You and that Shen Mengdi are all low-class scum, worthless lives. Since you do not want to join, get out of here quickly. Do not be an eyesore." Zhang Zi said coldly, "The demon realm is a public space. We have the right to be here and you have no authority to order us." Moonlight Bunny followed up, "Exactly. What is so great about being rich? If you're so capable, do not rely on these subordinates and take down the boss all by yourself." "I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you paupers." Luo Yan Fairy snorted and said haughtily, "Rich people can control others. This is a joy you will never understand. If you do not want to leave, that is your business, but do not get in our way of fighting the boss." She laughed arrogantly, "I will tell you the truth. I have claimed the boss on this floor. I will arrange for people to guard this place 24 hours a day, and we will fight it every time it respawns until I am satisfied. No one else is allowed to interfere, otherwise my subordinates will make sure they regret it." Everyone's hearts sank after hearing this. It seemed that to get revenge, Luo Yan Fairy was going to monopolize the 6th floor boss indefinitely. If they tried to force the issue, a conflict between the 2 groups was inevitable. Seeing the opponent's 20-plus high-level adventurers, everyone's expressions darkened. After all, the disparity in numbers was too great. They did not stand a chance if it came to a real fight. "Too arrogant? Do you think this demon realm is owned by your family? How dare you monopolize the boss?" Grumpy Dragon King could not hold back anymore, jumping out and pointing at Luo Yan Fairy, shouting, "Rich girl, do not think you can do whatever you want just because you have some filthy money." Luo Yan Fairy smiled triumphantly and said arrogantly, "Sorry, but being rich means I can do whatever I want. If you are capable, go hire a group of experts to fight for you." You jerk." Grumpy Dragon King was so angry he gritted his teeth. Across from them, the King of Gunmen stood in front of Luo Yan Fairy, aiming his 2 pistols at the group. He was ready to fire at any sign of movement and summon the rest of the experts to surround and attack Zhang Zi and the others. Giant God stepped forward, pulled Dragon King aside, and shook his head at everyone with a grave expression. He whispered, "Don't be impulsive. There are too many of them and we are not a match. Let us wait and see for now. Since they are fighting the boss, we can observe and learn the boss's tactics and strategies." The group had no choice but to step aside and watch as the others continued to surround the boss. HMPH, a bunch of paupers and cowards. Seeing Princess Money and the others back down, Luo Yan Fairy was in a great mood. Gun King, after this floor's boss is dead, leave 10 people here to guard it. As soon as it respawns, attack it again. Keep doing this until I say stop. Luo Yan Fairy commanded the King of Gunmen. Understood, miss. The King of Gunmen nodded and continued directing the battle. At this moment, the Kobold Miner's HP had dropped to only about 30%. Under the team's relentless assault, it let out bursts of angry roars. Though it kept throwing explosives to attack the adventurers, its attack patterns had been figured out, so it was not causing much harm. Everyone push hard, try to take it down within half an hour, the King of Gunmen shouted. Zhang Zi watched for a while and suddenly noticed that there were many circular wooden barrels placed on the side, about 7 or 8 of them, each marked with a skull symbol. These are. A flash of inspiration struck Zhang Zi and he had a brilliant idea. He told the others, I have a way to punish this Luo Yan Fairy. Everyone looked at Zhang Zi curiously. Princess Money asked, what way?
What?
With that, Zhang Zi drew his bow, aimed at one of the barrels and fired an arrow. The arrow struck the barrel with precision and with a thunderous bang it exploded. Fire erupted everywhere. Those are explosive barrels. Princess Money exclaimed in shock. Before her voice died down, a chain of explosions started to ring out. It turned out that after the first barrel exploded, sparks landed on the nearby barrels, igniting them one after another. In an instant, the area was engulfed in fire and continuous explosions. What's going on? Why are there sudden explosions? Ouch, I got blown up. Everyone stay away from those gunpowder barrels. Who did this? These barrels were perfectly fine before. Why did they suddenly explode? The massive explosion and fire sent the adventurers besieging the boss into immediate chaos. Their formation was completely broken, and even with the King of Guns shouting orders, he could not stop them from scrambling for their lives. Ha ha ha, well done. Princess Moneybags clapped her hands in delight as she watched them in such a pathetic state, feeling deeply satisfied. Fairytale also realized something was wrong. She acutely sensed that this must have something to do with Princess Moneybags and glared in her direction with anger. It was you guys, you damn low-life villains, you. Before she could finish her sentence, the entire mine began to shake violently. People lost their footing, many fell over, and no one knew what was happening. Just then, with a loud crash, the ground beneath Fairytale and a dozen other adventurers suddenly shattered and collapsed. The Kobold Mine owner, Fairytale, the King of Guns, and several others fell down at the same time. Below them was another space, filled with 20 or 30 Kobold miners standing shoulder to shoulder. Fairytale hit the ground hard. She rubbed her sore spots and looked up. She was at least 10 meters away from the exit above, and there was no way she could climb out on her own.
Woof woof. Oh, help me.
So many kobolds, we are surrounded, what do we do? At that moment, she heard the dense sound of kobolds barking around her, mixed with the desperate screams of her own subordinates. She looked around in terror. In the darkness, countless yellowish-brown eyes were staring at her. Her men were being cornered, and despite their desperate resistance, they were eventually slaughtered by the kobolds.
Save me.
In the end, all her men were killed. One reached out to Fairytale for help, but ultimately failed to escape the clutches of death. Oh my god, Fairytale covered her deathly pale face, trembling like a leaf. She was now gripped by extreme fear. The King of Guns pulled Fairytale into a corner. Facing the boss and the kobold miners slowly closing in, his face was also deathly pale. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he whispered in a hoarse voice, Miss, we are in a desperate situation today. No, I do not want to die. You must save me. I will give you as much money as you want. Fairytale grabbed the King of Guns' arm and screamed desperately. This is not about money. The King of Guns shook his head silently and said in a deep voice, if you die in the demon realm, you are really dead. All the money in the world will not matter. I do not want to die either, so I am sorry, miss. With that, the King of Guns pulled out a scroll, a random teleportation scroll. He tore it open, a white light flashed, and he vanished on the spot. No, do not leave me here alone. Seeing the King of Guns disappear, Fairytale completely broke down. Her hands clawed at the air but caught nothing. She slowly slumped to the ground, tears streaming down her face from pure terror. She was crying in fear.
Woof woof woof.
The Kobold Mine owner led his men as they slowly closed in on Fairytale, her eyes filled with despair and terror. Just then, a freezing storm spell descended from the opening above, instantly freezing the Kobold Mine owner and the rest of the miners in their tracks. Fairytale opened her eyes wide and looked up. Several figures appeared at the opening. It was Princess Moneybags and the others. It was Nightfall who had just cast the magic to freeze the monsters. He said to Princess Moneybags, I have frozen the monsters now. You can say whatever you want to her. Princess Moneybags squatted at the opening, smiling down at Fairytale and said, let me tell you something. After you fell down earlier, your remaining men saw the situation was bad and all ran away. Not a single one was willing to come down to save you. Fairytale had actually already guessed it. Otherwise, why would no one have come down to save her when she fell? Full of regret and helplessness, she kept her head down and stayed silent. Then she heard Princess Moneybags continue, but we have been friends for years and I was not very nice to you before, even caused your face to get hurt. So I want to make it up to you. Really? Fairytale looked up immediately, her face full of gratitude, begging, please save me. We are still good friends. Good friends, Princess Moneybags smiled sweetly, but her smile made Fairytale's heart skip a beat because she knew that expression all too well. She remembered that in the past, every time Shen Mengdi wanted to play a trick on her, she would put on this look, a hint of mischief hidden beneath a facade of innocence. Do you have any requests? Just say it, I will do my best to satisfy you. Fairytale gritted her teeth and said she figured Princess Moneybags would not help for nothing, so she decided to ask for the terms. Princess Moneybags raised her eyebrows and said approvingly, I love talking to smart people like you. Since you have asked for terms, let me state them. She cupped her cheeks in her hands, her beautiful eyes curving into crescents as she smiled. You know, my family went bankrupt, so I'm very poor and deeply in debt. My friends are also penniless. We really need money, so how much are you willing to pay for us to save you? Hearing that Princess Moneybags just wanted money, Zhang let out a sigh of relief. To her, if a problem could be solved with money, it was not a problem. She was actually quite happy. She had expected Princess Moneybags to demand something excessive like kneeling and apologizing. Now it seemed this girl could be dismissed with cash. Okay, whatever you want, I will give it to you. Just hurry and get me out of here. Fairytale nodded repeatedly, indicating she was willing to pay enough. Not much, 10 million each. Princess Moneybags finally showed her little devil tail, holding up one finger with a sinister grin. What, 10 million each? Fairytale's eyes widened. Her family was wealthy, but 70 million was not a small sum. It was equivalent to a year of her family's net profit. That is too much. Can it be less? How about I give you 5 million each? Fairytale pleaded in a negotiating tone. Only 5 million each. Princess Moneybags picked at her ear, showing impatience, and said flatly, you are a rich young lady. The daughter of the Guo family. Is your life only worth that much? Sai, forget it. We are not risking our lives for that little money. Miss Guo, you can play with these monsters here by yourself. Goodbye. With that, Princess Moneybags signaled everyone to leave the opening. No, wait a minute, please do not go. Fairytale started screaming. She hopped around anxiously, shouting, I beg you, do not go. I agree to your terms. I agree to everything. Drag. The frozen kobolds started moving again. Woof. The sound of barking returned as Nightfall's ice storm effect wore off. A group of monsters swarmed toward Fairytale again. Help me, save me, I will pay whatever you want. Fairytale's screams became shrill. She really did not want to die. Princess Moneybags' head appeared at the opening again, still wearing that mischievous smirk, and asked, have you decided? Do not force yourself, you know, we are not pushing you into this. I have decided. I am not forced. It is all my own will. Please hurry and save me, I beg you. Seeing Princess Moneybags, Fairytale clung to her like a drowning person to a straw, shouting for help. Nightfall cast his talent skill again, freezing the monsters in place. The immediate danger to Fairytale was relieved. She let out a long sigh of relief, feeling her legs turn to jelly. She could not even stand up. Hey, how are you going to pay me? A bank transfer. Princess Moneybags called down. You would better hurry. We do not have much time to waste here. If the money is not in our account within 10 minutes, you can figure it out yourself. Do not leave. Let me think. I will give you a phone number. Call it. That is my butler. Tell him I told him to transfer the money to you, and he will definitely listen to me and make the transfer. Fairytale said anxiously, terrified that Princess Moneybags would lose patience and abandon her. After writing down the number, Princess Moneybags said to the others, I am going to contact this person now. Wait for me here. With that, she left with Giant God and Dragon King to go back to the altar, log out, and contact the butler. Nightfall stayed behind, continuously casting his ice storm on the monsters below to ensure Fairytale stayed alive. The others stayed put, waiting for news from Princess Moneybags and the rest. The one suffering the most was Fairytale, curled up in a dark corner, trembling in terror as she watched the fierce monsters in front of her. In truth, her own strength was not great. Even her awakened talent skill was a trash tier D rank. But because her family was rich, she enjoyed more resources. Becoming a powerhouse in the demon realm was impossible, however, as she was too weak to pass the assessments. Even so, it did not stop her from adventuring in the demon realm. Since she had money, she could hire a bunch of experts in reality to kill monsters for her, and she would just reap the rewards. Slowly, she had even managed to raise her strength to a certain level. 10 minutes later, Princess Moneybags and the others returned. Seeing the excitement on her face, Zhang Zi knew the money must have been transferred to her account. Seeing Princess Moneybags' face at the opening again, Fairytale scrambled up and asked anxiously, how is it? Did the money arrive? Hurry and pull me up. Princess Moneybags nodded at Giant God. Giant God took a rope from his system inventory and lowered it. Fairytale lunged for it, grabbing the rope and never letting go. Giant God pulled Fairytale up in a few tugs. She slumped to the ground, her chest heaving as she panted heavily. The feeling of surviving death was something she would never forget for as long as she lived. Princess Moneybags stood in front of her, smiling. Do not thank me for saving your life, my good friend. Fairytale shot Princess Moneybags an annoyed look. She managed to stand up, glanced at the others once more as if to remember their names and faces, then stumbled away. I mean, is not this woman from a well-known family? How come she has no manners? She does not even say thank you after being saved. Dragon King frowned, looking displeased. Nightfall said a self-righteous woman like her could never thank us. Besides, the princess squeezed a huge amount out of her. She feels no gratitude towards us, only hatred. Giant God also shook his head. Yeah, princess, you were too ruthless. Asking for 70 million all at once. That is too much money. Not at all, not at all. I even think it is too little. Princess Moneybags waved her hand with a smile, her eyes sparkling. She said, she's so rich anyway, why should we save her money for her? Besides, this was a voluntary transaction, I did not force her. Zhang Zi was left speechless. He thought to himself, you call that not forcing? All right, let us not discuss this anymore. When we log out later, I will split the money equally among everyone, 10 million each. I do not want this money. Dragon King spoke up suddenly. I do not want any of this woman's dirty money. Giant God also waved his hand. I do not want it either. I have enough money to spend. Princess, you keep it for yourself. Nightfall and Liu Yuying also refused. In the end, only Zhang Zi and Moonlight Rabbit remained. Are you two not going to take it either? Princess Moneybags looked at Zhang Zi and Moonlight Rabbit with a smile, her eyes clearly saying, since everyone else is declining, you two should too. I will take it, Zhang Zi said bluntly. This money was exactly what he needed to buy the permanent usage rights for his sister's artificial kidney. Moonlight Rabbit looked at Zhang Zi and said firmly, I will take it too, but my share is for Big Brother Rakshasa. Zhang Zi was stunned. He heard Moonlight Rabbit say sincerely, Big Brother Rakshasa, you are a good person and you are helping me go to the 30th floor to find my father. Consider this the reward I owe you, please do not refuse. Zhang Zi pondered for a moment before finally nodding in acceptance. Princess Moneybags made a disgusted face, curled her lip and said, fine, I will transfer 20 million to you later, tell me your account number. Wait, I cannot accept bank transfers. Zhang Zi spoke up. He could not risk exposing his real-world identity, so he had to decline offline cash transfers. What if I cannot transfer money? How am I supposed to pay you? Princess Moneybags frowned. She realized Zhang Zi was likely trying to protect his identity, which was why he refused the transfer. You can use the money to buy equipment and items I need for the Demon Realm. After I log off tonight, I will check the shop for suitable items. I will tell you what they are, you buy them for me and give them to me the next time we log on. Zhang Zi thought for a moment and said. This was the safest method he could think of for transferring wealth. It would not expose his identity and he would still receive items of equal value. It was a perfect solution. Fine, what a pain, Princess Moneybags sighed impatiently and nodded in agreement. What do we do about that guy down there? Violent Dragon King looked at the boss and the swarming mobs at the bottom of the pit, then turned to ask the others. What else can we do? We kill him, we still need to get to the next floor. Yajikyu brandished his staff and cast another ice wind rain on the kobold miner and the mobs, freezing them in place. Giant God looked at Zhang Zi and said, Brother Rakshasa, we will leave the rope to you. You are an archer, so just provide ranged support from the hole while we go down to fight. Before Zhang Zi could refuse, Giant God jumped down first. I am counting on you, brother, shouted Violent Dragon King as he jumped down after him. Yajikyu followed. Liu Yuying did not say a word, she simply looked at Zhang Zi with eyes full of trust, then jumped into the hole after Yajikyu. They all trust you, but I am not so sure. Princess Moneybags walked up to Zhang Zi with a stern face and said, but I trust my friends. And that shot you took earlier was beautiful. Thanks for helping me get even, I owe you one. After saying that, she jumped down as well. Zhang Zi shook his head, stood at the edge of the pit, aimed his bow at the 10 candles on the kobold miner's head and shouted, I will handle shooting out the candles on his head, you guys focus on the mobs, be careful. Then the battle began. Giant God and the others landed on the ground and took up their battle positions. The kobold miner and his minions had just shaken off the freeze effect. They wobbled, shaking the ice and snow from their bodies, before glaring viciously at Giant God and the others. My God, that kobold miner has so many candles on his head. Violent Dragon King said in surprise. Previously, because the cave was dim and they could not see clearly from the hole, they had not gotten a good look at the boss. Now that they were up close, everyone was stunned. It was obvious that the kobold miner had piled candles on his head as a contingency, so he would not be left in the dark if they were shot out. 1, 2, 3, 10, my God, he has actually got 10 candles on his head, Princess Moneybags said, also looking surprised. This is going to be tough. Even if we shoot one out, he still has 9 left and can still see us clearly. Giant God said, let us leave this to Brother Rakshasa up there. We just need to seize the right moment to strike, and we will definitely defeat this guy. Yajikyu waved his staff, and another ice wind rain fell, freezing the kobold miners in their tracks. There are too many monsters here. I will freeze some of them to reduce the pressure. Good move. Giant God raised his shield and said, everyone get ready to fight. Zhang Zi stood at the entrance, aiming at the candles. He fired arrow after arrow, but unlike the common mobs, this boss knew how to protect his candles. Every time Zhang Zi fired, the kobold miner would swing his pickaxe to knock the arrow away. While not always successful, he managed it about 50% of the time. In other words, out of every 10 arrows Zhang Zi fired, only 5 hit. And that was not even the worst part. Once more than 5 candles were out, the boss would retreat into a blind spot to relight them before charging back out to fight. This frustrated Zhang Zi. The boss hit hard, and if they did not stop him, Giant God and the others would not be able to last. Furthermore, there were over a dozen kobold miners, which made the situation even more precarious. Giant God, I think we should clear the minions first and then deal with the kobold miner. He is too cunning, I cannot put out all his candles at the same time, Zhang Zi shouted from the entrance. Giant God had already realized this and was preparing to take action. He immediately replied, "You are right. We will focus our efforts on clearing the miners first and then take out the boss." Ye Zhikyu shifted his target, casting Ice Wind Rain onto the kobold miner to slow him down. On the other side, the group began to methodically clear out the kobold minions. Dealing with the miners, Zhang Zi's arrows were one-hit kills. Once a candle was out, Dragon King, Liu Yuying, and Zhang Zi's summoned monsters would immediately strike, working together to finish the enemy off. Princess Moneybags was in charge of logistics. Though she hid behind Giant God's shield, it was not easy. A single moment of negligence could put Dragon King and Liu Yuying in danger, so she remained focused, staring intently at their HP bars. Everyone was doing their part, fighting hard, while Moon Rabbit crouched to the side looking bored. She lacked combat skills and was weak, so she could only watch from the sidelines. She had originally planned to sneak in and grab some loot while the others were swarming the boss, intending to give whatever she found to Zhang Zi. But since the boss had fallen into the pit and she was too afraid to jump down, her plan was ruined. "Keep it up, the mobs are almost gone," Giant God shouted. About half an hour later, most of the mobs in the pit had been cleared, with only a few left. It would not be long before they were all gone. Ye Zhikyu was still working hard to control the crowd with his innate skill, but the boss's resistance was high and the freeze effect lasted too short a time. If Giant God had not been blocking 80% of the damage, the situation would likely have spiraled out of control. Fortunately, Dragon King and Liu Yuying were efficient enough, and they finally managed to clean up the rest of the mobs, allowing the team to focus their power on the kobold miner. Because the previous party had fled, the kobold miner had reset to his initial state with full HP, essentially meaning they had to fight him all over again. We saw how the previous group fought him. Besides his pickaxe, the boss throws explosives. The blast radius is large and the damage is high, so everyone be careful. While preparing, Giant God warned them, "If you see him pull out explosives, dodge, do not get greedy. Princess and Rakshasa's merman healer, keep a close eye on everyone's HP. We all need to make it through this floor in one piece." Understood, the group shouted in unison before taking their stances to face the boss. Zhang Zi, from his high vantage point, fired arrow after arrow at the boss's candles. While he could not guarantee every shot would put one out, he could effectively constrain the boss's attacks. By forcing the kobold miner to use one hand to protect the candles on his head, Zhang Zi significantly reduced the pressure on Giant God and the others. At the very least, Violent Dragon King and Liu Yuying were taking fewer hits from the pickaxe. "Great job, Brother Rakshasa," Violent Dragon King laughed loudly. He hated that pickaxe. Each hit drained 20% of his HP. It really hurt. Liu Yuying did not say anything, but her eyes were filled with approval as she swung her Western-style sword with greater agility. "Great, keep fighting steadily like this and victory will be ours," Giant God encouraged the team. Besides being a key commander, he was also a natural cheerleader. Every time morale dipped or they hit a snag, he would step in to guide them. His role was irreplaceable. Time ticked by. With the team's steady progress, the boss's HP dropped to around 30%. Victory was in sight. Suddenly, the kobold miner broke free from the encirclement and started barking loudly as he reached both hands into his crotch. "Damn, this kobold is going to pull a perverted stunt," shouted Violent Dragon King in shock. Liu Yuying and Princess Moneybags both blushed deeply. Thinking the boss was about to pull his pants down in public, they quickly turned their heads away. But the next second, they saw the kobold miner pull a huge pile of explosives from his crotch. It looked like at least 10 bundles. No one knew how he managed to fit them all in there. "Crap, so many explosives, everyone get out of the way." Before the words had left Violent Dragon King's mouth, the boss lit all the explosives and threw them at the group like a madman. "Everyone hide behind my shield," Giant God screamed. He knew the power of these explosives. A single bundle could deal over 500 damage, and a critical hit could even reach over 1,000. The boss had thrown so many all at once. A mistake could mean an instant kill. Everyone scrambled behind Giant God's shield, and a moment later, a series of deafening explosions rang out. The explosives detonated. Although the boss threw them haphazardly, the blast radius covered the entire cave. Everyone was hit, though the severity of their injuries varied. Princess Moneybags immediately jumped into action, prioritizing the team members with the lowest HP. Up above, Zhang Zi ordered his merman healer to restore everyone's health. Soon their HP stabilized. Just as they were about to charge out and continue the fight, they were stunned to see the boss pull yet another stack of explosives from his crotch. Good grief, it never ends. Yajikyu felt a headache coming on. He cast Ice Wind Rain to try and freeze the boss, but the explosives kept flying toward them, forcing them to cower behind Giant God's shield once again. This cannot go on. Zhang Zi watched as the boss kept pulling explosives from his crotch and frowned. With such high damage explosives, the team could only hide. One wrong move and they would be blown to pieces. Is there any solution? Zhang Zi scanned the boss and suddenly noticed a pattern. Every time the boss pulled explosives out, he had a habitual movement. He would use the candles on his head to light the fuses. A brilliant idea struck Zhang Zi. He curled the corner of his mouth, drew his bow, and aimed at the candles on the boss's head. You want to use the candles to light the fuses, eh? I will just shoot them out and see how you manage, Zhang Zi thought with a grin. Seeing that his explosives were suppressing the adventurers, the boss barked in excitement and pulled out another batch of explosives. As he reached up to light them, an arrow flew down from above, precisely extinguishing the candle he was using.
Woof.
Confused as to why his explosives had not lit, the boss stared at them in bewilderment before trying a different candle.
Whoosh.
Another arrow flew down, extinguishing the second candle.
Woof.
Unwilling to give up, the boss tried a third, but the result was the same. No matter which candle he reached for, Zhang Zi shot it out. The kobold miner broke down. Furious, he stomped his feet, threw his explosives onto the ground, and started screaming wildly. "Ha, well done, Brother Rakshasa. Impressive, great archery. If it were not for Brother Rakshasa today, this kobold miner would have been a real handful." Seeing that Zhang Zi had figured out the kobold miner's attack pattern, everyone was overjoyed. They immediately charged out from behind their shields and launched a fierce attack on the boss. Unable to rely on his explosives, the kobold miner had to whip out an iron pickaxe to continue the fight. However outnumbered, he was forced back step by step, and his health dropped to around 10%. "Victory is near, everyone hold the line," Giant God shouted excitedly. The group was pumped, ready to finish off the kobold miner in one go and advance to the 7th floor. But just then, the kobold miner pulled a new stunt. He suddenly ripped the 2 candles from his head and tore his clothes open. Rows of explosives were strapped densely across his body, and he clutched the fuse in his hand.
Woof woof.
The kobold miner shrieked insanely, then used the candle to ignite the fuse. The fuse hissed with sparks as it burned slowly toward the explosives. "That guy is going to self-destruct," Violent Dragon shouted, his eyes widening in shock. Who would have thought the kobold miner would be so extreme, deciding to blow himself up at the slightest provocation? Among all the Demon Realm bosses they had encountered, this was a first. The kobold miner spread his arms and lunged at Giant God and the others, determined to take everyone down with him. "Everyone get away from him, do not let him grab you." Giant God's face changed. There were dozens of explosives on the miner. If he blew up, the consequences would be unimaginable. The group scattered in terror. Even the usually composed Liu Yuying turned pale, and Money Princess screamed in fear. Yi Zhaikyu was still casting Icy Rain, trying to trap the boss so he would self-destruct harmlessly, but to his surprise, his spell had absolutely no effect on the kobold miner. "What is going on? Why cannot I freeze him?" Yi Zhaikyu's expression shifted, his heart filled with doubt. Now with bloodshot eyes, the kobold miner lunged at them like a madman. The scene turned into a game of tag, with everyone fleeing in terror while the kobold miner chased them down like a lunatic. Zhang Zi, standing above the cave, could not do much to help, only able to fire arrows at the miner, but with little effect. Just as everyone was frantically dodging, Giant God suddenly turned around, raised his shield, and charged head-on at the kobold. "You bastard, come and get me," Giant God roared. To protect his companions, he was laying it all on the line. "Giant God, no. Boss, do not go over there, it is dangerous. Giant God, get back, do not be rash." The group was horrified. Even though Giant God had immense defense, it did not mean he could survive the simultaneous explosion of that many explosives. But it was already too late. Giant God's shield was already pressed against the kobold miner's belly, and then a deafening explosion rocked the ground.
Boom.
The entire cave shook violently as if it were about to collapse. Rocks and dust showered down from above, and everyone ducked for cover, shielding their heads. The smoke and dust from the blast instantly filled the cave, and besides the choking smell, they could not see a thing. Zhang Zi had watched as the flash of the explosion swallowed Giant God, his heart sinking. The power of those explosives was no joke. Even with Giant God's superior defense, surviving the blast seemed unlikely. Inside the cave, the others groped through the smoke toward Giant God, shouting anxiously, "Giant God, where are you?" Boss, do not scare us, say something. Cough coughs, I am here. Just when everyone thought he had fallen, Giant God's voice drifted from a corner. Everyone felt a surge of relief and rushed toward the sound. As the smoke cleared, Giant God was sitting on the ground, his tower shield and armor nearly shattered. He gave a wry smile and said, "That cost me a fortune. All my equipment is broken." Yi Zhaikyu replied testily, "That is not a loss, that is a steal. No matter how good your gear is, can it ever be worth more than your life?" Money Princess added indignantly, "Boss, you were too reckless just now. If your defense had not been so high, you would have. Forget it, you are making me so mad." Giant God, if you do that again, I am cutting ties with you. Violent Dragon threw his staff on the ground in anger, though a look of relief lingered on his face. Liu Yuying also let out a long breath, clutching her chest. She did not say anything, but her concern was plain to see. Watching from the cave entrance, Zhang Zi breathed a sigh of relief too, but he was puzzled. If Giant God's gear was shattered by the blast, why was he himself unharmed? Giant God looked at the fragments of his shield with lingering regret and said, "This was an A-grade piece of equipment I worked so hard to get. But thankfully it took the brunt of the damage, and the rest was absorbed by my B-grade armor, otherwise I might not be here to talk to you all." Hearing this, Zhang Zi more or less understood. It seemed that while items in the demon realm did not have a conventional durability stat, they could still break once pushed to their limit. Just like the blast earlier, the explosion was so immense that it exceeded the damage thresholds of Giant God's gear, causing them to shatter. Yet they had fulfilled their final duty by protecting their owner. Even so, Giant God's health had dropped to about 10%, placing him in a critical near-death state. Money Princess immediately started healing him, while the others guarded him, preventing any further accidents. "Let us see what that damn kobold miner dropped, shall we?" Money Princess turned toward the remains of the boss. Because of the sheer force of the explosion, the body was torn to pieces, and loot was scattered all over the ground, about a dozen items in total. "It does not look like anything valuable. Wait, is this black gold ore?" Money Princess walked over, picking up items one by one. She was just complaining when she spotted a black crystal on the ground. She rushed over, picked it up, and shouted in surprise, "It really is black gold ore. Wow, we have hit the jackpot." Hearing her gasp, everyone gathered around to pass the legendary black gold ore among themselves. "So this is black gold ore. It really is different from those regular ores. They say this thing is worth over 1 million. Man, no wonder that Fairy Loyan was camping out here to farm the boss. It is definitely profitable. Pity only one dropped. Would have been better if there were more. You are too greedy. If it were that easy to find, it would not be worth this much." Everyone chatted away. Zhang Zi dropped the rope from the cave entrance to help them climb up. The group climbed back to the surface. A stone door at the end of the cave began emitting a blinding white light. With the key they had just obtained, they were ready to enter the next floor. "Boss, take all these items. You contributed the most." Money Princess handed all the loot to Giant God for him to handle. Giant God shook his head, saying, "I could not have defeated the kobold miner on my own. Everyone played their part, so the rewards should be shared." He tried to divide the loot equally, but everyone stopped him. Yi Zhaikyu said, "If you had not risked your life to save us, those of us with low health like me and Money Princess would have died on the spot, so we are not taking our shares." Money Princess nodded in rare agreement. "I agree with Yi Zhaikyu. If it were not for you, we would have been done for. We are grateful enough as it is, so just keep the items, boss." Violent Dragon also rejected the share, chuckling, "Giant God, we are friends, no need for formalities. Just keep it all. Use it to buy new gear. Without you as our tank, we would not be able to handle anything." Liu Yuying also nodded in agreement. She was a woman of few words, but her stance was firm. Giant God looked to Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi smiled and said, "Boss Giant God, just accept everyone's wishes. Your self-sacrificing spirit deserves the reward, so do not be modest." "All right, since you all want me to keep it, then I will not be polite. I will check the trading platform, find some top-tier gear to upgrade my strength, and next time we run into something like this, we will not be in such a sorry state." Giant God nodded. The battle was over. Though the process was perilous, they had all come out unscathed. Everyone took a moment to recover before setting off for the next floor. Passing through the stone door, the group found themselves in another cave, one much more spacious and towering than the kobold mine. Money Princess looked up, sensing the ceiling was at least 20 or 30 meters high. It felt as if they had arrived in a massive underground cavern. When Giant God and Zhang Zi's group appeared on the altar, a few scattered adventurers nearby looked their way, but their expressions were cold, and no one came over to greet them. This was typical. The deeper one ventured into the demon realm, the fewer the adventurers, but those who remained were all significantly stronger. These adventurers were all highly skilled and often arrogant, generally looking down on rookies. They preferred to work alone or stick within their own established circles, creating an air of indifference that kept newcomers at bay. Another reason was that the demon realm was a melting pot. You never knew who you were dealing with, and scams and sneak attacks were rampant, making everyone inherently suspicious of strangers. Because of this, the importance of a reliable team was even more evident. Having a team you could trust was a luxury in the demon realm, as many met their end at the hands of those they once called friends. That is it for today. Once I have finished upgrading my gear, we will continue exploring the 7th floor, Giant God said apologetically. Fair enough, it is getting late, we should log off and get some rest, Yi Zhaiqiu added. Everyone exchanged goodbyes and logged out one by one. Just as Zhang Zi was about to log off, he was stopped by Money Princess. Rakshasa, do you have anything to do in a bit? Money Princess looked at Zhang Zi with a smile, but Zhang Zi had a hunch her smile was not entirely innocent. It is still early, I am free, Zhang Zi answered after a moment's thought. Great, in 30 minutes let us meet at the 6th floor. You, me, and Violent Dragon are going to make some extra cash. Money Princess's smile widened. Extra cash, Zhang Zi raised an eyebrow, not quite catching her drift. Oh, you will see once you log back on, make sure you come. With that, Money Princess waved at him and vanished as she logged off. Zhang Zi was baffled, but Moonlight Bunny nearby said, Brother Rakshasa, I know how Money Princess plans to make that extra cash. Oh, tell me, Zhang Zi looked at her curiously. She said she and Violent Dragon were discussing going back to the floor above to steal ore from the kobold miners. They said one piece of ore sells for 10,000, and if they steal 100 in one night, that is 1,000,000. I should have known, Zhang Zi sighed helplessly. He finally understood what her side hustle was, stealing ore. As for why they wanted him along, Zhang Zi guessed they wanted him to use his bow to shoot the candles off the kobold miners' heads, making them blind and making the thievery much easier. Whatever, I have got nothing better to do, might as well tag along, Zhang Zi said. Then I am coming too. Moonlight Bunny's eyes lit up and she grinned, wherever Brother Rakshasa goes, I go. Alright, but be careful. Zhang Zi patted Moonlight Bunny's head and warned her, Giant God is not here to protect us this time, we are on our own, so do not wander off. Moonlight Bunny nodded obediently. In fact, Moonlight Bunny and Zhang Zi are around the same age. They are both 18 this year and entered the demon realm at the same time. It is just that Moonlight Bunny's birthday is later in the year, and coupled with her petite figure, she gives off the impression of being quite young. After saying goodbye to Moonlight Bunny, Zhang Zi logged off. The first thing he did was log into the demon realm trading platform to start scouting for weapons and equipment he liked. The daily trading volume on the platform is huge. It is said that the turnover alone reaches hundreds of billions. Zhang Zi logged in with his account and began browsing by category. My weapon is an S-rank piece of gear, so I do not need to worry about that. Zhang Zi browsed the armor section, filtered for high-level equipment, and began to pick them out one by one. An A-rank armor piece. The defense is good, but it is steel armor, so it would not be very convenient for me to move around in. This leather armor is B-rank, but it adds 2 points to agility, so I might consider getting it. These boots are nice S-rank. Whoa, they cost 20 million, forget it, forget it. After browsing around, Zhang Zi selected 4 items. 1 B-rank leather armor, 1 A-rank belt, 1 A-rank pair of boots, and 1 B-rank pair of gloves. At the same time, Zhang Zi also picked out a piece of equipment for Moonlight Bunny, an S-rank pair of boots that increases evasion by 20%. Logically speaking, S-rank equipment is extremely expensive. There is basically nothing under 10 million. As for equipment above S-rank, the prices are astronomical and they are extremely rare. Zhang Zi checked, and there were only about 3 pieces of equipment above S-rank on the entire platform, with each starting at a price of 100 million. If you are not a super billionaire, you simply cannot afford them. However, the S-rank boots Zhang Zi chose for Moonlight Bunny only cost a little over 6 million. The reason they were so cheap is that the boots only had that single evasion effect and nothing else. But even so, their stats are much better than other equipment of the same type. Moonlight Bunny is weak, so buying her an item that increases evasion can improve her survival rate, and she will be safer when she is stealing things too. Besides, a chunk of this money came from the 10 million she gave me, so buying her a piece of equipment is only fair. With this in mind, Zhang Zi decided to buy that piece of equipment for Moonlight Bunny. After finishing the weapons and armor section, Zhang Zi calculated that he had about 10 million left in his budget, so he decided to take a look at the accessories section. The so-called accessories section consists of necklaces, rings, bracelets, and the like. These items usually carry many excellent attributes, which are better and more expensive than the effects provided by weapons and armor. Zhang Zi browsed briefly. He did not even consider items below S-rank because they only had basic attributes with negligible effects, like increasing defense by 0.2%. A stat like that makes absolutely no difference. So Zhang Zi focused all his attention on S-rank accessories. Silver necklace. As Zhang Zi's eyes scanned the dazzling array of goods, they locked onto this S-rank necklace. Silver necklace. Quality S. Spirit +5. Special effect, permanently increases the effectiveness of talent skills by 10%. Durability 1. This is a great find, Zhang Zi's eyes lit up. A 10% boost to talent skills might seem insignificant, but for Zhang Zi, this necklace could provide huge help. First of all, according to the description, it increases talent skills by 10%. If that applies to Zhang Zi's summoning skill, he could summon one extra monster, bringing his total to 11. Do not underestimate that extra monster. For Zhao Zi, one more summoned creature means significantly greater combat power and better personal safety. After all, the more underlings a boss has, the stronger he is. He checked the price, 9.99 million. Good thing the money I have left is exactly enough to buy it. Zhang Zi felt relieved. He noted down the product IDs, exited the trading platform, and logged back into the demon realm. He had previously arranged to meet Money Princess at the altar on the 6th floor. When he arrived, he found Money Princess and Impatient Dragon King already there. These are the items I want to buy. Please purchase them as soon as possible. I'm worried someone else might buy them if we wait. Zhang Zi handed the product IDs to Money Princess and said to her, "Let me see. Wow, you actually spent every cent of the 20 million and now I have to chip in several tens of thousands myself. This is too much." Seeing the product IDs and prices Zhang Zi provided, Money Princess's beautiful eyes widened. She had been hoping to make a little extra money off Zhang Zi, but not only did she not make any, she had to pay out of her own pocket. This was a terrible deal. However, since Zhang Zi had been a big help to her before, Money Princess had no choice but to accept it. Moonlight Bunny also logged into the demon realm. Money Princess did not want Moonlight Bunny to take a share of the loot, so she said to Zhang Zi, "Let us be clear beforehand. She does not get a cut of the money we make from stealing ore." Zhang Zi frowned. Before he could speak, Moonlight Bunny chimed in, "Do not worry, I will not be taking a share of your money." Her tone shifted and she said coldly, "However, you will not be getting a share of the money I earn either. I am only giving it to my brother Rakshasa." "Fine by me, whatever," Money Princess said with a look of disdain. She had already seen Moonlight Bunny's stats when they were in a party together. She was just a huge burden who could not contribute to fighting, let alone making money, so she readily agreed. Impatient Dragon King cleaned his ears and said, "Time's up. I still have to cook for my dad, so let us get moving." The four of them got ready, left the altar together, and headed toward the mines. "Dragon King, do you remember the place where you stole the ore before? Let us go straight there." Money Princess turned and asked Impatient Dragon King. "I remember, follow me." Dragon King nodded and led the group toward a specific mine tunnel. The four of them headed into the mine. They had not gone far before they ran into a few kobolds. Zhang Zi took the initiative, knocking out the kobolds' candles, and Impatient Dragon King rushed in to smash them with his iron staff. Kainkun Zi provided support from a distance, while Money Princess handled the logistics. The three of them worked surprisingly well together. Moonlight Bunny stood to the side. She looked left and right, saw it was safe, and suddenly rushed forward, circled around the kobold miners twice, and then ran back. "Hey Bunny, do not come over here causing trouble. If you draw the kobolds aggro onto yourself, do not blame me if I do not help." Dragon King shouted irritably. He hated it when people messed around while he was fighting. It threw off his rhythm and distracted him. "Do not worry, I can protect myself. If something really goes wrong, I will take the consequences." Moonlight Bunny hid behind Zhang Zi and shouted back at Dragon King. Others might not know what Moonlight Bunny was up to, but Zhang Zi knew perfectly well. "You girl, you went stealing things again, did not you?" Zhang Zi asked helplessly in a low voice. "Hee, just killing time trying to earn some pocket money," she said with a grin. Zhang Zi could only shake his head helplessly. What Moonlight Bunny was doing was understandable. After all, Money Princess had already stated she would not share any of the profits, so it was only natural for Moonlight Bunny to fend for herself by stealing. It was just a bit too dangerous, since she would pull the monsters aggro whenever she stole from them. If Dragon King had not been there to pull the aggro back, Moonlight Bunny would have been in real danger. However, Impatient Dragon King was the type of person who acted tough but had a soft heart. Although he said he did not care if Moonlight Bunny lived or died, whenever she pulled aggro, he would still step in right on time to pull it back. "So what did you manage to steal?" Zhang Zi asked casually. Let me check." Moonlight Bunny opened her backpack, pouted, and said, "Just a bunch of junk materials like torn rags, broken pocket watches, and so on. These things are not worth anything and no one wants to buy them. There are no shops in the demon realm, so there was nowhere to sell these worthless items." Moonlight Bunny threw all the trash away to free up space in her system backpack. The group continued deep into the mine. They encountered many more kobold miners along the way, but they progressed steadily and safely. However, every time they ran into a kobold miner, Moonlight Bunny would sneak up and pilfer a few times. Unfortunately, most of the loot was garbage, with only an occasional low-quality material, so eventually Zhang Zi stopped asking. "We are here." Impatient Dragon King stopped and turned to Money Princess and Zhang Zi. "This is where I stole the ore last time. There are a lot of kobolds here, so everyone be careful. Whatever you do, do not end up pulling a massive crowd like I did." Money Princess sneered, "We are not as stupid as you." "Who are you calling stupid, you brat?" Impatient Dragon King narrowed his eyes, clearly dissatisfied. Money Princess did not waste any more words on him. She peered into the distance. It was a spacious tunnel where about a dozen kobolds were working diligently. The sound of iron picks hitting the stone walls rang out in a rhythmic clanging that echoed through the empty cave. In the open space in the center of the tunnel sat 3 or 4 burlap sacks full of ore, with more scattered randomly on the ground, shimmering with a tempting luster under the dim light of the torches. Ore, so much ore, Money Princess's eyes turned into dollar signs. She rubbed her hands together greedily and said, "Let us steal all this ore, it must be worth a fortune." Impatient Dragon King rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Are you crazy? Do you know how heavy one of those sacks is? I stole one chunk of ore last time and it felt like it weighed over 20 pounds. A full sack like that must have at least 100 chunks, that is over 2,000 pounds. Who could carry that?" In the demon realm, the weight units for items are the same as in the real world. In other words, a 1-pound rock in the demon realm weighs exactly the same as a 1-pound rock in reality. Although adventurers can increase their strength attribute to multiply their power, they still struggle to lift anything that exceeds their strength limit. For instance, Zhang Zi's strength stat is 16, which means his punching power is around 1,000 pounds. So he can only carry objects that weigh up to about 1,000 pounds, anything heavier and he cannot budge it. Since Dragon King said this sack weighs over 2,000 pounds, Zhang Zi certainly could not carry it alone. Perhaps if he and Dragon King carried it together, it might be possible. But if they did that, they would not be able to fight, and it would be very dangerous if they ran into trouble. Is it really that heavy? Money Princess's eyes widened in surprise. What do we do now? Can we really only take a few chunks back each? There's so much ore here, what a waste. It is a waste, but what else can we do? We only have 4 people and our carrying capacity is limited. If we take too much, we will not be able to walk, so let us stick to what we can manage, Dragon King added. Reluctantly, Money Princess had to give up the idea of taking all the ore, but the look on her face was one of extreme regret, as if she had just lost hundreds of millions. Everyone check how much ore you can carry. Everyone check their strength attributes and the remaining space in their system backpacks. The default backpack space for an adventurer entering the demon realm is 50 slots. Items stored must be single units, they cannot be stacked, and if the player dies, everything in the backpack is dropped. It is said that high-level bosses can drop items that increase backpack space, but very few people have ever seen one. Zhang Zi checked his strength stat, did a quick mental calculation and said, "I can probably carry about 60 chunks." "I can fit about 50 chunks," Dragon King said. Money Princess sighed, "I can only manage 18. Because of her talent skill, she has to put all her resources into spirit, so her strength stat is pitifully low, and the amount of weight she can carry is naturally very small. Calculating that the 3 of us can carry at most about 128 chunks. That is about 1.28 million, Impatient Dragon King said while rubbing his chin. I would say 1.2 million for a single trip is a pretty decent profit. You are satisfied with just over $1 million. Money Princess rolled her eyes contemptuously. That is barely enough to cover my expenses for half a month. Everyone. Although Princess Moneybag was not satisfied, there was no better way. After all, everyone has a limited carrying capacity. If you carry too much, you cannot move. Zhang Zi looked at the surrounding situation and asked the irritable Dragon King, "What was it like when you stole the ore last time? Were those kobold miners very alert?" The irritable Dragon King nodded and said, "Yeah, these guys are super alert. Do not let their backs fool you, even while they are mining like their lives depend on it. It is like they have eyes in the back of their heads. The moment there is the slightest disturbance, they all swarm over at once. They are really tough to deal with. Then it seems we cannot launch a surprise attack. We have to clear these kobold miners one by one before we go for the ore. Otherwise, if we attract a huge crowd, we will be in a very dangerous spot." Zhang Zi's proposal was accepted by everyone. After all, compared to money, one's life is more important.
Zwish.
An arrow struck the candle atop the head of the nearest kobold miner, instantly extinguishing it. The kobold miner was completely dazed. He did not even cry out, he just stood there, stretching out his hands and spinning in circles. But because there were other kobold miners nearby, the group did not dare to get too close yet, and could only rely on Zhang Zi shooting the kobold miner arrow by arrow. Fortunately, this kobold miner sensed where Zhang Zi was attacking from, and actually began to walk slowly in that direction without alerting his other companions, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Once the kobold miner was far enough away from his peers, the irritable Dragon King rushed out and launched a fierce attack on him. With everyone's cooperation, the kobold miner was quickly finished off, and the group repeated the same tactic to deal with the second one. Although this method was not very efficient, it was safe. After about an hour, they had finally cleared half of the kobold miners in the mine. The group sat down to take a break and recover some health and stamina. "I am so tired," the irritable Dragon King wiped his sweat. Before, he had fought alongside Liu Yuying, so he had not felt this exhausted. But now he was the only one on the front line. While Zhang Zi could assist from the back, his damage output could not compare to Liu Yuying's, so the burden of being the main attacker still fell solely on the Dragon King. Princess Moneybag glanced at the Dragon King and suddenly said, "After we finish stealing the ore and sell it for cash, I will treat you to a meal." A meal? The irritable Dragon King was stunned for a moment, looking Princess Moneybag up and down as if he had discovered a new continent. His strange gaze made her feel a bit unnatural. "What are you looking at? Have not you ever seen a beautiful girl?" Princess Moneybag's face turned slightly red as she turned her head away and snapped. "Haha, has the sun risen from the west today? You, a penny-pinching miser, are actually offering to treat me to a meal. Did I hear that right?" The irritable Dragon King laughed, sounding quite amused. "You heard wrong, I did not say I would treat you." Princess Moneybag huffed angrily and turned her head away, ignoring the irritable Dragon King. The Dragon King did not mind and continued to laugh, as if he had heard something very funny. Moonlight Rabbit sat aside with Zhang Zi and suddenly said, "Brother Rakshasa, after we part ways with those two later, I have something great to give you." "What is it? Why so mysterious?" Zhang Zi asked with a faint smile. Moonlight Rabbit blinked her big eyes playfully and smiled. "It is a secret, I will not tell you yet, I want to give you a surprise." "All right then," Zhang Zi chuckled. "Since you are giving me a surprise, I will give you one in return later." After resting for a while, the group stood up to continue fighting. They did not have much time left in the demon realm. If they overstayed, they might be kicked out and lose all their progress. After another half-hour of fighting, the kobold monsters in the mine were all cleared out, and the group's gaze turned to the linen bags filled with ore in the center of the mine. "I still think it is such a pity. We went to all this trouble to clear the monsters, but we can only take away over 100 pieces and there are still several bags left." Princess Moneybag sighed repeatedly, looking extremely reluctant to leave the ore behind. The Dragon King beside her had already started putting ore into his system inventory. He said, "Stop stalling, let us move quickly. If someone shows up, they might try to snatch this ore from us." Princess Moneybag looked around and suddenly her eyes lit up. "I have an idea, we can hide this ore. Next time we come back, we can just come and take it directly without having to fight these kobold miners again." The group paused, thinking it was a good idea, but where to hide the ore was a problem that needed careful consideration. Although her idea was good, it was not easy to find a safe and hidden spot to stow the ore. Because the mine was very open and lacked places to hide things, they searched around but returned empty-handed and disappointed. "I think we should just let it go. Leaving the ore here should not be too much of a problem. After all, the terrain of this mine is complex, and it will take other adventurers a long time to find this place. Who knows, by the time they get here, the kobold miners might have respawned, and seeing those monsters, they might not bother taking the ore. We will have another chance later." The irritable Dragon King said. There was indeed no other way, they could not carry any more, and there was nowhere to hide it, so Princess Moneybag had to nod in agreement. The group retreated along the original path back to the 6th-floor altar. As soon as they returned, they saw two adventurers shouting loudly, "High-price acquisition of black gold ore, 50,000 more per piece than the trading platform. If you have got it, do not hoard it, bring it out now." "That is right, rare opportunity, we only need 10. Once we collect enough, we are gone, everyone do not miss out." Many adventurers were drawn in by their voices, but rare ore like black gold was hard to come by. Most people had not even seen it before, so many were just watching from the sidelines. Princess Moneybag walked over and asked the two adventurers, "Hey brothers, I do not have black gold ore, will regular ore do?" The two adventurers shook their heads repeatedly and said, "Cannot do it, miss. We are only buying black gold ore." Princess Moneybag thought it was strange and asked, "You merchants are weird. My regular ore can be sold for a price, why will not you take it? Does it really have to be black gold ore? Is not that too rigid?" Princess Moneybag's family were merchants, and she had been influenced by her parents since childhood. Although her family had fallen on hard times later, she still knew a thing or two about business. A competent merchant should be able to dig into any profitable business opportunity. Like these regular ores, the two adventurers could have easily bought them at a low price and resold them for a profit. Even though the margin was slim, it was still profit. They should not just let it slip by. That was why Princess Moneybag thought these two did not know how to do business. "Miss, actually we are not merchants," one of the adventurers said with a bitter smile. "We were entrusted by someone to come here specifically to collect black gold, or our client said he only wants black gold, so we have to follow orders." The other adventurer added, "So please do not make it hard for us. If you have black gold, we can trade right now, but if you do not, please move along and do not get in the way of our work." Princess Moneybag curled her lips and walked aside. Zhang Zi and the others were also curious about who these adventurers were working for. Just then, a figure appeared on the altar. It was a tall, burly man. He walked up to the two adventurers and asked with an air of authority, "How is the black gold ore collection coming along? The young master is getting impatient." "Boss, we have been shouting here for over an hour and we have only collected one piece of black gold ore," one of the adventurers said hastily. "The drop rate for black gold is too low. Not many adventurers have it, so we have not reached the 10 pieces yet." "What, you two are useless. The tall, burly man did not want to hear their excuses and started scolding them immediately. Do you have any idea? Young Master Chen Feng has been stuck on the 7th floor for days. If we cannot find black gold ore to forge a decent weapon for him, when will he ever reach the 8th floor? The tall man continued. If you ruin the young master's chance to get into the Tsinghua Martial Arts Academy, can you two useless idiots take responsibility for it? The two adventurers hung their heads, not daring to make a sound. They felt aggrieved. They had been shouting for over an hour, but no one had come to trade. There was nothing they could do. Hurry it up. If you cannot get 10 pieces, get 5. Just be quick, or else you two can pack your bags and get lost. The tall man glared at them fiercely and then vanished. This guy is so fierce, treating those two like they were nothing, the irritable Dragon King scoffed. Princess Moneybag huffed, that is normal. You can tell they are just hired hands. Do they dare disobey their boss unless they want to be fired? Zhang Zi, however, remained silent. He certainly would not forget the name Chen Feng. That was the guy who bullied his sister at the Yunding Club. They had exchanged a few blows back then, and although Zhang Zi had the upper hand, it was only due to his speed. They were otherwise evenly matched. If the two of them fought now, it was hard to say what the outcome would be. Especially after hearing the man say that Chen Feng had reached the 7th floor and was preparing to push for the 8th, Zhang Zi felt a sense of urgency. This Chen Feng is a powerful guy. He has an S-rank talent skill and has some history with me. If we both get into the Tsinghua Martial Arts Academy, we will definitely clash eventually. I have to become stronger than him before that happens, Zhang Zi thought to himself. Princess Moneybag waved her hand and said, since they are not buying, let us just go to the trading platform. It is just a bit more trouble. As we agreed, we will split the money from the ore 3 ways. Rakshasa, you still cannot accept transfers, right? Zhang Zi nodded and said, yeah, I still cannot. How about this, you check the trading platform for me. If there is a dead zone invitation, buy it for me. If not, just hold on to the money for now. Princess Moneybag raised an eyebrow and joked, you trust me that much? Are not you afraid I will pocket your money? Not afraid, Zhang Zi smiled slightly. Though I do not know you that well, I trust the Dragon King. Since you are his friend, your character cannot be that bad. Princess Moneybag pursed her lips, turned away, and said nothing more as she logged off. Brother Rakshasa, I am logging off too. If my old man comes home from work and does not get a hot meal, I am gonna get yelled at. See you around. The Dragon King waved at Zhang Zi and logged off as well. Rabbit, you should go get some rest too. Zhang Zi turned to look at Moonlight Rabbit and said with a smile, you should not be too hasty about going to the 30th floor of the Demon Realm. At least wait until I get stronger. I know, Brother Rakshasa, I will be patient. Moonlight Rabbit nodded at Zhang Zi, then suddenly sent him a trade request. Zhang Zi was stunned. After accepting the request, he saw that Moonlight Rabbit had placed a piece of black gold ore in the trade window. Black gold ore, where did you get this? Zhang Zi realized the answer as soon as he asked. Moonlight Rabbit had not fought, so she must have stolen it from one of the kobold miners. Sure enough, Moonlight Rabbit wore a proud smile. I stole it from a kobold miner. I honestly did not expect to steal black gold ore. I thought it was just regular junk material. My luck is amazing. Your luck really is amazing, Zhang Zi smiled and nodded. He, Princess Moneybag, and the Dragon King had fought kobold miners all the way and had not gotten a single piece, yet this little girl managed to steal one. Her luck was off the charts. Zhang Zi did not confirm the trade. He said to Moonlight Rabbit, keep this black gold ore yourself, you can trade it for money or gear. Moonlight Rabbit shook her head repeatedly and said, no, this black gold ore is for you, Brother Rakshasa. You have already given me 10 million, which is more than enough for my reward. You do not need to give me anything else, Zhang Zi objected. Moonlight Rabbit replied, Brother Rakshasa, I am giving you the black gold ore because I hope you can improve your strength as soon as possible. Once you get stronger, you can take me to the 30th floor of the Demon Realm faster and I will be able to see my father sooner. So giving you the ore is also in my own best interest. Please do not refuse it anymore. Alright then, I will accept it for now and I will treat it as a favor I owe you. Zhang Zi thought for a moment and agreed. Although his S-rank weapon had good attributes, its level was too low and its damage output was not high. It was fine for now, but if he entered higher floors of the Demon Realm later, it might become increasingly difficult to fight monsters. If he could strengthen his equipment, Zhang Zi felt his S-rank weapon could be put to much better use. That was why he agreed to Moonlight Rabbit's request. The two chatted for a few minutes, then Moonlight Rabbit said goodbye to Zhang Zi and logged off to get some rest. Zhang Zi took one last look at the two adventurers and logged off as well. Back in his bedroom, Zhang Zi checked his bank account. It had nearly 7 million in savings, all of which he had earned through various means over the recent period. It feels like a dream. Half a month ago, I was worried about the rent for my sister's artificial kidney, and in the blink of an eye, I have 7 million in the bank. Zhang Zi let out a long sigh. This is all because I obtained the SSS level super talent. Without this powerful summoning skill, I would probably be at my wit's end. Zhang Zi shook his head and chuckled to himself. Why am I sighing here? With such a powerful skill, my future is bright. My sister will also have a better life. All I need to do is stay steady and work hard to improve myself. Not long after, Zhang Zi drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Zi and his sister woke up almost at the same time. While his sister was preparing breakfast, Zhang Zi told her to take a day off today. Zhang Feng looked surprised and asked doubtfully, "What special day is it today? Why should I take the day off?" "Today is a great day," Zhang Zi said with a smile. "We are going to see Dr. Yang to purchase the permanent usage rights for your artificial kidney." Zhang Feng was stunned. Her face immediately filled with surprise and she said excitedly, "Are you serious, brother? Can I really own this artificial kidney permanently?" It was no wonder Zhang Feng was so excited. Owning the artificial kidney permanently meant she could keep living without ever having to worry about being under a life-threatening situation due to insufficient rent. Not only that, but every time the rent was overdue, the functionality of the artificial kidney would deteriorate little by little. Although it would not pose an immediate threat to Zhang Feng's life, the physical pain was something she could hardly endure. If she could truly have permanent access, both the physical pain and the psychological pressure would be lifted from Zhang Feng, which was why she was so moved. "Of course it is true, why would I joke with you about something like this?" Zhang Zi said with a smile. "Let us eat now and then we will go see Dr. Yang. I remember he should be on shift today." This Dr. Yang was actually Zhang Feng's former attending physician. Back when the accident happened and Zhang Feng was rushed to the hospital for emergency surgery, it was Dr. Yang who performed the operation to save her. It was also he who helped Zhang Feng contact a medical equipment company to purchase this artificial kidney, which helped her survive. That is why the siblings had a good impression of Dr. Yang and trusted him deeply. Whenever Zhang Feng had any health issues, they would go to Dr. Yang for medical advice. After breakfast, the siblings left home and took the subway to Tianfeng City First People's Hospital. They arrived at Dr. Yang's office door. Zhang Zi first knocked politely, and after receiving permission, he brought his sister inside. "It is you two, come in, please have a seat." When Yang Yu saw the siblings, a smile appeared on his face. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and asked, "Are you here for a checkup? Is Zhang Feng feeling unwell somewhere? Tell me about it." Zhang Zi said, "Dr. Yang, we are not here for a checkup. We want to purchase the permanent usage rights for the artificial kidney." Oh, Yang Yu was a bit surprised and asked, "Permanent usage rights for the artificial kidney cost 5 million. Zhang Feng needs a pair, so that is 10 million, such a huge amount of money. Did you really manage to raise it?" In Tianfeng City, an ordinary person's monthly income is only about 4 or 5,000. To save up 10 million would likely take a lifetime if they could save that much at all. Zhang Zi is just a student, so it was even more impossible for him to raise such a large sum, which made Yang Yu curious. "Could it be that you won the lottery?" Zhang Zi shook his head and said, "No, I met a wealthy friend who lent me a sum of money temporarily so I could purchase the permanent rights for my sister's kidney. I will pay him back once I have the money in the future." "I see." Yang Yu nodded thoughtfully, then smiled. "You are really lucky. Why cannot I meet such a rich friend, haha." "Dr. Yang, I have 7 million on hand and I want to purchase the rights for one artificial kidney for my sister first. I will find a way to get the remaining 3 million later. I believe that within 6 months at most I will be able to raise it," Zhang Zi said firmly. Yang Yu stroked his chin in thought for a moment before saying, "I have a suggestion. I wonder if you are willing to consider it." Zhang Zi raised an eyebrow and asked, "What suggestion? Please go ahead, Dr. Yang." "Well, it is about the artificial kidney Zhang Feng is currently using," Yang Yu said. "I received some industry news that the medical device company that supplied Zhang Feng's kidney is currently developing a more advanced and superior model. The performance will be several times better than what she has now, but the price will also be several times higher." He looked at the siblings and said, "But in the medical industry, especially with artificial organs, you get what you pay for. If Zhang Feng can use a more advanced model, there will be fewer side effects, making her body healthier. That is why I suggest you wait until that new model is released before purchasing." Zhang Zi and Zhang Feng exchanged glances. Zhang Zi nodded and said, "All right, we will take your advice. We will keep saving up and buy the latest model once it is released." "You will not go wrong by trusting me," Yang Yu smiled. "However, your 7 million definitely will not be enough. You will need at least double that amount. Can you handle it?" "No problem." Zhang Zi's eyes flashed with determination. For his sister's life, even if he had to risk everything, he would raise the money. Yang Yu patted Zhang Zi on the shoulder. He had always felt that this boy was strong-willed and responsible, which was why he admired him so much. "Do not push yourself too hard. If there is anything you need help with, just let me know and I will do my best," Yang Yu told Zhang Zi, who nodded gratefully and thanked him. Afterward, Yang Yu asked a few questions about Zhang Feng's recent health condition and gave some advice before the siblings got up to leave. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and a scar on his face walked in with a cold expression. All three showed surprised expressions when they saw the man. The man focused his gaze on the siblings and said coldly, "Do you two have anything else? If not, get out. I need to talk to Dr. Yang alone." Zhang Zi immediately frowned. The man's arrogant attitude really annoyed him. Just as he was about to react, Yang Yu spoke up. Zhang Zi, you and your sister should head back first. We will be in touch if anything comes up. Hearing Dr. Yang's words, Zhang Zi had to suppress his anger. After all, this was Dr. Yang's office and he could not start a fight here. Alright, Dr. Yang, if anyone is blind enough to try and bully you, just come find me. Zhang Zi stood up, clenched his fists, and fixed a cold stare on the burly man as he spoke. Haha, do not worry, it is fine. Yang Nuo patted Zhang Zi's shoulder and escorted them out of the office. Once the door closed, Yang Nuo's gentle expression shifted, and an icy aura radiated from him.
What do you want?
Yang Nuo asked the burly man. The man bowed respectfully and said, Leader, the Dawn headquarters has issued a directive for us to carry out a major operation in the demon realm in the near future.
What?
Zhang Zi and Zhang Feng talked about the new artificial kidney as they rode the subway home, their spirits bright and filled with hope for the future. Since it was still early after lunch, Zhang Zi and Zhang Feng took a rare trip to the shopping mall to buy some daily necessities. Previously, when their family situation was tough, they would only come once every couple of months and would only buy discounted or near-expiry items to save money. Now they could shop freely because Zhang Zi had the ability to earn more. He did not want his sister and himself to continue living such a strained life. Zhang Feng still felt a bit held back, especially when Zhang Zi picked out a few pieces of clothing and shoes for her that cost over 1,000. The little girl kept waving her hands, saying the clothes were not pretty and she did not want to wear them. In truth, Zhang Zi understood perfectly well. It was not that she disliked the clothes, she just thought they were expensive and could not bear to buy them. Whenever they came to the mall, they would always stop to look and touch these items. Her love for them was impossible to hide. So without a word, Zhang Zi made the executive decision, paid for the clothes and shoes, and gave them to his sister. Zhang Feng could not resist him and had to accept them, but the happy expression on her face showed she was thrilled from the bottom of her heart. Little sister, with me around, we never have to worry about money again. You can enjoy your life to the fullest, and I will do my best to give you a better life. Zhang Zi said, petting Zhang Feng's hair affectionately. Zhang Feng's eyes turned red and she hugged Zhang Zi, choking back tears as she said, Thank you, brother. Big girl like you still crying, are not you embarrassed? Zhang Zi chuckled, helped Zhang Feng wipe away her tears, and the siblings headed home carrying their bags. Back home, Zhang Feng hummed a tune while cooking dinner in the kitchen, while Zhang Zi lounged around browsing hot news on his phone. According to Daxia National Central Radio, an investigation by the Ministry of State Security has revealed that a group of criminals are currently hiding within our borders, looking for opportunities to commit acts of sabotage. Citizens are urged to remain vigilant and report any suspicious individuals immediately. U.S. Leader James, in his speech at the UN General Assembly, expressed a desire to unite all nations to resist the invasion of monsters from the demon cave. As a gesture of sincerity, the U.S. will lower the fees for borrowing high-level demon realm experts and may even provide free assistance to weaker countries. However, other reports indicate that while the U.S. expresses superficial goodwill, it has secretly attached many harsh conditions, such as requiring those weaker nations to provide more food and supplies in exchange. If these demands are not met, the previous promises are nothing more than empty talk. Local news report, in order to raise funds for the city's impoverished children, Li Zihao, chairman of the Shant Group, will be holding a charity auction in the near future. Many precious antiques and artifacts remaining from the old era will be featured, which are rarely seen nowadays. The proceeds from this charity auction will be donated entirely to support the living and education of children from impoverished families. Shant Group chairman Li Zihao stated that, as a native of Tianfeng City, he naturally wants to contribute to his fellow townsmen. After dinner, Zhang Feng happily retreated to her room to try on her beloved new clothes and shoes. Zhang Zi, meanwhile, prepared to enter the demon realm. When the time came, he tapped the back of his hand 3 times and vanished on the spot. The scene shifted suddenly, and Zhang Zi appeared on the altar of the 7th floor of the demon realm. He looked around and was surprised to find many people there, all of whom wore expressions of nervousness and panic. What happened here? Zhang Zi wondered. Then he spotted Liu Yuying and the others, along with Liu Yuying's 6th uncle, Nusha Zhuifeng. Why is the 6th uncle here? Zhang Zi was full of questions, so he walked over to greet them. Hey, long time no see, brother Rakshasa. Seeing Zhang Zi, Nusha Zhuifeng took the initiative to greet him with a smile. He had a good impression of Zhang Zi and was especially warm to see him. Hello, 6th uncle, what is going on here? Why is everyone staying on the altar instead of going out to fight monsters? Zhang Zi asked curiously. Before Nusha Zhuifeng could even speak, the hot-tempered Dragon King angrily chimed in. Do not even get me started. Some group of lunatics just showed up out of nowhere, killing everyone they see. They are all incredibly strong and regular adventurers are no match for them. I heard over a dozen people are already dead. Zhang Zi frowned instantly. He looked at Nusha Zhuifeng, who then said, It is true. The Ministry of State Security has teamed up with the Demon Realm Administration to deploy a large number of elite experts into the Demon Realm to maintain order. From what we know so far, there are several such criminals on every floor. Their goal is clear, to hunt down lone, weak adventurers. We strongly suspect these guys are organized and have a planned agenda. They might even be plotting something sinister behind the scenes, but since we have not managed to catch a single one of them yet, we cannot be sure. Nasha Zhuifeng said to Liu Yuying, Zhang Zi, and the others, "You all should stop entering the demon realm for a few days. Do not come back to grind until we have handled the situation and driven these people out. It is just too dangerous right now."
You have got to be kidding.
The group looked disheartened upon hearing this. Everyone had been racing to improve their strength as quickly as possible to reach the highest floor of the demon realm. But now their plans were being disrupted by this bunch of criminals, which left them feeling incredibly frustrated. However, there was nothing they could do. They could not exactly risk their lives fighting such formidable experts, could they? Besides, the government was taking this matter seriously now. Judging by Nasha Zhuifeng's tone, they were calling in a large number of top-tier experts from border defenses across the country to enter the demon realm and clean out these criminals. Hopefully, these villains would be brought to justice soon, and the demon realm would return to peace. Then we have no choice. Everyone follow the instructions and prioritize your personal safety. Log out for now. I'm sure we will get a notification once this is all over, Jushin said helplessly to the group. Do not log on privately under any circumstances. It is too dangerous. Especially you Dragon King and Little Princess, do not put yourselves in harm's way for the sake of small gains. The hot-tempered Dragon King and Princess Money were taken aback, then both turned embarrassed. Apparently their secret trip with Zhang Zi to mine Doghead ore had been exposed. Afterward, everyone bid each other farewell and logged off one after another. In the end, only Zhang Zi, Liu Yuying, and Nasha Zhuifeng remained. Just as Zhang Zi was about to log off, he suddenly heard a scream from outside the crowd.
Ah, someone's killing people.
The group turned toward the sound in unison. About a few hundred meters outside the altar, a masked man was grabbing an adventurer by the hair, while his other hand slowly slit the adventurer's throat with a sharp dagger. There were no screams and no blood, yet everyone could feel that intense aura of death. The victim had a look of terror and despair. His hands were bound tight so he could not struggle. He could only watch as he was killed. Eventually, his body faded away right where he stood, dropping a few items that the masked man promptly collected into his bag. Haha, this is the fate of anyone who dares to step out of the altar, the masked man declared arrogantly to all the adventurers. Afterward, the masked man vanished into the darkness with a swagger. Nasha Zhuifeng squinted, his face as dark as clouds before a storm. He muttered to himself, that bastard. The person he just killed was a staff member from the Demon Realm Administration. Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying were shocked. Demon Realm Administration staff were not weak. It was said that the weakest among them was at least a Tier 1 expert. To think this masked man had taken him out so easily. Devil's Smiles, I have memorized that name. Nasha Zhuifeng turned to Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying and said, "You two should log off quickly. I am going to hunt this guy down. I cannot let my colleague die in vain." "Sixth uncle, I am coming with you," Liu Yuying suddenly spoke up. "This is a rare opportunity to challenge myself. I do not want to miss it." Zhang Zi looked at Liu Yuying, thought for a moment, and said, "I will go with you too. It is safer if there is an extra pair of hands." "You too? All right. If you want to become strong, you must endure trials. This is a good opportunity. You can come and witness a real duel between high-level experts." Nasha Zhuifeng was a man of open character. Seeing both of them wanted to join him, he did not fuss and agreed immediately. However, the opponent is very dangerous, and we do not know if he has accomplices. So you two must be extremely cautious, stay by my side and follow my commands. If you can do that, then come along. Nasha Zhuifeng looked at the two, who nodded firmly, and then the three of them rushed out of the altar. The other adventurers on the altar were shocked to see the trio charging out. Whoa, people actually ran out of the altar. They have got nerves of steel. "Get back here, it is too dangerous. You are throwing your lives away." "What about the Demon Realm Administration? Why have not we seen any of their staff on this floor? Where did they disappear to when we really need them?" "You are looking for the administration. The guy named Nasha Zhuifeng is an expert from the administration. Word is he is a Tier 2 expert."
Lord,
The three of them chased in the direction the masked man had disappeared. In the 7th floor of the Demon Realm, there were all sorts of forks and caves, making it very easy to get lost. Although a simple map could be found in the Demon Realm Guide, it only showed the route from the altar to the 7th floor boss. Other branching paths were not marked. Therefore, Zhang Zi and Nasha Zhuifeng could only feel their way forward. "Sixth uncle, there are 3 paths here. Which one should we take?" The trio reached a fork in the road. Liu Yuying looked at the 3 cave entrances and turned to ask Nasha Zhuifeng. Nasha Zhuifeng glanced around and said, "Let us pick the one on the left." Zhang Zi asked curiously, "Why? Do you know the masked man's escape route?" "No idea, just a gut feeling, hahaha." Nasha Zhuifeng laughed heartily, leaving Liu Yuying and Zhang Zi speechless. However, there really was no better option, so they had to rely on luck. The 3 of them gave chase down the left path. Just as they dove into the cave, a black figure suddenly dropped from the ceiling. It was a large black lizard. The lizard was over 2 meters long, pitch black and covered in scales. Its beastly eyes stared intensely at the cave the three had entered, and it let out a low, cold sneer. "The three of you are my prey today." The black lizard suddenly spoke in human tongue. It turned out that he was the masked man from before. Transforming into a black lizard was his natural talent, transformation. Transformation A. Level 2. Experience 1704/3000. Cost 30 energy. Cooldown 60 seconds. Effect: allows transformation into a monster, increasing all attributes by 10% for 60 minutes. Notes: Level 1 transformation, 5 increase to all attributes. Level 2 transformation, 10% increase to all attributes. Level 3 transformation, 15 increase to all attributes. Level 4 transformation, 20 increase to all attributes. Level 5 transformation, 30 increase to all attributes. As Zhang Zi, Nusha Zhuifeng, and Liu Yuying traveled through the cave, they suddenly heard low growls ahead and stopped. It is a savage giant, one of the common mobs on the 7th floor. Although they are not very smart and are quite slow, they have immense strength. Getting hit once hurts like hell, Nusha Zhuifeng said to Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying. So do not face him head-on. Counterattack when their momentum slows down, that is much more effective. Zhang Zi had read the Demon Realm Guide and knew a bit about 7th floor monsters, but not as thoroughly as Nusha Zhuifeng had just explained. "I will lead the way, you two follow me," Nusha Zhuifeng said solemnly. "Do not fall behind. Our goal today is not to kill monsters but to catch someone." Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying nodded, and the three of them hurried forward. After rounding a corner, the trio saw 3 monsters standing in the path, 2 savage giants and 1 ogre giant. Savage Giant. Level 1 Max 5. Experience 1/10. HP 8750. Attack 450 to 650. Defense 1200. Skills none. Ogre Giant. Level 1 Max 5. Experience 1/10. HP 7550. Attack 350 to 550. Defense 700. Skills none. Damn it, I did not think there'd be an ogre giant here. Seeing the ogre giant, which was slightly shorter but had a massive head, Nusha Zhuifeng frowned and said unhappily. Plans changed. With an ogre giant here, it is unlikely we can just rush through. We will have to push through them. Nusha Zhuifeng's decision was correct because ogre giants could cast a spell similar to silence. Once hit, for a period of time, all 3 of them would be unable to use their natural talent skills. For adventurers who relied on their talent skills to survive, this was arguably the biggest blow. Therefore, Nusha Zhuifeng decided to take out these 3 giants here first. Even if they got silenced and could not use their talents, they would not be in too much danger. They just needed to wait for the silence spell to wear off so they could use their skills to protect themselves again. Silence spell. Zhang Zi pondered, wondering if his summoning skill would also be affected by this silence spell. After all, his summoning also belonged to the category of talent skills, but there was a difference here. When he killed a monster, it would go directly into his summoning space. Whenever he wanted to summon these monsters, it was really just a thought. He did not need to trigger the talent skill and the monster would just appear. So Zhang Zi kept wondering, did his talent skill summoning actually take effect when he killed the monster or when he summoned it? If it was the former, then the silence spell would not affect his summoning, because he did not trigger the talent skill when summoning. But if it was the latter, then he was in trouble. His talent skill would not be usable, and he would not be able to summon monsters to help him fight. Perhaps today is the chance to test which one it is, Zhang Zi thought to himself. Everyone ready, charge. Nusha Zhuifeng drew his massive greatsword and charged directly at the nearest savage giant. Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying followed closely behind, and the 3 of them began to swarm the savage giant. Although Nusha Zhuifeng looked clumsy with his massive sword, he was actually quite agile. When the savage giant swung its mace, Nusha Zhuifeng dodged sideways, and while he did so, he swung his greatsword upward in a fierce strike, leaving a deep gash on the giant's back. Minus 771, Nusha Zhuifeng. Liu Yuying also launched an attack from the side, landing a flash slash on the giant's right side, dealing another string of damage. Zhang Zi stood 10 meters away, firing arrow after arrow at the giant. Beside him stood 4 fishman nannies, specifically there to heal Nusha Zhuifeng and Liu Yuying. As for why he had not summoned his other combat-oriented summons, Zhang Zi had his own reasoning. Nusha Zhuifeng and Liu Yuying were both high-attack warriors. With them both there was no need for Zhang Zi to summon other combat types. Besides, having too many people swarming a monster was not necessarily an advantage, because in the demon realm, attacks could hit friend or foe alike. Sometimes you might accidentally hurt your own team, so adventurers usually kept their distance in group combat to allow space for each other's attacks. Otherwise, being too close to each other often led to friendly fire. Taking all this into account, Zhang Zi felt it was unnecessary to call out his summons. Nusha's Yuefeng and Liu Yueying's combined damage was enough to handle these few monsters. The facts proved him right. Nusha's Yuefeng was a top-rated adventurer and Liu Yueying's technique was excellent. They coordinated well and since their attack power was high, they took down the savage giant within a few minutes. The three rested for a moment and began preparing for the remaining two monsters. These two giants are too close. No matter which one we attack, the other will be alerted, so I think we should go for the ogre giant first. Even though it can cast silence, its HP and defense are not high. We can focus our strength to take it down first, then go deal with the other savage giant. Nusha's Yuefeng shared his plan with Zhang Zi and Liu Yueying, who both agreed. After resting for a few minutes, they began the next round of combat. First, take down that ogre giant. Nusha's Yuefeng directed Zhang Zi and Liu Yueying, and the three of them were the first to charge toward the ogre giant. Nusha's Yuefeng's tactic was simple. Although the ogre giant's attacks were troublesome, they had a cooldown and could not be used continuously. With the three of them attacking at once, the ogre giant could only cast his silence spell on one of them, leaving the other two free to take him down. However, there was a catch. The savage giant nearby certainly would not just stand by and watch, so they had to keep an eye on him too. Enemies kill. The savage giant noticed Nusha's Yuefeng and his team surrounding the ogre giant. He immediately swung his massive morning star and roared as he charged toward them. Although this guy was slow, his attack power was high. With all three trying to focus on the ogre giant while guarding against this brute, they were caught in a scramble and accidentally took a few hits. Minus 577 points of damage from the savage giant. Zhang Zi was unfortunately hit. Seeing the damage value, he frowned and said, "That is some heavy damage." Everyone be careful and keep an eye on your health, Nusha's Yuefeng warned. We do not have a support class to heal us, so we have to watch ourselves. Zhang Zi spoke up, Uncle Six, we do have a healer. With that, he summoned his Murloc healers. Three of them appeared in a row and they began healing the trio. Nusha's Yuefeng's expression lit up with joy and he laughed. Right, I forgot you could summon monsters. These Murlocs must be the Tidecallers from the 5th floor of the Demon Realm. I never expected them to have group healing skills. With these three Murloc healers, the trio no longer had to worry about the savage giant's attacks, and they focused their full strength on the ogre giant. Enemies strong. The ogre giant was forced into retreat by the three. Suddenly, he locked onto Liu Yueying, muttered an incantation, and a burst of black light shot from his hands, instantly casting a silent spell on her. I cannot use my skills. Liu Yueying had just wanted to use Light Slash when a notification appeared in her vision. You have been hit by the ogre giant's silence spell. You cannot use talent skills for 60 seconds. Yueying, fall back. Nusha's Yuefeng immediately stepped in to take her place. He swung his greatsword, creating a silver arc that knocked the ogre giant back. Zhang Zi was also observing the situation. Although Liu Yueying could not use her talent skills, she could still use basic attacks, but her damage was drastically reduced, failing to even reach triple digits per hit. The ogre giant still had a lot of health left. Zhang Zi decided that relying on basic attacks alone was too slow. He feared Nusha's Yuefeng would be silenced before they could finish the giant off. Uncle Six is our main damage dealer and his talent skill is crucial to our victory. He absolutely cannot be silenced. Zhang Zi narrowed his eyes and made a decision. Minus 1788 points of damage from Nusha's Yuefeng. Nusha's Yuefeng had just finished using his talent skill, knocking the ogre giant back 3 or 4 steps with a single strike. However, the monster still had about 40% of his health left, and his spell cooldown seemed to be over. Enemies strong. The ogre giant began casting the silence spell again. Nusha's Yuefeng gritted his teeth. He knew he was the next target for having his talent skills sealed, but there was no way to stop it. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed up from behind. Zhang Zi stood in front of Heoran's Yuefeng. Brother Rakshasa, why did you move to the front? Nusha's Yuefeng asked, looking startled. Zhang Zi said in a deep voice, Uncle Six, you are our main damage dealer and very important, so your talent skills must not be sealed. I am a ranged attacker, let me be the one to take the ogre giant's silence spell. Just as Nusha's Yuefeng was about to object, the ogre giant on the other side had already unleashed his spell. A black light completely enveloped Zhang Zi. A notification appeared in his vision. You have been hit by the ogre giant's silence spell. You cannot use talent skills for 60 seconds. As long as Nusha's Yuefeng's talent skills can be used normally, we still have hope. Zhang Zi remained very calm as he thought to himself. Seeing that the deed was done, Nusha's Yuefeng could only nod at Zhang Zi, then move past him to launch a furious assault on the ogre giant. Zhang Zi stepped back and continued to fire arrow after arrow at the ogre giant. Liu Yueying, who had been providing support from the sidelines, suddenly spoke up, you did the right thing. Zhang Zi was stunned for a moment. He looked back at Liu Yueying and saw her beautiful eyes fixed on him. She then turned her head away to fend off the nearby savage giant. About 10 minutes passed and the ogre giant's health finally hit rock bottom. During this time, Liu Yueying's talent skills had recovered, but to help protect Nush's Yuefeng, she had followed Zhang Zi's lead and stepped forward to take a silent spell for him as well. Throughout the entire fight, Nush's Yuefeng never once had his talent skills sealed, allowing him to maintain high-speed attacks, which enabled the three to kill the monster in a short enough time. Minus 277 points of damage from Liu Yueying. Minus 941 points of damage from Nush's Yuefeng. Minus 177 points of damage from Rakshasa. The ogre giant's health reached 0. He clutched his chest, swaying, and finally collapsed backward, his heavy body echoing through the cavern. A pile of loot dropped and was collected by Nush's Yuefeng and Zhang Zi. Unfortunately, there were only demon soul orbs and no equipment. Few finally got rid of this guy. Nush's Yuefeng breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at the savage giant attacking Liu Yueying and said, "Now there is only this one left. Victory is within our reach." Zhang Zi's face held no joy. He felt that something was wrong. "Uncle Six, I do not feel right about this," Zhang Zi said to Nush's Yuefeng. Nush's Yuefeng had already rushed over to join Liu Yueying in attacking the savage giant. Hearing Zhang Zi's words, he asked with confusion, "What is wrong? What feels off?" Zhang Zi mused, if that murderer took this path, given the width of this cavern, he could not have bypassed these three giants without being discovered. So I think that either this murderer did not take this path, or he has some special ability that prevents him from being discovered by the giants. Nush's Yuefeng agreed with this theory. There were countless adventurers in the demon realm, and their talent skills were diverse and unpredictable, so such a person must exist. Nush's Yuefeng used a talent skill to force the savage giant back and thought for a moment, that makes a lot of sense. Could it be that we took the wrong path? Did that bastard take the other fork? Quite possibly, Zhang Zi continued, I have a suggestion. After we kill this savage giant, let us head back and check the other path. If the monsters on that path are still there, it means that the murderer has a special ability to remain undetected by the giants. Nush's Yuefeng nodded, all right. Once we finish off this giant, we will do exactly as you said. He turned to look at Liu Yueying and asked, Yueying, how much longer until your talent skills are unlocked? Liu Yueying checked and said, about 40 seconds. Fine, let us set off once your talent skills are unsealed. Nush's Yuefeng raised his greatsword and struck the savage giant hard, saying, let us take down this big guy first. The three continued to surround the savage giant, when Zhang Zi suddenly caught sight of a black shadow slowly approaching Nush's Yuefeng and Liu Yueying. What is that? He immediately looked over and discovered that it was actually a giant lizard, pitch black all over. Aside from savage giants and ogre giants, does this level of the demon realm have monsters like lizards too? Zhang Zi wondered. He suddenly noticed that the name above the giant lizard's head was a bit strange. Dark monster. The more Zhang Zi looked, the more wrong it felt. Just then, the giant lizard suddenly accelerated and charged toward Liu Yueying, who was closest to it. Wrong, that is not a demon realm monster, it is an adventurer. Zhang Zi's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, Yueying, Uncle Six, look out. At the same time, he drew his bow and began attacking the giant lizard. Liu Zier and Qinyu's Yuefeng also heard Zhang Zi's warning, and both of them spotted the giant lizard simultaneously. Damn it, playing tricks, Nush's Yuefeng immediately blocked in front of Liu Yueying. As a second-tier demon realm expert and an excellent trait adventurer, he was stronger than Liu Yueying in all aspects and could take more hits. Hello. The giant lizard suddenly emitted a harsh, raspy male laugh, and then its two huge claws swiped fiercely at Nush's Yuefeng. Minus 1044 points of damage from the dark monster. Minus 1106 points of damage from the dark monster. Nush's Yuefeng's expression changed instantly. This lizard monster's damage was surprisingly high. Uncle Six, that is not a monster, it is a demon realm adventurer. Zhang Zi shouted to warn him, while ordering his Murloc healers to continuously heal Nush's Yuefeng. Nush's Yuefeng forced the lizard monster back with a sword strike, squinted his eyes, and said in a deep voice, no wonder, so it is a person who turned into a monster. You must be that masked murderer from earlier. I never imagined you could transform into a monster. Is this your talent skill? The giant lizard sneered, that is right, but knowing this will not help you now because today is the day you die. The giant lizard moved with great agility, and its attack speed and power were astonishing. It circled around Nush's Yuefeng and Liu Yueying, launching attacks whenever it saw a lapse in their defense. Yueying, let us stand back to back, that way he will not be able to exploit our weaknesses. Nush's Yuefeng yelled. Liu Yueying immediately rushed to stand back to back with him, facing outward. Now, no matter where the giant lizard attacked from, they would be able to see it. Zhang Zi kept watching Nush's Yuefeng's situation from the periphery. He was busy holding off the savage giant because Nush's Yuefeng and Liu Yueying were distracted by the giant lizard's sneak attacks. Zhang Zi had to lure the savage giant toward himself to prevent them from being attacked by both the savage giant and the giant lizard at the same time. Heh, you think you are safe now, naive? The giant lizard sneered, and then, to the shock of Nusha Xuefeng and Liu Yuying, he vanished. To be exact, the giant lizard did not actually disappear. He turned invisible. As a lizard, he could change his body color like a chameleon to blend into his surroundings. This guy was a natural master of camouflage. He had put his body into camouflage mode, merging perfectly with the cavern around him, making him extremely difficult to spot. Although there were faint traces when he moved, one had to look very carefully to notice them. Otherwise, he was nearly invisible. Damn it, where did that guy go? Nusha Xuefeng's expression became solemn. His eyes scanned his surroundings without blinking, trying to find the giant lizard, but unfortunately he found nothing. Liu Yuying beside him was also trying hard to look, but similarly she found nothing. Zhang Zi was also observing Nusha Xuefeng and Liu Yuying's situation. Seeing the lizard vanish from near them, he felt an ominous feeling. Zhang Zi narrowed his eyes. He felt that the lizard's sudden invisibility must hide some malicious intent. Therefore, he immediately summoned all of his monsters. Better safe than sorry, Zhang Zi thought to himself. The dark monster had just crept up not far from Zhang Zi. Back when he first appeared, Zhang Zi was the first to notice him, so he had become one of his primary targets. After all, even though he had not used camouflage mode earlier, his appearance was not human. He looked like a lizard monster. Most people might be surprised upon seeing him, but they would not pay him special attention. After all, the person Nusha Xuefeng's group was hunting was a demon realm adventurer. A lizard monster would not attract much attention. At most, it would just make people cautious. Some might not even care at all. But this adventurer named Rakshasa had not only discovered him, but had keenly sensed something abnormal about him, and loudly warned his companions to be careful. That kind of insight and presence of mind were extraordinary. Therefore, the dark monster took note of the adventurer named Rakshasa. He felt that this Rakshasa was more dangerous than Nusha Xuefeng or Liu Yuying. He could not explain why, but his intuition told him so. Thus, the dark monster decided to strike Rakshasa first. It just so happened that Zhang Zi was alone now, so he decided to take this opportunity to ambush him. An archer whose stats are not very high should be easy to take down in 5 attacks. The dark monster was full of confidence, but when he saw a devouring frog suddenly appear behind Zhang Zi, his eyes went wide. My god, what is going on? Why is a second-floor boss, the devouring frog, here on the 7th floor? The dark monster stopped in his tracks and rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. However, he then saw a Minotaur commander appear behind Zhang Zi, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Watching Zhang Zi summon one boss after another, the dark monster's heart was in complete chaos. I have not gone insane, have I? Why am I seeing so many bosses? Are they holding a meeting or something? The dark monster was completely stunned. He could hardly believe his eyes. From the boss of the 2nd floor all the way to the 6th floor, they were almost all standing right in front of him. What the hell is going on? Did this Rakshasa summon all these bosses? But how is that even possible? The dark monster was in complete turmoil. As a veteran who had spent years in the demon realm and dealt with countless adventurers, he had seen all sorts of talent skills, but this was his first time seeing someone who could summon bosses. While he was lost in thought, Zhang Zi had already ordered his summoned monsters to charge at the dark monster. Damn it! The dark monster cursed under his breath and turned to run. Are you kidding me? So many bosses. Even as a high-level adventurer, he could not handle this many bosses. So he chose to run away immediately without any hesitation. However, it was a little too late to escape. The path behind him had already been completely blocked by Nusha Xuefeng and Liu Yuying. They had been standing there on high alert, not daring to move, while keeping an eye out for any sneak attacks from the dark monster. But once the dark monster appeared, they knew it was safe and they did not need to stay on guard anymore. So the two of them immediately turned around to flank the dark monster, forming a pincer movement with Zhang Zi. Nusha Xuefeng said coldly, just surrender already and save yourself some trouble later. Liu Yuying also drew her long sword, her gaze cold as ice fixed on the dark monster. Zhang Zi also ordered all his summoned monsters to block the dark monster. Escaping from this side was just a pipe dream. How do you think I am finished? The dark monster, who had been silent for a moment, suddenly chuckled, and then he reverted to his human form. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked at Zhang Zi, Nusha Xuefeng, and the others and said, I have already memorized your names. Do not worry, our organization Dawn always pays its debts. Just sit back and wait for what is coming. After saying that, he took out a random teleportation scroll and tore it apart in front of everyone. Before Zhang Zi and the others could react, the dark monster disappeared in a flash of white light. Damn, he escaped. Liu Yuying said, no need to be too disappointed, Uncle Six. He must have used a random teleportation scroll. He might just end up in a pack of monsters or right next to a boss. No, this guy is not an ordinary adventurer. Nusha Xuefeng nodded, Brother Rakshasa is right. I suspect this guy is at least an excellent ranked expert who can move freely in this level of the demon realm without worrying about monster swarms, which is why he used the scroll so recklessly. Liu Yuying said in surprise, an excellent ranked expert. Are all the members of this Dawn organization that powerful? Yes, do not underestimate the Dawn organization. When our reinforcements arrived, we happened to see a member of the Dawn organization slaughtering our teammates. A complex look flashed in Nusha Zhuifeng's eyes, and Zhang Zi could keenly feel the anger and shock behind it. That member was incredibly skilled, and our team had almost no chance to fight back. They were slaughtered in minutes. The three of them fell silent. After a while, Nusha Zhuifeng said, "All right, let us not dwell on the past. I am just a little short of the powerful ranking. Once I reach that level, I am going to settle the score with those Dawn bastards." Zhang Zi knew that in the demon realm, adventurers did not have levels. They relied entirely on system rankings to distinguish their strength. The rankings are novice, skilled, excellent, powerful, master, emperor, and godlike. There is a huge gap between each rank, making it extremely difficult to kill an opponent of a higher tier. Since Zhang Zi had always relied on the power of his summons, his own strength did not show much improvement, so he was currently still a novice. He had noticed this as well, and had been looking for ways to improve his own abilities. "Uncle Six, what should we do now?" Liu Yuying asked, looking at Nusha Zhuifeng. "Should we keep hunting that dark monster, or?" Nusha Zhuifeng shook his head and said, "We have no idea where that dark monster went. We cannot find him. Besides, we do not know if there are other members of the Dawn organization on this level, so for safety, let us head back to the altar first." He looked around, snorted, and added, "The National Security Bureau has mobilized a large number of Demon Realm experts to sweep up these bastards, so we do not need to get involved. Let us just wait for good news." Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying nodded and followed Nusha Zhuifeng back to the altar. By then, there were not many adventurers left at the altar, as many chose to log off, knowing it was dangerous out there. They would come back online to hunt monsters once the situation calmed down and the demon realm was safe again. After knocking down a savage giant, the dark monster turned into a lizard and used camouflage to blend into the cave behind him. To think I would run into an adventurer with a monster summoning talent. HMPH, I guess I am pretty lucky. The dark monster mocked himself internally, opened the team chat and sent a message. "Dark monster, brothers, I ran into an adventurer with a special talent skill on the 7th floor. It truly shocked the hell out of me." "Wild Blade, what kind of special talent? Tell us about it." "Quiet Death Monster, there is actually something that can shock you. That is news, let us hear it." "Dark Monster, summoning monsters, a talent skill that can summon monsters. Have you guys ever heard of it?" "Grave Digger, summoning, what is the big deal? Do not we have a kid in Dawn? What was his name again? He can summon a stone golem to help him fight." "Dark Monster, that is not the trashy kind of summoning. I am talking about one that can summon monsters from the demon realm, and even bosses." "Wild Blade, my god, really, is not that just invincible?" "A Ray of Dawn, monster, give us the details. What is the adventurer's name? What do they look like?" As soon as the dark monster saw Ray of Dawn, his heart sank. This was the top leader of the Dawn branch in the Great Xia Kingdom, so he replied respectfully, "Yes, boss." "This adventurer is an archer. His name is Rakshasa. He wears a mask, so I could not see his true face, but he did not seem old. At most, he is in his teens." "Grave Diggers, Rakshasa, is not that the guy we put on the bounty board a while ago?" "Quiet Death, yeah, that is the one who killed Kiss of Death." The dark monster was stunned. He remembered now that Rakshasa was the person their Dawn organization had been looking for. He did not expect to run into him himself. He thought for a moment and sent another message. Beside Rakshasa, there were two others present. One was Nusha Zhuifeng and the other was Liu Yuying. "Wild Blade, HMPH, the Liu family again. Damn, I have hated the Liu family for a long time. Boss, how about I take a bunch of brothers and wipe them out?" "Grave Digger, are you crazy? Do you know what the Liu family's background is? Descendants of the 10 founding marshals of the Great Xia Kingdom. You touch the Liu family and you will not see the sun tomorrow." "A Ray of Dawn, the Liu family is not something we can shake right now. Wild Blade, behave yourself. Our mission is to cooperate with headquarters to secretly gather intelligence within Great Xia. Do not ruin our plans." "Wild Blade, got it, boss." "A Ray of Dawn, everyone's worked hard today. Hold on for a few more hours. Headquarters will take action soon and then everyone can log off and rest. Also, everyone be careful. The Demon Realm experts pulled back by the National Security Bureau will be entering the area soon. Those guys are not like ordinary adventurers. Stay alert, do not fight them head-on, and preserve your strength." "Dark Monster, yes, boss." "Wild Blade, yes." "Grave Digger, understood." "Quiet Death, received." Then the team chat channel closed. After bidding farewell to Nusha Zhuifeng and Liu Yuying, Zhang Zi also logged off. It was deep into the night, the moon outside was hazy, and the entire Tianfeng city had fallen into slumber. Zhang Zi was preparing to lie down and rest, but for some reason he felt restless as if something was about to happen. How can this be? What is this ominous feeling? It felt as if disaster was imminent. No, I need to wake my sister up. Zhang Zi got out of bed and was just about to go wake her. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren blared outside. What is going on? Zhang Zi's eyes widened. He immediately rushed to the window and saw a violent explosion erupt in the distance near the north wall. Flames soared into the sky and thick smoke rolled out. Then several shadowy figures flashed through the flames. Zhang Zi squinted. He could see clearly that those figures were definitely not human because they were too massive. And their limb proportions were completely unnatural. Their arms were almost longer than their bodies. It is the monsters from the demon cave. Zhang Zi's pupils constricted. He rushed out of his room and pushed open his sister's door. Sister, wake up fast. Zhang Feng had already been jolted awake. Wearing her pink teddy bear pajamas, she looked terrified. Brother, what is happening outside? Zhang Zi did not waste time explaining. He rushed over, grabbed his sister, and ran out the door. There was no time to change clothes or grab valuables. Time is life. Once demon cave monsters attack a city, the destruction is almost absolute. These monsters can detect human scent. No matter where you hide, they will find you, and the result is nothing but slaughter and consumption. Humans are the best food for these monsters. Zhang Zi never entertained the thought of fighting them. With his current strength, he might barely manage to deal with one, but if he met two, there was no suspense at all, he would die. Besides, Zhang Zi had to protect his sister, which made it even harder. He might lose both their lives. So without hesitation, he pulled Zhang Feng toward the nearest underground shelter. Many people were just waking up from their dreams, unaware of what was going on. But when they opened their eyes, they saw a giant, terrifying monster crouching by their bedside, letting out a chilling, eerie laugh. Brother, it is the monsters, I am scared. Zhang Feng's face was ashen, her voice trembling with sobs. She was genuinely terrified. Zhang Zi said in a deep voice, do not be afraid, I am here. Let us get to the shelter quickly, we will be safe once we are inside. The siblings rushed downstairs. Shadows were everywhere. People hearing the siren and realizing that demon cave monsters had invaded were running toward the shelters in a panic. The sound of women and children crying, men shouting, sirens blaring. Suddenly, everything around them was filled with panic-stricken crowds. At the entrance of the underground shelter, staff members were shouting for everyone to stay calm, not to crowd, and to enter in an orderly fashion. But in such a critical situation, who could stay calm and listen to their commands? People in the back were pushing those in front, and those in front were yelling back. The scene was incredibly chaotic. Zhang Zi and his sister were squeezed into the crowd, unable to move, making Zhang Zi feel extremely anxious. Just then, a terrified scream came from behind. Monsters, monsters. Everyone stopped pushing and shouting. They all looked back to see two giant monsters standing behind the crowd, tilting their heads and letting out shrill, eerie laughter from their ripped, blood-stained mouths. He heaves his head and ha-ha. Everyone held their breath, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at the two monsters. The man closest to the monsters looked deathly pale. His legs felt like lead, unable to move, as he watched the massive head of the monster move toward his face. A foul, rotting stench blasted into his face, and the man was so terrified he started sobbing and dripping with mucus and tears. Spare me. The man slowly fell to his knees, begging the monster for mercy. But the only answer he got was the monster's gaping maw. Grunge. Zblurred. The man's head was bitten off by the monster, and blood sprayed wildly from his severed neck like a crimson fountain. The area went quiet for a second, and then the crowd erupted in even more frantic, terrified screams. Because there were so many people, the pushing caused some to fall, and before they could even cry out, countless feet trampled over them. The monsters behind were slaughtering humans at will, while the people in front were frantically crowding toward the shelter entrance. This was nothing short of a living hell. Zhang Zi struggled to shield his younger sister from being trampled by the panicked crowd. He knew that if they both fell, even with his extraordinary strength, he would likely meet a grim fate under the feet of so many people. Not to mention his sister, who was just an ordinary person. Do not push, everyone, stop pushing. The two staff members at the entrance were drenched in sweat. It was not that they did not want to let people into the shelter quickly, but the entrance was too small, it could only fit 2 people at a time. This was also meant to ensure the safety of the shelter. However, at this moment, it was severely delaying people's escape. The monsters from the demon cave were reaping human lives like wheat, cutting them down in rows. They had a perverse obsession with gnawing on human heads, as the brains inside were a rare delicacy to them. They would tear off human heads, crush the skulls with their sharp teeth, and feast on the red and white matter within. Because of this, those who died at the hands of these monsters were always found headless. Seeing the monsters closing in on him and his sister, Zhang Zi gritted his teeth. For her sake, he was ready to risk it all. Whoosh! A golden spear suddenly flew in from the horizon. piercing straight through the throat of a monster. The spear did not lose any momentum, slamming into the asphalt road with a heavy thud. The shaft continued to vibrate, a testament to the immense force behind the throw. "You Raj had your fill yet?" A cold, crisp woman's voice descended from above, and then a figure appeared on a nearby rooftop. The crowd looked up in astonishment, all eyes turning to the woman. Zhang Zi was stunned to realize that this woman was none other than the masked lady he had encountered in the Fallen Zone. The dark clouds parted, and a crescent moon emerged behind the masked woman. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, looking heroic and dashing. Another monster turned toward the woman. It bent its legs and launched itself forward with such force that the hard asphalt beneath it shattered. The monster shot toward the masked woman like a cannonball. The masked woman stood motionless on the rooftop like a statue, watching the creature pounce toward her with a calm expression. Just as they were about to collide, the masked woman moved. She sprang up lightly like an agile antelope, easily and gracefully dodging the monster's strike. Then, twisting her body in midair, a golden spear appeared in her hand out of nowhere, and she thrust it downward with all her might. The spear pierced through the monster's back, pinning it firmly to the roof. The monster emitted an even more eerie and horrifying cackle, blood gushing from its mouth. Yet it was not dead. The masked woman descended lightly, stepping onto the end of the spear. She stood there as gracefully as a feather, exuding a sense of overwhelming power. "Commander!" A group of soldiers rushed in from all sides and saluted the masked woman respectfully. The masked woman flipped off the spear and kicked the monster down to the ground. With a loud thud, the monster crashed to the ground. It struggled to move, but the spear in its back seemed to have sealed its pressure points, rendering it immobile. The masked woman landed on the ground and said softly to the soldiers, "Take this monster back and hand it over to Professor Aoyang." The soldiers acknowledged the order. Some brought ropes, others brought a crane, and they scrambled to transport the monster away. The masked woman turned toward Zhang Zi, a glimmer of recognition in her bright eyes. She had spotted him. "So he lives around here." The masked woman shifted her gaze from Zhang Zi to Zhang Feng, then turned around, leaping away into the night with a few quick movements. The sounds of intense gunfire and artillery echoed all around. The National Security Agency troops had begun their operation. Having escaped death, the people were shaking with fear as they were hurried into the underground shelter under the guidance of the staff. On the surface, a dozen human corpses remained, and cleanup crews began to clear the area. Zhang Zi and his sister also entered the underground shelter. Located 20 meters below ground, it was built over a century ago to withstand air raids from enemy nations, but now it served as a defense against the monsters. The shelter was spacious, with a main hall over 100 meters long and 60 meters wide. Now it was packed tightly with people seeking refuge. No one spoke, there was only the sound of soft sobbing and heavy sighs. Staff members distributed blankets to those who had not had time to grab coats, and occasionally provided water and food, though in limited supply and subject to approval. Zhang Feng leaned against Zhang Zi, her body still trembling slightly. The scene she had just witnessed was too terrifying, she would likely never forget it for the rest of her life. Zhang Zi held his sister's shoulder, piling more blankets onto her while leaving his own shoulder exposed. His physique was beyond that of an ordinary person, so he did not feel the cold. In his mind, he was replaying the scene of the masked woman dealing with the monster over and over again. Her speed was incredible, and her strength was immense. Zhang Zi's eyes gleamed as he gauged the gap between himself and the masked woman. The conclusion was swift. He was likely not even a tenth as strong as she was. However, Zhang Zi was still a rookie who had been in the demon realm for less than a month. That masked woman, on the other hand, was a military commander. Her strength was undoubtedly extraordinary. "Give me time and I will definitely surpass her," Zhang Zi thought, filled with self-confidence. Inside the shelter, cut off from the passage of time, everyone remained dazed until someone shouted, "The monsters have retreated. It is safe outside." People looked up, exchanged uncertain glances, and then stood up to make their way out. Zhang Zi and his sister were among the crowd, following the stream of people out of the shelter. It was already dawn outside, and the air was filled with the smell of smoke, charred debris, and blood. The stench was overwhelming, and Zhang Feng could not help but dry heave, but with an empty stomach, nothing came up. Zhang Zi patted his sister's back, trying to comfort her. Just then, an officer in charge shouted, "Please come over and register, then you may head home." The crowd swarmed toward the table to register. Zhang Zi also pushed through, and after registering, he took his sister home. Fortunately, the only damage to their home was broken window glass. Zhang Zi found a large sheet of clear plastic and temporarily sealed the window to keep the cold air out. He prepared some food, but Hai's Feng could not bring herself to eat. She was severely traumatized. For a teenage girl to see such horrific scenes and nearly lose her life, her mental state would inevitably suffer. It was a miracle she had not had a breakdown. Both Zhang Zi and Zhang Feng received notifications from their schools saying they did not need to attend class and should stay home to rest. Zhang Zi knew that it must be because the danger had not been fully cleared, so people were kept indoors. Outside, loudspeakers blared announcements, warning citizens to stay home and not go out. Zhang Zi turned on the TV, hoping to learn what had happened last night, but found only a single message being repeated: "Please, citizens, do not go outside." Shaking his head, Zhang Zi opened his phone to look for information online. Tianfeng City Forum. Last night was so terrifying. How did the demon cave monsters manage to get into our city? What the hell are the city defense troops doing? Why did they let the monsters in? Damn it, my family was nearly killed. You are lucky all 6 people in my neighbor's family died. It was so tragic. They did not even have heads. Let me tell you some inside information quietly. Look fast before it gets censored. Stop beating around the bush, just say it. Word is, it was not just our Tianfeng city that was invaded, but over a dozen other cities in Daxia were hit too. Oh my god, is that true? Is our Daxia finished? Shut your mouth, you pessimist. What on earth is going on? It is not like abyss monsters have not invaded cities before, but it has never happened all at once like this. I am with you, is the guy above just talking nonsense? I have not seen news about other cities. Of course you have not, because the news is being censored. Do not believe me. If you have relatives or friends in other cities, try calling them and see if you can get through. I have a relative in Gaoyuan City, let me try. Oh my god, I really cannot get through. I am telling you, this is serious. I suspect there is someone behind this massive invasion. Stop with the conspiracy theories. It is not a conspiracy, the facts are right there in front of you, like it or not. I have a gut feeling that the monsters will come back, and there will be more even stronger ones. May the gods protect us. Praying to gods is useless, we need the elites from the demon realm. Only they can save our nation. After spending the whole day reading, Zhang Zi had gathered a lot of information from various sources. He also felt that this invasion was highly abnormal. Why did these monsters suddenly invade right when the Dawn organization was running amok in the demon realm, forcing the National Security Agency to pull many elite players back to maintain order? Is the Dawn organization in league with the monsters? That should not be possible. One side is human, the other are monsters. How could they work together? Zhang Zi frowned deeply. He was certain there was a connection, but he could not grasp what it was. Without realizing it, night fell. Zhang Feng had slept and felt much better. The siblings ate a simple meal together. At 8 o'clock, Zhang Zi entered the demon realm. Arriving on the 7th floor, Zhang Zi appeared at the altar and saw Giant God, Liu Yuying and the others in the crowd, looking like they were discussing something. Rakshasa brother, come over here. Furious Dragon King spotted him and waved enthusiastically, gesturing for him to come over. Zhang Zi walked over and noticed everyone looked grim. The consequences of this monster invasion are severe. Giant God said with a heavy tone, my reports say that over 10,000 people have died. Night Nose Autumn sighed and shook his head. The monsters launched a surprise attack in the middle of the night while everyone was asleep, so casualties were inevitable. Liu Yuying said, my 6th uncle also mentioned that this event is unique. The higher-ups in the National Security Agency and the Demon Realm Bureau are currently discussing it. Border defenses are being strengthened, and the National Security Agency will be recruiting many experts from the Demon Realm to boost the combat power of the city guard. Princess Money asked in a low voice, Yuying, how much are they paying? If the pay is good, I will sign up. Why would you want money to serve your country? I would not take a dime, Furious Dragon King said righteously. Princess, put the money issue aside for once. If the country falls, all that money will not mean a thing. Tusk, none of your business. Princess Money shot Furious Dragon King an annoyed glare. Giant God waved his hands, stop arguing. Our current strength is too weak. If we want to serve the country, we need the strength to back it up, otherwise we will just be cannon fodder and a burden. Everyone fell silent. Giant God was right, only with sufficient strength could they protect their home and country. So what are we waiting for? Let us go kill some monsters. Furious Dragon King slammed his iron staff against the ground and said with high spirits, let us charge all the way to the 30th floor. Yes, yes, all the way to the 30th floor. Moon Rabbit chimed in, eager to find her father on the 30th floor. Night Nose Autumn nodded, good idea. I hear the Dawn organization has retreated and the demon realm is safe for now, so let us use this time to grind and improve our strength. Everyone agreed and followed Giant God as they left the altar, heading toward the cave entrance ahead. Other players also left the altar and began hunting monsters in all directions. The 7th floor boss, the two-headed giant, is located in the deepest cave. There is a stone door outside that cave, and it is said to open only once every 12 hours, allowing only one team of up to 3 people inside at a time. Night Nose Autumn said, reading from the Demon Realm Guide as they walked. He shook his head, this is going to be tough. A maximum of 3 people can enter, but we are a group of 6. Do we have to split into 2 teams? Then how are we supposed to fight? Everyone has their own role. We cannot do without anyone. Princess Money's eyes widened, her voice full of frustration. They had never separated before, and it felt wrong to be without each other. Besides, they were facing a boss this time, the two-headed giant. Even with everyone together, they were not sure they could beat the two-headed giant. Limiting the team to 3 made it even more difficult. Everyone looked troubled, unable to imagine how they would pass this test. Do not be so discouraged. At this critical moment, Giant God stepped in to comfort them. I personally believe that if we plan this well, we still have a chance. I actually have an idea, Giant God said after some deliberation. The final boss room only allows 3 players to enter, so we can split ourselves into 2 groups of 3. Each group can be divided based on everyone's abilities. Giant God looked at the crowd and said slowly, "The first group will consist of me, Night Owl, and Princess Money, and the second group will consist of Rakshasa, Willow Shadow, and Irritable Dragon King. I have decided on this combination after careful consideration." Everyone looked at Giant God, listening as he continued. "First of all, I am a tank, so I can hold the front line and protect the people behind me as much as possible. Night Owl's Ice, Wind, and Rain can control the battlefield, while Princess Money will protect our safety. Of course, because we do not have a main damage dealer, our clearing speed might be a bit slow, but there is no other way around it. For the second group, Brother Rakshasa is an all-rounder. His Murloc nurse can heal everyone, and Dragon King and Shadow are main damage dealers. Your efficiency in fighting monsters will be very high, and I believe you will clear the level even faster than our group." Moonlight Rabbit suddenly asked, "What about me? What should I do?" Giant God said, "You have to wait a little longer because you do not have much attack ability, and taking you along would just waste a spot for no reason. So I think you should sit this one out for now and wait until some of us have cleared the level, then we will come back to carry you." Zhang Zi also comforted Moonlight Rabbit, "Do not worry, once I clear the level, I will definitely come back to help you clear it." Only then did Moonlight Rabbit feel relieved. Although they had to be split into groups to enter the boss room, everyone still worked together to deal with monsters on the way. Because of their previous experience, Zhang Zi and Willow Shadow both knew how to deal with the giant monsters, and Giant God, Dragon King, and the others slowly adapted as well. Through their concerted efforts, they soon arrived at the entrance of the room where the boss was located. It was a very spacious cave, roughly the size of a football field. The surrounding walls were smooth as if they had been artificially carved. There were many murals on the walls, most of which depicted scenes of giants killing, and among them an exceptionally tall two-headed giant was very eye-catching. Zhang Zi felt that this giant might be the final boss of this layer of the demon realm, the two-headed giant. The group looked toward the end of the cave, where a huge copper door was tightly shut. Just by looking at the size of the door, everyone felt that it definitely could not be pushed open by human force alone and must require some other method to open. Standing in front of the copper door were many adventurers. They seemed to be waiting for something, whispering to each other from time to time. Among this group of adventurers, 2 were particularly conspicuous. One was an old man nearly 60 years old. Despite his age, his posture was upright, his spirits were good, and he carried an aura of dignity. Zhang Zi looked the old man up and down and saw that his demon realm name was Wind and Cloud Master. The master had 2 long blades stuck behind his back, clearly an attack-oriented warrior class. To be charging into battle at such an age showed that the physical fitness of the Wind and Cloud Master was far beyond that of ordinary people. Beside the Wind and Cloud Master stood a young man whose demon realm name was Chen Family Mad Young Master. His class was actually an archer, just like Zhang Zi, but he did not use a longbow. Instead, he used a short bow. In the demon realm, weapons determine an adventurer's class, but there are many differences between weapons themselves. For example, long blades and short blades, long spears and short spears, as well as long bows and short bows, and so on. Although they all belong to the blade, spear, and bow categories, the effects they exhibit during an attack are all different. Let us start with long blades and short blades. Long blades can keep enemies within a certain range to prevent them from getting close to the adventurer, thus effectively protecting the adventurer's safety. However, the weakness of long blades is that they are too cumbersome, and once the enemy gets close, the long blade's effectiveness is completely gone, and it may even hinder the adventurer's performance. Short blades are more effective in close-quarters combat. The shorter the distance, the more dangerous it is. When facing classes like mages, long blades can inflict more substantial damage. Therefore, in many cases, assassins who are good at using short blades are more popular. The difference between long spears and short spears is similar to that of long and short blades. The only difference is that long spears can be thrown like javelins, which can inflict massive damage on the target, something other types of weapons do not possess. Although short spears can also be thrown, their lethality is not as high as that of long spears. Generally speaking, it is better to use short spears as hidden weapons. Finally, let us talk about longbows and short bows. The advantage of a longbow is its long range and high damage. However, because a longbow is cumbersome, its attack speed is slower, while the advantage of a short bow is that its attack speed is very fast. In the same amount of time, a longbow can fire 1 arrow, while a short bow can fire 3 to 4. So by comparison, short bows seem to have some advantages. However, a longbow can be charged. As long as the charging time is long enough, the arrow fired by a longbow can deal massive damage or even a critical hit. Sometimes it can even instantly kill a target on the verge of death. A short bow does not have such an advantage. It is just fast and nimble and can act as a way to harass the enemy. Therefore, shortbow archers generally serve as auxiliary classes in a team rather than main damage-dealing classes. Chen family mad young master, this must be Chen Feng, right? Zhang Zi thought to himself that since the other party had chosen such an obvious name, there was no need to guess their identity. It seemed that this Chen Feng was indeed very arrogant. Besides these people, there were other adventurers standing nearby with angry expressions on their faces, pointing and talking about the Chen family mad young master and the Wind and Cloud Masters group, seemingly having many complaints about them. Giant God and Zhang Zi's group walked over, and the Wind and Cloud Masters group noticed them as well. At this moment, an adventurer walked up from the Wind and Cloud Master's side and said to Giant God and Zhang Zi's group without any politeness, "Today is an important moment for our young Master Chen to challenge the 7th floor Demon Realm boss. Please wait on the side, and once our young master is done, it will be your turn." Giant God and the others frowned upon hearing this, and Irritable Dragon King snapped directly, "Why, what does your young Master Chen have to do with us? Why should we stand aside while he fights the boss? The boss belongs to everyone, we can fight whenever we want, it is none of your business." The onlookers nearby, seeing Irritable Dragon King angrily confronting the other side, began to cheer for him. They had long disliked the Wind and Cloud Masters group, but because the Wind and Cloud Master was here, they did not dare say anything. Now that someone was standing up for them, they were naturally very happy and were cheering for Irritable Dragon King behind their backs. That adventurer gave a cold chuckle and said, "If you insist on sabotaging our young Master Chen's plans, do not blame us for being impolite." After saying this, the adventurer stepped aside. The Wind and Cloud Master stepped forward, staring coldly at Irritable Dragon King, and said in a deep voice, "Since this little brother feels unconvinced, you and I can have a sparring match. If you win, we will naturally give up this spot and let you go in to fight the boss. If I win, you better get out of the way quickly and do not get in our way." Everyone was stunned for a moment. Irritable Dragon King looked the Wind and Cloud Master up and down with a confused look in his eyes. Although he was outspoken and a bit hot-headed, he was not stupid. Even though Dragon King could not see the other's status attributes, he could imagine that this Wind and Cloud Master was definitely not an ordinary character. Giant God said from the side, "This old gentleman, we do not want to have a conflict with you, but we came here with great difficulty, killed many monsters, and took great risks. We cannot just let you occupy the boss with a single word and forbid others from fighting, right?" Princess Money also angrily said, "What you are doing is just bullying people, but if you are willing to compensate us with money, we might be able to accept it." As soon as Princess Money finished speaking, everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Seeing that everyone's gaze was somewhat strange, Princess Money gave a sheepish smile and hurriedly changed her words. "Just kidding. We will not accept it no matter how much money you give." Chen family mad young master walked up and said with a mocking smile, "You better understand the situation. This is the Demon Realm, a place where the strong prey on the weak. You can defeat us if you have the ability and then occupy that boss, and we will not say a word. If you do not have that ability, just shut your mouths and wait in the back. Once I am done with the boss, you can go." Chen family mad young master's arrogant attitude immediately caused dissatisfaction among everyone. Irritable Dragon King could no longer hold back and jumped out, saying to the Wind and Cloud Master and Chen family mad young master, "All right, since you insist on comparing who's stronger, then I will oblige. Did not you want to spar with me? Come on, I accept." With that, he directly challenged the Wind and Cloud Master opposite him. In the Demon Realm, adventurers can issue challenges to one another. This type of challenge is a formal duel. Under this challenge mode, both sides can fight as they please without worrying about death, because when the health drops to a certain level, the battle will be forcibly stopped by the system, and neither side can harm the other. Of course, if an adventurer wants to kill another, they will not use the challenge mode. They can just launch an attack and enter kill mode. Both sides can directly attack each other, and the system will not forcibly stop the battle to protect the victim. Giant God wanted to stop Irritable Dragon King, but it was already too late. The Wind and Cloud Master opposite had also accepted Irritable Dragon King's challenge, and both sides had already entered the dual challenge mode. Young people are ignorant of the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. I will teach you a lesson today, Wind and Cloud Master said faintly, and then slowly drew one of the long blades from behind his back. Damn it, he has 2 long blades but only took one out to duel with me. He did not take me seriously at all, Irritable Dragon King thought in his heart with fury. He hated people looking down on him the most, so seeing the Wind and Cloud Master use only one blade to fight him made him extremely angry. "Old man, today I will force you to use both of your long blades." As soon as he finished speaking, Irritable Dragon King rushed toward the wind and Cloudmaster. His iron staff created a black trajectory as it smashed fiercely toward the top of the wind and Cloudmaster's head. The force was like thunder. If it actually landed, it would definitely cause massive damage. Because Irritable Dragon King's target was the head, in the demon realm, areas like the head, heart, and throat are determined to be fatal parts. Once attacked, they cause massive damage. It could even lead to an immediate death state. This is also what makes the demon realm different from other games. Its realism is too high and the details are designed very well, so demon realm adventurers must protect every vital part of their bodies just like in the real world. Otherwise, if they get attacked, the consequences are unimaginable. The Wind and Cloud Master's eyes narrowed slightly, but his gaze was still filled with deep disdain. To him, the thought of Irritable Dragon King trying to smash his head with an iron staff was purely wishful thinking. The Wind and Cloud Master held his blade in his right hand and casually flicked it upward, directly parrying Irritable Dragon King's staff. Irritable Dragon King staggered back 7 or 8 steps, his palm numbed from the vibration, and he lost over 100 points of health in the process. This left Irritable Dragon King dumbfounded. My god, is this old geezer that strong? Just a casual one-handed swing was enough to send me back 7 or 8 steps and injure me with the shock. Irritable Dragon King calmed down immediately. The gap in strength between them was too great. He knew that if he continued to fight the Wind and Cloud Master head-on as before, he would likely suffer a huge loss. So he immediately changed his tactics and started circling around the Wind and Cloud Master. Irritable Dragon King's tactical change was actually quite clever. He wanted to force the Wind and Cloud Master into guerrilla warfare, meaning he would no longer use frontal attacks, but instead use flanking tactics to launch surprise attacks whenever the Wind and Cloud Master was not paying attention. Although this type of sneak attack did not deal much damage, it was safe and prevented Irritable Dragon King from taking too much counter damage. It could also constantly harass the Wind and Cloud Master, forcing him to be spread thin. Unfortunately, the plan was good, but putting it into practice was another matter entirely. The Wind and Cloud Master was not led by the nose by Irritable Dragon King but stood calmly in place. Even when Irritable Dragon King ran behind him, he did not even look back. And yet, even though he did not look, when Irritable Dragon King's iron staff struck at him, he was able to turn around in time and parry it with his long blade. Everyone could not help but wonder if the Wind and Cloud Master had eyes on the back of his head. How could he sense the attack coming from behind? Night Owl stroked his chin and said, "It seems this Wind and Cloud Master's strength is unfathomable. He can sense attacks from behind without even looking. This shows that his mental strength is extremely powerful." In the demon realm, every one of the 4 main attributes of an adventurer has a special function. Strength is relatively simple. It is reflected in weapon damage, and at the same time, the level of strength also determines the adventurer's carry capacity. For example, when Zhang Zi, Grumpy Dragon King, and Princess Money previously went to the Kobold Miners to steal ore, their low strength meant low carry capacity, so they could naturally carry fewer items. Constitution is the same. The higher the constitution, the higher the adventurer's health and stamina. When taking damage, the amount of health lost and the amount of health recovered automatically per second are all closely tied to constitution. If your constitution is too low, you not only have less health, but you also lose more health when hit, and your recovery rate is slower, so constitution is a very important attribute. No matter what class an adventurer is, they will invest a lot of resources into constitution to ensure their survival rate in the demon realm. Next is agility, which determines speed. Besides movement speed and attack speed, it also covers reaction speed, which is evasion. Sometimes, when 2 adventurers are dueling, the one with higher agility has a greater chance of dodging the opponent's attacks. You should know that high evasion adventurers are more likely to survive in combat. After all, if they dodge the opponent's attacks while the opponent can only take hits, the advantage will become clear over time, and victory will be on their side. The final attribute is spirit. This attribute determines many aspects, the most basic being the use of magic and the damage caused by magic attacks. In addition, an adventurer's sensing ability is also greatly related to their spirit. An adventurer with a high spirit value can even develop a premonition. When danger is imminent, it produces a sensation similar to intuition, warning the adventurer so they can perceive the approaching danger in time. Furthermore, a high spirit attribute has another characteristic. It determines how many demon soul orbs an adventurer can absorb each day. As mentioned before, adventurers with high spirit can absorb more demon soul orbs, while those with a spirit value that is too low will find the number of orbs they can absorb significantly reduced. Therefore, in summary, many adventurers allocate their demon soul orbs based on their individual circumstances when absorbing them. Zhang Zi felt that what Nightfall said was quite reasonable. This old man called Fengyun Jushi must have invested a lot of resources into his spirit attribute, which is why he was able to detect the sneak attack from behind. Grumpy Dragon King was knocked away by Feng Yanjushi's blade once again. Within this short hour, his health had already dropped to about 1/3. You have to realize that he had not taken a single direct attack from Feng Yanjushi. He had lost this much health just from the rebound damage. If he had taken a direct hit, there was no doubt he probably would not have survived even a single stroke from Feng Yanjushi. It is no wonder Feng Yanjushi only took out one blade. The second one was not even needed. Grumpy Dragon King finally stopped attacking. He knew he was no match for Feng Yanjushi, so he decided to give up. Continuing would be meaningless. The end result would be the same. He would lose the challenge and become a laughingstock for others. I admit defeat, you are very strong. Grumpy Dragon King shook his head and clicked the surrender button. That is the kind of person he is, straightforward and willing to accept the consequences of a lost bet. Feng Yanjushi did not say a word and turned back to return to his team, but his arrogant posture really made Giant God's people unhappy. How about I go up and try? Liu Yuying suddenly stepped forward. Her attributes in all aspects were better than Grumpy Dragon King's, and with her S-rank talent skill, she wanted to try and see if she could defeat this old man. Giant God shook his head and said, "No need. If I am not mistaken, this Feng Yanjushi's rating is at least at the excellent level. We are no match for him." Nightfall nodded as well, saying, "Giant God is right. This old man is very formidable. We had better avoid HIS Chinese letter. Princess Money curled her lip and said angrily, "This old geezer must be an expert hired by the Chen family with a huge sum of money to help their young master defeat the monsters." Princess Money's analysis was spot on. This Feng Yanjushi was indeed invited by the Chen family to help Chen Feng clear this boss. However, this Feng Yanjushi was not here for the money. He was powerful in his own right with a rating that had reached the powerful level. Money was just a number to him, and the reason he came here to help Chen Feng was primarily to return a favor to the Chen family. Seeing Giant God and the others silently retreat to the side, Chen family's young master became even more smug. He looked at them with disdain and said, "Where did that arrogant attitude of yours go? If you are not convinced, come up and challenge us again. Let us see who will have the last laugh." Giant God and the others looked at the Chen family's young master with cold, angry faces, but since there was no other way, they could only wait for them to finish off the two-headed giant. The Chen family's young master returned to his camp triumphantly. Checking the time, he said impatiently to Feng Yanjushi, "Old Gao, when will that minion you mentioned arrive? We have been waiting for half an hour." Feng Yanjushi looked calm and said, "Young Master Chen, do not be impatient. There is no fixed time for that minion to spawn, so we can only wait here. But as soon as it appears, the bronze door will open and we will enter immediately. It will not waste too much of your time." The Chen family's young master had no choice but to nod helplessly, as he had no other options. What are these guys waiting for? If they want to fight the boss, they should just go in. Are not they just wasting time here? Princess Money looked around, puzzled as to why Feng Yanjushi and the others did not just go in and fight. "Did you not read the Demon Realm Guide?" Giant God said from the side. "The boss on this floor is very timid and hides behind the door all year round. To see it, you must wait for a special minion to deliver its food, and then it will open the bronze door to let the minion in. And we adventurers can take this opportunity to rush into the bronze door and fight the two-headed giant." "Oh, that much trouble?" Princess Money frowned immediately and muttered, "Are you kidding? A boss-level monster is this timid. It is simply a disgrace to bosses in the demon realm." Princess Money's words drew laughter from the crowd. An adventurer nearby said, "Little girl, you do not understand. This boss is not cowardly, it is very smart. It knows it cannot beat adventurers, so it hides so it can live a little longer. What is the point? It will just respawn after it dies anyway." Princess Money shrugged, indicating she could not understand. Time passed quickly. After about 15 minutes, everyone suddenly noticed a giant running into the cave entrance, but this giant was different from any they had seen before. This giant was short, about the same height as a human, meaning it was neither a savage giant nor an ogre giant, but a special kind of giant. This giant was carrying a tray with lots of food on it, and everyone immediately understood that this little giant must be here to deliver food to the two-headed giant. The appearance of the delivery giant excited everyone, especially the Chen family's young master, who felt he did not have to wait anymore. "Old Gao, this little giant is the one delivering food to the two-headed giant, right? As soon as the door opens, we can rush in, right?" The Chen family's young master said to Feng Yanjushi with excitement. Feng Yanjushi nodded and said, "That is right. However, none of us should disturb this little giant. Otherwise, if it gets scared away or killed, we will have to wait a very long time to see it again." Hearing Feng Yanjushi's words, the Chen family's young master became nervous. He immediately told his subordinates, "Everyone back off a bit, do not scare this little giant." Then he looked at the other adventurers and commanded in an impolite tone, "And you all stay further away, do not scare this little giant." The other adventurers were furious at the Chen family's young master's words. One of them said, "You guys are being way too bossy. We are not your subordinates, why should we listen to you? You have already hogged the boss for yourselves, is not it enough for you to just do your own fighting? Why are you ordering us around?" The Chen family's young master sneered. All right, since you say that, then go ahead and scare the little giant away. Anyway, if I cannot beat the two-headed giant today, all of you will have to wait here with me. If you do not want to waste your time and lives, feel free to do it.
You people are HMPH.
The adventurer was speechless. He knew that as long as the Chen family's group stood guard here, they would have no chance to defeat this floor's boss and enter the next floor of the demon realm. So the best result now was to hope the Chen family's young master would quickly defeat the two-headed giant and leave, so that the others would have a chance. Although everyone was indignant, they had no choice but to back away helplessly to leave enough space for the little delivery giant. Nightfall also sighed and said to everyone, let us leave this place too. Let that young Master Chen fight quickly, only after they are done will we have a chance. Everyone backed away helplessly, but they suddenly realized that Zhang Zi was still standing in place. Brother Rakshasa, the delivery giant is almost here, come back with us too, do not scare it away. Giant God waved at Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi shook his head and said to the group, I find that Chen family's young master too arrogant, I really cannot stand him. Does not he want to fight the boss? Well, today I am going to make sure he cannot. After saying that, Zhang Zi walked straight toward the little delivery giant and drew his bow, aiming at it. Zhang Zi's move startled everyone, especially the Chen family's young master. He widened his eyes and shouted angrily at Zhang Zi, that guy named Rakshasa, are you crazy? Do not attack the little giant. Let it come over to deliver the food so we can go in and fight the boss. We can only take turns after we are done. Zhang Zi said calmly, whether you fight the boss or not is none of my business. Anyway, I am going to finish off this little giant today. If you will not let us fight the boss, then nobody will. We will all just waste our time here. Let us see who lasts longer. Are you fucking crazy or just stupid? The Chen family's young master exploded. He intended to go up and do something to Zhang Zi, but at that moment, Giant God and the others blocked him. Rakshasa is our brother. Although I do not know why he is doing this, if anyone wants to mess with him, we absolutely will not stand by and watch. Giant God raised his shield and said coldly, if you want to touch our friend, ask us first if we agree. Nearby, Grumpy Dragon King, Nightfall, Liu Yuying, and Princess Money also took up their stances. Moon Rabbit hid behind the shield, looking grumpy. Fine, since it is like that, let us see who is stronger. The Chen family's young master laughed disdainfully. He had brought over 30 subordinates plus Fengyun Jushi, a super expert. He did not believe he could not deal with these ordinary adventurers. But just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly noticed that the other onlookers had also joined the ranks of Giant God and the others, taking up stances to fight against the Chen family's group. These adventurers had been swallowing their pride all this time. With Fengyun Jushi there, they had not dared to say much, but they had been bottling up their resentment. Now seeing Giant God and the others stand up to defy the Chen family's young master, it sparked the fighting spirit of everyone. So these adventurers joined their camp to firmly resist the Chen family's young master. Fine, since you have teamed up today, I will show you the power of Chen Feng. The Chen family's young master drew his short bow and aimed at the crowd opposite him. His short bow was an S-rank weapon with very powerful attributes and an explosive special effect. In other words, his short bow had a fast attack speed, high damage, and explosive effects. It was definitely a top-tier weapon. Young Master Chen, do not fight them. Just as a major conflict was about to erupt, Fengyun Jushi suddenly spoke up. He called the Chen family's young master and his group back and said in a deep voice, the situation has been tense lately. As you know, that group from Dawn was causing chaos all over the Demon Realm a while ago, murdering ordinary adventurers. The Demon Realm Bureau and the National Security Bureau are investigating the matter. At the same time, they are trying to stabilize order in the Demon Realm. If you cause deaths now, I am afraid it will invite unnecessary trouble, so I suggest you do not clash with these adventurers.